You know, Andy, I couldn't really think of a better time than right now when folks are getting ready to kick off a new quarter, or for some folks, a new 90 days, or for others, it's just a new start, a fresh start. You know, take a moment and talk about just the importance of including storytelling as one of the elements that every entrepreneur should have in their business plan. Like, it should be ready for the next 90 days.
Absolutely. So I'll tell you this, man, Shay, it's crazy because, just the environment we're in, there's so many things that are changing. And for all of us, we're always trying to find really creative ways to be able to build a connection, to build rapport, to attract. And I think that's really the key word. I think that for many entrepreneurs, and even for those who are not entrepreneurs right now, but they're trying to become entrepreneurs, they're trying to become speakers, they're trying to become coaches. I think so many of them want to be able to attract even opportunities for themselves. And there's nothing more magnetic. There's nothing that's going to create faster connection. There's nothing that's going to create more opportunities for you than really having something that draws people in. And if you think about it, the thing that has been the ongoing magnetic force for major influencers is really just great storytelling. And it's crazy because if you go down through the list of major influencers, past or present, the thing that they all had in common was that they were really great communicators. And not only were they great communicators, but they were also phenomenal storytellers. And so I remember I sent out an email to my list, and the question was, what does Oprah Winfrey, Steve Jobs, Martin Luther King, Walt Disney, Tyler Perry, Tony Robbins, what do all those people have in common? And yes, they've all built tremendous platforms. They have all made their mark. They all were highly influential, whether past or even present. But the thing that they all have in common is that they're really great storytellers, right? They're great at just being able to share a story, to be able to build connection and rapport. And so I believe that now, especially in the marketplace, Shay, where so many of us are having to rely on a virtual format, okay? So that means that the majority of our communication, the majority of the time when we're talking about our products and our services, the majority of the time when we are even positioning ourselves in front of our customers and clients is happening from behind a webcam. It's happening from behind an actual camera. So we got to figure out then, what is it that we can do that is going to really position us to be able to get somebody to just momentarily stop in the midst of their busy schedule, in the midst of surfing through social media, whether they're on Facebook, whether they're on IG, whether they're on LinkedIn, or whatever it might be. What is it that we can do that's going to get them to just momentarily stop for a moment, just long enough so that they could listen to what we have to say? And I personally believe that the thing that so many of us can leverage that's going to give us competitive advantage is really getting great at being able to share and tell stories that are engaging, stories that get people's attention. And I believe that the person who wins today is the person who can get attention and then also be able to keep that attention. And I believe the best tool for doing that, Shay, is of course sharing and telling stories, man.
No, I love it.
And I mean, I cannot stress it enough. In a world where so many people are just competing to get the attention of prospects, so many people are competing for the same customers and same clients, you got to have a competitive advantage. And by far, I believe that one of the best and most natural modalities is storytelling for being able to attract people and enroll them into your vision and your products and your services.
You know, one of the things I've admired is your commitment not only to talk about the importance of storytelling, but to also make sure that folks understand how to do it. And I recall when we got together and I had a chance to be behind the scenes with you, and you were sharing with me how to break down not only my own story, but the different elements that are inside of it. And not only was it revolutionary for me, but there was a lifetime value. And I don't know if you know that 3-4 years later, I'm still applying those skills as I'm trying to tell and talk about different type of stories. I guess my question would be for those folks that are out there, like Mavis is out there right now. Sakisha Hollick says hello out there in Florida, by the way.
Hey.
Rico, who's out there, by the way. And so many folks that are tuning in right now that says, Shay, They keep telling me I need to do these stories. I've been hearing about doing stories. They've been beating me over my head about doing it. But for some reason, I've been challenged with actually doing it. What do you think, Andy, is one of the challenges that hold entrepreneurs back from trying to get the stories that they're using based on their intuition into some type of structure and a system that can help them going forward?
Yeah, so let's talk about a couple of things. So typically, with many of my clients that come through my Master Storyteller Academy, we've had the opportunity to just be able to train so many people. And there's just reoccurring sort of themes that pop up when it comes to folks who are having challenges with, number one, just seeing the value alone in their story. So one of the things that I realize is that oftentimes we're a bit too close to our story to really truly appreciate it. Shay, I can't even begin to tell you how many times I've heard somebody say, well, I don't know if I really have a story. And the reason why they don't believe that they have a story, Shay, is because of the fact that they are comparing their story to somebody else's story. And so, yes, we are aware of those really amazing sort of down and out stories when somebody was dealing with a major addiction. They were strung out on drugs, on cocaine, whatever it might be, and then they redeemed their life. Or somebody was in a very tragic accident and they were like the sole survivor of a crazy accident. Or we hear stories about, somebody was born with an autoimmune disease or was born with a degenerative disease. Or we hear a story about, somebody was missing a limb or whatever it might be. And those stories are what we call more bigger and heavier stories. And so what happens is for the everyday person who maybe looks at their life and they go, you know what, I've had a pretty decent life. I had a pretty good upbringing. I lived in decent neighborhoods. I've never been on drugs. I've always been in good health or whatever. They start comparing their story to those other like movie type stories. Mm-hmm. And then now they start convincing themselves, well, maybe perhaps I don't have a story. And that is so far from the truth. Because although if you have a heavy story, one of those bigger stories about, overcoming, abuse, emotional, physical abuse, about autoimmune, whatever it might be, if you have one of those stories, by all means, tell that story. You're going to change and impact lives. And you're going to set so many people free, and you're going to be a tremendous blessing to them. But on the other end, if you have the everyday story, what you fail to realize is that there is still what we like to refer to as a universal theme within your story that a lot of people can relate to. And oftentimes the themes that we're trying to get people to relate to, they don't have to really be very complicated. I can tell you for myself personally, Shay, I remember the first time I went to a storytelling training. Storytelling training was being facilitated by, one of the top 5 speakers in the world, none other than Les Brown. And Shay, I remember being at that training, and there were 2 people that shared their story right before I was supposed to tell my story. Mm-hmm. One gentleman, his name was Dwight Pledger. Me and Dwight are really good friends till this day. Yeah. And Dwight shared this amazing story about how he was a very successful real estate broker, beautiful home, 2-story home, 3-car garage, 2 Mercedes-Benz sitting out there, him and his wife kicking butt and taking names in real estate. And then he talks about how he goes to a party at the end of the year to sort of celebrate. And he's there at the party minding his business. And then someone opens the door and says, hey, come in here. And they're like, hey, come in here because this is where the real party's at. Well, when he walks in that back room, he had no idea that his life would be forever changed, because when he walked into that back room, they were actually back there doing drugs. And he had never done drugs before, and they offered him basically a hit of a pipe. And he at first said, no. And through the peer pressure, Dwight shares a story about how he took the pipe, thinking he was just going to take one hit. And he says he took the pipe, put it to his mouth. And he said, man, when he blew that smoke out, Shay, his life forever changed, because he became an instant addict. He ended up abandoning his wife and his children, and he was going from crack house to crack house and abandoned his family for years. And then he talks about how eventually he wakes up in this abandoned house, no electricity, no running water. He could feel the shag carpet against his face. and he sort of has this come to Jesus moment, realizing like how low his life has become, and he comes to realization, I got to do something. And so he picks up the phone and he calls a family member. Mm-hmm. His family member calls his sister, Shay, and this is the next remarkable part about the story. They end up calling his wife, and he paints this picture about how his wife came and picked him up. His wife that he had abandoned for several years, his wife that he hadn't spoken to, his wife that he left with the children. And he said that once he gave the address, his wife pulled up and picked him up and received him into the car as if he had only been gone on a 2-day business trip when the man had left and abandoned her for several years. All right. So you have this remarkable story of both redemption, right? And this story of forgiveness, right? Now, right after Dwight, this is the crazy thing, Shay. Next person up is a lady by the name of Pauline Victoria Ahi. And so Pauline had already gotten my attention when I got to the training. And the reason why is because Pauline has no arms and she also has no legs. And I remember being fascinated by Pauline, like everyone else in the room, because it's not every day you're in the presence of somebody with no arms and no legs. And I was watching her, Shay. She was taking notes, and she placed her pen right here on her shoulder, and she had the pen between her chin and her shoulder, and she was bent down, and she was writing like that. And I remember my nosy self wanting to go over to the table because I wanted to see her handwriting. Yeah. And I couldn't believe how nice her handwriting is. So she comes to the front of the room and she shares the story, and we're all saying like, well, what happened? And we found out nothing happened. All her organs work, everything. She was just born with no arms and no legs. Other than that, she's perfectly fine. So they tried to convince her parents to put her into an institution, and her parents refused to. They brought her home, and they decided to love on her and treat her as if she was a regular child. So they forced her to have to learn how to fend for herself, how to go into the fridge, how to get her food, how to do all kind of things for herself. And here she is with no arms and no legs, and she lives a regular life. She's married. She has a child. She can type. She literally puts one of those back scratching, I don't know if you ever seen those wooden back scratchers that you scratch. She puts one of those on her shoulder between her chin, and she uses that to type, right? And so the remarkable part, just like that, man. That's like right?
I can't even imagine.
And she can type faster than the average person. And so the remarkable thing, though, Shay, was that after she shared her story, she was being interviewed. And the question they asked, they said, Pauline, they said, what would you say is your biggest challenge that you've ever faced? And right after that, I'm telling you, we all got goosebumps because Shay Brown, Pauline Ahi, with no arms and no legs, she literally went like this. I can't think of something right now, but when I do, I'll let you know. So we're all in the room and we're thinking like, wait a second. The lady with no arms and no legs says she can't think of a major challenge right now. Yeah. So for all of us who had our little worries, the things we were concerned about, we were very humbled very quickly, and it put things into perspective. Now, here's the part, Shay, that you'll laugh about. Right after that, Les Brown goes, okay, next up, after our break, is going to be Andy Enriquez. Man, I ran into the bathroom, man, and I was hiding out. And I didn't want to come out because I'm reflecting on my life, and I'm thinking to myself, wait a second, I grew up in the suburbs. I was a straight A student. I graduated summa cum laude. I got my master's degree in corporate accounting. I went on to work for one of the big 4 public accounting firms. Yes, I left corporate America to become an entrepreneur. And, at that time, I was also investing in real estate and so forth. And I'm looking at my life and I'm thinking like, wow, like, I don't have a story. Are you kidding me? Because I'm comparing my story to Dwight Pledger, strung out on drugs, awesome story of forgiveness, Pauline Ahi, no arms and no legs. And I'm thinking to myself, there's no way I have a story. And I remember hiding out in the bathroom, and one of my friends, Star Babatoon, came over by the bathroom. She was like, Andy, I know you're in there. I tried to change I was like, Andy's not in here. She's like, Andy, I know you changed your voice, man. Come out here. And I was like, I can't, Star. I can't go out there. She's like, why? I said, because I don't have a story. And then she said, listen, she said, stop comparing your story to other people and just own your story. And so I went out there, Shay, and I just really timidly just sort of shared how I grew up in a Caribbean household. You know, my parents told me go to school, get a good education, get a good job. And I talked about how I followed the script. I went to school at Florida State University. I graduated summa cum laude. I got my master's degree. I landed a job with one of the big four public accounting firms. But then something crazy happened, Shay. And it was the moment that I said, here I am. I landed a job with this amazing company. I've got every reason to do well. I'm working with this amazing company. I'm working with amazing people. And yet and still, I felt as if my life was following a basic routine. And so I was waking up every day to the sound of an alarm clock. I was jumping out of my bed. I was fighting traffic to get to a place in which I knew that something inside of me was saying, Andy, there's got to be more than this. And this was the magical moment, Shay. I just instinctively said, have any of you ever been at a place in your life where you said, there's got to be more than this? And if you have, raise your hand. And when I raised my hand, Shay, everyone raised their hand. And so I said, wait a second here. So I did have this story being strung out on drugs. And the reality of it is this, right, Shay? If Dwight Pledger, as powerful as his story is, if he were to say, how many of you have been strung out on drugs, you know, there'll be very few people that would know what that feels like. If Pauline Ahi would have said, how many of you, know what it's like to have no arms and no legs, it would have been very few people, not anyone in that room, that would be able to raise their hand, okay? No pun intended, right? With Pauline having no arms and no legs. But what I realized is that even with my story, not being a big story, not being a heavy story of some sort, but just the simplicity of pursuing a goal, pursuing a dream that was not really your goal and your dream. It was given to you by somebody else. And we think about how many people right now are going through lives that they are going after goals and dreams that were given to them by their parents, that were given to them by someone else. And those dreams were not reflective of what they wanted for themselves. And just the simplicity of getting to a place in your life where you're saying there's got to be more than this, getting to a place in your life where you're frustrated, I realized that was universal. Everyone has been at a place in their life before where they said there's got to be more than this. And that's when I realized that you don't have to have this really like heavy story for your story still be able to resonate and connect with people. And so I share that because that is one of the main challenges that so many people have, is that they are caught up with the comparison game. They are comparing their story to somebody else's magnificent story, and they have somehow convinced themselves that they don't have a story. And so that is one of the main reasons why I believe that a lot of people don't take the time to work on and develop their story. And if that's you as you're listening right now, I want to make you understand this, that no matter what you may think, and no matter who you may have compared yourself to, I want you to know that not only do you have a story, but that there are people who are out there, they're your assignment. I mean, that is perhaps the thing that I enjoy most about what I do. You know, working with entrepreneurs, working with speakers, working with coaches, and helping them to be able to craft and put together a powerful signature story that really allows them to attract opportunities, attract their ideal customer and client, increase their conversion. The thing that I love most is that when I see the transformation that takes place from them getting more confidence and more clarity, because they now realize that, wow, not only do I know I have a story, but I know how to be able to share it in a powerful way that's going to create opportunities for me. And not only that, but the fact that I know that when they have more confidence, more clarity, they're going to get out there and talk to more people. They're going to do more Facebook Lives. They're going to do more webinars. They're going to do more podcast interviews like what we're doing right now. They are going to speak to more of their clients. They're going to offer more of their products and their services. And I know that every time I empower an entrepreneur, every time I empower a speaker, every time I empower a coach, or even people in transition, because that's a major part of my audience, people who are already having success in one area in their life. Maybe they've been working a 9-to-5, and now they've been trying to figure out how to pivot because they want to become coaches, they want to become speakers, whatever it might be. But just being able to empower those people with a story seeing the confidence and the clarity that they get, and knowing that they're going to get out there and take bolder action, and ultimately they're going to get in front of more people who are their assignment. And so for me, it is such a joy to know that I'm empowering other leaders, that I'm empowering other people who are going to go on to make an impact. So it's like this compounding effect, right? I empower one person to be able to share and craft and tell their story. They get more confidence, they get more clarity, and they share and impact their story with more people. And then they in turn begin to impact more people. And so there's power in that, right? And so part of how do we unleash that power, we got to get people to realize that their story matters, and so that they don't get caught up in this comparison game. And that is so huge, Shay Brown, that we get people to not compare, but to just accept the fact that they do in fact have a story. Now, once we know that they have a story, of course, naturally, there's a lot of things that are going to be involved with being able to craft and put that story together. And I don't want anyone listening in right now thinking that our message is that you just need to make sure you have a story. It's not that you just need to have a story, but you also need to get the coaching so that you can craft and share that story in a very powerful, compelling way, right? There's plenty of people who are telling stories, but the way that they tell stories, as you alluded to before, Shay, is not properly structured. It is not built around some kind of a universal theme. They haven't developed any level of conflict. If you're a note taker, I do want you to write this down. It's one of the things I'll be talking about, during my training, for the comeback summit that's coming up with Shay Brown, and Shay will be talking to you guys about that. But one of the things that is critical when you are really trying to put together, your story, is that there's got to be some type of a conflict. So if you're a note taker, I want you to write this down. No conflict, no story, right? So I can't even begin to tell you how many people who I watch, even people who are influencers, who start telling stories and they're really missing the mark. And I say, wow, if this person was able to build influence and they're not really great storytellers, imagine what would happen if they actually took the time to learn how to be able to share and craft a story. If they were not, going on and on and on, if they knew how to be precise, if they knew how to have a universal theme so people could connect with it, if they knew how to make sure that there was a conflict in the story, because most people have experienced some level of a challenge and a conflict, and that's what's going to resonate with people. And also, if they knew how to be able to drive their point home by leveraging a story, right? I watch a lot of people with great content, but then they don't use any kind of a story to be able to drive the content home. Like, we use an example. Earlier, I was just making a simple point. Don't compare your story to other people. Now, I could just say, don't compare your story to other people. And yeah, that sort of helps you with the point. But by me talking and sharing a little bit about the story, about me being at the training, about Dwight Pledger, Pauline Ahi, how I was comparing, how I went in the bathroom, I didn't want to do it. Then when I shared my story, it is going to resonate with you on a different level. And it's going to be so much easier for you to retain what I shared with you, as opposed to me just giving you that piece of content. And that's why when we share these stories, it's so very critical. I can't emphasize it enough. So I personally believe that regardless of what you're doing, right? Whether if you look at yourself right now and you say, Andy, I'm having really good success, becoming a better storyteller is going to amplify your success. If you say, Andy, I'm feeling stuck right now, and I feel like I'm not getting traction, becoming a better storyteller is going to help you to get unstuck and help you to gain more traction, because you're going to attract more people to what you're doing. If you're saying, Andy, I got products and services, I think they're awesome, but for some reason people aren't buying. Well, getting better at sharing the stories around your products and services is going to help you to increase conversion. So regardless of where you fall on the spectrum, or if you're even a person who says, Andy, I'm working a 9 to 5, I have a career, but I want to make a transition, but I've been spinning my wheels. Well, guess what? You developing your story helps you to have more confidence and more clarity. And why do we not take action? We don't take action because we lack clarity, we don't take action because we lack confidence. And so I can't even begin to tell you how many people have come through like my Master Storyteller Academy who were in transition. They were working a corporate job, working a 9 to 5. They had aspirations of becoming a coach, becoming a speaker, becoming an entrepreneur. And now they say, Andy, it's just crazy. I have so much more confidence and clarity through my story. Now, the things that I know that I've been wanting to do, that I've been reluctant to do, and what I believe that for most of us, we do know what we need to do. We just don't do it. And we don't do it because we lack confidence, and sometimes because we lack clarity, okay? So what the amazing thing is, when you help someone construct a story and they get confidence and clarity, it's not just around the story. Mm-hmm. It's the fact that it empowers them to now do more Facebook Lives, talk more about their products and services, right? To seek opportunities to get on more podcasts, right? To promote their direct sales company when before they would be around people and wouldn't say anything, right? So it's all these other things that they are now empowered to go out there and do, Shay, which is why it's really hard for us oftentimes to really get people to comprehend fully what we do at my Master Storyteller Academy, Shay, because there are so many intangibles that happen beyond them crafting their story. That we are going to do hands down. They're going to leave there with their signature story. But it's all of the other intangibles, right? The increase in confidence, the fact that we help them to raise their beliefs, right? The fact that we get them to see so much more clarity, the fact that they begin to have a greater vision for what's possible for themselves. And then also we put them into a mode where now they are going to be taking massive action. And so it's like they got the story is the tool, but then it's all of these other things that they're empowered to do that starts really compounding things for them that creates massive success and results in their life, right? And I know that that's what it's all about for you, Shay. I mean, I know, when we talk about champion nation, when you even think of the word champion, right? Mm-hmm. There's something unique about champions. Champions have a growth mindset, right? Carol Dweck talks about the difference between a fixed mindset and a growth mindset. Like I've watched you, Shay, just with this, just relentless commitment to your own personal growth, but then seeking out other influencers and bringing those influencers to your community, right? Which I can't think of more communities like, Champion Nation, or even like the Happy Entrepreneur community, where they're going to get access to the people that they get access to. I mean, let's face it, Shay. Oftentimes you could pick up the phone, call up someone like Joseph McClellan, call up, somebody like Lisa Sasevich, call up somebody like, Mark Victor Hansen. I mean, just to name some of the people that you've had on the show, that you can just pick up the phone and call those individuals, that for most of those individuals, it would cost someone like, all right, a VIP day with me is $15,000. And I can assure you a VIP day with, some of the other folks that you've had on the show is probably going to be in excess of, $15,000. There's been people on your show, I'm pretty sure, a VIP just day with them is probably like $50,000, $25,000. And because of the people who are part of this community, and that's why I think it's so important, especially during this time, that champions surround themselves with other champions, right? Mm-hmm. And that's what this champion nation is about. It's part of you becoming a champion is through association, right? I do this whole teaching around identity, and one of the keys to changing your identity is to be changing your associations, right? One of the fastest ways to become a champion is to put yourself in the presence of other champions, because by doing so, you will begin to think like a champion. You'll begin to act like a champion. You'll begin to observe what champions do. And just from proximity and from being in the presence of other champions, you will begin to get a champion mindset and begin to feel, think, and act like a champion, which ultimately starts to create results that champions create, you know. So it's really, I can't put a value, really, I really can't, Shay Brown, as to what you do here in this community for the people who take the time to take advantage of this resource. Now, the reality of it is, we know this, Shay Brown, is that you make it available, but not everybody's going to take advantage of it. And that's the sad truth that is about that, right? Is the fact that many folks do not take advantage of it. You know, I'm just thinking about, you know, your just the magnitude of the people that you've put together for your upcoming, you know, virtual summit, right?
Yeah. The comeback champion
Shay,
nation.
You know, with you saying that, I know you weren't trying to go there.
Yeah.
But you know, I believe that people benefit by taking action. And I know I appreciate you listening. You just let me ride out.
Yeah.
But for the people who are listening right now, can you put in context what I'm referring to? Because I know we have dialogue. I know I'm contributing. I know I'm going to be talking about storytelling. I'm going to be talking about the 5 stories that every entrepreneur needs to be able to generate additional 6 figures in their business. I'll be going into, in addition to that, the different storytelling styles. But do you mind just sort of sharing, Shay, like, who are some of the other people you have in the lineup? And then how do the folks who are listening in right now to this conversation, how do they even make sure that they're going to be able to join us? And they better be joining my session, but I want to make sure that they know about some of the other sessions that are taking place as well, my brother.
Sure, there's a couple of things, Andy. There's a number of speakers that are participating. Now, I'll mention some of the folks, but here, let me first give you the website for those folks that are out there, because Andy will be there. And you can go over to www.comebackchampionsummit.com. Again, www.comebackchampionsummit.com. And the number one mission, the overall goal is not just to empower, it's not just to inspire you, but it's to make sure you walk away with the resources. And storytelling is one of the anchor resources that you need. Sure, there'll be some, you know, names there, if I can say it like that, because of the content, because of their history, because of their success, and because of their desire to help folks just like you. And you might not know who they are. And so we'll mention someone like you mentioned, Joseph McClellan III, who is someone who's been not only a business partner of Tony Robbins for 32 years, not only is the methodology that Tony teaches, but more importantly, he's been transforming lives for over the last 32 years. The guy has a doctorate in neuropsychology, and he talks about how to be a mega millionaire and megapreneur. How to become a mega millionaire, megapreneur. So how you can have multiple things going on. And then you have none other than someone like a Dr. Sonia Striblin, who we talk about how to build that 7-figure empire business you want. And she's got to be one of the baddest sisters I know on the planet. And then there's Rhonda Britton. And it's important that I mention someone like Rhonda Britton and the balance that we look to have at this, Andy, is because one of our core philosophies that has driven us over the years is that the results that show up in your life are just as important as the results that show up in your bank account. Y'all might want to write that one down. The results that show up in your life are just as important as the results that show up in your bank account. So for those that are over at www.comebackchampionsummit.com, there is no Cash App payment needed. There's no Zelle payment needed. There's no credit card to swipe. It's just you with a desire to improve the quality of your life and to serve other folks. I think, Andy, that's probably one of the most important parts. Yeah, okay. There's someone like Simon T. Bailey who will be there. I get it. The old brilliant one. And some of you may be hearing that name for the very first time, but it's time for you to change where you are to where you want to go to. For those folks that are listening, do me a favor. We want to pay this message forward to other folks. And I'm going to ask Andy in a moment. You can't get into it, but at least say, hey, there are 5 different type of stories that you need. Now you'll come to the Comeback Champion Summit, and he'll share what they are and do a little deeper dive. But I want him at least to touch on it. So if you're sitting there, you're telling yourself, you know what? He says I need the story, but I mean, I know my story, so I'm good. Or, well, I'm in business, but what story do I tell from a business perspective? The reason this is so important for you right now is that it will change your life. And I wanted Andy to be here at this moment in time because I know for some of you, your stories can help you be a better communicator in your relationship, at maybe a church or whatever organization you belong to. It's going to allow you to be able to relate more with your maybe children or those that you mentor. So these storytelling techniques are very, very key just in the relationships that we have. And then others of you, I know it's all about the money. I get it. But they're going to help you communicate better with your clients, with your prospects, with your marketing team. And it is all the world of difference. It's the one common denominator. The only time I don't argue. Right? I'm normally saying selling. You need sales. You need sales. You need to serve and sell. But we can't serve and we can't sell without the story. It just doesn't exist. It doesn't happen. And so as you're out there right now, do me a favor, hit the watch party button. What's up, Eddie Johnson? Hit the share button if you would. What's up, Mavis? What's up, Coach Claire? Hit the button right now and pay this message forward. Hit the share button. When you hit the share button, just put, it's time to serve. Andy, thanks for that plug, man. I appreciate it. It's www.comebackchampionsummit.com. If you would, Andy, maybe give them maybe one or two. If you can give all five in a short period of time, do that. But I want you to weave in, if you can, the importance of what a comeback champion is, and maybe one of the key characteristics of a comeback champion. You talked about how they surround themselves with other folks, but what are the characteristics they have to have inside of them in order for them not only to come back, but to do better? And the reason I say that for those folks that are out there, and this is very important, I got a call. I was on a podcast recently, and they said, Shay, tell us a comeback story. Tell us why you said comeback. And people have those. And I said, no. It's not about, like Andy talked about, a major comeback. I come back every single morning when I wake up. And I've got to come back from the mindset I had yesterday. I've got to come back from the email that just took time away from what I've got to do. I've got to come back from a new product change. There's always a comeback moment throughout the day. But here's what I do know, that champions, they have some key characteristics, some key traits that they're able to do, and that's the common denominator. So Andy has a tall order. Number one, he's going to give you these 5 components. But number 2, he's going to also talk about one of the key characteristics of a comeback champion. Andy, over to you, my man.
Yes, man. So fantastic. So I'm going to share these. Of course, I'll be going into more depth for those of you that are joining the summit. Recently, I'm a part of the National Speakers Association. And for those of you who aren't aware of NSA is a phenomenal organization for people who are professional speakers. And there is a criteria to be part of the National Speaker Association where you have to make a certain amount of money through speaking to be a part of it. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I had an opportunity to do a breakout session for our last annual conference, our Influence Conference. And part of that conference is, people who have been professional speakers, some of which have been professional speakers for decades. And I broke down these 5 stories, and even people who have been professional speakers for decades were like, wow, we've heard that stories are important, but we weren't fully aware of these types of stories. And just to give you some backdrop a little bit, the way that I even formulate these stories is that, as I share with you, I do VIP days where I work with people to help them to be able to craft a specific story. When they do a VIP day with me right now, currently a VIP day is $15,000. And we normally will work together from about 10 o'clock to 5 o'clock for a day, right? And we're normally working on one story. What I noticed was that as I reflect back on the folks that I did VIP days with, that the stories that they were typically willing to make that level of investment at fell into certain categories. And then I even had a couple of instances where someone paid for a VIP day, maybe a year later, 2 years later, but they came back again for another story. And so what was interesting was I thought to myself, well, there must clearly be a nice ROI for the mere fact that they're willing to invest that money for one story, and then the fact that some of them were willing to come back. And so what I did was I went back through my clients, went back through the stories that I helped them with, and I realized that the stories pretty much fell into 5 categories. Now I'll go into real detail for those of you that are going to be joining us for the summit. But I want you, for those of you who are a note taker, you can write the word solve going down vertically on a piece of paper. I'm going to share them with you real quickly. And right after doing that, I want to share a really cool thing with you, so you don't want to go anywhere, because there's something I'm going to want you to do right afterwards. I got a really cool free gift for you as well that you're going to absolutely love. So whatever you do, just stick with me right now just real quickly as I unpackage this for you. So solve, and the reason why I use solve is because I believe that these stories solve many of the challenges that many entrepreneurs have. So the S is what we refer to as a signature story. I have an entire 3-day training called my Master Storyteller Academy that is all put together just to help people to be able to put together their signature story. In my personal belief, of the 5 stories that I'm going to share with you, the signature story is the most important one that you want to start off with developing. So I would say before you develop any of the other stories, you start off with a signature story. Why? Your signature story is it is like your magnet. It is the thing that's going to attract opportunities, attract customers and clients. Your signature story is like the main story that you share. And the reason why you share the story is so that you can start building connection and rapport with your audience, with your customers and clients. We've heard it 1,000 times before. People love to do business with people that they know, like, and trust. So the question is how they get to know you, how they get to like you, how they get to trust you. They get to know, like, and trust you through your story. Bottom line, okay? So the signature story is like, for a musician, it is like their hit record. For you, it becomes like your hit record. It is the track or the story that you lay down over and over again, meaning you're invited on a podcast. They say, hey, tell the audience a little bit about yourself. You share the story. You're on a television interview. They say, hey, tell the audience a little bit about yourself. You share the story. You are launching your own show. You're sending out emails to your list, and new people are coming on your list. You share part of this story. This is the story that when people say your name, they should be able to say, oh, are you talking about such and such? And they should be able to tell a part of your story, okay? It becomes an extension of your brand. It's how people get to know you. It's how they get to like you, okay? Now that you have a signature story, it's good. It helps you start gaining traction. But I don't know about you. I believe all of us at one point or another, we want to monetize, right? So if you want to monetize your message, somebody do me a favor right now, in the chat, put show me the money, show me the money, show me the money. Because it's one thing to have a message, but then we want to be able to monetize that message. So typically for monetization, you need to be making offers. So there needs to be something that you're offering. The presumption is that you have a product, you have a service. If you don't have a product or a service, I'm going to suggest that you get out there and you create a product or a service, right? So the offer story is simply a story that you share that helps you to get more people to say yes to your products or your services. It's just a story that gets them to see the value, overcome the objections, or to create a sense of urgency. That's what the offer story is. The next story is what we refer to as a landing story. All of us, if we want to position ourselves as thought leaders, if we want to position ourselves as experts, we need to have content, all right? But we can't rely on the content solely. There used to be a time where they said content is king. We know that's no longer the truth because now anybody can go on Google. They can find Andy Henriquez content. They can find Shay Brown content, right? There's nothing new under the sun. So what is it that makes your content unique? It's not the content alone. It's the fact that you take your content and you put it within a story, and that story is what really helps that content to be unique. So landing stories are nothing more than stories to help your content to land better on your audience. The other kind of story that you need is what we refer to as a value proposition story. So many of us are really passionate about what we do, and we have a tendency to go right into what we do, right into our products and our services, into our talk, right? Without first making sure that our audience, our prospect, has bought into what we do. In other words, I want you to imagine for a moment that you are a financial planner. You're about to have a conversation with somebody about how they can invest their money, about different insurance policies and so forth. But you just made the presumption that they understand the value of having a financial planner. So a value proposition story is a story that you share early on in the presentation to first get them to buy into the importance of having a financial planner, right? This is critical because all too often we get into our presentation, into our talk, without first getting people to buy in. So for me, I talk about the importance of storytelling. So oftentimes when I'm going to start a presentation, I share a story to get people to see the value and the importance of storytelling, all right? So that's what a value proposition story is. It's just a story to get people to buy into your big idea. And the final kind of story that we all need is what we refer to as an expert story, an expert story. We know that at the end of the day, people pay top dollars for experts, not journalists, all right? And it's one thing for you to tell people that you're an expert, right? You could try to read off your bio, talk about all your accolades, all that is good and dandy. But at the end of the day, real influence doesn't come from you telling someone you're an expert. Real influence is when someone observes you, AKA hears your story, and then comes to the conclusion themselves that you are the expert. So I'm telling you, it's way more influential for someone to come to the conclusion themselves that you're the expert, as opposed to you trying to convince them that you're the expert. So an expert story is a story that you share that the person comes to the conclusion themselves that you're the expert. Now, these stories are so critical, and I'm going to be going into them in more detail at the summit. But one of the things that is really critical for you, before you can really get a grips and get your hand around these stories, I personally believe it's really important that you even understand in the first place, naturally, what type of storyteller are you, okay? So all of us are telling stories. Some of us much better than others, all right? Some of us much more effective than others. Some of us with much greater influence than others, but we're all telling stories. And so naturally, you tell stories a certain kind of way, all right? There are essentially 5 different storytelling styles. Typically, you have 2 of the styles that really apply to you. One of them is a little more dominant, but one of the first keys for you to improve your storytelling skills is to first know what kind of storyteller style that you have naturally. And for those of you that would love to know what your natural storytelling style is, and then also to be able to get access to a really cool bonus, I want to go ahead and tell you what I want you to do right now. So I'm going to give you, number 1, access to a quick 1-minute quiz. I promise you it'll take you no more than a minute. And it is a quiz to help you to know what your storytelling style is. But the really cool thing is right after you take the quiz, you're going to unlock a free training that I put together. And in that training, I'm going to help you to identify what your signature story is. Remember I told you out of those 5 stories, the most important story is your signature story? Well, you might be saying, well, Andy, it's important, but how do I know what my signature story is? Well, I'm going to tell you exactly how you can unlock a free training. And all you got to do is take this free quiz. After you complete the free quiz, you unlock the free training, okay? So here's what I want you to do. Do this for me really quickly. Pull out your cell phone right now, right? Or if you're watching on your device, open up your text message real quick. And then here's what you're going to do. You're going to text the word story to the telephone number 954-278-3701. So once again, you're going to text the word story. It's amazing. Story is such a simple word, and it's amazing that people still type something else. So STORY, right? Story, that's all you're texting. The word story to the telephone number 954-278-3701. So I see Shay is doing something right now to sort of demonstrate that for you guys.
And give us the number again, story. Andy. Can you give us the number one more time for those folks that were just getting there, opening it up? What's the number?
Absolutely. So the telephone number is 954-278.
278.
3701.
Okay, 954-278-3701. We text the word story.
And you're going to text the word story. So once you do that, you're going to just text the word story.
Okay. And then from there, we just follow the instructions.
Right after you text the word story, you're just going to have one more step. It's going to ask you to go ahead and put in your email address.
Okay.
And the reason why it's asking you to do that is because we are going to do 2 things. We're going to text you the link so that you can take the quiz. And we're going to email you the link so that you can go ahead and take the quiz.
Oh, that's good.
The quiz will take you about a minute. But right after you take the quiz, I want you to make sure that you take advantage of the free training. You're going to love the training, and the training is short. It's less than 15 minutes, okay? You want to make sure that not only you take the quiz, but after you take the quiz, that you take advantage of the free training. That's my gift to you. Now, here's the thing. For those of you that are connected with me on social media, on IG, my IG handle is @ShowUpForYourLife. On everything else, I am @AndyHenriquez. After you take the quiz, if you wouldn't mind doing me a favor, if you're connected with me on social media, send me a message. Say, hey, Andy, I took the quiz. This is what I end up finding out what my storytelling style was. Oh my gosh, I can tell you right now, when I took the quiz, I am what you call an evangelist, a heart-centered storyteller. I'm an evangelist, heart-centered storyteller. I'm curious to what you are. As a matter of fact, for those of you that end up taking the quiz, you can put it right here in the comments. But do make sure you take advantage of the training. I love the fact that you take the quiz. That's the first step. You're going to learn what your storytelling style is. You're going to learn the pros and the cons of that style. Remember, you may be more than one style, but there's probably one that's dominant, okay? And then the other part is that you want to take advantage of the training. You have to take advantage of the training, because all kind of light bulbs are going to go off after you take advantage of that training. So I always feel bad when someone tells me, oh, I did the quiz, but oh my gosh, I forgot to do the training, because they missed out on tremendous value by actually doing the training. So you want to take advantage of the training. So one last time, you're going to text the word story to the telephone number 954-278-3701, 954-278-3701. After you text the word story, you should receive another prompt. Put in your email address. You're going to get the link to take the quiz in your phone as well as via email, and make sure you take advantage of that free training. And of course, you had better be signed up and registered for the upcoming summit. That I'm completely looking forward to all of you joining us there, because I'm going to be just really breaking down stories at a completely different level. And specifically for those of you that are like, Andy, I want to use my story as a tool, man. I want to be a little more competitive in this marketplace. I want to know how to be able to get people's attention, keep it. I'm making offers. I want more people to sign up for my products and my services. I want to be able to be more engaging when I'm doing my Facebook Lives, my webinars, my podcast interviews. I'm just overall just looking to level up. So if that's you, you want to make sure you're there. Now, Shay did ask me another question. Mm-hmm. And one of the questions he asked was really, what are one of the attributes of being really a champion? So one of the things I told you is that champions surround themselves with other champions, right? So part of becoming a champion is going to be through association, which is really, really important, okay? The other thing that I think is really critical is also begins with the letter A, is that champions are going to take action, but action that is going to be consistent with the next level that they want to be at. So here's what I mean by that. Anybody who is preparing to be in the Olympics and to compete at that level and who wants to receive the gold medal is going to first say to themselves, what is the end goal? And they say the end goal is that I want to become a gold medalist. Now they're going to say to themselves, what is required to become a gold medalist? So if they are in a particular race, they're going to say typically the person who places gold needs to run the race in this amount of time. If they're going to be in the pool and it's a swim meet, they're going to say the person who completes the certain amount of laps is going to do it in this amount of time, right? If they are in weightlifting, they're going to say that the champion needed to lift this amount of weight, right? So typically what they're going to do is they're not going to be depending upon what they've done up to this point, right? A champion is not basing what they're going to do based off of where they currently are, right? That's the thing I want you to understand. That is the fastest way for you to remain mediocre and continue to get the same results. A champion says that I know where I'm trying to get to, okay? And I am going to take on the identity prior to me producing the results, all right? So if the person says that they're going to get the gold medal in the 400-meter race, from that moment, they're saying, I want to take on the identity of a gold medalist, a U.S. Olympic gold medalist, listen carefully, in a 400-meter race. So what they're going to say is, for the person who is going to place the gold medal, number one, how many times does that person practice per day? Okay? So they want to know, they're going to start taking on the identity before they produce the result. So champions take on the identity first, and then they start taking out the action consistent with that identity that they want to embody prior to them producing the result, which helps them to become a champion. So that person's going to say, well, if I want to become world class, number one, the person who's world class, how many times do they practice a day? The person that is world class, how much sleep do they get? The person that is world class, who helps them to train and work out? The person that is world class, what do they put in their body? What do they not put in their body? They're going to figure out all the things that they should do and all the things that they should avoid. And before they ever get that gold medal, before they ever place and become the champion, they already begin to take on the identity of being a champion, and they also start taking action that is congruent with the person that they want to become. The issue is most of us take action consistent with who we are and also what has happened in the past. And so it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because if you're going off of what happened in the past, and the past is dictating how you feel about yourself, it is dictating the way that you think about yourself, and it's also dictating your actions. What's going to happen is I only feel as if I'm capable of this because that is what I produced in the past. I only think that I can produce this because that is what I've done in the past. And so I'm only going to take action congruent with this because that is what I've done in the past. And so when it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy and you continue to produce the same results that you've produced in the past. Whereas a champion says, I'm not focusing on what I've done in the past. I'm focusing on who I am becoming. And I am saying I am a champion. So I'm going to take on the identity right now of a champion. So what does a champion do? Even though when they look in the mirror, they may not look like the champion, even though they may look at their bank account and they don't have the champion resources at the moment, they say, that's okay. I'm going to take on the identity first and the results will catch up. So perhaps the best way for me to explain this is I have a past coaching client. Her name is Maud. Maud is basically an RN. She's a registered nurse, and she, most of her life, did not really work out. She was experiencing some health issues, and after experiencing the health issues, she went to go see her doctor, and the doctor said, in addition to us changing your diet, doing some other shifts, you do need to work out. She said, all right, fine. She went to the gym. When she got to the gym, she looked around at all the equipment in the gym. She didn't know what in the world to do with the majority of the equipment in the gym because she was not a person that normally worked out. Well, what happened is when she started working out in the gym, she clearly didn't know what she was doing. Someone in the gym who is a trainer walked up and said, hey, would you like some help? I can train you and help you out so that you can get your body in the right shape. So she started training with this trainer who really started helping her to push herself and learn some things. Well, what happened is the trainer said this. She said, I don't know if you understand this, but I'm looking at your body structure and everything. I believe that you can become a professional bodybuilder. That is what the trainer said to her. And what happened is she actually believed the personal trainer. And now, after she believed the personal trainer, She said to the personal trainer, okay, I believe this. You said it. That wasn't my goal. But now that I know that there's a possibility I can become a professional bodybuilder, what does the professional bodybuilder do? Right? So she took on the identity first before she had the results. So her body is still the regular body that she had, but she said, okay, from this point on, because this lady I believe in told me that I am a world-class bodybuilder. So at that moment, she took on the identity. And so she started saying, what does a world-class bodybuilder do? So the lady said, well, world-class bodybuilder works out this many times. This is the way that they work out. This is what they put in their body. This is what they don't put in their body. This is the amount of sleep that they get. This is the magazines that they subscribe to. These are the type of workouts that they commit to. These are the type of gear that they purchase. And so before she ever produced the results in her body, she took on the identity of a world-class bodybuilder. And Shay Brown, as God is my witness, I watched this lady, right, completely transform her body. Over 8 months, this lady completely transformed her body. She ended up entering an amateur bodybuilding competition. Mm-hmm. She actually won the competition, and now she is pro-level bodybuilder. Pro-level bodybuilder. She has a movement she's creating now called Madi Fit. Her name is Maud, but Shay, I gotta find a link so I could show you, because I want you. First of all, you're gonna see her physique, and you're gonna be blown away. Mm-hmm. But the issue is this: you needed to have seen before. I saw the transformation happen over 8 months, and somebody else is gonna say, well, once I have a body like you, then I'll start doing it. And they don't realize she took on the identity of a world-class bodybuilder way before she produced any of those results. And so champions take on the identity of a champion. So and that's why the association, the first part I told you is, how does a champion act? How does a champion think? What do champions do? What do they read? What do they not do? Right? You've got to take on the identity first of the champion, then do those things, and then the results will begin to produce themselves.
Man, I love it, Andy. I love your heart to give. I love your heart to serve. For everyone out there, you've been listening to the one and only Andy Henriquez, who showed up today, one, tell you about the components of storytelling, which is very, very important, but also for many of you, introduce you to learn your signature storytelling style. And that's very, very important. And Andy, I love the way you break down the story. I want to see the photo. You got to send something. We got to post that in the group. You're going to have to find that link and get that over to me.
Yes.
Here's what I like to do. For those folks that are out there that are already registering for www.comebackchampionsummit.com, Andy be going into much more detail. You have a chance to get the training. Make sure before you go to training, make sure you take the signature selling style questionnaire. Less than a couple of minutes, you at least know what you may not have known before you started. So then when you show up and you're there, you can say, this is my style. This is the type of stories I need. How do I weave that in? Andy, I want to say thank you so much for giving us your time. I know one thing you can do is you can always make more money, but you can't make more time. And I want to turn over you to kind of close us out. One of the things I love about you is you give. Connect with Andy on social media. For those folks that downloaded the survey, go over there and let Andy know, hey, I downloaded it. If you got questions, unlock the gift. Make sure you watch the videos. It's not often that you get an opportunity to learn something about yourself through self-reflection that allows you to get better as a human being before you get better as an entrepreneur. And isn't that what we all want at the end of the day first? To better ourselves so we can better other folks. Andy, over to you, man. Thanks a lot for being here, man. We appreciate it. Can't wait to connect with you over at comebackchampionsummit.com. Give it to you to have your closing thoughts to give us the
fantastic. So, we're the theme is really about, being a champion. And so once again, I want to close out with what I believe is really the AAA factor to becoming a champion. The first A is there's got to be awareness. You got to be aware of the fact that there is a champion that is inside of you. Now, whether you have seen glimpses of that champion, whether you're saying to yourself, Andy, I know I'm a champion, man. I produce champion level results. Or even if you're that person, you're saying, Andy, man, if you knew my life, I'm telling you, there's no way you could say I'm a champion. I'm telling you right now that there is a champion inside of you. There has to be some level of awareness. You have to accept that as being true, not for just other people, but you have to accept that as being true for you. So there's got to be some level of awareness that that champion has to be awakened. That champion has to be developed. So the first thing is awareness. The second part that I told you, the next A, is this: association. I need you to be very mindful of who are you surrounding yourself with? Who are you spending the majority of your day on the phone with? Who are you having conversations with? Champions surround themselves with other champions. It's part of the reason why you're part of this community of Champion Nation. It's part of the reason why you are connected with Shay Brown. But I'm telling you to be very vigilant and be mindful of who do you have yourself around? Who are you associated with? Because we've heard it over and over again. Oftentimes we can tell so much about you by just assessing who your 5 closest friends are and who you are spending the most amount of time with. And the third part is this: champions take action, champion level action. You know, it's not good enough to just take small action. You got to take massive action. Part of massive action is making sure that you're part of the summit. The other part of action is finding out what are the tools, what are the things you need to take advantage of, and invest in yourself. Part of taking action is paying it forward, putting yourself out there, right? Champions take massive action. I believe if you understand those triple A factors: awareness, right, association, and taking action, you'll begin to start shifting your identity, and you'll be able to embrace that champion that's already within you. And so I'm personally looking forward to those of you that are going to be joining us for the upcoming summit. As Shay said earlier, make sure, if you haven't already done so, take advantage of my storyteller style quiz. Remember, you text the word story to 954-278-3701. But don't just take advantage of the quiz. Make sure that you also take advantage of the bonus training. Champion Nation, happy entrepreneur community, I am humbled and honored to spend this time with you. I'm looking forward to all of you that are going to be joining us for the summit. If you haven't already registered, make sure that you do. God bless you, everybody, and we'll be talking to you soon.
Thanks a lot. With that being said, my name is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur. Make it a great day, everyone, and I promise you from the bottom of my heart, we'll make some good things happen. We connect again next time. Remember, time is long, so very, very long. Life, on the other hand, is very, very short. So you've got to live in the moment, and you got to make it count. God bless, and we'll see you later. Thanks a lot, Andy, man. You rock. Thank all of y'all.
All right,
bye-bye.
Man. Appreciate it.
We're out of here. Promise I made to my mom. I only did this message for one person, and that's my mom. This is for you, Mom. Love you. My name is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur. Make it a great day, everyone. Woo-hoo! Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Shay Brown.
Mic check, mic check.
All I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up.
Yes. Yeah.
And they stay there. And they stay there, and they stay there. Cause all I do is win. Yeah.
Thank you. God bless.
My name is Kareem Ellis, speaker, teacher, trainer, breakthrough strategist. And today I want to talk to you about something that's very near and dear to my heart. I want to talk to you about something that I call GPS My Success. That's right, you heard it. GPS My Success. Now, I'm sure you're wondering, why in the world am I talking to you about a GPS? And this is what my firm belief is. I believe that a GPS is the world's greatest vision machine. That means you give a GPS an address. Its sole job, its sole purpose, the only thing it's designed to do is show you how to get from where you are to where you want to be. And so the question I want to ask you right here in in the year 2020, in a year of total setback with Corona, with leadership that's amok, with jobs that have had people let go across the country, whether you've been deemed essential or non-essential. I want to ask you one thing. What is your vision? What is the thing that you should be chasing in this season that you may have temporarily put down because you couldn't see clear to the finish line? See, for the next 20 minutes or so, I'm going to go over concepts from this best-selling book, GPS My Success, and hopes that it does one thing and one thing only, that it sets the stage for you to conquer and dominate as we jump forward into the year 2021. So let's jump inside this thing real quick, right? So here's a question for you. Why do you think most people fail to achieve vision? Why do you think? Just say it out loud, no matter where you are, just say out loud why you think the number one reason why most people fail to achieve vision in their life. Oh, I see you thinking. I can see the light bulbs going off over your head. Check this out. I read a study about 3 years ago where they took 100 people, put them in a room, and they asked them what their New Year's resolutions were. And every single person gave something of substance that they wanted to achieve that current year. Guess how long it took for most people to fold on that goal and dream? Just take a wild guess. Most people threw away their goal and dream no later than the end of the month of February. We're talking less than 60 days from when that goal and dream was announced that they threw in the towel. So here's the other question I have for you. Why do you think people walked away from it? Let me help you out in lieu of time. Distractions. Most people walk away from their goals and dreams not because they lack the education, not because they lack the knowledge, not because they lack the money, not because they lack the coach or the mentor. Most people walk away from their goals and dreams because they are fighting distractions. Every single day from the time you wake up to the time you lay down, you fight distractions. So that's the first reason why it's so important that you get in the habit of putting an address inside your life's GPS, because everything starts with vision. One of my favorite scriptures in the book of life says, write the vision and make it plain. And we're going to jump on that in a second, because plain means clarity. That means it's hard to chase a goal and dream if you're not clear about where you're going. But the other scripture I love so much is without a vision, the people perish. Without a vision, people perish. That means that right here, right now, there should be something of substance that you are focused on. Something you should be going after on a regular basis. That means when you were put here on this planet, there is something that you've been assigned to accomplish and do. And that, my friend, is what should go inside your life's GPS. So number one, everything starts with vision. The question being is, what address is inside your life's GPS? Where do you want to go? Because whether you know it or not, the address you put inside your life's GPS will ultimately determine the destination that you arrive at. The second thing I want to talk about is moving with clarity. And I said a little bit earlier, you know, when I made the concept about clarity, writing the vision and making it plain, it's almost impossible for you to hit a goal and dream if you don't know what you're going after. It is almost impossible for you to hit a goal and dream and not know what you're going after. Let me give you a prime example. Let's say that I want to travel from my house to downtown Cincinnati, where I live at, and I get on the highway, right? And the highway, you know, the GPS begins to give me instructions as I'm driving down the highway. So the GPS says when you pull off your street, you're going to make a right. You're going to go down to the highway entrance ramp on Ronald Reagan. You're going to turn right, and then you're going to drive down Ronald Reagan for 2 minutes. No, take it back, time out, flag on the play. You're going to drive for 5 minutes. Then you're going to get in your right-hand lane. And then when you see the exit, I want you to hop back over to your left-hand lane. Now, I want you to stay in the left-hand lane for 5 minutes. No, 6 minutes. And then I want you to get in the left-hand lane. And then when you come to the fork in the road, I want you to pull off to the side and just kind of hang there. I mean, think about it. What I gave you sounded so absolutely ludicrous that if your GPS gave you instructions as confusing as that, chances are you take the GPS, hurl it out the window, and take your butt back home. Why? Because it's hard to make moves on great things when you don't know where you're going. Clarity is always key. See, the thing I love so much about my GPS, it gives me instructions not only in real time, but it gives them to me with dynamic clarity. In other words, the instructions that I'm expecting to get is pull off your street, make a right, get on Ronald Reagan Highway, stay in the right-hand lane for 3 minutes. Then you're going to make a right on the 75 South. You're going to ride 75 South for 22 minutes, get in your left-hand lane. At exit 15, we want you to pull off, make a left, and then boom, you're downtown. Do you see how crystal clear those instructions are? So clear that even the dumbest person could follow these instructions and get some sort of desired result. So the question I have for you is this. For you out there that say, man, I know where I want to go. I got an address in my GPS. My goal is to build this business. My goal is to climb the corporate ladder. My job is to get this nonprofit off the ground. My job is to buy my first home. Or if I'm in real estate, my job is to buy my 50th home or that commercial unit. I get all that. I see that you have an address locked inside your GPS. But here's the question. How clear are you right now on the instructions of what you need to do to make that a reality? Because the opposite of clarity is confusion. I'm going to say that again. The opposite of clarity is confusion. And the real reason why a lot of people don't achieve dynamic results in their life, they spend their time wandering from destination to destination merely out of confusion. So number two is, how clear are you about what you're going after? One of the reasons I was able to explode my business, both in the speaking industry and in the real estate world, I got very clear on a couple key things. Number one, who's my core audience? What's my message? What's my topic? Who do I talk to? Those things helped me get really, really focused on what was important to create dynamic results. So you don't want to think wide on this. You want to think specific. You want to think detail as far as what the opportunity is you're going after. The second thing is this: the more clear you are about what it is you want, the better you will be at understanding the opportunities that help you get closer to your finish line. Every single day you wake up, there's an opportunity sitting in front of you. The people to take advantage of it are those that are clear about what their goal and dream is. They can take a look at that opportunity, not look twice, and understand this is a seed needed in my structure to get me to my financial finish line. So you have to be willing to move with clarity. Let's talk about the third step here: connectability versus dead zones. Now, I'm going to go over very quickly how a GPS works, okay? Because I just want to make sure we're all on the same page with this, right? So when I give a GPS an address, a couple things take place. Number one, the GPS will locate a local cell phone tower. It'll ping it out. That cell phone tower begins to broadcast into outer space, a satellite hovering above, to figure out the instructions of where I'm trying to get to. So as long as I got that trifecta connection going on, where my GPS is connected to the cell phone tower and the tower is connected to the satellite, I will have instructions anywhere I want to go in real time. So several years ago, I had an individual reach out to me, wanted me to do a keynote for a major local conference here in Ohio. And I gotta tell you something, for the amount of money he was wanting to pay, I had no problem with it whatsoever. The issue was this: the gentleman was a little bit old-fashioned. When I say old-fashioned, I don't mean that he was like 80 years old. Old-fashioned means that he did stuff the old school way. He didn't want to just have a contract emailed over. He didn't just want to do text messages. He physically wanted me to come into his office downtown, meet with him face-to-face, sit down, shake on terms, and sign paperwork. A little bit different from what a lot of us speakers are used to now. But again, like I said, for the amount of money he wanted to pay, hey, a brother had no problem with this. So I remember setting my alarm clock for 8 o'clock in the morning. Got dressed, put on a nice suit, first impressions are everything, got on the road. I simply forgot about rush hour traffic in the morning because it's been so long as an entrepreneur since I've been in rush hour traffic. I've been an entrepreneur for close to 20 years. And so as I got in rush hour traffic and I got closer to my destination, guys, I'm watching the road, but I'm watching my GPS. I'm watching the road, but I'm watching my GPS. I'm watching the road, and I'm watching my GPS, and out of nowhere, it hits me. I'm talking about a dead zone. Now, let me explain this to you, because I want to make sure you don't miss this, right? Here in Cincinnati, Ohio, we have a couple places that we call dead zones. There are locations where I can have a signal at 1 second, but the moment I cross into this little zone, the signal drops. I lose connection from the satellite tower, from the cell phone tower to the satellite above. And in that moment, you're literally driving blind. So in this situation, I'm driving. My GPS is telling me that I'm literally 4 minutes away from my turnoff, and then I hit this dead zone. And before I know it, I go barreling past my exit ramp, having to speed all the way around the city so I can make my good impression by getting there on time to secure the speaking engagement. And I got to say something. I was blessed with favor. I did make it there on time, but let's divulge into comfort zones and dead zones, because again, or connectability and dead zones, because again, this is so pertinent and key to you setting the address and moving with clarity and getting to the next stage of the race. Number one, who are you connecting with in this season? Simple question. Who are you connecting with in this season? What I have learned in my journey through success over the last 20 years is that your goal and dream will always be bigger than just you. Facts about it. If it's a God-inspired dream, if it's a God-built dream, it's going to be designed that there's no way in the world you can pull it off on your own. So at some stage in this race, you are going to have to connect with people. The issue being is, are you connecting properly, and do you know who you need to connect with? So in my journey, because I can only talk about me at this stage, some of the people I have to connect with, number one, I said it earlier, God. There is a spiritual background here in front of the camera, obviously. There's been stages in the game where GPS didn't stand for Global Positioning System. It stood for God Positioning System. There have been some stages of the game where I have driven and I have gotten lost on my pathway. I would love to say that it has been 100% an enjoyable ride to get here. I've been in situations and circumstances where friends have walked away, doors have been shut. As my mentor, Les Brown, says, there's been opportunities taken away from me because I didn't have the complexion of connection. I have seen it all to the full. But I can proudly say, and I can say with a smile on my face, I can proudly say there have been situations where Global Positioning System had to be replaced with God Positioning System, where I've had to hit my knees and close my eyes and pray for direction, guidance, and wisdom to see the next leg of the race. Sometimes connectability has been mentors and teachers. Obviously, I said Les Brown, 20 years in the game, you have a lot of folks you come across that have poured into your cup, right? What I've learned is this: if you want to be successful and get that goal and dream off the ground, if you want to get on the superhighway and GPS your success, you need to instinctively be trying to figure out right here, right now, who is my mentor? Who's the person I'm supposed to be learning from? Who's the person who's been there, done that, got the t-shirt, got the coffee mug, got the victories, and most importantly, got the setbacks and defeats? Because I want to tell you something right now. You will learn more from somebody's setbacks and defeats than their victories all day long. See, the beautiful thing about a mentor, and I'm going to use an analogy that's going to really date me, right? I'm a kid from the 80s. And so in the 80s, one of the things that was the local joy was the Nintendo Entertainment Center. I remember when Nintendo was the it toy of Christmas and it swept the country, right? And Nintendo came with 2 games off the bat. It came with Duck Hunt and it came with Super Mario Brothers. And the thing that I love so much about Super Mario Brothers was I was the first kid in the block to beat this game. I was the first kid in my neighborhood to beat this game. I remember having a little bit of controversy on how good I was at the game. And so I sat down with 10 of my peers and I beat the game in literally about 25 minutes. And let me explain to you how I did it. In the game Super Mario Brothers, there are things called warp zones. I want you to stick with me. I don't want to lose you on this. There are things called warp zones, and warp zones let you skip levels or let you skip worlds. So I can start up on board 1, go to board 2, find the warp zone, warp to board 4, then find the warp zone, warp to board 7, go to board 8, and then that's how you beat the game very, very quickly. When you find the right mentor, the one who's been there, done that, got the coffee mug, the t-shirt, the victories and the losses, that is your personal God-inspired warp zone. When people ask me how I got success so quick and so fast, I set the vision, I figured out the strategy I was going to use, and then I found the mentor, the individual who can show me how to apply that information quicker and faster. So in connecting, who's your mentor in this season? The third thing I want to talk about is accountability partners. And it's amazing how many people I run across and they have no one holding them accountable on a day-to-day basis for going after goals, achieving results, and just basically sticking your foot to the fire and hanging in there. Raise your hand where you are right now if you have ever held a job where you were not the boss. You answered to somebody. Somebody signed your paycheck. Raise your hand, okay? I want you to understand something, that in almost every job, there's an accountability partner called upper management. You heard me right. There's an accountability partner called upper management. The last corporate job I had someone I answered to. I had a set of tools and tasks to do daily, and they would evaluate me on that. And if I did not get my job done on a daily basis, there was accountability for it. It may be a verbal conversation. It may be a write-up, a couple write-ups. It may be remedial training, or maybe we're going to let you go. So who's holding you accountable for the address you put inside your life GPS as we get ready to shift from 2020 to 2021? Here's my hint for you, okay? Whoever's going to hold you accountable should have vested interest in your success. Don't just pick somebody because they're friends with you. Don't just pick somebody because you like the same sports or the same singer. Pick somebody who has vested interest and wanting to see you win, okay? The next thing I think you should have in your connectability factor should be your peers. Who are you hanging with? Jim Rohn said it best. He said, your life will mirror that of the 5 people you hang with the most. Look, 5. 5 of them. That's all you get. You 5. So who are you hanging with? There's a point in time when I knew I wanted out of corporate America and I want to jump over to the entrepreneurial place and space that I had to fire folks quickly. I live by a creed where I say that I'm the CEO of my life. I reserve the right to hire and fire as necessary. That means if I think in any way, shape, or form you're getting ready to slow me down or hold me back, I will let you go. You'll be gone before the pink slip hits the floor. So who's in your top 5 in this season? Who are the folks that's doing the very thing that you're designed to do where they can encourage you? Because like encourages like. And then last but not least, I want to talk about the concept of mentoring. We talked about finding someone to mentor you. We didn't talk about mentoring. One of the ways that my connectability level has gone through the roof, I've learned to mentor other people. I have learned to take my wisdom, my accumulated knowledge, my gift, my talent, a little bit of my pizzazz and that pretty smile, and I poured that out on other people that have been less fortunate. I live by a creed again where I tell people that a seed reproduces after its own kind. That means in the course of my journey through life, from when I start to when I finish, I'm going to draw people to me that look like me, that act like me, that talk like me, that may walk like me, because a seed is represented by other seeds that look just like it. So in this season, based on what your skill set is, what your knowledge is, what you're sitting on, how often are you taking that well of knowledge and pouring that out into other people? See, the problem with most of us, we want other people to pour into us, but you understand that with any glass, eventually there's a level that it spills over. A glass can only hold so much. You, my friend, can only hold so much accumulated knowledge and wisdom before it spills out and becomes waste. So what I've learned to do is if I take the value called Kareem Ray Ellis and I pour it out into other people's cups, what happens is I begin to fill their cup, but at the same time, mine's lowers down so other folks, other individuals of greatness can begin to pour into me. Listen, I'm giving you something right now, okay? So we talked about connectability. Let's talk about those dreaded dead zones, because this is what sticks a lot of people when they try to GPS their success. So here's the question for you. I told you how dead zones work. Dead zones are environments, areas where if you're talking on your cell phone and you get in the elevator, you lose the signal. You drive into a parking garage, you lose the signal. Where are your dead zones right now? 2020 has been a year full of nothing but dead zones, right? I mean, it's like every month a new dead zone pops up. So what's your dead zones? Again, going to my life and what I've seen, some of my dead zones have been friends and family. I got to see, in the speaking business, we have something we call a pregnant pause. Well, we got to pause for a second just to let you digest what was said, let you chew the fat and the gristle a little bit. You heard me right. For some of you, your dead zones in this season going to be both your family and your friends. Because they blood doesn't mean they have your best interests at heart, okay? What I've come to learn is, and this is biblical, Cain slew Abel. Even in The Bodyguard, Whitney Houston's sister put a hired hit out on her. So just because y'all blood don't mean that y'all gonna be family at the end of the day. It doesn't mean they got your best interest at heart. That means with some of you, you gotta be protective over telling people what address is inside your GPS. You can't let everybody know what's going on. I tell people all the time on life's football field, the only people that know the play that's being called inside the offensive huddle is the team members as part of the team. You can't tell everybody your business because some of these folks don't want to see you win. So some of you, your dead zones are family and friends. For some of you, your dead zone is the job. J-O-B, just over broke. I tell people the 3 most important days of your life is the day you're born, the day you discover why, and the day you decide to walk in it. For some of you, what's stopping you from walking in your God-given gift and calling is that J-O-B. I've spent so much time on this degree. I've had so many people show up to watch me walk across the stage. I've been doing this for 10 years. The more time you have invested in something, the harder it is to walk away from it. The more time you have invested in something, the harder it is to walk away from it. Now, don't you report to this post saying Kareem told me, he got me all inspired, told me to quit my job. I never told you that. But I'm letting you know that sometimes the job can be the dead zone. On my end, I was given 40 hours a week to this job. And so I had to figure out how to take those 40 hours back and put those 40 hours behind my goal and my dream, because whatever you water is what's going to grow. If you spending 40 hours watering seeds that don't belong to you, don't expect or be obligated or feel like you're supposed to get fruit off that tree. That's not your seed. You just been watering it for somebody else. For some of you, the dead zones are going to be organizations, education, and environment. And let me break this down very quickly. When I say organizations, in the last 3 years, I have probably divorced. You heard me right. I have probably divorced about 30 organizations. And the reason why is because I was growing with the organization at one point in time. Then I noticed my growth potential stopped. There was a stage in the game where I'm like, I'm walking out of here and I've high-fived everyone in the room. I passed around a few business cards, but I haven't learned any new knowledge in a long time. Do you know how you can tell when a tree is dead? It stops growing. It's simple. It's not a mystery. It's not a riddle. When a tree stops growing, it's pretty much dead, okay? With some of these organizations, I believe some of you may belong to, if you haven't seen any growth on your branches, if you have not been bearing good fruit in a season, you need to check and see whether or not you need to continue to show up and belong to this organization, because your job is to grow and grow dynamically in this season. The second thing I said is education. And I'm going to tell you this out of a spirit of love, because as a kid growing up, we always heard the commercials that a mind is a terrible thing to waste, right? I'm a Napoleon Hill fan. I grew up on Napoleon Hill. I teach a lot of Napoleon Hill principles. Education is not the key thing that's going to get you to your finish line. I don't care what the grade system told you, because let's be honest about it. From kindergarten to 12th grade, you had no say over what you were taught when you sat there for 8 hours. The curriculum you had to learn and you had to regurgitate, because all you did was memory and spit back out. You had no say over what you received from kindergarten to 12th grade. You sat back and ate it up. So it's not education per se that gets you to your fantastic finish line. No, what gets you to your fantastic finish line is specialized education, or what we call dominant motivational speaker, breakthrough strategist. I spent all my time studying that field. So I know everything about it, in, out, up, down, forwards, backwards, around. Specialized knowledge. When I want to crush it in the real estate industry, know how to flip houses and rehab, I spent my time focused on specialized information and knowledge. Here's a question for you. For the address that you put into your life's GPS at the beginning of this presentation, how much specialized knowledge have you been gobbling up on a regular basis? What you ingest is what you're going to show. What you ingest, what you eat is what you're going to show. In this stage of the game, I'm sitting here with some beautiful six-pack abs, courtesy of keto, but it's also diet. What goes in is what's going to show up on the outside. So I can go to the gym all day long, but until I change what goes in my diet, nothing else is going to matter. If you are telling me that you want to be successful in this season and you want to see that address in the GPS manifest, what specialized knowledge education are you eating? Or are you spending your time acquiring knowledge that is really a dead zone? Because a lot of people are guilty of getting knowledge they can't do anything with. And the last thing I talked about was environment. And let me be clear on this. Seeds are not designed to grow everywhere. That's that pregnant pause again. Seeds are not designed to grow everywhere. If I take a seed, right, and I plant it in 3 different locations, if I plant one right here in Cincinnati, Ohio, if I plant one in the Mojave Desert, and I plant one in the North Pole, out of those 3 strategic locations, that seed is only going to grow in one of them. It's not going to be the North Pole. There's no way in the world that climate is going to be conducive to the growth of that seed. And if I take that seed and plant it in the Mojave Desert, unless I'm planting a cactus, that seed typically is not going to grow. Again, the climate's not conducive, not enough water. But if I plant it right here in Cincinnati, Ohio, where I know that even though we have a little bit of bipolar weather, you know, typically it's on point. I mean, typically it's going to grow and manifest. It has to be the right environment. You, my friend, whether you know it or not, you are walking, talking, living seed. But guess what? You don't produce a harvest. You don't produce fruit. You don't give up your inner greatness until you are planted in the right environment. Some of you are talking about goals and dreams that you want, and you're never going to see them. Why? Because you planted out in the Mojave Desert where you're never going to sprout. That, my friend, is a dead zone. In order for me to be in front of you right now, I had to be willing to get my hands a little dirty, dig up the seed called Kareem Ray Ellis, and replant him in the proper soil. So is that a dead zone for you right now? Let's hop on here, guys. Let's move forward. Let's talk about dealing with distractions. Now, one of the things I want you to know about me is I am a Porsche enthusiast. I have been in love with Porsche cars and convertibles since 1984. It's kind of odd I'm sitting here doing this because I'm holding one of my favorite toys from childhood. It's a Transformer by the name of Jazz. And as you can see, he's a Porsche. And when I saw this cartoon and saw that car, I fell in love with it. So you couldn't tell me anything. I knew at some stage of the game I was going to own a Porsche. And so we're working on getting Porsche number 4 now. But I remember when I got Porsche number 2. And she was absolute beauty. She's white on blue. I name my cars. I'm that guy. I name my cars, right? So this one here, I call her the White Lotus. And when I got her the week of one of my good friends' birthdays. He was gonna have this blowout birthday party at the end of the week. And I didn't want to tell him I got the car. I just wanted to show up at the party around 5, 6 o'clock when all the guests were showing up, top down, Louis on, music thumping, and just show out and just stun the crowd, right? And so I started my day around 3 o'clock. Took my car to a local detailer, shelled out some cash, got the car professionally detailed. I mean, I had my baby girl just looking like new money. I mean, she was sparkling. She was sharp. I'm on the street driving, getting honks and waves from people. And so I jump on the highway to make my way towards my buddy's birthday party. As I'm driving on the highway, enjoying the wind in my face, this cherry red Mustang comes barreling onto the freeway. Missed my baby by feet. I mean, I slammed my brakes on. I was a little bit irritated because I'm protective of my cars. As I'm driving behind this Mustang, I noticed there's 4 kids in the car. 2 in the front, 2 in the back, and the 2 in the back are horse playing, shadow boxing, slapping each other, playing games. And I'm thinking to myself how dangerous that is because, you know, they could distract the driver. Driving behind them for about 5, 6, 7 minutes. The kid in the back seat has this giant Guzzler cup Slurpee. He decides he no longer wants it. So at about 70 miles per hour, he decides to hurl this Slurpee out the window. Now, I know what he was thinking, right? I know exactly what he's thinking. He was thinking he could throw that cup out the window with enough velocity that it's going to land safely on the side of the road. Unfortunately, this young knucklehead didn't understand the law of physics. See, what happened was this. The cup hit the wind caught the lid, and in a matter of about 0.3 seconds, my brand new white and blue Porsche convertible was covered in nothing but purple, sticky Slurpee. Now, told you guys I'm a religious man. I love the Lord. Go Team Jesus. But all religion went out the window that day. I chased these kids from Cincinnati, Ohio, across state lines deep into the heart of Kentucky. It was like watching a Michael Bay film. It was like filming Bad Boys 5. We were weaving around semi-trucks, and I'm throwing up all types of sign language with my fingers I shouldn't be doing. They looking back over their shoulder like, he's gaining on us, he's gaining on us. I mean, we weaving and honking, cars are slowing down. Next thing I know, the GPS said, welcome to Kentucky. I mean, I was in such a furious state. All I wanted to do was hurt these kids. You ever been in a situation where you were so mad that you start talking to yourself and answering yourself? I mean, I had a full-blown conversation going where my reasonable self was in the back seat saying, you got to let them go. And I was telling my reasonable self, no, we can bury the bodies. I know a couple of deep creeks. No one will ever know. And then finally, sanity settled in. And I decided to let those kids go. Pulled off to the side of the road to gather my thoughts as I watched them drive into the distance and get smaller and smaller and smaller. Look down at the clock. Clock says it's 6:45. I've been chasing these kids for about a good 45, 50 minutes. So I was supposed to get at the party by 6, just to show out in front of everybody. 45 minutes past my deadline, and I'm about a good 40, 50 minutes out. So here's the dilemma. Do I go to the party late, or do I call it quits and go back home? Do I go to the party late, or do I call it quits and go back home? I was so frustrated over what just took place and looking at my car and all the Slurpee and the bugs, I decided I was going to go back home. Problem was, I didn't know where the heck I was in Kentucky. So I put my home address inside my GPS. Something powerful took place. As I went to put the address in, the GPS kept saying recalculating, 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 recalculating. See, even though I allowed these young knuckleheaded kids to distract me and take me off the beaten course of where I was trying to get to, the GPS never gave up on the original intended address that I put inside of it at the beginning of the journey. It never gave up on it. It was still trying to figure out how to get me to my appointed destination. See, this is what I know. Life has a way of showing up and just happening. Facts about it, this year has been full of events that have just shown up, knocked on your door without permission, and just happened. You know, I remember back in 2015 where I tried to break up a domestic dispute and didn't realize the young man had a 9mm tucked behind his waist, and he let off a round, and that round struck me directly in my right kneecap, and I didn't ask for that. 9 months of painful, excruciating physical therapy. All the muscle in my right leg disappeared in 2 to 3 days. Everything I had planned for the year, the speaking engagements, had to be either postponed or done virtually. And I was left with post-traumatic stress disorder, trying to figure out how mankind could be so cruel. I'm out here trying to better humanity, and humanity just gave me its worst. For some of you, life knocked on your door and told you you got a terminal illness, or a close family member has a terminal illness. You didn't ask for it. For some of you, your job let you go. They told you you were non-essential. You're trying to figure out how to scrape together $1,200 a month to make your ends meet this month. And you didn't ask for that. Some of you got kids out here that are acting like they've lost their mind. They're out here wilding out, acting a total fool. For others, you're going through relationship challenges, separations, possible divorces. And though you want to fix the situation, you want to change the circumstances, they're not hearing that right now. And in the back of your mind, you didn't ask for it. Here's a question I have for you. When life shows up on your doorstep and gives you something you didn't ask for, will you voluntarily make the decision to go back home, call it quits, pack it in? Or will you allow yourself to recalculate to get to your fantastic finish? See, I don't know you, but here's something I know about you. I know you're watching this right now because I know it's your desire to finish the race and finish the race strong. The question is, are you willing to understand that there's more than one way to get to your finish line? See, what I end up doing when I thought about it good and hard, and I saw that GPS say recalculate, I decided to go ahead and make my way to the party. I found me a very cheap car wash to get the Slurpee off, put gas in the car because driving 70 miles per hour, 80 miles per hour for 40 minutes to burn through gas quickly. And I showed up at the party and I just reverse engineered the plot. I just made sure when the party ended at midnight, I was the first out there to kind of welcome everybody to seeing my new whip, my new ride. Are you willing to recalculate in this season? Bruce Lee said it best. He said, be formless like water. If you pour water down the side of a mountain, water will find the quickest, easiest way to get to the finish line. So what your business didn't take off in the season? There are other ways to get your business to the finish line. So what things have been shut down and money is tight? Money is an idea. You are one idea away from anything that you want, but you have to give birth to it. What's your gift? What's your talent? What's your expertise? What are you sitting on right now that the Almighty has given to you for a time and a season such as this? Are you willing to recalculate? And then last but not least, let's talk about, are you loyal? Now, a good friend of mine got caught cheating on his wife a few years ago. And I'm just going to very randomly ask for you to say out loud how you think this man got caught. Nope. 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 I see you guessing. Yo, nope. Let me just solve it for you real quick in lieu of time. Let me just solve it for you. Guys, the whole thing is about a GPS. He got caught with his GPS. Let me explain this to you, right? So this friend of mine works at a job that never gives overtime. And when I say never, I mean it never gives overtime. So out of nowhere, he comes home to his wife and says, honey, we just landed this new client. They have mandatory overtime, company-wide, mandatory overtime. So for the next 3-4 months, there's going to be some days I come home late. There's going to be some weekends I'm going to be gone for most of the weekend. And she loved her husband so much, she never thought anything about it. She just thought, okay, well, we could use the extra income. Now, here's the thing. He worked, she didn't. They have 2 vehicles. They have an SUV, they have a four-door sedan, and it's not like there's claim of the vehicle per se. It's what I call usage. So in other words, whoever takes the car in the morning, it really depends on the usage need of the car. So for the last 3 to 4 weeks, he's been taking the family SUV. Out of nowhere, he switches up and he takes the four-door sedan, leaving the SUV in the garage. Now, let me tell you a little something about the wife. Wife, like I said earlier, didn't work, but she had a hobby. Her hobby was going to little small antique stores around town. And there was this one antique store she loved so much. She'd only been one time, and it was about 3 or 4 months ago. But for the life of her, she couldn't remember the name of this place. She couldn't remember. She called up all her friends who was into the hobby and said, do you remember that place? You remember the name? I know it's out of town zone, but I can't figure it out. They didn't know. She was trying to Google it at random. She couldn't figure it out. And so finally she had an epiphany moment. She said, I know what I'll do. I'll get in the car and I'll check the GPS. Because last time I went, I put the address inside the GPS. Jumps in the car, starts the engine, pulls up the GPS, accesses the history log. And sure enough, it is sitting right there. Sure enough, it is sitting right there, along with a lot of addresses that she's never seen before. See, there were some addresses to some real expensive, nice date type restaurants that popped up in that GPS history log, and she knew she had never been there. There are a couple of fun places, movie theaters, putt, golf, date night type things, addresses, locations that popped up, and she definitely knew she hadn't been there. And if you haven't figured it out by now, there are a couple of nice, expensive hotels that popped up, and she definitely knew she hadn't been there. Now, I'm not telling you this for you to get off of this keynote presentation and say, I heard this powerful speaker by the name of Kareem Ellis, and he taught me how to catch my man cheating one-on-one. That is not the reason why I'm giving you this. What I'm saying to you is simply this. If I was to step through this screen right now, right into wherever you are, office, home, work, car, and I were to ask you to give me your life's GPS so I could take a look at your history log, what I find that you've been cheating on your goals and dreams with everybody else's agenda. See, it's not that most people don't achieve their goals and dreams because they don't put an address in the GPS. It's not that most people don't achieve their goals and dreams because they don't know how to move with clarity versus confusion. It's not that people don't know how to make the right connections or dodge those dreaded dead zones. It's not even that people don't know how to recalculate. The number one reason why people don't achieve their goals and dreams, they spend all their time cheating on their goals and dreams with everybody else's agenda. How often are you checking your history log? How often are you taking a look to see the places you've been? Because as a coach, as a mentor, as a breakthrough strategist, I'll tell you one thing. If I can check your history log and see where you've been, it gives me a great indication of where you're going to go. Let's do a quick recap, guys. We bring this thing to a solid close. Number one, I told you, set the address. In order for you to achieve great things, you have to set an address inside your GPS. Don't get up telling me what you're going to do if you're not going to focus on putting an address inside a GPS. A GPS only focuses on one address at a time. I put up 2 fingers. Let's flip that around. I don't confuse anybody. One address at a time. The GPS on my phone, on all my technology, is the dominant application. That means I can have Facebook, LinkedIn, I can have Snapchat, email. I can have all these apps up and be on the phone talking, and my GPS will be the dominant application. It will interrupt everything to let me know where I am en route to my journey. Put the address inside your life's GPS. Let it be the dominant application. That's number one. Number two, I encourage you to move with clarity. It's hard for you to go after what you can't see. It is hard for you to go after what you can't see. The goal for you is to charge your subconscious mind with a thought of clarity, meaning that I know exactly what it is I want. I know exactly what I'm going after. So when that opportunity pops up, I simply move. Number three, we talked about connections versus dead zones. That GPS works on being connected. So in this season, who do you strategically need to connect with to get you to the finish line? Who are the coaches? Who are the mentors? Who are the organizations? What level of education? What do you need to connect with that's going to make a solid approach to your fantastic finish line? And more importantly, who, what, and where are the dead zones in your life right now? That when you enter that dead zone, you lose your signal, you lose your way. all of a sudden you start dropping bars and you can't communicate right and you lose focus over what's important, what you should be working on this weekend because you want to go hang out with the fellas or hang out with the girls. The fourth thing I talked about is be willing to recalculate. When life shows up on your doorstep like it does to every one of us and gives you something you didn't ask for, you have a responsibility to your destiny to send that thing back and stay focused and understand that there's more than one way to make it to your finish line. And last but not least, I encourage you to check your history log on a regular basis. That the number one reason why people don't achieve success, they spend all their time cheating on their goals and dreams with everybody else's agenda. Guys, if you take the information I gave to you and you apply it on a regular basis and you honor this word and you move forward promptly, you have no problem hearing these powerful words.
Have arrived at your destination.
Guys, my name's Kareem Ellis. I want to thank you so much for attending this powerful keynote. If you want more insight, go to Amazon, pick up a copy of the book, GPS My Success. You guys be blessed.
Several years ago, I remember going through one of the most difficult things that I ever had to endure, and that was going through my own divorce. And it's not one of those things that you ever think you're going to go through. You don't go into a marriage thinking, hey, I hope I have a plan B, right? And for some of you out there listening to this, you might have gone through that same journey. And I share that with you because at that same time, it was the last financial crisis. So not only did I lose my marriage, I lost my home, I lost so many different things. I lost my dignity, and I lost a lot of wealth and assets and things like that. And so I share that because I know right now during this COVID period, it's very difficult for some of you out there. Some of you have been able to thrive. Some of you are very confused, don't know what to do. And some of you are just taking it day by day. And so I want to say thank you for joining me and the other speakers here at the Comeback Champion Summit. And today I'm going to talk about recovering from a financial setback. And so thank you for being here again. My name is Jen Fontanilla. I am a certified money coach. I'm a former financial advisor. I'm a speaker and an author of 6 books. And I'm just thrilled to be here with you to impart some wisdom, hopefully some inspiration, and just kind of help all of us get through this period as we finish out this last quarter of 2020. I know some of you are just like, yes, let's just get on to 2021. And so, in pre-COVID, we were in a world where, we just never thought that this was going to happen. Sure, we've had financial markets crash. Sure, there's been different things that happened over the years. But never in our wildest dreams, I'm sure you can agree with me, did we ever think that there was going to be a global pandemic. I know surely not in our lifetime. I know that there's been some in the past. Obviously, we know about the Spanish flu, but it's just not one of those things where we thought, oh my goodness, this is actually going to happen. I with everything going on, I'm here in Southern California. And so in my part of the world, we're dealing with fires. And, it just seems like there's always something coming up nowadays. And, we had our own lives before. And so here we are in the middle of, the quarantine and COVID. And then we had a financial market crash. And now it's like, what do we do? What do we do? How do I recover from this? What do I do when I feel like I've lost hope? What do I do when I don't even know if I'm going back to my job and all this uncertainty? And so I want to share with you a few things that hopefully will inspire you and encourage you to keep moving forward. So the first one I want to impart on you is to not overreact. And so if you tend to get stressed or you tend to be very, very anxious, in wanting to spend more money in hopes of recovering faster, because sometimes we come across some deals or some things like that, I want you to be careful because that could actually lead to a bigger financial disaster. And so I want you to take the emotions out of it. The interesting thing about money is that a lot of people feel like, oh, it's just numbers. But the more that I do this as a money coach, and let me explain that real quick. So I do financial coaching, and that's like the logistics, the practicals, the spreadsheets, the numbers, the budgets, that type of thing, setting financial goals. The money coaching side of what I do and help clients with is the emotional side, analyzing the emotional behaviors, also looking at the psychology of things. You know, what did we learn from our mom? What did we learn from our dad? And that's what's helped us develop our own money mindset, and is actually what affects how we look at our finances today. So our financial decisions stem from that. And so all that said, the way that we have our relationship with money obviously affects how we are emotionally reacting to our financial situations. And so I know that's hard to say and it's not easy to do. I mean, I know it's easy to say, but not easy to do. But try your best to take the emotions out of it and try to just take a step back and look at it from an objective standpoint. And so when you can get comfortable accepting the loss of whatever it is, maybe you've been laid off, maybe you don't even know when you're going back to your job, maybe you don't even know if you have a job to go back to. You know, it's very important for us to stay focused on practical steps. And so maybe this is a time that you should take to really take a look at, you know, what other income can I bring in? You know, how can I reduce costs? So the first one is don't overreact and take a deep breath and just be like, okay, because when you can center and ground yourself, I promise you, you're going to be able to think a lot more clearly than when you're running around and just like, I don't know what I'm going to do. It's so really, I know this sounds so simple, but just breathe and just don't overreact. And so the second one is to assess your financial situation. And what do I mean by that? It's, you know, taking a look at all your stuff, laying it on the table. If you have a dining room table, kitchen table, you know, I joke around that the dining table can sometimes become our second office and there's piles of paperwork everywhere. And so what you want to do is take a look at how much money do you need? You know, even if you can just look at the next quarter, take a look at how much money you need and how much money do you have? What's coming in? Oftentimes I tell clients to assess your situation, and this is a good time. You know, I've been saying this, you know, ever since March, but you know, if I know how it goes. We don't use the time wisely sometimes, but this is a good time. If you haven't done it, take a look what's happening, especially because doesn't it seem like we're just kind of going day by day, what's next? Okay. And in your own state, something different's happening. You know, everybody has been slowly eased into going back into society. And I feel like California was the last in many different ways because we became a hot spot. And so, you know, depending on where you are, your situation could be very volatile or very uncertain. So this is a time to look at your money. This is a time to see what's coming and what's going, what income is still coming in and what expenses you still have. So assess your financial situation. I know it's something that you may not feel like, oh, I don't even want to do this. I hate doing this, but I promise you, when I just said don't overreact and managing your emotions, this is about the better you can be about getting organized, financially organized, the better you're going to be when it comes to relaxing and not getting emotionally worked up. Because when you know what's happening, what's coming, what's going in terms of the money, you're going to be more calm. You're going to be more confident about what's going on with your situation. Number 3 is build up your emergency fund. Now, when I talk about this, I know there could be a whole range of different situations. It could be, I depleted it, I don't have one anymore, which is the case for many people. Or the other side of it could be, I never even started one. I had the best intentions of starting one. What do I do? If you're in a situation where you did have one and you had to dip into it, obviously this whole entire year has been an emergency in some form or fashion. Find a way to replenish it. And this is why it's so important to go back and assess the situation. Find out is there any discretionary money? Is there anything that we can cut back in so that we can put any extra funds into beefing up the emergency fund again? And so it's so important to do that because this avoids, you know, having to go on credit cards. This avoids having to finding government assistance or whatever those different resources are out there. Now, if you've never had the emergency fund, this is a great time to assess also what can you put away every month. It's really important to build this emergency fund because I know it. I've made a lot of financial mistakes myself. I know what it's like to be like, oh my gosh, I don't even know how I'm going to pay for that. I don't know, this bill's coming up. I don't even know where that money's going to come from. So I've been there. So I'm definitely speaking from experience. And so nothing I'm telling you isn't something that I haven't gone through myself. And so this is the perfect time it's almost like you have to treat it like a bill. and it's paying yourself first in a sense, even though it's really going to your emergency fund. But it's so important to replenish that. It's so important to get into the habit of building that up so that when the next disaster happens or the next emergency. Now, of course, I am not saying or hoping or wishing that another pandemic is going to come down, but it could be as simple as the water heater went out, or I have to get new tires, or, you know, something dumb happens to us all the time. And then it's like, oh, I got to spend money on something we weren't expecting to. And then those funds end up getting directed to taking care of that problem that happened. Those are those types of situations where you have to use your emergency fund, or where you can use your emergency fund. It's not to buy shoes. It's not to buy, you know, the vacation. It's, you know, and that's a different workshop, but that's why it's so important to allocate different buckets of savings for different purposes and functions. But right now we're talking about recovering from a financial setback. So I'm just really, really stressing the emergency fund. And what's really important about that, they say the recommended benchmark is about 3 to 6 months. But as you can see in the situation that we're currently in, it's going past 6 months. And so I know it's tough. Do your best to at least put some money aside so that you're not dipping into credit cards or other resources like your financial retirement funds, or your, you know, anything like that, or any source of money that isn't meant to be for emergencies. Now, it's a different situation if that's all you got, but it's so important to make sure, again, like I said, allocate buckets of money, not literally, but buckets of money for the purpose that you have intended to be used for. Okay, so far, number 1, don't overreact. 2, assess your financial situation. 3, build up that emergency fund or replenish it. Okay, the 4th one is create a slimmed down spending plan. And what do I mean by that? When I talk about spending plan, it's the word that I use instead of budget, because people don't like the word budget. It's the same idea. And so a spending plan is just basically telling your money where to go. Many of us do not create this. Many of us do not even follow one. And then, like I said in the beginning, if we don't track it, we don't know where the dollars are going. We don't know where things are supposed to go. And then many of us end up with more bills than income at the end of the month. And that's not a good position to be in. So when you create this this slimmed down version of the spending plan, what I mean by that is, given the situation that we're in, especially if things are super tight and we're trying to recover from a setback, this is a time to also assess, okay, what do I not need? What do I not need anymore? Well, what do I not want to eat anymore too? You know, and that goes with eating out. Now, I know it's strange. I know here in California, most of the restaurants are only dining outside or takeout. I did actually travel last week outside of California into Denver, and it was like it was actually strange. It was the first time I ate inside a restaurant in months. And so, you know, but I did a video a year ago when I was doing some research, and I realized and I found out that, you know, when I took a look at what people spend their money on and some of the clients that I have worked with, I'm telling you, eating out and entertainment are always the areas in the spending plan where we completely blow it. And then when we take a look at, you know, are we saving adequately? Are we putting away money for retirement or the future? That tends to be a little on the like, we need to do better. And so take a hard, honest look at where the money's going. And so when we look at slimming down this spending plan, it's kind of like, okay, we have our regular budget, but I also want you to create the spending one where you really cut down things, because sometimes that might happen, especially if somebody gets laid off, right? So it's so important to have this version so that if you have to turn to it, it's already created. You're not trying to figure out like, well, where do we cut now? Where do we, you know, it's almost like here's the 911 version of the spending plan, and now you have it ready. And so also what's very important is that you're not trying to create this spending plan when you're under a lot of stress and duress. And it's, again, it's not a good place. You know, going back to the situation when I was going through my divorce, I can tell you from firsthand experience that when I was under so much stress, I made the stupidest decisions. I talked about it in my book, and so I'm an open book, you know, no pun intended, but I talked about some of the financial situations and problems that I had gone through myself. And I look back, of course, hindsight's 2020, and you realize, oh my gosh, how stupid. But give yourself some grace, because when you are under a lot of emotional stress, we cannot think clearly. And this is why, again, don't overreact. And so, you know, going back to this spending plan that's really slimmed down, you know, it's important to ask yourself, you know, what luxuries can you give up? Are there certain things that you don't really need? Of course, you know, the light at the end of the tunnel is that you can always add these things back into the plan. Okay, so there's some hope for you. I'm not saying completely cut it out, but I'm saying be very mindful of the current situation that you're in, and everybody's going to be in a different space and place. So whatever you have to adjust accordingly to your situation so that you can get back on your feet, adjust so accordingly. Number 5 is DIY, meaning do it yourself. You know, pre-COVID, we were used to outsourcing things. Maybe it was laundry, maybe we had a cleaning lady or a maid come in, or whatever the case may be. And so I say do it yourself, because if you're in a situation where you might not be commuting anymore to work, you might not be working, or whatever it is, if you have the opportunity to be at home and take care of some of those things, then that's another area where you can cut back. And so if there's some things like, you know, obviously, and I'm sure you all seen this. How many people did you see start making bread? I remember in the beginning of quarantine and whatnot, so many people were becoming like these gourmet chefs online. I would see so many people cooking, making bread from scratch, and creating these amazing dishes. And so I share that with you because so many people learned how to cook. And so people were saying, I don't even eat out anymore. And so this is not to say like, oh, don't support the restaurants. And I'm not talking about that. This is about, again, if you are in a situation where you really need to cut back, then learning how to cook or doing, you know, the chores that you used to outsource or whatnot, that's another area that you might want to take a look at, okay? Number 6 is set priorities. So after you set, you know, take a look at your situation, it's so important to find out what your priorities are, meaning what bills need to get paid. You know, have you created the spending plan? And if you have, are you following it? This is a great time to revisit the spending plan if you have had one, and determine what needs to be cut out. You know, where can you cut back? What can you cancel? Are there memberships that you're not using? You know, I know here in California, the whole gym situation has been like a big mess. And there was a period of time where we could go for 2 weeks and then we were told we couldn't go. And so I give you that example because there's some memberships that you might want to look into to find out, like, what's the situation? Is this on pause? Is this on freeze? Am I going to be credited? Are my payments being put on hold? But you have to call and you need to communicate and find out, because the more money that you can allow going to proper places like insurance or your spending plan, I'm sorry, not the spending plan, but your, you know, your bills or emergency fund, then that's money that doesn't need to go to memberships that could have been put on pause. Okay, so take a look at those areas in your situation that you could cut back on. And here's the thing too, do not skimp on insurance. I know there might be a temptation to like, well, I don't need that, I won't get sick and whatnot. I'm telling you, do not risk that. Because if, you know, it could be very devastating and very risky should something happen. And then it's like, you know, why did I do that? And then you'll end up paying way more than had you just made sure that there was coverage. So that is so important. I want to make note of, do not skimp out on the insurance part. So 7 is create a financial plan. And I know we talked about the spending plan, but 7 is creating a financial plan. So if you have a spouse, work together, get on board, get on the same page. Far too often, there's, you know, I have this whole mantra about both spouses need to be on the same page. There shouldn't be one person that just handles everything and then the other partner has no idea what's going on. Now, I will say that one person can be the manager because they might happen to be the one that likes doing it. They like organizing the bills. They have a better understanding of money. But for the other person, that is not an excuse for you to not know what's going on. And I used to teach workshops for women going through a divorce. And I remember always saying, you know, ladies, especially if you're in a situation where, you know, you do not understand what's going on in the financial household that you're in, that's a very dangerous place that you're putting yourself in, because one of two things are going to happen. Either he's going to die, your partner is going to die, or he's going to leave you, like in a divorce situation. And I saw that happen time and time again. And I'm not just, you know, blaming the ladies. I know some men who do not even touch the finances. So it's both sides. It's one or the other. But the main point that I'm trying to make is that when you're trying to create this financial plan, that you definitely need to be on the same page. You need to know where the documents are. You need to have these meetings where you come together, you understand what's happening. You both know what bills are coming up. I've seen this situation too, where one person thinks that certain bills are getting paid, and then the other person's saying like, well, I thought you were taking care of that. And so that tells me, when I hear those kinds of conversations, that tells me that you're not having meetings, you're not on the same page, you both don't know what's going on. It leads to wasted money in fees, in interest, and then it causes fights. And then there's a lot of bitterness. And especially if we're all quarantined and everything, we don't need to create more tension in the environments that we're in. So just make sure you're planning ahead, again, what money is coming in, and really take a look at what do we need to do over the next quarter? What do we need to do to finish out 2020? And get on the same page. You know, one thing that I suggest in my book is to have money dates, especially if you have a partner. And if you're single, have it with yourself. Sit down and make sure you're taking a look at what's going on. It can be 15 minutes. Just do a quick overview. Hey, what's coming up? Is there anything that I need to know about? How are you feeling about things? Is there something that you want to share? And I think it's also good to remember to dream. You know, sometimes we feel like, oh, this is so doom and gloom, we're in the hole. It's like, it's so good to dream. Don't forget to dream. That make that part of your financial plan, make that part of your goals, where you dream and you sit down and you just write things that you want to accomplish. Because I promise you, you know, you do the right things, you don't have to stay in the situation. It can totally improve. And so when you allow yourself to dream, it gives you this inspiration and this encouragement to keep pushing forward. Let's get out of this hole. Let's be encouraged to save. Let's save this money so that we can do the things that we want to. And though it may feel so far away and distant, and something that's probably feeling like this is never going to happen, I promise you, when you just dream, it gives you this inspiration to want to do better and get out of the situation that you're in. 8 is contact creditors. This one is important, especially if you are in credit card debt and a lot of financial trouble. I know the inclination is to want to run away and hide and just ignore the problem, but I want to encourage you not to do that. And I know it can feel scary, especially if you haven't been through this before, but it's really important to know what bills are coming in. And if you can't pay the minimums, it's so important for you to contact the creditor, the company, and let them know what's going on. The earlier you can call them, the better your chances of getting payment options and knowing it up front. If you wait and interest continues to accrue, your payment options will become less and less in terms of what's available to you that they can offer for you to do instead of paying the minimum. Because let's face it, some people are in a position where like, I don't even know how I'm going to pay the minimum. There's no money coming in. But if you wait and you wait, and especially if it gets to the point where it goes into collections, it's kind of too late. So what I'm saying is, the better negotiation power you will have, the earlier you confront this. I know it may feel scary, but it's so important that you just call that 800 number, and just find out, hey, this is my situation. And trust me, I'm sure they're getting a lot of these calls. So I know it can feel embarrassing and it's so frustrating, but again, you know, take a deep breath and accept the situation, and just realize that you're putting yourself in a position of empowerment where you know, and you're putting the best effort forward to get out of it. So it's really important that you contact them, because as the clock runs down, you have less options. And so the name of the game is to act quickly and do something about it. Now, these last 4 things I want to share with you are going to be more about being kind to yourself. And I'm like, what's this got to do with money? You know, a lot of times I talk about money, like I said in the beginning, that it's not just numbers. There is such a important topic and subject around having a good, healthy, conscious relationship with our money. And I think so often we're so caught up in spreadsheets and budgets and, you know, numbers and things like that. And those are all important. But I think something that is very important for us to keep in mind is the psychology side of it, and how are we treating ourselves? And so I don't know if this might be new for you, for some of you, but for me, I really found it fascinating, because to see the relationship with money being so just as important, if not more important, and the money mindset that we bring into our financial situation can just set the tone for so many things. Okay, so you know, there's a lot of emotions behind money and our relationship with it, and so it's important for us to recognize that. And so number 9 is, don't beat yourself up. I know that there's many of us who hang on to the past, including myself. I've been guilty of that, where in my situation with a divorce, I was blaming myself for many years in the beginning that, why did I let that happen? Why did I let him do that? You know, I was, and here's the thing that was so horrible and embarrassing about it. It's like, I was a financial advisor at the time, and yet I still allowed some of these things to happen and some decisions to slip through the cracks. But then it just comes to show, have some grace on yourself, because if a former financial advisor could have done that and have all that happen, forgive yourself. We all make mistakes. We live on planet Earth. We're human beings. We're not perfect. And so, you know, everybody makes mistakes at some point, and the financial setbacks are sometimes out of our control. But it's also important not to beat yourself up, because if this was so easy, you know, everything would be perfect and everybody would just go on. It would just be a matter of like going to Google and downloading a spreadsheet, and there shouldn't be any financial problems in this world, which is not true. And so it's that this country, all of us, it's not that we have a money problem, we have a money management problem. I think to add to it also, that we have such a duty and obligation to ourselves to improve our money mindset and our way of looking at money and our relationship with money and how we approach things. So, you know, don't beat yourself up, avoid dwelling on what happened or what you could have done differently. Recognize the mistakes and learn the lessons, but don't end up making them again. I think that's the important part of it. I'm not saying, you know, forget it and just move on. I'm saying learn the lessons. Yeah, that happened, because all our experiences shape and form us and what we think and how we think. You know, accept your mistakes without judgment so you can move on and direct your energy elsewhere. Okay. And so, because, you know, beating yourself up is not going to do any good. And, you know, we continue to go down this road of making more mistakes, the more we put ourselves in condemnation. And so this is why it's so important to forgive and allow yourself to make progress moving forward. Because sometimes when we start to deal with our problems, in whether it's, you know, bad addictions or, you know, overeating or getting involved with alcohol, just imagine those coping mechanisms add up, and then it starts to derail your spending plan. So as you can see, it's like this big, massive snowball, not going in the right direction. Number 10 is celebrate wins. What do I mean by that? Celebrating wins. So if you are creating these amazing goals, if you are creating this plan, if you are cutting back on certain things, you know, celebrate that, recognize that. I'm not saying go out and, you know, blow a bunch of money. Now, if it's in your budget and you happen to have some of it, then treat yourself to something nice. You know, maybe it's a nice dinner you decide not to cook. But be very mindful, obviously, of the money that you're spending. But celebrate those wins. You know, recognize those little steps along the way. Recognize, like, hey, you know what? I didn't even go out and buy anything today. And I've seen some people do like a no-day like spend challenge, and it's like that happens to me often. I mean, I can go days without buying anything. But you know, I find that there's some people that cannot not spend. So if that's something that you want to challenge yourself with, go for it. I think it's you know, challenges are fun and it can be effective, but celebrate yourself, celebrate those wins, because it took a lot for you to even stop and recognize the situation that you're in and to do something about it. Because there's a lot of people that don't care. There are a lot of people out there that don't even want to do anything. They don't want to get educated. They don't want to take action. And they want to continue to be the victim and not be the victor. And that's not you, because you are here at the Comeback Champions Summit. So again, I want to congratulate you and commend you but celebrate those wins, no matter how small they are, because this is what I want to say too, a side note. Do not do that. Oh, it was nothing. Own that. Own that. If it's something small, own it. It's so important that you do not minimize that and have this attitude of gratitude that you did something huge. It's so important for you to do that. Okay, I think I drilled that one in. So 11 is take care of yourself. And this is about not neglecting your basic needs. It's almost like, it almost feels like so obvious to say, but I think we are so caught up in being busy all the time that we forget to take care of ourselves. I have friends who forget to eat, friends who don't sleep, and it's just like, it's so important that you do this for yourself. And when you are stressed and you start to neglect your basic needs, again, this actually can make your financial situation worse. There have been studies shown that health is strongly related to your financial situation. So the more you don't take care of yourself, the more your finances are affected. And so it's so important for you to get lots of sleep, lots of rest, and avoid unhealthy habits, because those also can cost a lot, and then you're blowing your spending plan. And, it's just, and you're not going to feel good when you look at the bills. I know there's been times when I look at sometimes a statement, I'm like, oh my gosh, why did I buy that? That was so stupid. I didn't need that. Or why did I buy that? It's this unconscious spending that had no intentional meaning behind it. Now, is that always a bad thing? No. But again, depending on our situation, it's very important for us to understand, why are we purchasing the things that we're purchasing? And so it's important to stay mentally and physically in shape. And it's so important to take control of these things, because it does affect your money, believe it or not. So drink water, get sleep, get rest. And if you are, into praying and meditating, this is a whole nother workshop I could do. It's important for you to develop a morning routine. I think it's so important. Like, for example, every day, religiously, what I do is I spend time with God, I read a devotional, I work out, and then I also meditate, and then I have coffee, black coffee, and then I go on with my day. And I find that when I start my day like that, being still and just spending time with my higher power, God, I'm just grounded. I'm so much more stable. I feel like I'm more in control. And I'm telling you, I'm not saying that my life is perfect. There are many problems and issues that I've dealt with, things that I feel like, okay, I have no idea what I'm doing. But when I do that, there's this peace and calmness that comes over me and helps me to make really great decisions. It also is a time where these amazing creative ideas come. And so I want to challenge you to give yourself that gift to do that. Just even, and maybe some people out there, you're probably like, I don't even know how to meditate. I'm telling you, one of the best places you can go to is YouTube, and put in like 5-minute meditation. If you can even just do 5 minutes, because I know sometimes some people, when they started, they're like, I'm gonna fall asleep. So it takes practice, and so for my morning routine, it's about 2.5, 3 hours. Total time with the workout and everything. But when you give yourself that gift, this is the gift of self-care, and it just makes such a huge difference in your life, I promise you. So that's number 11, take care of yourself. And finally, the last one is number 12, and this is finding support. I think it's very, very important that you surround yourself with people that will love and support you. It's very important that you find friends, family members, coaches, mentors that you can surround yourself with for support, especially if they've gone through a situation like this before, somebody that can either hold you accountable. And, if that's not enough, it's okay for you. I really believe it's okay for you to, reach out for help from a financial professional, a licensed one, and just either get a consultation, sit down with them and find out, like, what do I need to do? Because let's face it, this is kind of scary for some people. This is a very confusing place. I know that many times when I have a conference or a workshop or whatnot, and I always ask, okay, well, who took a, financial class growing up or in school, in, whatever. And it's usually 1 or 2 people that raise their hands, sometimes none. And I'll always ask them, well, how did you learn? That's great. And it's always the case is the mom was the mom was an accountant, or the dad worked in a bank. It's something like that, or my uncle was a CPA, and then that's about it. Everybody else is just like, I never learned it. I don't know anything. And even from myself, which is the whole story, which I'm not going to share right now, but the whole story of how I ended up getting into this field, because I felt that about 20 years ago. I felt that, oh my goodness, this isn't right. I don't know anything about the money. I know how to make it. What am I supposed to do with it? I know I can't build wealth if I'm just putting this in the bank in a checking account. And that started my journey of learning and knowing that, like, okay, if I'm feeling this way, I'm sure there are people out there that feel this way. Not only that, it was important for me to break it down in plain English, because I've seen too many people tell me, and over the years, where they were intimidated by other financial professionals, or they felt like they were talking over their head. And then that ended up causing them to not want to ask questions, because there's people that feel like, well, I don't want to ask a stupid question, or I don't want to feel stupid. So it is important for you to feel comfortable with the person that you're working with, and to ask, because this is very personal. This is, this is your money. And so, work with somebody that you can trust and feel comfortable asking questions and getting, some guidance from. And so let me just recap real quick what the 12 things are. And so I'm going to wrap it up pretty soon. So the first one is, number 1, don't overreact. Don't overreact. 2, assess your financial situation. 3, build up your emergency fund or replenish it. 4 is create a slimmed down spending plan. 5 is do it yourself. So if you used to hire somebody and outsource things, see how many of those things you can do yourself. 6 is to remember to set your financial priorities. And 7 is to create a financial plan, especially if you have a partner. And still, if you're single by yourself, still create one. 8, contact those creditors. Do not avoid them. Reach out to them and get your options and find out what those are. 9, don't beat yourself up. Forgive yourself for the past and allow yourself to move forward. 10 is celebrate your wins. Remember, no matter how big or small, the small ones are so important. They totally count. And then 11 is to take care of yourself. Give yourself that gift of self-care. And then 12 is find support. So I hope that these 12 things are going to encourage you, to help you recover from whatever your financial setback is. And even if you aren't in a financial setback, there's always room for improvement. There's always ways to do better. And so I just want to say thank you. If you want to reach out to me, if you have any questions, you can reach me on Facebook or Instagram at Jen Money Coach, JEN Money Coach, or you can reach me on my website at www.jenmoneycoach.com. I'm happy to answer questions. I would love to support you on your journey to financial freedom. And so please drop me a line. Let me know your thoughts. I would love to connect with you. And I'll definitely put a link for your free gift. I have some freebies that I would love to send to you. And so make sure that you click on the link. I'm sure they're going to provide that as well. So with that said, I hope that you enjoy the rest of the Comeback Champion Summit. Thank you for joining me. I hope this encourages you and inspires you to take care of yourself and to take care of your money. Thank you.
Hello, welcome to the Comeback Champion Summit. I'm Allison Chavez. I'm a prosperity and transformation coach and am so honored that I've been invited to speak on this amazing summit that Shay has put together. So first and foremost, just want to tell you what a privilege and how excited I am to be here. For those of you who don't know me or anything about me, I'm a prosperity and transformation coach. I am passionate about helping ambitious, God-centered, or spiritually minded women and men learn how to lay down the struggle, get out of their own way, manifest their dreams, build their businesses, have a huge impact, and most importantly, love life as they go. And today we're going to talk about the prosperity approach, the inner game strategies to outer game success. I wonder if you have ever thought to yourself, you're making this harder than it actually needs to be. Have you ever felt like you've tangled up in how, or you're getting in your own way? Are you ready to really lay down the struggle and create the impact that you're here to create and make that difference that you know you're here to make, but also feel those blessings and grab onto that prosperity and the wealth that is here for you as well? That's what I am all about. I've been a mentor for the last 18 years, 20 years actually. 8 years ago, I was inspired to leave the company that I was with and create my own online business. I had no idea how to do that, but I followed the nudge and did it. Within 2 years, I had scaled my business to multiple six figures. So we were making between $20,000 and $25,000 every month. Now, I had never made that kind of money before in my life. I didn't grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth. We always had enough, but it was never, we had enough for our needs, but never enough for our wants. And so this kind of money, I didn't know how to handle, actually. And I learned really quickly that there was a dark side to success. I didn't have the belief system to really support that kind of growth and even scaling beyond that. And before too long, my business began to tank. Now, like any hot-blooded entrepreneur, I started pumping more money into it because we had the money at the time. But the more money I put into it, the more people I hired, the more strategies I implemented, the faster my business seemed to tank. And 2 years ago, we reached what I called financial Armageddon. We were $150,000 in debt. 100 grand of it was in consumer credit cards, all in the name of my business. We were $1,500 behind in our bills every month, and I felt like the world's biggest loser and the world's biggest failure. If it were just me that had, run this into the ground, it would be one thing, but I'm married and we have 4 children. And so there were 5 lives that were directly affected by my failure. I realized one day that my business had made me quasi-suicidal and bipolar, and I told my husband, I need to side hustle this for a little while. I got to put this on the side burner, work on something else, because I realized that I had wrapped up my own sense of worth and value in the financial success of my business. I don't know if you can relate to that. So I got a full-time job in shipping and receiving. I got a part-time job as a crossing guard, and I went to work on my mind. See, I knew that I was the linchpin to my success and my failure. I knew I was making it harder than it was. I knew I was getting in my own way, and I needed to back off of this business has to work kind of mentality and just work on manifesting or creating something that it was okay if I failed or if I didn't reach it. I actually decided to do a thought experiment, and I onboarded my family. We each picked a different thing that we wanted to manifest by the end of the year. This was the end of August in 2018. And I'm going to skip all of the miracles and all of the delightful things that happened, but every single one of us had manifested it by the end of the year. I wanted to take my family of 6 on a trip to Hawaii. We didn't have the money. We didn't have the means. We didn't have a credit card. We were knocking the door on Chapter 13 bankruptcy at the time. And it not only was impossible, my mind told me it was stupid, it was reckless, and it was irresponsible for me to even dare dream about taking my family to Hawaii when we couldn't even put dinner on the table. Well, like I said, we manifested everything that we wanted through God's goodness and grace and a lot of miracles. And when we got back from Hawaii, I had a very distinct impression that I needed to sit down and document everything that I did, because there was a specific inner game that I played that I didn't even realize was a strategy while I was doing it. All I knew is that for the first time in years, I was feeling good. I was having fun. Life didn't seem like it was such a struggle. It was such a hassle. And when I realized all of these things that happened, we had manifested things. It was easy and it was fun and it was flowing and it was delightful. Now, I'm not one of those unconsciously successful people where I just say, hey, let's try it and it works. I know a lot of people are. I'm not one of those. I wanted a rinse and repeat formula so that I could do this again and again and again. And when I wrote down everything that I did, I realized I'd cracked the manifesting code. Now, there were 2 things that I hadn't broken at the time. We hadn't changed how much money was coming into my business. My business was still tanking in a spectacular way. And I didn't know how money worked. I didn't know how to change my beliefs. And so we fast forward to February of 2019. I was actually ready to close the doors to my business. We still weren't making hardly any money, and it didn't really make sense for us to keep the doors open. But in March, I learned how money actually works, and I learned how to change my beliefs. And over the next 6 weeks, I practiced what I learned. In May, I made $15,000. In June, I made $23,000 over the course of a week. In July, we made $40,000. In the span of 6 months, we went from bankruptcy to $232,000 in our account. And it was easy, and it was fun, and it was stretchy, and there was work, but it was inspired work. It was so much fun. And when I realized what had happened, I'd actually also gone from 8 clients to 97 clients in that span of 6 months. And I realized I needed to do the same thing that I had done manifesting Hawaii and everything else our family did. I needed to reverse engineer it. I need to reverse engineer how I raised my financial frequency. What game did I play? And I realized through those experiences that there is only one game that you need to master. And that game is the inner game. When you have the correct inner game and you're playing the inner game to win instead of playing the game not to lose, your outer game completely changes and you get the results that you want or something even better. And that's what I want to talk to you about today, are inner game strategies for those outer game results that you really, really want. I have learned that mindset is 100% everything. Business is 100% mindset. It's not the outer game strategies that you're playing. And I know you're doing strategies and tactics and you're addicted to them, because so am I, because we're entrepreneurs. But the only strategies that you need to have nailed down is what's going on up here. It's those inner game strategies. So I want to bring 3 points to light through this talk today. I first want to talk about how money works vibrationally. Then we're going to touch on the role that beliefs play in your success. And then we're going to wrap it up with the inner up leveling so that you can receive more money and love life as you go. So one thing that I learned about money, and that where most of us go sideways about money, is that we make money the boss. We make money the source of everything. Einstein said everything is energy, and that's all there is to it. Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you cannot help but get that reality. It can be no other way. This is not philosophy. This is physics. Everything is energy. Money is energy. Currency is energy. And energy, just like the universe that we're a part of, wants to grow. It's wired for increase, and it's wired for expansion. It wants to expand in creativity and in fuller and fuller expression. Money is the means by which we're able to do that, by which we're able to expand and grow. Now, most people want money for security, for safety, and for comfort. Now, what I've learned about money is that in order for money to come, it has to have a really powerful purpose behind it. And if your purpose to have a lot of money is so that you feel safe and comfortable and secure, you're not going to get money to come. And this is why. Because money is energy, and energy wants to expand in creative expression. The purpose of money to keep you comfortable and safe and secure has no creativity or expansion as part of that. So we need to put a different purpose to money. When we have, and the only thing that we need to make sure of is that the purpose is meaningful and powerful for you. The purpose for money for me was a trip to Hawaii. Maybe the purpose of money for you is to pay off your home, or to create greater impact in the world, or it's a great pair of shoes that you want. It just needs to have purpose and power for you. Now, let me tell you why we don't need to make money the bad guy anymore. We're not going to get that feeling of security with money the way that we're wanting to. Let me explain what I mean. I know this is sounding just a little bit disjointed right now. If we're wanting safety and security and money to bring that, at a surface level, money will bring that to you. But that deep soul craving that we have, that deep need we have for comfort, for security, for safety, money does not bring on that really, really deep level that we require. It does bring it on a surface level, but if you're thinking that it's always going to keep you safe and secure, it's what keeps you chasing after money. Oh, what if I lose it? That becomes the big fear now. What if I never get it is the fear, and then we get it, and then we're afraid that we're going to lose it because we're expecting money to fill a need that it doesn't fill. It's like expecting Sprite to quench your thirst. Sprite looks exactly like water if it's been sitting out on a counter long enough and there's no more carbonation in it. But Sprite will never quench your thirst. It doesn't have the properties in it to quench your thirst. So we don't need to make Sprite the bad guy, just like we don't need to make money the bad guy for not feeling that deep soul need that we have of feeling safe and secure. What we've done, and where most people go sideways, is they've made money their source. We've made our clients our source. The next big contract is our source. The bank, the government, the investors, we've made them all our source, and they're not. Those are just channels. When you get really clear on what your true source is, which is your higher power. Now, my vocabulary is God. When you, and use whatever your vocabulary is for your higher power, whether it's universe or God or angels or infinite intelligence or energy, higher self, I don't care what it is. You just need to connect to it. Because when you understand that God is your source and you are connected to unlimited supply at all times, then if a channel dries up, it's not a big deal. It's just a channel. You can dig another channel. You can make another trench for money to come in, because that wasn't your source. That was just a channel. One of the most profound affirmations that helped me when we were in so much struggle and I was in so much fear around money because we didn't have it was this beautiful small affirmation. My faith in God is my fortune. This means an abiding faith that everything happens for me, and that somehow everything plays out the way it is supposed to. My faith in God is my fortune. That helped me to shift so that money had its proper place, its proper perspective, and to realize if God is my source, I'm always secure. I'm always safe. I'll always be comforted, regardless of how much money is coming in or coming out, because I'm connected to that unlimited supply of prosperity and wealth and riches and money, and God will supply that as I continually expect him to. Second thing, the role beliefs play in your success. You know, we can implement all of the outer game strategies we want, but if we have this belief that this is too big for us, I don't actually make a difference, this probably isn't going to work, I always get disappointed because my results aren't as big as I hope they'll be, that's exactly what you're going to experience because of the belief cycle. The belief cycle goes like this. Beliefs create your thoughts. Your thoughts then create your emotions. Your emotions influence the actions you take or the behaviors that you have, and those lead to your results. And then your results reinforce your beliefs. Now, most of the time when we get a result that we don't want, what does society teach us? We'll go back to the action that you took. Take a different action. You better work harder. You better get another job. Oh, try a different tactic. Try another strategy. That one didn't work. Maybe this one will. But what actually caused it was your belief. Your results will always, always, always match your beliefs. So you've got to know what your beliefs are, and we've got to change those beliefs. We don't need to change the action necessarily. We just need to change the beliefs. Here's how it works on a scientific level. We've got two different parts of our brain. We've got the conscious and the subconscious. The conscious part of us works to manifest results. It's why we love the strategies. We love the ideas. That's where we dream. But the subconscious mind, that where all the beliefs are, it runs all the programs, it runs the whole show. Well, the subconscious mind works to manifest your beliefs. And of the two, you will always, always, always manifest your beliefs. So we just need to discover what our beliefs are, change the beliefs so they match the results we want, and you'll get the results that you want. It's so simple. It's so straightforward. We just must change our beliefs. Third thing I want to discuss is the inner up-leveling so that you can get more money. And what does this look like? This looks like the gap between where you are and where you want to be. Now, most of the time we think that gap is sales. We just need to skill up in our sales, or I need to have another really cool, sophisticated strategy, or my marketing is off, or my messaging is off, or whatever. And that might be true. That might be things that need to be tweaked, or things that we're constantly looking to just tighten up and to really be so much clearer all the time. I'm always looking for ways to say things better, but that's not the gap that I'm talking about that needs to be closed. When you're wanting to close that gap between where you are and the next goal you want, it isn't just strategies or tactics or tools. Closing that gap is a shift in identity. It's a shift in who you are. It's a different version of you. And here's where people get tripped up over that as well. Who you're being is getting your results today. And everybody wants to be, but nobody wants to become. Because the becoming is hard. The becoming sucks. The becoming is filled with unknowns. You get tangled up in the how. It's why we hate the journey and just want the destination. But what if that becoming was filled with ease, was filled with joy, was filled with delight and discovery? And as you up-level who you are, who you're being in the moment, not just in the thoughts that you're thinking, but the habits that you have, the behaviors that you're exhibiting, how you carry yourself, what you talk about, what you think about, how you serve others, just all of those things that just make you uniquely you. When you can up-level those things, and if that part is just expansive and delightful, where you have massive awareness with zero judgment, and then we take that awareness one step further into, all right, how can we tweak this? How can we use this for our benefit? Because here's one thing I absolutely know: everything happens for you. Nothing happens to you. Any challenge, any setback, any perceived failure that we are experiencing is literally there so that we can increase our capacity for more joy, for greater wealth, for greater impact, and more prosperity. And the becoming is actually where the magic is. It's where the miracles are. And it's actually my specialty in that becoming. It's why I'm so absolutely obsessed with the inner game, because if you will dial in on your inner game and change your inner game, your outer game results will reflect your inner game. You can use the same strategy over and over and over again, and it will work because you're playing the right game. Or if this strategy isn't working, another one will come in its place really, really quickly because of the game that you're playing here. You're playing the game to win instead of playing the game not to lose. And oh, my prosperity seeking friend, those are two completely different games with two totally different endings. So I have something that I've created that I would love to gift to you. If you have resonated with me or resonated with my message and really want to dial in on your inner game so that you can get those clients coming in the door, so that you can love building your business, because as we know, business building is really just personal development on steroids. If you would like more inner game strategies, I have created what's called a prosperity bundle. And what is involved, what comes in that is, first of all, a PDF download of my best-selling book. It's called The Prosperity Approach: The Simple Formula to Ultimate Prosperity. You're also going to get a prosperity guide. And these are 52 different inner game strategies that you can play that will help you dissolve fear, dissolve money blocks, and really help you get that success without struggle that you're wanting. And then I have a 90-minute masterclass that I did specifically around money and how to raise your financial frequency, and other inner game strategies that you can play specific to money. So if this is something that you would like to learn and you would like to spend a little bit more time with me, then you're going to go to prosperityapproach.com/bundle. That's prosperityapproach.com/bundle, BUNDLE, 100% free. This is something that I created really for me, to help me get out of fear, to help me dissolve those money blocks, to lay down that struggle. And those strategies are things that I have used, that I continue to use today, that make life just so beautiful, so meaningful, and help you to experience prosperity on every single level. Money, relationships, your connection with your spirit, with your higher power, your health, everything that's important to us. Because prosperity isn't just about money. Prosperity is living that fullness of life in every way that's meaningful to you. So thank you so much for joining me. Again, go to prosperityapproach.com/bundle, grab that prosperity bundle, and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
You know, there's nothing like being in the green room. I love being in the green room. We finally got a little bit of green out there. No, you have blue, I have blue, but we're in the green room. And before we get started with several thousand people who like to get here early and eavesdrop on our conversation, let me ask the question, because I'm not going to read this bio. It's just not what I do. So who is Lisa? They want to know. And more importantly, what are you up to these days?
Well, who is Lisa? Well, I'll start by saying I'm Lisa Lieberman Wang, the only Jewish Chinese woman with that name. And I am a business and life strategist and feel very blessed to be able to help entrepreneurs be able to up-level their business and themselves to multiple 6- and 7-figure businesses. And I've been doing that for several decades now and love doing it every single day. What I'm up to these days is actually writing a new book. It's Mastery to Millions, How to Build Your Business in Today's Economy. I've already a #1 bestseller for multiple books for Find to Fab, which is helping people, I'm going to say it now, helping people go from feeling effed up, insecure, neurotic, and emotional to fabulous, awesome, beautiful, and Brand You, become the expert at creating more sales, more clients, more often. So I feel like with the economy, we need to do a little bit more to help people as a lot of the mindsets have shifted. And we've been putting all this message out there on ABC, NBC, CBS, Time Warner, been on TV for years. And now we're here serving you directly because you need to hear this message.
You know, for folks that are listening, can we just address the elephant in the room? They may be wondering, what's your perspective? Obviously, there's a health pandemic going on right now. There's a financial pandemic going on right now. There's so much happening, even a social justice one going on right now. As it relates to the pandemic in terms of your business, what have you and your colleagues been talking about? How have y'all been encouraging and sharing and motivating each other? Take us behind the scenes to not only pivot, but in many cases do things you might not have been doing before or thought you would be doing.
Well, I think as soon as the pandemic came about, one of the things I did, Shay, is I looked at my ideal client, what my customers are doing, and we had this like kind of come back to what's the basics? What's going on now? What do we need to do? What's in the mind of the consumers? And I really turned around and said, we need to help people take their offline business online. And for me, I've been building businesses online for decades. So since the start of the internet, I've been out there. I have 4 companies. One of them is a web development company. I've been in marketing and promotions for decades. And I realized that a lot of businesses didn't know how to leverage the internet. And what was interesting is a lot of people started out in panic and fear. What am I going to do? And they didn't realize that some people stopped everything. Like they stopped doing anything. They froze. And that was the worst thing they could have done at the time. There were those that took some action, but not necessarily thought processed action. They just said, I'm going to just do something and throw everything out at it and think it's going to work. A lot of that did not work, and they didn't know why. It's because it wasn't planned. And then there were those that now finally treading water underneath like a little duck running, and looks like they're standing still, but they're running. There are people that are actually getting traction right now where their businesses are thriving in such a way that you would never expect it with a pandemic, that that's what's happening. But the truth being known right now, Shay, my clients are killing it. And I'm not saying in a little way, in a really big way. When everybody else was saying you can't do business, no one's spending money, I can't ask for stuff, I got to lower my prices and everything else, I came out with the complete opposite. We need to realize that there's been 40 recessions since the 1700s. This is 40. But some of the biggest companies, the Fortune 500 companies like Toll House Cookies, General Motors, Apple Computers, were all started during a recession. This is the best opportunity for us to build business. And it's those that show up now and actually are solving the problems of the consumers that are going to just excel. And that's what's been happening. People looking for leaders, they're looking for answers. And if you have those answers, you're going to be thriving in this economy and the next one. If you're still doing what you were doing before, you don't really have a market, if you're not turning around and innovating within it, then you're going to be stuck.
You know, what do you say to the mom? We had a person call in just a couple of months ago recently and said, hey, look, I'm now a full-time working person at home because she still has her job. She's a full-time wife. She's a full-time mom. She's now a full-time school teacher of 2 kids, 2 in elementary school, 1 in middle school. And she said, oh, by the way, I'm also now a full-time cafeteria worker. I didn't sign up for this. And I'm also now a full-time administrator. Plus, I'm trying to start my business and all this stuff going on. There's just so much happening. I don't want to say it's just for a woman right now. Could be a male that's in that situation right now. It could be a single mom or single dad. My question to you is, what do you say to folks like that already got so much going on, and now you're asking them to step up to a whole nother level?
Great question. And it turned out the other day I was on a panel with a group of women, and one woman said, I went from being a business owner to being a teacher for first grade and a first grade student. And I was laughing because she actually became the student sitting next to her child. I said, I hope you learned something. Well, the truth is that we're wearing a lot of hats, and any entrepreneur wears a lot of hats. So although it's unfortunate that we just added a couple more, I think some primary things in business still have to happen. One, take a deep breath, because it's not necessarily easy. It's a lot of new situations out there none of us are prepared for. We have a new normal. But what we really need to do is look at a couple of things. One of the things that's always important to me is, what can I eliminate, delegate, or automate? Okay, eliminate, delegate, or automate. Because here's what happens. We think we have to do everything. One of my clients says, well, I don't know, now I got to be the teacher. Now I have to do this, this, and this. I said, well, can you hire someone to sit with your kids while they're doing school? And she's like, what? I said, well, based on what you're making, you can afford to hire a high school person, a college person, a person who wants to just get extra money right now to sit with the children and support them. Is that possible? Well, it turned out it absolutely was, and they did. The other thing is, do you need to be making their meals? Do you need to be the cook, chef, and bottle washer? If the answer is no, then automate, delegate, or eliminate. One of the biggest problems that business owners have is not about what they need to do, but what they need to not do. And when we learn to eliminate things, we get smarter. During this time, Shay, I've actually onboarded 2 more full-time employees. Where people are laying people off, I just keep hiring more, because every time I feel like I'm doing too much, I look at it as, that really my job? And I have this very simple formula for every business owner. And most business owners that want to make at least 6 or 7 figures can actually work with this number, is if it's under $25 an hour, it's not your job.
I like that.
So simple, easy, right? So years ago, I said to my husband, I no longer do the laundry. I don't go food shopping. I don't clean my home. I do clean my home, but I don't do it myself. I have cleaning people come in, and a lot of the administrative stuff, anything I could do that I can hand off to somebody else that does not have to be me specifically doing it, is not my job.
I love it. I love it. And folks might be curious right now. We're in the green room, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. We're in the green room. We're going to get started in just a moment. But you might be wondering the same question I'm wondering. With all this wonderful stuff that she has going on, what is Lisa's big why? Like, why does she get up every single day and do what she does? We're going to find out. Don't worry, in a few minutes, she'll talk about this mastery to millions, this fab to fine. We'll get into all that. But right now, why does Lisa do what Lisa do? I don't know. Lisa, talk to us.
Well, it's really simple. I have a mission. My mission is to touch more lives than Oprah by helping people who help others. And it started out years ago when I really made a lot of things about me when I was younger. I was in dis-ease with myself and hurting myself. As successful as I was sabotaging my efforts, and I realized I couldn't be the only one doing that. And when I kind of had my own little come to Jesus and said, this is not working for me, what do I need to do? I wanted to get out there and make a difference, but I didn't want it to be about me. I wanted it to be about you. And I figured it out by saying, how am I going to do it? And I wanted to find influencers, people who are making a difference, who are sharing their gifts, their services, their wisdom, strength, and hope out there. And I said, if I can help you help somebody else, then I'm doing what I need to do for my mission.
That's a really good mission, man. That's super exciting. I can't wait. Look, Carol, what's going on? I see Jacqueline's out there. Kevin, is always a pleasure. Mike, for those folks that are tuning in, you're in for a treat. We got to get going because we've got to show them. We got to get going in 5. It's my favorite thing to do, by the way. 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll be right back, and it'll be showtime, ladies and gentlemen. Can't wait. It'll be amazing. Promise I made to my mom. I only did this message for one person, and that's my mom. This is for you, Mom. Love you. My name is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur. Make it a great day, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Shay Brown.
Mic check, mic check.
All I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up.
Yes. Yeah.
And they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there. Cause all I do is win.
Well, it's a great day. My name is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur, and welcome to the Happy Entrepreneur Show, the #1 business development and revenue focused late night show in the country where we're on a mission. And our mission is to empower. Our mission is to inspire. And our mission is to provide you, not me, but you, with all of the resources that are necessary to execute that big, big, big vision you have for the people you were called to serve. And I believe, really, you have 3 visions I'd like to talk about, 3 visions. I believe, first, you have a vision for yourself. You know, the clothes you want to wear, the car you want to drive, the organic food that you want to eat. And it takes resources, which means it takes revenue, right? I believe you have a second vision, by the way. You have a vision for your loved ones, the ones you care the most about. My son recently got married this past Saturday. The week before that, he closed on a home. How many of you know out there, if you got kids, it takes some resources? Come on, somebody, to write that check, by the way. And maybe you want to send your kids to a school of a college of your choice. You want to write a check for someone's mortgage right now. You want to write a check maybe just for the causes you believe in. It takes, I know, resources and, revenue. And I believe you have a third vision, by the way. You have a vision for the people you were called to serve. And I always like to talk about Noah in the Bible. And you don't have to be a believer. I happen to be a believer, so you don't have to be one. But just imagine for a moment, there's this guy named Noah in the Bible, and God's given him all the resources he needs, given him everything, education, expertise, just like you need. And right before Noah gets started, there's a knock at the door. And he's like, hey, what's going on? Excuse me, Noah, over here. There are no hammers in the house. No hammers? No big deal. We don't panic. Why would I worry? Yeah. I might as well confess over here, too. There are no nails either. No hammer, no nails. Rule number 1, I just said, don't what? Panic. That's right. That's right. Noah down here, I might as well confess as well. There's no wood and there's no people. Good luck on this mission. And maybe that's you right now. You already believe, you can't believe any freaking more. You work hard, you can't work harder than you are right now, yet you don't have any resources. So you can't purchase you don't have any revenue, so you can't purchase the resources you need. So this morning, this evening, this afternoon, no matter what time it is for you in the world, the one and only Lisa is here for one reason only, and that is to help you do what? Get the resources you need. Get the revenue you need to execute and get the resource you want. So Lisa, welcome. How are you doing?
I'm doing amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Where are you broadcasting in from?
I am coming in from New Jersey, although I want to say New York because I'm a real New Yorker at heart.
New Yorker at heart. Okay, I love it. Look, you came up with this title, and people may be wondering, this Mastery to Millions title. Why that title? Is this another one of those, you can make 7 figures in 7 minutes and read this book over here and drink this portion over here? Like, why this topic? So tell us the topic. And what should people expect to get an idea from doing this session that are tuned in? Is the entrepreneurs that are listening right now that have stopped what they're doing, the other folks, dualpreneurs that are listening right now? Why this topic? Why now?
Well, Master to Millions is actually encompassed by the 7 secrets you must know to build your business in today's economy. And it actually brings me back to something that happened to me 19 years ago. I was in a position where my husband and I were multimillionaires, doing very comfortable in everything we did. I was semi-retired, had what I thought I did everything right. Went to school, got a good job, built a business, put money away. Everything was great. I was working for a company called MCI. They became WorldCom. And if you're around long enough, WorldCom went bankrupt. And when they did, so did my 401k, my ESOP, my employee stock options, and everything else, and any other .com I was part of. So I ended up having to start over. And I thought about that in today's economy with the pandemic, where people are starting over. So where I was 19 years ago, losing it all, and then right after 9/11, my husband got downsized by the whole World Trade Center and everything else that happened. He was a consultant with PricewaterhouseCoopers, and all of a sudden they were getting employees for 10 cents on the dollar, and he got let go, and we had to start over. We didn't just have to start over. We were $500,000 in debt starting over. And I made a decision to start another business, and I'd owned businesses prior, but I was able to retire. And I decided to start another business, and within a couple of months, actually 3, I was on track for 6 figures. And I didn't do it once. After that business got started, I did it another business, which we still have all of them. And it was just based on what was needed. And the next business, again, web development, I ended up making a 6-figure income like this first year. The next one I started, I did it again, made it a 6-figure income the first year. And it became a pattern 4 times in a row that I was able to do that. Now, that's maybe not a big deal to you, but most businesses don't make 6 figures for 5 years, let alone to do it in 1 year. And then turned around, and 2 of those businesses now gross millions of dollars in revenue on their own. And Mastery to Millions was a conversation when some of my clients said, Lisa, how did you do it? And I had to sit back and think about it. We had gone to a conference where they were telling us how to make millions of dollars in a year. And they gave us a lot of good info, but nothing that was actionable that you can apply to your business to see results. And they said, we're spoiled with you. You tell us how and give us the tools. Other people are telling you what, but you don't know how to do it. And it turned out that Mastery to Millions was how did we actually go from prosperity to desperation back to prosperity again? And how did we help hundreds and thousands of other people do the same thing? That's where Mastery to Millions came in. This is not a theory. It's not something I read in a book. This is something that was I got to apply personally, but I also have amazing testimonials of other people who've done it too.
Wow. What do you see as one of the number one challenges is facing business today? I know you work with a number of businesses, and we'll get into that, but what's one of the challenges that kind of hold them back from being successful? And I know that's a loaded question, but pick any one that's top of mind to you right now.
Well, you just said top of mind. So the number one thing in the 7 secrets you have to master to build your business in today's economy is mindset. That's the number one thing in Mastery to Millions is mindset. Real life psychology is 80%. That's really the main thing. It's the skills and techniques are 20%, but most people are spending 80% of the time on the skills and not enough time on the 6 inches between your ears. Realize that if you believe that this is a good economy, you're right. If you believe it's a bad economy, you're right. And that's the biggest challenge most people have. They're seeking advice from their fears, and instead it becomes destructive, not constructive. We need to be aware of where we're getting the information. Know that we talk about mindset. 55% of your beliefs are formed by the time you're 5 years old by well-meaning teachers, preachers, guardians, and parents. What that means is the other 45% was built on a shaky foundation. What do I mean by that? When you were young and a very young child, your parents told you don't talk to strangers, right? Well, that's great advice as a young child. As an entrepreneur or dualpreneur, you need to talk to strangers to build your business because they're still buying from you. So if your mindset is I can't talk to strangers, I'm afraid I'll look bad, I'm not gonna be perfect, what if I sound silly, I don't feel confident, all these other things you put into your head, you're gonna actually become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Your mind doesn't know the difference between what's real or vividly imagined, and it will look for facts. It's a fact-seeking machine looking for proof for whatever you say you want. So
A facts machine looking for a proof of whatever you believe in your mind. You talked about mindset. Folks are listening right now and said, okay, go ahead and share. You talked about the challenge. What's step number one for someone that says, you know what, in this economy, that's what you put down there. I love the topic, by the way, what you can do today, like now is the time. What's the first step that you would suggest to someone that's watching and listening right now to take that step towards where they need to grow their business?
Well, I think the first step is seeing the future in advance. Just like I did 19 years ago, we were in a position, we had just put $250,000 in our backyard. We had gotten hit with everything going on. All of a sudden, we find ourselves $500,000 in debt and having to start over. Now, I don't know about you. I'm okay with telling my age. I'm 57 years old.
Right.
At the time I was 40 going, I'm starting over right now. What am I going to do? And I literally put a picture of my yard on a business card. And I put waterfalls and pools and gazebos and cabanas. I mean, everything crazy. I never thought the rug would be pulled out from underneath us. And I turned around and I talked to my husband. I said, we can sell the house. We have a tiny bit of equity, but we only had 3 months left to pay the mortgage. We didn't know how we were going to do it. And I said, here's the way. I know all this stuff with mindset. I've been teaching this for decades. I said, I'm going to just see the future in advance. I saw us out of debt, back to being wealthy again. I saw it all gone. And all I need to do is focus on where I wanted to go, not where I didn't want to go. You can't get where you want to go watching the rearview mirror. So you have to have that vision. So you want to see the future in advance. Set a goal for yourself of what that's going to look like and then back it out. Now, no matter what's happening in the economy right now, ignore that. Just put your goal together and don't ask yourself, is it realistic? Is it timely? Can I do that? It doesn't matter. Your mind doesn't need to know how, it just needs to know what, and it needs to know why. The why is the bigger the why, the harder you try. You'll figure out the answers when you know why. And that's the first question you asked me, Shay, is why do you get out of bed in the morning? I get out of bed in the morning because I know I'm going to make a difference in someone's life. And that to me is really important. And that's worth doing whatever I do and as long as it takes me. So know your why and also see the future in advance and see it as if it already happened. The rest will fall into place.
You know, you talk a lot about, and you're right about where you need to invest your time and your money. For those folks that are out there that are listening right now, you're listening to the one and only Lisa Lieberman Lang right now, and you can hit the share button. You can hit the watch party button. We believe in the giver's economy. The person who outgives the competition out-earns the competition. Let me say that again. The person outgives the competition out-earns the competition. So one of the ways that you can help is you can hit the share button. You can hit the like button. When you hit the share button, that little box pops up. You can go ahead and write those words, serve plus give value. And that's what Lisa's doing right now. She's serving plus giving value. And that is just so cool. So I'm going to ask her that one idea is like, you know, where should folks be investing their time right now? And I know that's one of the things that you mentioned about this place that they need to invest their time, and then we'll come back to their money, their time and their money. Where should they invest that right now?
Right now, I think where you need to invest your time is in yourself. I had one of my very dear friends is Sharon Lechter, who wrote Outwitting the Devil, Think and Grow Rich for Women by Napoleon Hill, Rich Dad, Poor Dad with Kiyosaki. We had the conversation recently. I said, Sharon, where should people be investing? And she turned around and she said they should be investing in themselves. I'm a big proponent of investing in myself. I've been doing that for decades. I've actually invested over $1.3 million in me in the last 30 years. And if you're sitting there thinking it's a made-up number, I can show you receipts to prove it. Because I decided to invest in all the mentors out there that would actually help me get where I wanted to be. Whether it be Tony Robbins, who I've been with for 27 years, anyone he ever mentioned in the footnotes, Dr. Bandler and Grinder. I became a licensed master NLP practitioner and trainer. I learned from Mr. Dilt as well, Robert Dilt, Frank Kern, Kevin Nations, Keith Cunningham, Jay Abraham, and the list goes on and on and on. John Maxwell, Jack Canfield, all these other amazing people, Tom Hopkins, and then going into different areas. I think we need to be investing in ourselves is the first place we need to be investing, and also not major in the minors. And that really became like, you know, what's result producing activities? So first is invest in you. Second, invest your time where you're going to get results. Result producing activities means things that make the register ring, ka-ching. And how do you do that? Well, conversations create cash. I know you're in the pandemic, but now more than ever, we are actually reaching more people through mediums just like this, like Shay is providing for you, where you can get information, you can connect with other people. There's networking events online. There's opportunities for you to be showing up online, giving your own information and sharing your wisdom, and you can actually make a bigger dent in your business now more than ever. I have one client that turned around and says to me, well, you know, it's the pandemic, I can't sell anything, I can't, you know, all the other stuff. I said, who said you can't sell? Well, everybody in my industry is giving it away for free. I said, well, good thing you're not everybody in the industry. You do the opposite of everybody in your industry and you're going to succeed. And it's exactly what we did in the last 2.5 weeks. I'm telling you, the last 2.5 weeks. So I'm not saying this is 10 years ago. She actually did a challenge for manifestation. She got in 2.5 weeks, she ended up getting 6 new clients and made $15,000 for a 10-week program that she's doing as a neurotransformative Reiki master. She does energy work. How many energy workers do you know that made $15,000 in 2.5 weeks? I have another client who's a family peacemaker for the children and the parents, and she just 2 months ago, I want to be close on the time, all during the pandemic, was thinking, well, I can't really charge people. People aren't looking to make, aren't going to spend money. I said, look, families are home now. There's more stress than ever. They need a pacemaker more than ever right now. Your services are needed. But at the time when she met me, she was a family turnaround expert, and people didn't know what that was. But if you heard it was a parent-child peacemaker, I think it makes sense. She's going to help calm the house down and give you some peace, right? Well, it turned out that with changing the way she was marketing, changing the mindset, taking the activity, and making sure the time was in pointed conversation, saying, find the communities where your ideal client is. With doing that, Shay, within 3 weeks, she made $40,000. In 5 weeks total, she made $72,000. This was just a couple months ago. So right now, those are some of the key things we need to be doing.
Wow, I'm like shaking my head like, wow, that's like super incredible. And at the same time, it's super amazing. Take a moment, if you would. You were showing this cool book, Fab to Find, let's let her do a self-promo. There you go. Find to Fab. It does exist. It's a real book, not just an ebook. It's a real book. I can see it with my own eyes. Take a moment, if you would, and let's slow down, and then we'll speed up. But kind of frame the conversation. What is, because people want to know, what in the LL Cool J is Find to Fab? So break it down for us.
Well, this is actually where I started. When I started originally, I was very successful, but was actually self-sabotaging myself. And I realized that I wasn't terminally unique, although I wanted to be terminally unique, but there were other people out there that were doing what I called fine, and that was going from feeling effed up, insecure, neurotic, and emotional to fabulous, awesome, beautiful. And it's 7 secrets of a successful woman's journey away from depression, disordered eating, and self-sabotage. This book came out, it became a #1 bestseller, and it turned out that one of my clients happened to have been a celebrity, and because of helping her, she got me on the talk on CBS. And from the talk, this became not just a #1 in the book, but it became a #1 all over the world, where I've been on every national station as well as China and other countries, talking about helping people go from fine to fab. I don't care how successful you are personally, but if you don't feel successful, you feel like you're an imposter or you're dealing with lack of fulfillment or anything else, that's a big challenge. And after working with so many people on taking care and going from fine to fab, people were asking what I do really well, and I've been doing for years, how do I build my business? But we had to take care of the first thing, which is mindset. And although everybody wants to know how to make money, if we don't take care of this, there is no money. We have to take care of the primary. And that was what I even looked at, like, how did we lose everything? How did I go from prosperity to desperation? I needed to do a checkup from the neck up. I invested too much in one place. I did it all in the company I was working for. I didn't diversify. I didn't believe I was even worthy of being a multimillionaire. And guess what? It was self-fulfilling. It made it right. I didn't take the money out of the market. I didn't do things I could have done. Things change. You start learning the difference. And I think that if you don't believe you're going to succeed, you're right. I started that way in the green room, and it's true. And then what ended up happening from there, people started asking, how do you build business? And one of my business associates and I wrote this book, Brand You, Become the Expert, for more sales, more clients, more often. Because here's the thing, there's something called marketing myopia out there. If you're in business right now and there are other people who do what you do, if you're an accountant, there's millions of accountants. If you're a life coach, there's millions of life coaches. If you're in real estate, there's millions of real estate people. Well, what differentiates you that makes it so somebody should come to you? Theodore Levitt said that most people spend too much time focused on the product versus the customer. We need to identify what the customer's needs are and give them what they need. And when we do that, you're changing the whole trajectory of your business, because you're not making it about you, you're making it about them, and you're looking at the individual as if they have a sign on them that says WIIFM, which means what's in it for me. And when we start doing that and we start servicing people at a level where it's what they need now, they're going to want to work with you. They're going to see you as the only solution, not one of many. So you want to avoid marketing myopia, where everybody's wearing the same sign saying, I do this. You need to be, I'm your solution. And when you do that, it changes everything.
One of the things that I admire about you is you're talking about that is in I'm going to take you back to a point that you said, and you're so open. I mean, you're like the easiest person to chat with. I had a chance to chat with you on the phone. I'm talking about an amazing. I left up there fired up, not just pumped because it was like another la-di-da-di conversation, but because of where your heart is and how genuine you come across, and you are really that way. Take a moment. Something that you teach and talk about is getting away from the to-dos to the OPAs. And for some folks, that's a shift. I know for me, a Stephen Covey guy, I used to do my little A1, A2, B2, like, this is my to-do. This is what I live by right here. And it was never get past that list. Tell us, for folks, define a to-do versus an OPA, and then break it down in a way that you out there listening. As you're listening right now, I want you to hit the share button. I want you to hit the heart button. I want you to hit the button that says watch party. I want you to share this with your network. Lisa showed up today, and here's what's really cool. There's no Cash App payment needed. There's no Zelly payment. There's no swipe and succeed. She showed up to serve, to help other folks. So you can share this. I'm sure she's okay with this. You can share this into your private group. If there's a private group you're a part of, she's sharing real value. You can share this on your page. If you're listening to the podcast, like, oh, Shay, I can't do that. Grab the link and put it somewhere out there. But pay this message forward. We're here for one reason only. And Lisa will not only change your life, but she'll shift your business if you'll let her. The difference, if you would, Lisa, between the to-do, which, oh my gosh, it's been 100 years, versus the OPA, all these acronyms. Are you sure you want a government worker? I worked at MCI for 15 years. We were MCI, and then WorldCom, and then Verizon, and then I got the Axe too, baby. So I get it. So, all these acronyms, I'm thinking you work for the government. No, I'm joking. I shouldn't say that.
Well, actually, I laugh about that too, because I was joking with my husband. I said, I think I have a thing for acronyms, because I worked for IBM, I worked for MCI, who became WorldCom, I created Find to Fab. I was like, okay, I'm an acronym girl. And the difference, and even the thing, Shay, we were related, because I also grew up with the Stephen Covey, without a doubt. That was the time. I had the time planner, the daytime.
Oh, I love that thing. Oh, yes.
I think I still have the books in the attic. I said to my husband, we got to get rid of them because they're all those years, right? Well, you know what? The whole thing with the to-dos is, the challenge is you might get it done, but never get the outcome done. And an OPA stands for outcome, purpose, action. And what that means is to understand outcome. Why are you doing what is it you want at the end of the day when you're done? What's the outcome you want to know you accomplished? The purpose is the why are you doing it? And the action are not just one way to achieve it, but multiple ways that you can achieve that outcome. And when you do it that way, you'll find that perfect example. You just kind of led me into it now that you're saying it, with COVID and the super moms and the super dads, where they're everything. Well, if you made an OPA for the situation of being a super mom or super dad, and you said, well, what does that include? Well, that's including making sure that my business is built, that my family is taken care of, my kids are in school, and everybody is happy and healthy. If that's our OPA, the why are we doing it? It's the only way to get sanity. It's so that we can actually function and take care of ourselves and our family. Now, what are the actions we can do? Where before you might have had an OPA saying, an action plan or a to-do list saying, I got to make breakfast, I got to make lunch, I got to make dinner, I got to make sure they're online at a certain time, then I got to log in for work, and I got to log in for the kids, and then I have to take the break, and then I have to get them. And you see what's happening, you have all these to-dos. Well, if you know the outcome is just to make sure everybody is happy and healthy and that you get your job done, does it make sense before when I told you about automate, delegate, and eliminate, that now you can say, well, how can I get it done? It's not a to-do, because it doesn't mean it has to be you. It can be somebody else. Well, I can delegate this. Maybe while I'm doing that, I can find other mompreneurs, mother super moms that are in the same situation as I am, and maybe we can bring the kids together and have, or take turns, having you do school Monday and Tuesday, I'll do it Wednesday and Thursday, like we turn around and leverage it, because it's not about a to-do, but an outcome. The outcome is to get it done in a certain way, not how you do it, but you can be multiple different strategies to do that. It could have been hiring someone to take care of the children while they're in school, making sure that you alternate your hours. You no longer start at 9 in the morning, but you start at 2. How do you change that? But when we look at it as an OPA, versus, outcome, purpose, action versus to do. It's not only one way to do it. When you make it a to do, you pigeonhole yourself as only one way. When you make it an OPA, you're giving yourself opportunities to accomplish something, but you're diversified enough that you don't have to feel like you're stuck, which is a big difference, and you can get it done. And that's the cool part.
That's the cool part. I love it. Where does this burning desire you have to actually go save the world and serve people? Where does that burning desire come from? I can feel the passion. I can hear it in your voice. And you're like, Shay, I'm all in helping business owners really achieve this whole mastery to millions so they can serve more people. It's never about the money. It's about the meaning they're going to have. It's not about the income. It's about the impact. And certainly it's about making $1 and a difference at the same time. And if that's you out there, you're like, you know what? I want to make $1 and a difference. I like that. $1 and a difference at the same time. Look right below the video. Look right below the video and write those words. Make $1 and a difference at the same time. Hashtag Lisa Lieberman Lang. It's possible you can do that. But let's find out, what's her burning desire? Where's the desire come from? Where was it born from? Talk to us about that.
Well, the burning desire, I just have to say it's Lisa Lieberman Wang.
I said Wang. I keep saying Lang, don't I?
That's what I was saying. It's the W. It's the Wang.
Wang. I'm so sorry.
Thank
Wang.
you. Thank you. I'm the only Lieberman Wang out there, so it's easy to find. The burning desire really comes from the fact that I really believe somebody stuck their hand out at one time to help me, and I feel like I need to just give back. And it comes back to the time when one of my dear friends, Dr. Debbie Turner, I was in a position where I was literally trying to kill myself, not on a figurative thing of thinking of it, but I was in dis-ease with myself. I was totally succeeding. I did millions of dollars a year in revenue for MCI. It was a circle of excellence. Everything was great. And then at the end of the day, I was burning out and didn't know how to deal with all the stress. And I was using food to feel better. And she said to me, I know Tony Robbins is in town and he can help you. And I was like, who's Tony? Because he's doing a fire walk. I said, what's a fire walk? And this is 27 years ago. And I go to this fire walk, and at the time they had these VIP tickets. That was the best you can get. And I'm literally in her office in Queens, and where she's calling up Chris Henderson and getting me a ticket. I'm buying it myself, but getting him on the phone. And I'm in the front row, and we're walking to the fire. And I looked up at Tony and I said, I'm bulimic. Can you help me? Because I had already been hospitalized 6 times in 13 years. And I had a sudden heart attack at 18. And I had all these different challenges, but it came from honestly being in unfortunate situations growing up, from verbal abuse to sexual abuse by a date to other things that happened. And the way I dealt with it was using food. And Tony just smiled at me when I asked him the question, and we continued to walk, but I ended up signing up for his whole program, has been in his community for decades now. I ended up crewing afterwards and senior leader, became a trainer for him and a platinum partner of his as well. And it became one of those things where I feel like it was because of that connection. At one of the events, Tony was looking for someone who was suicidal. And I never raised my hand, Shay. And now today I know how they found me. At the time, I didn't know how they found me. And it turned out that he worked with me personally for like 4 to 6 hours. I don't even remember how long it was. And that was 27 years ago in Hawaii. And I had made a pledge that I'm going to cry. I'm going to help other people because someone helped me. So I feel like if it wasn't that Debbie put that path in my way, I wouldn't have had the guidance. And some of the stuff I do today is actually because of Tony and Lauren Slocum from that community and Joseph McClendon III from the community that, they turned around. They said, Lisa, you're playing small. And now you need to know I never played small. I've always been super successful, became top in the industry in a direct sales company, the top 1% $1 million club earner, built other businesses and super successful. And they said, you're playing small. And they said, you're supposed to help people. And I said, I do. They said, no, you're supposed to help women. I said, no, I teach people how to make money. And that's how Find to Fab happened, because they said I was supposed to help more people. And I said, okay, if I'm supposed to be giving back, how am I supposed to do that? I thought I was doing enough charity and giving back all the time. And it became I'm supposed to do even more. And then after my women were doing so great, men started coming to me. And after the men started coming to me, they go, why aren't you helping more people with business? This is what you do. You've been doing it for decades. And it got even bigger. And that's where Mastery to Millions came in, is this is not just for me, this is for everyone. Nobody is limited based on your background, your finances, your situations. All those are stories. All those are just stories that we tell ourselves. And, they say beliefs are the lies you tell yourself. They is me. I've been saying that for years. The word belief has a 3-letter word in the middle of it. It's the word lie. And I decided to stop lying to myself. I stopped lying to myself to say that I was unworthy, and I decided to tell myself that I was worthy and I was more than enough. I also started to realize that other people didn't have the confidence I had, and if they wanted to borrow my confidence in them and you, I'll give you my confidence in you because I believe in you. If you're even listening to this, that means that there's something in there. If you can relate to any part of what I'm saying, it's not because of anything that makes me great. It's because the greatness is already within you. And I believe when you actually can inspire and not just motivate, but get people to actually take action, we'll see more people getting what they want. And you know what? Everybody can have as much as they want. There's no limitation to anything out there.
Wow, I could talk to you for hours and hours and hours. And, as you talk about Mastery to Millions and a heart to give and a heart to serve, it just means so much for those folks that are out there. And you know that this is your time. You know that this is your moment. Just look right below the video, and right now is the time. And I'm going to ask Lisa, because we got to transition the office into today is my January 1st, but I'm going to ask her why that statement is so important. And when she hears those words, what does that mean? And you look right below the video. And if you hit the share button, hit it. If you haven't hit the watch party button, hit it. And you can write those words. Now is the time. So now is the time to start the business. Now's the time to get that book done. Now's the time to get back on that weight program. Now's the time to spend more time in your relationship. Whatever it is, but I'm going to ask her, why is it so important to believe that now is the time? And for Jeff that's out there, Mavis is out there, Wendy Labatt that's out there, Dakisha Williams is out there that says you're amazing, you're incredible, by the way, and so many folks that are tuning in right now, why should they believe that now, not tomorrow, but now is the time? Talk to us.
Now is the time, because here's what the deal is. We don't need to wait for New Year's resolutions, because people make a New Year's resolution January 1st and by February 2nd, it's already dead. Take the action now for whatever you want. Today's a new day. It's an opportunity, and never leave for tomorrow what you can do today. One of the biggest things I feel is that if we just take actionable steps, it doesn't have to be big ones, even small actionable steps, consistency is key. You can achieve anything you want. You don't have to wait to the New Year's resolution to do it. You just really need to declare. Shay and I were speaking before, you hear the expression to make a decision, to decide. If you look up the word, it means to put an end to any other option. This is it. Burn the boats. This is what you're going to do. Well, decide now that today is the day. It's January 1st. What is it that you want to do? And here's an easy way to do it. Stop making it about you. Make it about others. When we'll do more for others than we'll do for ourselves. I made a decision that if I just help one person and I saved one life, it was worth it. Do you realize that no matter what we're doing today, you're helping somebody? There's not one of us that can do anything without the other. We can't be born by ourselves. We need a mom. We need a dad. We cannot even die ourselves. We need 6 people to carry a coffin. So the answer is anything you're doing is making a difference. If you're sitting on a chair, you did not make that chair. You did not do it yourself. Somebody else made that chair so you can sit on it. When you think about what you're doing is making a difference to somebody else, stop making it about you, make it about them. You'll see your success comes a lot easier and faster.
Wow, I love it. And that's a great segue to today is my January 1st. You are so on time. Rico out there says happy. He's glad he's there. Lisa Dove Washington is watching right now. She's excited. Adrian Taylor says greetings, Lisa and Shay. Marketing Myopa. That's what she says. Is that right? Yeah. Interesting.
Marketing Myopa. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she said interesting. Talk about that for just a moment. Just do the whole marketing thing, folks that are asking that question real quick. And then we'll get into today's my January 1st. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. Lisa's here to give a little bit of time. I don't want to take too much of her time, but she's having so much fun. But she wants to make sure she connects with all of you. So I'm going to ask her in a few minutes, what type of clients does she work with these days? Don't worry. And I'm going to ask, how can you best connect with her? But take a moment and talk about marketing Myopa. Did I pronounce that right?
Myopia. Yeah. Marketing myopia is really about everybody holding the same sign saying they do the same thing and no one knows why to even do business with you. It's kind of the thing where you come out and you say, here, I have a shovel, buy my shovel, right? You're going to say, Lisa, I don't want to buy your shovel. But I say, no, I have the shovel. It's the best shovel in the world. And you say, I don't want to buy your shovel. Somebody else comes over to you and says, buy the shovel. Who cares about the shovel? Well, now let's fast forward. There's 4 feet of snow outside your door. Do you want to buy my shovel?
Yeah.
Right? Now you want to buy my shovel. The idea is that people don't understand that they're selling the wrong product, and they're also competing, saying the same thing as everybody else. You need to differentiate what you're doing. You need to have the clear message to make sure people know how you're unique, and then they need to know why they need your shovel.
I love it. I love it. You know, we have this personal philosophy here called "Today is my January 1st." And today is my January 1st represents a do-over. It represents a fresh start. It represents your past is not your future. And for those folks that are out there that want to know, you're hearing it for the very first time, January 1st is not the date on the calendar. It's one of those moments throughout the day. And there's probably 1,000+ moments where you get to make a decision, and that decision can forever change the trajectory of your life. So you make a decision, you're going to work out, or you're going to sit back on the couch and binge watch Netflix. You make a decision. You're going to eat hamburgers and french fries. If you're like my sons, you got salt, pepper, some ketchup, hot sauce. Or you go to the refrigerator, you open up the refrigerator, inside the refrigerator, there's some kale. That sounds good, doesn't it? There's some broccoli. It gets a little bit better. There's some Brussels sprouts. So it's a fresh start. It's a do-over. When you hear those words, today is my January 1st, what goes through your mind, Lisa? And for those folks that are out there, you can write right below the video, today is my January 1st. Today is my January 1st. When you hear those words, Lisa, what goes through your mind?
I think that every day is my January 1st. As I shared with you before, there was a time when I didn't think I'd be here. So every day above ground is a good day. And every day is my opportunity to make the best of it. For me, every day is my birthday. You can ask my husband. I do not need any presents. I just need him to be good to me. And for me, it really is. Every day is January 1st.
You know, as folks are getting excited about January 1st, just like they are every single time, you probably heard this phrase before, consistency is the key, consistency is the key, consistency is the key. Having said that, what do most people struggle with most? We all struggle with consistency. So what do you share with your clients in order for them to hashtag stay the course and be consistent no matter what?
Well, I think that one of the easiest ways to stay consistent is to declare what you're going to do publicly. When we tell other people what we're going to do, it's harder not to show up for them. And the other piece is to schedule it. What gets scheduled gets done. And what that means is if you say you're going to work out, then put it in your calendar and schedule the time for it. If you're working for certain hours and you're working 9 to 5 or 9 to 3, whatever it is you want, you're going to write that book that you want. Shay, you talked about earlier, right? People may want to write their book or do other things. Yeah. Consistency happens by scheduling it. And to me, that's really one of the easiest ways to make sure that we stay the course and that we, again, see the future in advance, know why we're doing it. When you know why, it's easier.
Fine. Tell the audience, what type of clients do you work with? So someone out there might say, oh, wow, I'm the right client for her. Or they may know someone who's a good client for you. So it's a two-part question. Number one, what type of clients are you working with these days? And number two, how can they best connect with you? Is there a gift or something you can share with them? How can they best stay in a conversation with you?
Well, I'm going to start with the gift because you said there's a gift. Here's what I'm going to do. If you'd like to get my new book, Brand You, Become the Expert, not the newest one, I'm still writing the new one, it's in with the editor, but if you want to get this book, I'm going to give it to you for free just for being here. Go to brandyoubecometheexpert.com. And when you do, you're going to get the book for free. If you go to Amazon, it's $25. You'll get it for free, and I'll cover the shipping. You cover the shipping. I cover the book. And when you go there, I'm also going to show you how to literally outsell your competition 57-1 and changing how you communicate to the end user. And there'll be a little offer there, so make sure you check that out, okay? I think I just forgot what the other thing you asked me.
I was saying, what type of clients do you work with these days?
Okay, thank you. The kind of clients I work with is entrepreneurs, you know, whether you're a solopreneur, you have about 5-10 employees or so, those usually are sweet spots. You're looking to scale your business. You're already making a 6-figure income and you want to be able to make a multiple 6 or 7-figure business. You want to be able to make it profitable. You want to be able to market it. People who are looking to create those conversations, the signature program, the funnels, the social media, do all those things. We're pretty much a turnkey solution, taking your idea and taking it from creation to to evolution of where you need to be able to market it. So if you have a great idea, you're already working for someone looking to start your side gig, or you want to actually take your business to the next level, then I would love to be able to have that conversation with you. And because you have such a far reach, Shay, I'm going to limit it to the first 10 people who take action now. Set up a call with me at Call with Lisa, CALL with Lisa. And I will take the first 10 people. You need to apply. And if I feel like we can help you, I'll be happy to do that. We literally will take your idea, brand you, show you how to market it, create funnels for you, and be able to help you build a multiple 6- and 7-figure business. Some of the stories I shared with you were people who just started with us in the last couple of months, and they're already killing it. And again, in today's economy, some of the things we cover between your mindset, taking massive action, modeling success, measuring, managing, marketing, innovation, and masterminding, taking all those skills together to help you understand who you need to market to, how you need to package it, how to get out there. And the best thing that we do that no one else does, and I really know no one else does, is we have a team of people to help you implement it. So if any of that sounds like who you are and it's calling to you and you're saying, yes, Lisa, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired, trying to figure it out myself. I want someone to hold my hand and help me get there, then you're the right person for us, and we'll be happy to see how we can support you. Find me on social media, Lisa Lieberman Wang, again, the only Jewish Chinese woman with that name. And you can find me out there go to lisaliebermanwang.com, as well as Find to Fab if you need help personally, but if you're looking for the help professionally, go to Lisa Lieberman Wang and follow me on social media. Be happy to see you in our tribes, along with seeing you in Shay's.
I love what you do. Couple quick questions in what we call a rapid fire segment. They may be curious, what's one of the lessons, you've had so many mentors, one of the lessons you learned from any of your mentors that you can pass along to everyone that's watching right now? So for those folks that are out there like, wow, I wonder what's a lesson that she's learned she's going to pass on to me. You all can do your hands like this now. Say, thank you. Thank you. Because she's getting ready to unleash one of the lessons she learned from her mentors. And guess what? You get to walk away with it. It doesn't cost you $10,000. Isn't that pretty cool? You all can say, thank you, Lisa. You can look right below the video, but thank you, Lisa. See, she's going to share. Isn't that cool?
Yeah. You know, one of the lessons that I learned was actually when I was really young, and I was at MCI, and they sent me to learn from Tom Hopkins. Tom Hopkins at the time and still holds the record for selling 365 houses in 1 year, and no one's ever outsold him. And he said to me, and the training class at the time, he said it takes 29 no's to get a yes. And that stuck with me for my entire career. I've done over $60 million in sales personally. My organizations have done over $100 million in sales. And what I used to do is every day I'd start, and I don't have to do it anymore because I actually do it automatically. I'd start with a piece of paper with 30 lines on it. And every time we dial for dollars and someone would say no, I'd say thank you and hung up the phone. And the next one, someone would say no, and I'd say thank you and hung up the phone. And he said that 29 no's to get a yes. So when someone said no, I'm thinking, yay, great, I'm getting closer to my yes, because all I need to do is get to 30. And that made it so easy to understand when people said no to me, they weren't saying no to me, they were saying no to what I was offering versus me personally. So I never took it personally. I remember I was training an organization, they had me in front of 25,000 people. I'm getting ready to go up on stage and a woman says to me, oh, I just hate sales, I hate being rejected. I said, I have never been rejected. And I just told you the sales I've done. I said, I've never been rejected. I said, they don't know me well enough not to like me. They're just rejecting my product or service. You're offering oatmeal raisin cookies and they like chocolate chip. When we understand that a no is just a no, not now, no, maybe, no, I need more information, or just no, it's not about you. I think that's the best wisdom I can give people today. It takes 16 touch points today for people to actually get to know you, like you, and trust you, and want to do business with you. Years ago, it was 7. This is important because people are going to say no, no, no. They're saying no unconsciously 1,400 times a day is what the studies have said. Can't understand how they got that number, but that's right. You're driving down the road, you see a sign, you say no. You're on social media, people are posting, you're going no, 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 no. People come to you, your kids tell you something, you say no, no, no. You're saying no all the time. You need to become the yes. So when you're no longer taking it personally about getting a no, life is really easy and easy to build a business.
Wow, I love it. Second to last question, and this is really cool. It's been so much fun. Sometimes these are fun, and sometimes they're not. This is like a real fun crew, and I'm learning so much. What does Lisa do for fun when she's not out saving the world?
Lisa loves to travel. My husband and I have been traveling the world. We put on 100,000 miles one year, going all around the world with Tony Robbins as platinum partners. We were in Egypt and Israel and Cabo and everywhere. Then we decided to continue and went to Scotland and Ireland and Rome and Greece and everywhere else. So we love to travel. That's one of our big things. And obviously COVID is slowing that down. And the other thing that we love to do, which most people don't know, is I was a professional ballroom dancer back with Arthur Murray when I was younger. So we love dancing. So that's the other thing we love to do.
Wow, and I love it that you're here on the Happy Entrepreneur Show. All right, last question. I want to first give you an opportunity to close out. So the last question for you to close out. But first, let me say thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for you being on the Happy Entrepreneur Show. We appreciate you. You play full out. For those folks that are out there, make sure you get the gift. So when she closes out, I'm going to ask her first to tell you how you can get the free gift, because that's very important, because that'll help you, and then how you can connect with her. And then she'll share some closing comments to maybe inspire and encourage you, because these lights are going to go off. Okay, in this moment, she's going to go back to saving the world, and want to leave you with something that you can walk away with. But before you do that, hit the share button one more time. If you hit it before, you're a rock star. Hit it again. Hit the watch party button. Play this message forward to your network, and make sure you connect with Lisa. By the way, this is your moment. This is your time, and you're ready to go to a whole nother level. So thanks a lot, Lisa. I can't wait to connect with you. Can't wait to meet you face to face, have eye-to-eye contact. But through the power of these fiber optic lines, we're connected. That's the cool part. So I'll turn it over to you to close out. Again, thank you so much for being on the show. We really appreciate you.
So I appreciate you, Shay. Thank you so much for having me here. You are a light not just for the light of brightness, but to guide so many people. So thank you for what you do. You're quite incredible. And for you listening, thank you for being here. And please do what Shay said and share this, because one of the best things we can do is give to others. And there are people who need to hear the message. Share it with those people you think will need them. Tag them, share them, whatever it is. But let's spread the word and give people some wisdom, strength, and hope right now when I think they need it most. And know that there's a lot of people out there succeeding. And I hope you're one of them. And if you're not, we need to help you. And reach out to me. Go to callwithlisa.com, WITHLISA.com. Find me on social media, Lisa Lieberman Wang. It's LIEBERMANWANG. And also remember, go get your book, Brand You, Become the Expert. And when you do, my new book, Master It in Millions, will be coming out. I'll make sure I let you know about it, and I'll show you how to get that free as well. So I look forward to connecting with you soon, and thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. I want you to know, as you're watching right now, every single one of you, you're amazing. You've got greatness inside you. And for you, the best is yet to come, because you can get mastery to millions. For you, the best is still yet to come, because you can grow your business. And as Lisa said, more importantly, the best is yet for you to come, because you can still give to others. With that being said, for those folks who want to know who's making all that noise, who's doing all that yelling, my name is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur. Make it a great day, everyone. And I promise from the bottom of my heart, we'll make some good things happen. We connect again next time. Remember, by the way, that time is long. It really is. Life, on the other hand, is very, very short. So we got to live in the moment, and we got to make it count. God bless you. Wish you success. Thanks a lot, Lisa. You're a rock star. Thank all of y'all. We'll see you soon. We out of here. Peace. Promise I made to my mom. I only did this message for one person, and that's my mom. This is for you, Mom. Love you. My name is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur. Make it a great day, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Shay Brown.
Mic check, mic check.
All I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never give up. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up.
Yes. Yeah.
And they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there. Cause all I do is win, 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 win.
You know, there's nothing like being behind the scenes in the green room. I can't think of a better place to be than right here with the one and only Dee Wong. Yes, yes, yes. Now, I wish I could hang out with you, and I wish I could read this bio, this very extensive, very long. So what I'll do, because I'm not good at reading stuff and I hate doing that, I'll take a moment and I'll just ask Dee to answer the question, like, who is Dee and what are you up to these days?
Who is Dee? Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here at the Shay Brown show. And oh my gosh, Shay Brown's energy is up my alley. I've always been called, Dee, you have such great energy. You have such high energy. I'm like, I think Shay is on par with me. So we're doing a little bit of match today. Anyway, I'm so happy to be here. Very honored. Thank you, Shay. Who is Dee Wong? If you don't know me, I am originally from Hong Kong. Most people ask me where I'm from, not because of how I look, but because of how I sound. Because my accent, I call it right now the international accent, but I'm originally from Hong Kong and I grew up in England. So my English is really used to be sounding like posh and Queens-like, but now it's international. And I live in Los Angeles, although I am due to move somewhere. I'm not going to tell you yet until I decide soon. I am a mother of 4 with 4 children at 9 and under. So I have a very busy life. I own several businesses. I'm an investor. I'm an international award-winning speaker. I love speaking and inspiring the world, stepping on the stage and just looking at amazing faces who have the eyes to want to do something. And this is why I'm here with you guys, Shay, and your audience here. I just love inspiring and giving value and serving the community of entrepreneurs.
We love what you do, and thanks so much for that. And, folks might be kind of curious because you've done so much, right? You help people take their ideas to an income. You're on different shows. Before we get into that, and I know you get into how to turn every stranger into an ally. I get that. But take a moment, if you would, if we can just slow down, then we'll speed up. With this global health crisis that's going on, so much happening in the world, what type of conversation, take us behind the scenes, that you and your colleagues are having to stay encouraged or to stay motivated or to shift your business model? How are you guys doing that? What type of conversations are you having?
Well, a lot of people are saying, oh, these are such difficult times. Oh, these are such, unprecedented times. So the languaging of that is quite negative, right? I'm always about positive languaging. And my messaging in communication, in wording, in sentencing, and in the intention behind the sentences that you do say with your mouth open, is actually, these are great times. These are times of opportunity. These are times where actually a lot of people needed this jolt of something to make them wake up to the mundane and automated life that they've been living. So in fact, these past 7 months has been really an eye-opener for all of us. And I believe that, talking to my colleagues, talking to other speakers, and doing all these networking and virtual summits, we are all actually thinking, hey, this is a time for all of us to either, if you have a job and always had an idea to start a company, this is the time to do it. If by the end of the pandemic, you don't come out with doing something that you have always wanted to do, because this is the time to do it, like write a book or try to get on a speaking platform and get your craft ready for that, or even just start your own business, which is what my idea to income is all about. By the end of the pandemic, you don't produce something that you've always wanted. So we're really positive in the entrepreneurial world, speakers world, authors world. We are really out there unconditionally giving love and advice to people.
I love what you're doing, and we're in the green room, right? So we get to ask any question. This is where the magic happens. You happen to be involved in a project, and for those folks that are tuned in, don't worry. We'll get to this whole connection and this whole cash flow and turning strangers into allies. We'll get into that, but I'm just curious before we get started, which we will in just a moment. What is this whole Shark Tank, hip hop? Take a moment and just say, what is it? What's its mission? And why are you involved?
Well, I am an executive producer of this newly developed show. We are shopping it to the networks right now with a lot of interest. We've got some quite big name A-type personalities on as judges. And I call it the hip hop Shark Tank because we are using the business model of a Shark Tank TV show, but with the idea that we really want to follow the current Black Lives Matter movement, so that we really give the opportunity for young Black generation, as well as minorities, so Latinas, Indians, Asians like us, like me, that opportunity to step into a platform where they can really pitch. They do their elevator pitch to a judge who is an investor. And then even if they don't get into the world of getting a deal, we can actually help them by mentoring them and put them into an incubator to actually help them become millionaires. So that is really the idea of this Money Moves is called. And
what again did you say?
Money Moves.
Money Moves. So money's moving from one investor over to folks that need it the most.
There you go. I like it. But I am really proud of this project because I'm married to a half Black, half white man. My children are all mixed up, and they are going to have to grow up in this world where, with everything that happened with George Floyd and the, people protesting and all of this stuff, it's actually, again, a wake-up call for all of us to see what can we do as individuals. So if I'm an executive producer of a TV show that can make a change and make impact, then I want to do it.
I love it. I love what you're doing, man. It's amazing. Look, we got a show. Carol, I see you out there. John, good to see you again. So many folks are tuning in right now. I know we got to go. We're in agreement. We got to get this thing kicked off.
Yeah, so I want to do this watch party.
5, my favorite thing to do. 4, 3, 2, 1. It's showtime. We'll be right back. Promise I made to my mom. I only did this message for one person, and that's my mom. This is for you, Mom. Love you. My name is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur. Make it a great day, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Shay Brown.
Mic check, mic check.
All I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up.
Yes. Yeah.
And they stay there. And they stay there, and they stay there. Cause all I do is win.
Well, it's a great day. My name is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur, and welcome to the Happy Entrepreneur Show, the #1 business development and revenue focused late night show in the country where we're on a mission. And our mission is to empower. Our mission is to inspire. And our mission really is to provide you, that's right, you, the entrepreneur, with all of the resources that are necessary to execute that big, big, big vision you have for the people you were called to serve. And I believe you have 3 visions. I like to always share 3 visions. I believe first you have a vision for yourself, right? The clothes you want to wear, the car you want to drive, the organic food that you can't wait to eat, I'm sure. And it takes resources, which means it takes revenue. And I believe you have a second vision, by the way. You have a vision for your loved ones. Mother dear just turned 73 years old. I'm blessed she's only 15 minutes away from me here, and I had a chance to spend time with her yesterday, taking groceries to her home. And, earlier I couldn't go see Mother, but she got really good at using the credit card, by the way. It takes resources, right? She's good at ordering stuff online. And some of you are like that as well. You want to write a check for the cause you believe in. You want to send your kids to a school of your choice. You want to pay someone's health care. It takes resources, which means it takes, I know, revenue, right? And then there's a third vision you have, I believe you have a vision for the people you, not me, you were called to serve. And I want you to imagine for a moment that you're Noah in the Bible. And you don't have to be a believer, but imagine Noah in the Bible, and right before you get started, there's a knock at the door. You're like, what's going on? Noah, over here. Yeah, what's going on? I'm sorry to report, but there are no hammers in the house. Okay, cool. No hammers. I'm all right. Why would I panic with no hammers? What's here? Me here. Yeah, what's going on? There are no nails either. I might as well confess. Okay, no hammer, no nails. Rule number 1, you never panic. You never panic. What is it now? There are no people and there's no wood. Good luck, Noah. And maybe that's you right now. You've got the big heart. You can't believe anymore, but there are no resources because there's no revenue to get your business off the ground. So we brought the one and only Dee Wong, who's here today to bring some resources. Is going to help you right now. What's up, Dee? How are you?
Oh my God, I love it, love it, love it. I actually, that story reminds me of the 3 little pigs that I read to my children. Thank you, Shay Brown. I love being here. Already the energy is high up. We're going to give you some really great value, right?
Yes. Now you jump right into it. Let me just address the elephant in the room. You said convert a stranger into an ally. Can you take a moment and tell us why you picked that title and who should pay attention right now to what you got to say?
I picked that title because in business, it's not about your product. It's really not about the money. It's about the people. It's about the people you connect with whenever you have a chance to have a conversation with them. And that could be pitching for an investor, that could be pitching for a JV partner, that could be pitching to have a new client, that could be pitching to find a boyfriend, to find a husband. So I really talk about pitching in your life in general as an everyday thing. And how do you actually connect with that stranger and turn them into an ally so that they want to do things with you, for you, and actually become a friend?
What do you think is the number one reason holding entrepreneurs back today from just being able to express themselves, even not only to a stranger, but sometimes to colleagues, so they can start collaborations, they can start partnerships, they can build their networks? You and I wouldn't be together right now if it wasn't for the lovely, fantastic, beautiful woman out of Atlanta, the one and only Amy Walker, and all the way on the other side, he has an ego, Mr. Eric Awesome Swanson. He couldn't just be Mr. Eric Swanson. He had to be awesome, right? He had to be the awesome one that were willing to put us together and say, you know what? I know someone you should connect. So my question back to you is, what's one of the challenges holding folks back from pitching or sharing their idea with anyone, forget a stranger, so they can connect with them?
It's self-confidence. Simply put, self-esteem, self-worth, self-confidence. And if you can, this is really my number one word, because out of the Yes Academy, I have 3 words. It's confidence, connections, and cash flow. So if you have confidence, you're going to be able to connect when you speak to someone. And when you connect, the cash flow just comes. So that's the philosophy that I run by. So if you don't work on your self-confidence on a daily basis, you are going to lack that self-confidence to want to approach, to want to feel like, to have a feeling like, I know I can do this, to approach a conversation and give people your ideas and connect in a deeper way than just surface, oh, what's the weather like today? And, oh, what did I eat for lunch? But more so than that, that's what I love about this conversation, turning every stranger into an ally.
Yeah. Can you share one idea that you have for someone that needs to be able to connect? I mean, they're Googling you now. We sent your bio out. I was like, oh my gosh. She was able to get into Oprah the magazine. 2020, by the way. That didn't say Oprah the show, by the way. It said Oprah the magazine 2020. You made her connect with so many powerful folks, and they might be thinking, God, Shay, I don't even know where to start. So can you, for the person that's experienced, let's talk to them for a moment. They're an entrepreneur. They've been working on their craft. They're really, really good, but they have a hard time connecting with folks. What's 1 or 2 ideas that you can share with them that can help them as they're listening right now? And as you're tuning in out there, by the way, you can pay this message forward. Like, you can bless another entrepreneur. You can help someone else. We believe in the giver's economy. The person outgives the competition, out-earns the competition. So hit the share button. Hit the watch party button right now. We hit the share button. You hit that watch party button, and that thing pops up, the little box in there. Just put in there, connect. That's all you got to do to me. Just put connect. She said connect and confidence. You just put confidence and connect. Hashtag Dee Wong. Now, don't worry about the cash flow. The money will come. Just put confidence and connect. hashtag Dee Dee Wong. Pay her a message forward to your network. You can put it into your private Facebook group. I'm sure she's okay with that. Now I'm going to ask her to release something to you, which is, how does she connect? What's one or two ideas she has?
Well, you know what you asked me, Shay, and I want to take this seriously. I know we're both like really energetic and positive and happiness, but there are those people who are struggling and say, yeah, what can I do today to actually change my life? And I will tell you, if you can just write down 5 to 10 people who you speak to on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on monthly basis, and look at these people. Do they lift you up? Do they make you feel empowered? Do they make you feel like you can and support you? Those are the people you want to surround yourself with. And I always say that as you grow as an entrepreneur, it's really important to start looking at your circle of people. As you grow and become a more powerful entrepreneur, more successful entrepreneur, you want to level up and start surrounding yourself with other entrepreneurs who are above you, because I'm always about learning from other people. I'm a student of the universe. I never come to a conversation when I think I know everything, because that is, you have to be humble and you want to learn. And so whenever I meet anybody, even if I don't know them, right? So I don't have any judgment upon them. But you don't come in thinking I'm better than you, or I've already done that, because you can always learn from somebody. So that's number one, that practical things that you actually can do right away is look at down your list of 5 to 10 people and take away all the people who don't serve you. Honestly, you have to change your circle of friends and really level up by networking, going to as many events online or when we open back up offline as possible, and really start introducing yourself as the person you want to be, the person that you are, but you want to be, so that people can start seeing you in a different light. So I hope that helps as one of the really main positive aspects of being an entrepreneur, and surrounding yourself with the right people to lift you up.
It helps a lot. Can you share a time in your business or your life where you had to use these skills yourself, and who were you able to connect with? Can you take us there, please?
Yeah. Okay. So my very first TV show I was asked to be on was like a Shark Tank. It's called Elevator Pitch, and it's online. It's a #1 digital business show online. It's now in its 6th season, but I was in the 1st season. And my mentor was the one who lifted me up. His name is David Meltzer, and he's the CEO of Sports One Marketing. He saw so much talent and potential in me that he asked me to be a judge on the show. Now, I've never been an investor before back then, and not an angel investor. I was a real estate investor. But he knew that I had the power in me to put me in a position, sitting right next to him. I was sitting next to billionaires, talking to entrepreneurs who came to our show to ask us to be investors to pitch us, basically, right? And so for me, that was a very uncomfortable situation. And you have to put yourself in those situations, push yourself further, and don't be afraid of it. Like if I tell you, Dee Dee Wong tells you, hey, I believe that you can be on my TV show, because I'm doing a TV show right now on Amazon Prime Video called Speak Up, and I highlight speakers. I have had 1 or 2 speakers who I have personally asked, I know you have that potential to be on this TV show and shine, but they didn't have the confidence to do so. Believe that I know that. And that's what I did. I believe that David Meltzer knew that there was a potential in me to be on Elevator Pitch. And I did a great job on the show. So it lifted me up and it made me have a learning experience. So that's pretty much the experience I had to get me to that level right from the start.
Wow, I love it. How does someone even go to prepare for something like that? I mean, there might be some folks out there that heard you earlier talking about this whole Shark Tank type of, I'm not going to say lookalike, but type of program you have to help people get funding. Yeah. And then they hear you talk about you're part of this whole pitch deal. Like, oh my gosh, you were judging folks. So to the person that's listening, the entrepreneur, the speaker, the author, the coach, the trainer, the network marketer, the person that owns a franchise is really tuned in right now. What would you say is one thing they need to make sure they have down before they go to give their pitch?
Okay, this is so simple. You may think it's difficult. What do I prepare to be a show on a TV? Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Actually, you just have to bring you. Like always, Be authentic, be you. Don't try to be somebody else. And your light will shine if you are just comfortable being you. And that is all the way back to my very first word, confidence. If you can work on yourself and be comfortable, no matter who you're talking to, no matter if you're talking to a homeless person and you're trying to help them, no matter if you're talking to a billionaire and you're trying to learn from them, you just be you. And if you are such a believer in yourself and your faith in who you are, and you're happy and have great self-esteem, then you can go to a TV show like that and just be you, and you will shine and people will fall in love with you. And by the way, I always say your vibe attracts your tribe. So if they don't appeal to you and you don't appeal to them, then they're not your tribe. And it's okay. We're not here to please every single person in this whole earth. We're not here to be best friends with everybody. So I know that when I speak to you, and if you are resonating with me, then you're my tribe. If you're not resonating with me, then you're not my tribe, and it's okay.
It's okay. I love it. You know, one of the things that we were talking about earlier is that, you know, you participate in something called the Comeback Champion Summit. And how I want to frame the conversation for those folks that are tuned in, you listen to the one and only Dee Wong, and you might be thinking, well, she's perfect, Shay. She has the husband. She has the kids. She gets to travel. She runs several businesses. Was there ever a time in her life, Shay, where she was some challenge that rocked her? And if so, how did she come back from that? What was one of her secrets to success? And I know they're wondering that, and it got me on their mind. So do you mind? I know it wasn't part of what we're going to talk about, but do you mind kind of sharing maybe a time where you had to apply some of these principles in your own life?
Absolutely. Every entrepreneur who's a successful entrepreneur must have gone through some failures of some sort. And mine actually only happened at the end of 2018. So it wasn't long ago. I organized an event called the Women Economic Forum, Los Angeles. And it was a 3-day speaking event with a gala on the third night. And I was so gung-ho. I would do everything 100% committed. And if I can't commit, I don't do it, right? So when I decided to do this in 5 months, most people take a year and a half to organize a 3-day with a gala event. Here I am, Dee Wong, just dive in and decided I'm going to do this and it's going to be great. But no, it wasn't great for me. And I will tell you, I lost over $250,000 in just 3 days. I got into my cash flow debt. I have a lot of, I was what you call the assets, I had a lot of assets, but I was cash flow poor. At that time, because of this event, I was just like really having to put out so much. And I wasn't able to get the people as many people as I wanted in the door. And, and right now I'm able to say it with a smile on my face because it really was such a great experience for me. I saw myself go through 2019, really, wow, like I can really control my own emotions. I can really continue to be the happy, bubbly self, even though I was really going through some financial difficulties. And I don't know, I think that it really showed me that I really have the power to be the person that I am today, to give advice as an entrepreneur, to be an expert in this field, because I have gone through some kind of traumatic financial situation, getting, collections notes, owing credit card companies lots of money and having to pay lots of interest. Now I know what that really feels like, so that I can really talk on this topic with experience and with genuineness. Yeah.
Yeah, certainly. I appreciate you sharing that. You're being very authentic. You're being very real and very transparent. And we certainly appreciate that, because I know part of your core philosophy is not only is it confidence, not only is it confidence, but it's also cash flow. Take a moment and share with us why you put that cash flow on the end and why that's so important.
Well, as you can see behind me, I have that $100 Benjamin bill behind me. Some people perceive it depending on how you see it. I think money is really a tool to help people. And I put it up there to remind myself the money that I make is really because I'm an investor. I love investing. I love making other people's dreams come true as well as my own. And the more money I make, the more I can help other people. That's kind of really my philosophy. And I'm not not afraid as a woman entrepreneur, as an angel investor, as a Chinese woman per se. We don't really talk about money, in this. It's a taboo still. A lot of people are uncomfortable talking about money. But I really want to put it on the forefront of your mind, because the more money I make, the more money I can help you invest or help you do the things that you can do. So I actually think that earlier on you asked me a question about what can people actually do as an entrepreneur to really go out there and take it to the next level. I tell you, the secret is invest in yourself. Find a mentor and invest in yourself, because when I found David Meltzer, my life changed, and I paid him to be my mentor. I have paid many other mentors to be my mentors. In fact, when I'm done with a contract or an agreement and the time period is done, I'm like, okay, I'm at this level now. Who can I reach out to be my mentor so I can continue learning from a person who is way high above of me, and so I encourage you. I have a keynote that's called The Power of Mentorship. And I really tell you all the different aspects of how a mentor can really help you, and finding the right one as well.
Well, they got to go get that keynote, but you got to give us one idea. You can't just leave us hanging on the cliff. You can't say, well, I'll tell you how to do this. Can you give us one idea about either selecting the right mentor, how to work with a right mentor, how to walk away with assignments from the right mentor, whatever golden nugget you want. And for those folks that are out there right now, you're thinking, wow, Shay, this is what I need. This is my time. Hit the watch party button. Hit the share button. Pay this message forward to another little girl or little boy or big girl or big boy that's out there right now that's thinking, you know what? I've got to have the right confidence, Shay. I've got to have the right connection. And cash flow is important because I got to get those resources you talked about in the very beginning. And so hit the watch party button. And for those that did that, thank you so much. We appreciate it. If you're listening to the podcast, I get it. If you're on Roku right now, on Apple TV, look, find the link. Just share someone. Tell someone about Dee Wong, because now she's about to not only tell you about cash flow, but how her best secret, not ideas, on how to really work with a mentor. And this is important. Take it away,
Yep.
Dee.
So the secret is listen to your gut. There's a TV show on Netflix right now called Your Gut, Your Second Brain. We talk about the brain. Okay, so the brain is success principle number 12, but success principle number 13 from Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, the number one most sold business book in the whole wide world, is called Think and Grow Rich. Please go watch it. Read it. Actually, there is a movie that my dear friend John Shin is producing called Think and Grow Rich, The Legacy. So please go find that and watch it. Success principle number 7 is my most important, which is decision. Success principle number 13 is other most important, which is intuition, the sixth sense. So when I ask you to think about finding the right mentor, it's not about their name, it's not about what they've achieved. All of that, yes, is very important. But I tell you, just like how you find your husband, your wife, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, you have to go through some mentors to find the right one. Listen to your gut. If your gut is telling you that this is the right person, then put that money down, sign that contract, and go for it. That's what I would say. That's my secret.
I love it, man. You're giving away a lot of the golden nuggets, the secrets that can really help people, not tomorrow, but today. And it doesn't take a Cash App. It doesn't take a Zelly payment. In fact, Dee showed up today. She didn't ask me for a Cash App. She didn't ask me for a Zelly payment. She said, Shay, I'm all in. I'm all in to do 2 things. Serve plus add value. Serve plus add value. Take a moment.
I love serving. I mean, serving, you know what? Good karma comes around, goes around, right? You're calling, and I talk about manifesting all these amazing things that's in my career. Look, I'm 44. I only just started coming out to the world at the age of 40. So it's been 4 years. And because before I was just a mother who was breastfeeding my twins. I mean, seriously, not joking, right? It's funny, but I really was just a mother in my 30s. I was running another company, but it was not successful as how I wanted to be because I was part-timing it because I was really a mother. But when I turned 40, boy, I pressed that start button. I found my mentor, David Meltzer, and my career skyrocketed. And can you imagine, within 6 months of calling myself a speaker, I was invited to the UN to speak to United Nations. And I saw my name in lights in Times Square. And these other things, and then Oprah magazine, happening this past year, this March 2020 was my issue. Like, I just have all these things land on my lap. And it doesn't happen just by chance. It's because I believe, I have faith, I listen to my sixth sense, I surround myself with the right people, I make the right decisions, but most importantly, I make the right decisions rapidly. Now, I've accelerated my career because of my decision-making skills. So I am sure of myself when I say, yes, I'm going to do this with you, and I'm going to be 150% committed. And when you say yes, you must have integrity and follow up. When you tell somebody you're going to show up at some time, show up. Those are all the foundations of being a successful entrepreneur. So integrity is very important. How you speak, how you communicate, knowing your message and knowing what words to pick to string it into a sentence that is understandable and not dilly-dallying and just blabbering on about nothing. But be very direct with your languaging. I swear to you, when you are direct with your languages, which is what I talk about and what I teach, by the way, is, people understand you and they think you are competent because you are able to communicate what you're thinking out into an understandably easy conversation. And then lastly, again, the sixth sense. When your gut is telling you this, your languaging is right, and everything is going to just come to your lap. And if it's not, then contact me. Honestly, contact me. If it's not working for you, I will get to the bottom of why, and I'll teach you how to get it right.
Wow. One of the things I love about you, and I know we're going to go into another segment about our core philosophy, is you have this balance between your business and making sure that you're centered with your family and home. And that's one of the things I always say, even about the happy entrepreneur. It's not about being happy. It's about having joy on the inside, because you can be happy, but it doesn't mean you're naive. You can be happy, but it doesn't mean you think every day is rainbows, unicorns, and cupcakes.
That's right.
You can be happy and you still make some mistakes, and you keep on going. So I want to encourage you and admire you for doing that, but you're such a giver. Even connecting with me, you're like, Shay, I can do this if you're willing to do that. And we were able to work it out. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. You're amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much. One of the core philosophies we have here at the Happy Entrepreneur Show is this whole belief that today is my January 1st. And for those folks that know what I'm about to do, you can look right below the video, you can write those words. Today is my January 1st. And for those folks who want to know, what is Shay talking about over there? What is he yelling about? Well, today is my January 1st, represents one of those moments. We don't wait for the calendar to say January 1st. We create a January 1st. It's a do-over. It's a fresh start. It's our past does not equal our future. And so,
that's right.
You either make a decision, and there's about 1,000 decisions you make throughout the day, maybe more. And any one of those decisions could change the trajectory of your life. So you make a decision, you're going to eat hamburgers and French fries and salt and pepper and ketchup and some hot sauce. Or you make a decision, you're going to open up the refrigerator. You're going to open inside. There's going to be some kale. That sounds good. Brussels sprouts. That sounds even better. Broccoli. Doesn't it get better? That's a January 1st moment. You decide you're going to work out. That's what you promise you're going to do during this time. Or you sit back and binge watch on Netflix. A January 1st moment. My question to Dee Dee is on the other side. When you hear those words, today is my January 1st, what does it mean to you? What do you hear?
I really love this, Shay. Like, every day you can make January 1st. You don't have to wait for that Monday. You don't have to wait for the first of the month. I will be very honest with you and confess to you that I am one of those very, very organized people where I do like to start things on a Monday. I do like to start things on first of the month. But, you're inspiring me, Shay, honestly, because I will tell you during this quarantine, because okay, every entrepreneur and successful entrepreneur have their downfalls. And here I am confessing to you mine, because the last 7 months, I have not used a babysitter. I have not used any cleaning ladies to let anybody in my house. I have had to homeschool 4 children under the age of 9. My husband and I have had no time for each other, really in support of each other and just going off of our calendars and he knows right now I am recording. So he is out there taking care of my children. So we're really working cohesively. But why I'm bringing all that up is because I have been struggling to, find my own time for self-care and to all the things that I used to love. I always talk about self-care being the first thing because I'm talking about confidence. You have to have this. But, the quarantine 15, they call it 15 pounds, I've definitely gained in this time. And for me, every Monday, I think, okay, I'm going to start my new diet or I'm going to start. So I am struggling myself at that, Shay. So I want to thank you to say that every day can be a new day. And for my work, it's so easy. I'm so ambitious when it comes to my career. And I can teach people to do things, but somehow there's hiccup for me. And you probably, whoever's listening right now, you may be really, really good at consulting somebody, giving advice or telling someone to do that. But, you may not be doing it yourself. So I want to walk the walk and talk. Luckily, I'm not a fitness instructor and I'm not a nutritionist. I am good with my business things. But I'll tell you, if anybody listening right now want to say, oh, I'm just going to wait until the end of the year and start January 1st. No, please don't. Because right now is the pandemic, the preparation time for when January 1st comes along in 2021, when we have maybe a new president or the current president, whatever it is, a new thing happening, right? We need to be prepared for that. And that this is the time. We're in September right now. We're near the fourth quarter of the year. This is the time to do the preparation. So I'm telling you, I'm confessing to you, but I'm also making an agreement with you and the audience here that I am going to do my best to get rid of this quarantine 15 for myself, because I feel better when I'm a little lighter. I'm not fat per se, but I just, it's for myself more than for vanity reasons. It's really for my inner peace. And so let's do it together. Let's do it together. Whatever you want to start, I'll start with you, and let's do it together.
Oh, I love it. I'm going to start trying to be on track with cooking, by the way, because I've gotten kind of lazy now because you can order stuff and order food. I think I spend more money out than I do in, by the way. But thanks for being so transparent. They might be wondering, what was Dee Dee's January 1st moment? The moment where she said to herself, I'm going to make this work. I'm going to serve others, and I'm going to do it in this media platform, which was what you do. You teach folks, how they can obtain money by having the right pitch, by having the right connection, by having the right message. So what was that January 1st moment, that defining moment? You said, I'm planting my flag, I'm drawing a line in the sand, and this is my jam.
Yeah, I would actually give you practical tips to do this, because I think instead of just thinking it, first off, thinking it is the way to do. You have to think it, imagine it. Also, success principles from Napoleon Hill. Then you write it down, right? You write it down and put your goal, or you can write a list of it. But then after that, just not just writing it down and closing the book and putting it away on the shelf. You write it down so it's ingrained in you. You say it as a mantra. Like, let's say if I did want to say the 15 pounds is my goal for first of the year, I will write, I will be 100 and so number by this time, right? And then that's your mantra for saying it into your head, but also saying it out loud, just like what I did on this summit right now, on this podcast. Like, I am telling you out loud to an audience, and who knows how many people will watch this. I'm confessing, I am actually stating out to the world that I am going to do this. Therefore, I am keeping myself accountable. So if whatever your moment for your 1st of January 2021 is, put that down to your writing and make it happen by saying it out loud and saying it repetitively on a daily basis. That's what I would say.
I love it. You probably heard this before, because folks are excited, just like you said. I'm going to get started today. I'm not going to wait. I'm going to start my diet plan. I'm going to start cooking. I'm going to start doing this. They're excited when they write today is my January 1st, just like they were excited back on December 31st after a couple drinks on the back of the napkin. They were writing down their New Year's resolutions. They couldn't wait to get going, and we know how that story ended, right? So my question to you, because sometimes there's truth inside of truisms, right? So my question to you is, one of the truths is consistency is the key. Consistency is the key. Consistency is the key. And having said that, what do people struggle with? And my hand is always raised high, by the way. They struggle with consistency. So what is Dee Dee's secret formula in order to be consistent and to hashtag stay the course?
Oh, I love this. It's use your calendar. I teach how to time block. Calendar is my friend, is my best friend. I look at it the night before, so I know what's happening the next week, next day first, and then I actually plan ahead. I'm very much an organized person. I have to be. I run 3 businesses. I have 4 children. I have a husband I need to continue taking care of as well. So I would say, we talked about earlier writing it down, right? Writing your goals down, saying it as a mantra. But now let's take it further by putting it into your calendar. So let's say if you want more clients, like client acquisition is really something that you should put on the priority list. I've been telling my clients, truly on a daily basis, I do take at least an hour to network, no matter if it's talking on an interview like this, networking on Facebook, direct messaging people on LinkedIn, emailing people who have emailed me in the past. In the last 3 events that I've been to, the people I've met, do I follow up with them? Put all those things in, make it practical by saying, call so-and-so from, let's say I spoke at the Best You Expo just about a month and a half ago, right? I remember meeting about 15 people who were really warm to hot leads. So instead of just, oh, nice meeting you, and see you whenever we meet again, I will actually write down in an Excel sheet, first name, last name, email, telephone number, and I would like notes. And I would say connected the day after, I'll put the date on. And then I would follow up with, put a follow-up column and say, what date would I follow up with? And so I actually turn them into my clients. So actually I put them all into my group coaching that I'm running currently, into my Elevator Pitch 4-week course. So this is what I would encourage you to do. When you want more clients or when you want more speaking platforms, who are the people that you need to reach out to? And then write a list. It doesn't take longer than an hour. I'm telling you, if you actually just sit down on your computer or your laptop and actually open up an Excel sheet or Google sheet and actually document names, first name, last name, email, telephone number, notes, where you met, anything you want to add, then write down and actually be organized about the fact that you will communicate with them, right? That is how you can acquire clients to increase your capital. So those are real practical steps.
No, I love it. In a minute, we're going to ask and understand who some of your mentors were and success tips. But for those folks that are listening right now, they're like, wow, this is cool, Shay. Like, I want to be able to connect with Dee Dee Wong, but, what type of clients is she working with these days? What type of entrepreneurs she's even looking for? I heard she's doing a show. I heard she also does keynotes. She does speaking. She works with folks. So do you mind taking a moment and telling folks a little about who you're looking to work with right now, and then give them a way they can connect with you so they can stay in the conversation over and beyond today?
I am working mostly with people who want to become speakers or in their first month or year of speaking, but they're not getting on any stages. I will help you improve your technique. But most importantly, this is what I tell everybody who comes into my vicinity and want me to be their mentor. I say, because I do have the blessed life right now, I can pick whom I want to work with. It's important you put people in the right place for the time that you want to spend with them. And I will say that for now, the best way to go about connecting with me is dd@ddwong.com. And you can find me on social media at Dee Dee Wong, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Instagram. And what I want to say about working with me is just know that I really love to surround myself with people who have great energy. That's number one. So if you are in a paycheck to paycheck job and you want to get out of it, you want to start a business, I help people launch businesses. That's kind of the investor part of me. And then if you are an accountant, a lawyer, a doctor who are an expert in your field and you want to become a speaker, because by the way, did you know that the number one most paid job is be a speaker? Did you know that, Shay? The number
I
one.
didn't know that.
Yeah, the number one in the world, best paying profession is a speaker.
Oh, well,
now,
I'm gone. I'm out of here. I need to go.
And there are different types of speakers. So there are speakers who are keynote speakers like an Oprah Winfrey that you can literally pay to be on your platform. But I'm talking about the second level where you pay to play, where you can speak and you can sell your expertise to teach people. That is really a very fruitful monetizing career, and it gets you up on stage and sharing your beliefs, and it's a good thing because you're really inspiring other people. So yeah, I work with experts, I work with authors, I work with speakers. I have the added uniqueness of putting you on international platforms. I know a lot of promoters, meeting planners, producers, myself as well. I have a TV show on Amazon Prime, and I'm always looking for speakers. So yeah.
Yeah, she's a super duper incredible rock star, by the way. Thank you. For those folks that are tuning in, by the way, Johnny L. Mack said the calendar tip was worth the price of admission today by itself. Demetrius said, I really need to hear this today. Sheila, what's going on? Sheila, thanks a lot for watching, man. Karen, thanks for tuning in. James, it is always a pleasure. As we're coming down the home stretch, they might be wondering, of all the success ideas you know, this is my favorite question, by the way. Of course, they're all my favorite questions. I wouldn't ask them, but this is really my favorite question. But of all the mentors you've had along this journey of life, success ideas, what's your number one success idea that you would like to share with the audience in order for them to be successful?
Success principle number 7. I told you earlier, my favorite success principle is decision. When you make a decision, you have to make it quick. In that chapter itself, if you just want to read something today to inspire you, read chapter 7 of Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. Chapter 7 says, if you are someone who can actually make a decision, but in a succinct, fast, accelerated, assured way, you are bound for success. And that is the one talent that I have as Dee Dee Wong, the successful woman that you see in front of you, hearing in front of you. I am really good at making my decisions and not delaying them and being wishy-washy, because I believe in my sixth sense. When Shay Brown came to me, was invited to be on this, and Eric, my great friend, and Amy Walker, my great friend, both told me on the same day that I must speak to Shay Brown. I made the decision, that I'm gonna come on board and be a speaker on the summit. And great things is going to happen out of this. I know it. Anybody who's watching and rewatching or watching the recording, somebody from this is going to contact me. I know it. And that's just the power of making that decision to be on the show, spending some time, not paid to be on it, to want to give value, to want to connect with this audience, and I can help you. And I know that things will happen. So if you are making decisions every day, all day, and making good decisions, then I swear to you, you'll probably be on your way to being very, very successful.
Oh, I love it, man. You're just a rock star. You're just incredible. You just don't hold back. She's a big giver. For those folks that are out there that are listening right now, you're like, whoa, Shay, now is the time. I'm listening to Dee Dee. Now is the time. Look below the video and just hit the number 1. That's just the bat signal. Just hit number 1. You don't have to write anything. You don't have to make any comments. Just hit number 1. And that number 1 means, you know what? I'm ready to connect. I'm ready to serve. I'm ready to add value, and the rest will happen. Just hit the number 1 right below the video, because now is the time for you to take your business to another level, to connect with Dee Dee, to learn how to be a speaker on the stage or on a show. Now is the time. Dee Dee, as we come down the home stretch, I know I said that, but this is so important. I love asking the question about mentors, and you talked about that earlier. So I'm going to go ahead and play back what you said, which is basically it's important to have a mentor. So of all the mentors you've had along this journey of life, and I know you've had so many along, and it's hard. So you have to tell us the mentor, but what's one idea that you learned from your mentor that we can now take because you passed it through to us? You paid it forward to us. So all you out there now, put your hands like this and say, yes, she's paying it forward to me right now. Now is the time.
Oh my God, you literally just said it. You didn't even realize it, Shay. Now is the time. My number one thing that I've learned from all my mentors, the most effective mentors in my life, is when you think of something to do it now. So if I say, oh, where are my keys? Oh, where am I? Go and find them now. Oh, I mustn't forget to put that book in the thing because I want to give that book to the person I'm going to meet tomorrow. Do it now. Go get your book, put it in your purse, and give it out tomorrow so you won't forget. Anything that you can think of that you need to do now, do it now. That's it. That's my simple yet very effective advice for you.
Well, you're a rock star. You're amazing. Let me first say thank you so much for being on the Happy Entrepreneur Show. You've got a heart to give. You've got a heart to serve. And you provide so much value to so many folks out there. We really appreciate it. One thing I know about you, Dee, is you can always make more money. I know you can make more money, but you can't make more time. So you're taking time away from your husband who's watching the 4 kids. Shout out to him. You're taking time away from your kids. You're taking time away from your business to be here with us. And Amy Walker and Eric Swanson, thank you so much. It's a great connection.
That's right. Thank you.
Each other. So I want to turn it over to you to have your final thoughts, your final comments. Once again, tell them how they can connect with you if you're out there right now and you missed that. She's going to tell you how you can best connect with her. And then she did agree to give her final thoughts, final comments. And so to inspire you or encourage you. Some people don't want to do that. Well, I should say that. Some people are busy. They got to go, and we get that. But Dee was like, no, Shay, I'm good. Whatever you need. I'm like, really? Yes. There was no script. She says, Shay, let's just go serve the people. And that's what we're doing right now.
Thank you. And I really deeply do feel the spirit from you, Shay, that we are both people who truly want to serve. Some people, you feel it more than others, and I feel it deeply with you. So thank you as well for doing the show that you do. You don't have to do it either, right? And inviting and organizing and planning for all of us to get on your show. So, I want to give back to you by saying I'm grateful for people like you, and thank you so much for inviting me on again. The last words I want to leave with all of you. Well, first off, please connect with me. I love meeting new friends. DeeDeeWong.com is my website, @DeeDeeWong with all the social media out there. You can email me at DeeDee@DeeDeeWong.com. So it's so simple. My name is DIDIWONG. And by the way, I want to gift you guys my free book, ebook, which is called How to Perfect Your Elevator Pitch, subtitled Turn Every Stranger into an Ally. And you can get that at www.DeeDeeWongFreeBook.com. DeeDeeWongFreeBook.com. Very simple. So I would love to give that to you. It's a very simple 4-chapter book that you can read in one go. It will really help you with your languaging and pitching. And the last thought I had for you is I have 2 mantras that I use for every time I speak, every time I do an interview, and it won't be different with you guys. And that is love yourself first. Love yourself first. And the second one is be your own best friend. What I mean by that is be comfortable enough so that you can talk to anybody that comes your way, no matter if it's homeless or a billionaire. I said that earlier. Be your own best friend so you can be comfortable with yourself in your alone time. I read somewhere quickly that Bill Gates, every year he takes some weeks off. I think it's like 2 months off or something like that, where he secludes himself to have alone time alone with himself, to be his own best friend. So I encourage you to find alone time to think about what you want to do for yourself that will make you happy. Be it just literally booking a massage, reading a book that will inspire you, listening to a podcast in your ears and really kind of being present to the words that you're listening to a song that you want to sing to, organizing to start a new instrument, to start a new language, whatever it is that you serve your soul, I encourage you to do that. And that is what I mean by be your own best friend, because the happier you are, the happier everyone will be around you. And so appropriate for this show called The Happy Entrepreneur. So I hope I served you, and I hope that you will come back to me for many, many more, and I'm happy to help.
I can't wait. Thank you so much. With that being said, for all of you out there watching, I want you to know that you're amazing. Every one of you are incredible. You've got so much greatness inside you. And for you, the best is still yet to come because you now have the confidence. Dee Dee has given that to you. For you, today is your January 1st because you now can connect with other folks. So you can do the things you want to do, but do it in partnership and in harmony. And for you, today is your January 1st because now you can have more cash flow, to have more meaning in the world, to have more impact in the world, and to make a dollar and a difference at the same time. So with that being said, my name, by the way, for people who are doing all that screaming, is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur. Make it a great day, everyone. And I promise you from the bottom of my heart, we'll make some good things out and we connect again next time. Remember, time is so very, very long. It really is. Life, on the other hand, is very, very short. So you got to live in the moment. You got to make it count. God bless me. Wish you success. Thanks a lot, Dee Dee. We out of here.
Thank you, Shay. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Bye, everyone. Promise I made to my mom. I only did this message for one person, and that's my mom. This is for you, Mom. Love you. My name is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur. Make it a great day, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Shay Brown.
Mic check, mic check.
All I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up.
Yes. Yeah.
And they stay there. And they stay there, and they stay there. Cause all I do is win. Yeah.
Thank you. God bless. You know, Eric, there's nothing like having this type of conversation. I would say of all the ones I waited for, this is the one I was like, you know what? This is a game changer. So for folks that are out there, they have no idea who Eric Swanson is. All they know is Mr. Awesome, Mr. Awesome, Mr. Awesome. But they don't know that Eric Swanson is out there changing lives, man. Take a couple of minutes and tell folks who is Eric Swanson, and more importantly, what is Eric up to these days?
Oh, man, thanks so much, Shay. I appreciate you. I appreciate you and your audience. Oh, man. I tell you what, like I said, everyone, I got started with Brian Tracy years and years ago, 22, 23 years ago. I've been saying that for 23 years. Can you believe that? Actually, I take that back. I've been saying that for about 20 years because they gave him like 3 years just to figure it out, Anyway, started with Brian Tracy and started working on my own, working on different principles of success. And I was working with him at the same time. And then I ran across a really amazing individual named Jim Rohn. He asked me, hey, what are you doing with Brian Tracy? And I said, I'm the best salesperson ever. He goes, what do you really want to do? I said, wow. And when Jim Rohn or Wayne Dyer or Zig Ziglar or, any of these top name, amazing, like thought leaders in the world ask you what you really want to do, well, I thought about it and I came back to Mr. Rohn and I said, I really want to help people with their habits and their attitudes. And he said, you should put that together. So I literally put that together, and well, you can probably see in my background here a bunch of books later, and best-selling author and award-winning speaker, and I did TED Family Talks, TEDx Talks, and I spoke at Harvard University, and there we go. That's me. So basically, I'm here to help people build their business and build their lives.
I love it. We're talking about comeback champion as one of the themes that we have going on, and I know it can apply to any time in life. Take a moment when you hear the word comeback and mixed with champion, what kind of goes through your mind? What type of characteristics, what type of habits kind of pop top of mind to you?
Yeah, well, first I got to tell you, every year in my life comes back to mind. Okay, like seriously, like I'm telling you, Shay, like there's not been 1 year. Maybe there was 1 year that I said, hey, I did pretty good. I don't need to come back anymore. Like there was. Every year, there's always a challenge. There's always something, This year, well, we've got a world. You know what the difference is? The difference is now that everyone in the world has pretty much the same challenge together at the same time. That's basically the issue, in its lightest form, obviously. But comeback challenge to me, just it's a common thing, man. For me, it's constantly, look. Here's the deal. There's a talking to Don Green, the president, a good friend of ours, president of Napoleon Hill Foundation, one of the books, right? Boom, right here, bam. Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. He's the president of that foundation. And he and I were having a chat about this the other day and thinking, it's interesting because if you're in self-development, you are constantly, because of the definition of the words self-development, you are constantly in an upward motion to constantly improve yourself, connecting yourself to the next level, to the next level, to the next level. So you will never be stagnant or happy with where you're at right here, because you always want to help more. You want to help other people more. You want to help yourself more. Regardless, you want to build to the next level. So comeback challenge literally is every day for me. It's a constant theory of success. It's not the destination. It's the journey of building, and that's where my habits come into play. I probably didn't even answer your question. You're like, wait, that's not what we're living.
No.
But
you answered part one of the question, which when you hear comeback champion, what comes to mind to you? You did that, and I think you were starting to drift now into the second part of the question, which is what are the habits of a champion, right? So you kind of talked about comeback champion and what it meant to you personally. Now take a moment and mention 1, 2, or maybe 3 habits that a champion possess, because it's all about habitude, baby. It's all about habitude.
That's right. I love that. All right, so let me go back to one thing I was mentioning. The champion part, by the way, is someone who's doing the habits to have that comeback. And that comeback could be a year-long comeback. It could be every month you do this. It could be that, Zig Ziglar used to tell us the check up from the neck up, right? So it's a constant awesomeness of checking in with yourself and building your awesome habits in regard to building your life, or building your success quotient or whatever you want to achieve. And let's be honest here, Shay. I mean, it's not just, yes, I'm a speaker. I write books. I do all these really cool things. We have masterminds. We have all these really cool things. But it's not just building business. It's building your life, your awesomeness, your amazing, like Wayne Dyer used to say, this is the vehicle, right? That, you've got your soul, you got your mindset, you got all these things that, maybe it's a comeback challenge in regard to your health. And I know you speak into this a lot, and I love that. I always think about you when I pass the kale in the supermarket. I always say, that's for Shay, and I keep on walking. But the point is, though, you're awesome at that. Eating healthy, and I love it. So let me get back to your question. So I wrote down 3 things, and my team uses these 3. You want to see it? Boom, there it is. So I want you to do 3 major things. Number 1 is create your awesome. And let me explain that, okay? Create your awesome simply means design a life that you want to embrace and live by, so that other people, when you walk through a hallway, when you walk through a coffee shop, when you walk anywhere, through a parking lot, people are like, what's that person? What? I want more of what that person has, right? And that's constant, by the way. For me, it's constant, because I live by my creating my own awesome. And, Brian Tracy used to teach me this. If you're going to allow other people, if you're going to wait for other people to create your awesome, you may be waiting a long time. So I decided to create my own awesome. What's that mean? Well, there's a lot of different things, and I write about it in some of these books, Crush and Dominate. Oh, I went the wrong way. There we go. Can I reach? There we go. Crush and Dominate. It's kind of funny with the backwards, the videos here. I teach people how to literally decide. One technique is this. When you wake up in the morning, I use what I call the 60-second morning mirror. Okay, here it is. It's really cool. Guess how long it takes? Well, 60 seconds. You take 60 seconds and you go to the mirror of success. And you jump over there and you're brushing your teeth, let's say, in your restroom, and you look at yourself in the mirror and you say to yourself, today's gonna be an amazing day. Today's gonna be awesome. Today I'm gonna learn some great things. I'm gonna be the best. I'm focused. I will succeed. I believe in myself. I set high expectations. I'm gonna learn and grow every day, and I'm gonna help others along the journey. All right, just have a conversation for about 50, 60 seconds with yourself, and then what you do right before you leave the mirror, you high five the mirror. Have you ever high-fived a mirror before? It's so cool. It's awesome, man. You never fail.
No.
So create your awesome is number one. And I want to say one more point about creating your awesome. Okay. There's other things that you could do. What I call a PME or E. It's positive mental environment, like creating an environment, right? So that means if you want to lose weight, well, what do? You what I do is I take all these bottled waters, water bottles, okay, and I put them in different places in my home, right? So when I walk downstairs from sleeping the night before, I come downstairs in the morning, and before I get to the coffee maker, I see these 3 or 4 or 5 bottles of water, and I say to myself, all right, I made a commitment to myself. I need to drink these bottles before I go to the coffee or before I go out the door, So it's creating this environment of awesomeness. And it's really important to do that. Lastly, I'll give you 3 of 3, by the way. The third technique of creating your awesome is teaching other people how to be awesome and create their awesome at the same time. And then that in turn allows them to realize that you're creating your awesome as well.
I love it. Tell us a time when you found yourself in a situation where there was a setback. And I know there's probably many through your journey of life and journey of business. So pick any one of them. And then what was the lesson that you learned from that particular setback that you're able to pass on to us that are watching right now?
Yeah, so I'll just tell you the learning quotient is communication. That's what I learned. Right off the bat, I'll tell you what I learned. Now, I can give you many examples of this. I mean, one of them is, 6 months ago, March 2020 came around, and wow, we didn't see that coming, did we? We should have had 2020, right? 2020 vision for 2020. So what happened there was, as you know, all the live events went to virtual, and we had a situation upon us and on our hands. So what I learned from this is it's okay. People are going to be fine. People respect you because they signed up with you and your program in the first place. All you have to do is really connect with them, have that communication, have that conversation with the individuals. And some of us shy away from doing the connections in fear, really. I mean, I'm not omitted from that. So I think that the real lesson is just communicate with your clients, your contacts, and yourself and your team. The more connection and communication you have, the easier things will transform into success.
Take a moment and talk about the power of collaboration. One of the things that I admire most about you is a number of folks do operate from a place of scarcity. Doesn't matter if the economy is up or the economy's down, they're always in a place of scarcity. You operate in a place of abundance, which means you're willing to share, like I said, in good times or in some folks' mind, very challenging times. So talk about the importance of collaboration and then how you go about building collaborative partners that do want to work with you to achieve a higher goal. So 2-part question, the power of collaboration and then working and identifying those power partners to work with.
Yeah, I love that. In fact, that's a great question, and hats off to you in regard to asking the right things, because it's really important. Power of collaboration. I always say it's not competition, it's collaboration. And it truly is. At this high level, that when you're first starting off, you think scarcity models and that fear factor plays a part in your mindset, especially when you're building your business, whatever business you're building. It could be a coaching system, could be whatever you're building. The thing is, it's all about partners and partnering up with the right type of people and surrounding yourself with the right type of people. There've been many people have said you are the culmination of the 5 people that you surround yourself with and the 5 books that you read. So I surround myself with myself and I read all my books. No, just kidding. But the point is, though, reach out to people that really make a difference in the world, and that you respect and absorb those awesome techniques that they have. In one of my books, Crush and Dominate, I teach people the technique of copy, don't copy. That's the name of it. Okay, and it's very simple. All it is looking at people what they're doing and emulate it, copy it, but don't actually copy it. All right, don't literally copy their technique, but utilize their technique if it really works. Success leaves clues. So the importance of collaboration is absolutely key. I'm actually writing a new book coming out. It'll be my 7th, I believe, and it's all about what I call relationship currency. And it's literally it's building those collaborative factors of success. Now, how do you look for it? You know, you'd ask me the second part of the question, you know, what's it take to find these people? Well, start acting the way you want people to act, and that will emulate in the world an amazing, you know, kind of like a show and tell. It's like, hi, my name's Eric Swanson. This is the way I am. Does this resonate with you? Because let's face it, I'm not going to resonate with 100% of the people out there, but the 20, 30, 40% that I really do want to connect with, those are the types of people that will start resonating with you. All right. Then what I do is this: I have something called the elephant list, and obviously on the other side is called the donkey list. So the elephant list is you grab a blank piece of paper and you write down 10 people's names that you want to connect with. All right, so 10 names, and on this list, it could be, you know, famous individuals that you really want to connect with. It could be, you know, they don't have to be famous. They just have to be, you know, people that you respect, that you really admire their work and their you know, courageousness. I guess it would be courage, and their awesomeness. All right. So what you do is you write down 10 names. And in the next 6 months, you're going to connect with these 10 people. Now, first of all, you've already connected with them through the universe, just by putting their names down, which is awesome. It's so cool. Why do all this legwork when you could just write the stuff down? A pen and a piece of paper is all you really need, and the universe starts putting those people in your universe. It's wild how that happens. Second thing is, start reaching out to them. You know, start reaching out to them and sharing with them what your value that you can bring to them. You know, I'm a firm believer. If you say to some people, you say, hey, look, you know, I'd just like to go ahead and donate my time. You know, every Friday I want to help you and your business. You know, how can I do that? You know, can I be a support system? Can I give you a testimonial? Will that help you? You know, can I introduce you to my tribe? Will that help you? All right. There's so much value. You know, even if you could be really successful, or you could be just starting off, and you still have value because you have time, you have energy, you have passion to be able to help other people. And they'll see that. And that's what we do. We reach out. So that's the elephant list. So within the next 6 months, you're going to meet probably 80% of these people that you put on the piece of paper. And then on the flip side of that paper, I have something called the donkey list. And that's pretty, you know, self-explanatory. It's 10 people that you may want to limit your time that you're surrounding yourself with, because, you know, they bring you down. You know, they're too negative, something, you know, just create this list and start kind of letting them, you know, figure out their time management themselves, you know, instead of wasting your time.
Oh, man, I love it. I love it. You know, second to last question as we're coming down the home stretch. You've been blessed to be mentored by so many of the best in the industry. And this is really an unfair question, so you might pick 2 instead of 1. But, you know, of all the mentors you had, what's one of the ideas you learned from your mentor? Again, you can pick 2 because you've had so many, that you can pass along to everyone that's watching right now. And if you're out there right now, as Eric is playing that through his mind right now, you do like this. Put your hands out and say, thanks, Eric. We're here to get the lesson you learned from your mentor that you're now going to pass on to us. Thank you so much. We weren't there, but you're there now. Take it away, my friend.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Well, the main mentor is, of course, Shay Brown. The other mentors that I would suggest is that I've learned from. Actually, Shay, you know, let me back up and say you really are a mentor to so many individuals. I mean, people. You know how this is what I'm sure you hear this, and I hope you feel this, and I'll give you the reasoning behind it. Is people look at you, I'm sure, and they say, he does this so easily. This is so, oh my gosh, look at this home he's in. Look at this setup. Look at the microphone. Look at all the things that this gentleman has going on. He asks all the right questions. You make it look so easy. Mm-hmm. And that's the key. When you hear that, when you hear, wow, Shay Brown, he just makes it look so easy. And then other people could think they can do exactly what you do, right? But they don't realize, they see this, they see the glory, they don't see the story behind it. Sure. You built up to all of this in so many different years of expertise that you've had, and it's amazing. And you know, one step at a time. And I love that. I love what you do, man. So congratulations on that. The other mentor I would recommend, or one of the techniques, is my main mentor, Brian Tracy. You can see one of his books over here. Bam! I always do that. Bam! Bam, over there. There it is. Brian Tracy, $1 Million Habits is that book. But the thing is, he told me this right when I first started working with him back in 1990. I'll just say 1990s, okay? When I started working with him in the 90s, he went ahead and told me to diversify myself, to not just learn 100% of his information, but actually utilize, like you said, open your arms and your hands and say, thank you, Brian, thank you for that. Grab that information that he can provide you, but also seek out other opportunities to meet other mentors, and don't just put all your eggs in one mentor basket. Ooh, there's a website there somewhere. I got to write that down. But it's true. Like you gotta open it up for. I know you're probably laughing. I have 200. Shay's laughing because I have 220 different URLs right now, and it all routes to 3 websites, which is kind of cool. But seek out those opportunities to learn from other individuals. And a lot of people think that they can do it all themselves. There's an old saying that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with a team. Build that dream team. And those are my second ideas, by the way. I had 3 earlier. 1 is create your awesome. 2 is create your intentions. And 3 is create your dream team, which we already talked about, of course, is surrounding yourself with the right collaborative individuals.
I love it. There's folks out there listening. They're probably thinking, Shay, who does Eric work with? Like, what type of clients is Eric searching for, or is a good fit for him and his organization? So if you can, tell them, the type of clients that you look for at your company, and then secondly, how can they best connect with the Eric, Mr. Awesome Swanson?
Awesome, man. So great question again. I love this. So let's see. What is the type of person I'm looking for? Interesting you say that. Because I'm going to re-edit, or I will edit the answer or the question. What is the type of person that you like searching for you, Eric? Right? That's kind of the way I look at it, because I don't want to be that person that I'm searching for others. I want to provide awesomeness that is there for them to resonate with, if that sort of makes sense on the back, kind of a backwards way to look at it, but it's a really good way to look at it. And what we strive for, the type of people that we want to look for to work with us, is we look for people who are hungry, who are energized, who are excited about their life, who are confused. Think about it. They're confused because they're like, I need help. I know what I really want to do, but I just can't seem to get there right now. How do I do this, right? So we want to help them. We want to take them by their hands and say, look, we've been there before. Let me hold your hand. Let me help you through this. Maybe a trying time. Maybe it's not a trying time. Maybe it's a time where it's time for you to excel to the next level, to be that #1 best-selling author. Maybe it's getting on stages. We have our stages, Habitude Warrior conferences, 2-year waiting list to get on our stages. It's pretty cool. So, those are the type of people that we always welcome to look for to working with us. We have 2 major things that we work with right now. One is speakers that come in to get on our stages with a 2-year waiting list. We have what's called a speaker spot. And of course, it's pay to play and all that stuff, but Shay, so tell us that Shay, so that'll work. But it's really cool to share. We always look for purpose-driven individuals, purpose-driven speakers, right, that have that message of awesomeness for the audience. That's the first type of business that we really resonate with. The second type of business person that we resonate with are people who are coming in to find a home within our masterminds. So that's another, if you're looking for kind of a group that's going to help you and support you on an ongoing basis, then that's another person that we look for.
Fantastic, man. Last question. I want you to use this question to kind of close us out, if you will.
Sure.
And that is, you touched on mastermind. And
Yeah.
I'd like for you to talk about not just the power of mastermind, but more importantly, how someone can use it in their business and in their life. And I know it's something that's near and dear to your heart. I'm able to participate in one of the masterminds that you do, and you're perfected not just being a part of the synergy, but being able to walk away and be able to implement and use things that make you better. And I think at the end of the day, that's what I enjoy most about masterminds, whether you're contributing or taking from it, it makes you a better person. So the question that I just asked Eric, and this is the one he's going to close out on, is power masterminds and how to best use them for those folks that want to connect with you as well. Over to you, man, to close us out. Thanks a lot for being a part of this, man. I appreciate it. I know it's a tough question to close on. We normally close on, how they can connect with you. But I want you to get this in, because what you're doing for folks out there that right now are in silos, and that's what I think is we are entrepreneurs. We're in the silo, right? And every now and then we cut on this camera or computer and we connect with the world, and then it goes off and we're back in our silo working. Your mastermind helps bring the silos together to get synergy and harmony so we can get to our destination faster with less effort. So once again, thank you for being here and participating. Close us out with mastermind, the importance of it, and how they can connect with you one last time. Love it. That's awesome. I love the silo, perspective. I agree with you. There's a lot of, we're all in these little silos, like Shay just mentioned, and to be able to look, this is what I love this. I love the communication. I love connecting with you. This screen that's working for us in a positive way will allow that. I'm asking you, allow that to work for you on your business and your life and your personal life as well. We're in a times where this virtual stuff it's never going to go away. Well, I don't think it is. Not in our lifetime. It's here to stay for an amazing, and it depends on how you look at it. Yes, we want to be out there in the world and high-fiving people in person, right? But we can do similar things here. So what is the two questions are? What is the importance of a mastermind, and how they can people can connect with ours? Well, the importance of a mastermind, and I've learned this through trial and error, okay? And I've learned this through the years, though, is it's really connecting with the right type of mastermind. The importance of one is, as you guys probably already know, I'm not going to tell you anything you don't know, as you see with Think and Grow Rich and Napoleon Hill, they started masterminds years and years ago, and they decided that 3 minds were better than one. So they had 3 different perspectives, and what they would do is they would put people in what I call the hot seat. It's called the opportunity chair, and literally that person's in an opportunity chair to give the group what they're working on right there. What's their next challenge that they'd like some help on? And we all brainstorm. Another way to call a mastermind is brainstorming, right? We think tank it. We brainstorm. We help each other with those decisions that or the strategies to get the success that they're looking for. And we open up not only our hearts, our purpose-driven hearts, and our support. Sometimes, guys, it's only just it just has to come down to, hey, attaboy, attagirl, you can do this. We respect you. We love you. We're going to support you. What page is it? Give us the link so we can all be there and support you at the same time. It might be as simple as that, but it might be as strategic as, hey, I've been there before. I know what you're looking for. I've done this before in a wrong way. Let me share with you the people that I went with for the right way to do it, and I open up my Rolodex. So it's really the importance of a mastermind is to, in my opinion, stay on track on a weekly basis or bi-weekly basis, depends on how often you guys meet. And the second thing is connecting with the right type of individuals. The third thing is having the support system. And the fourth is learning from the mentors that are experts in their fields, because a true mastermind should have tons of different, not tons, but a select group of individuals that are in different types of industries so they can assist each other with the strategies that you're looking for. So that's really the importance. And to kind of round it out and close it up, Shay asked, how can you get in touch with some of our masterminds or me? There's 2 ways. 2 ways to do this. I'll give you 3 websites. There's 2 ways. 2 ways, 3 websites. Confusing? Yes. Check this out. The first way to get in touch with me is just go to awesomeswanson.com. Pretty easy to spell, awesomeswanson.com. You'll see a landing page there, and it'll have all the different social media outlets. Just click on whichever resonates with you, and I'd love to connect with you. That's one way to do it. Second website I'm going to give you is, I just put it down on my computer here. It is, let's see, go to awesomemastermind.com. Okay, so that's the second website, and that's a great way to look at our mastermind, which is called the Habitude Warrior Mastermind. We are a true mastermind
What this means is we're not there to sell you anything. We're not there to promote other things. We're there to connect with you and help you on an ongoing basis. And we meet twice a month virtually through this. It's awesome. We are actually just building our UK group as well, out of London area. So it's gonna be so cool. So you just connect with us, right? So awesomemastermind.com. That'll give you some information there. Check it out. And the third website, if I can recall what it is, I think I got it. It's mastermindguestpass.com. That's it. Yes. mastermindguestpass.com. So that site, if you go there, then what you can do is request to be a guest on one of our masterminds. It's called a ride along. So you're there kind of like a hole, not a hole in the wall. What's it called? A fly on the wall. There you go. It's kind of like a fly on the wall. And you get to check out our session, just one session. Check it out. Meet some of the people that are in that group, and you can see if you resonate with us and if we resonate with you, and vice versa and so forth. And it's a really great way to test it out, and it's pretty cool because we have I think it's 95% of the people who check it out end up signing up. They're like, this is perfect. I love it. I'm in. How do I do it? And then tell us that Shay sent you so we can give you what I call compassionate pricing to join. So that's it. awesomemastermind.com, mastermindguestpass.com. And if you want to connect with me personally, awesomeswanson.com. Pretty easy.
Thanks a lot, man. You're a rock star. We appreciate you. Can't wait forward to connect with you. I know you're doing another talk, which is going to be truly amazing. So y'all make sure y'all tune in with the one and only Eric, Mr. Awesome Swanson. We'll see y'all again later. God bless. We're out of here. Peace.
Thanks.
You know, Greg, one of the conversations come up all the time is turning setbacks into a comeback. Without going into your bio and all that good stuff, they'll read all that great stuff online. Take a moment, if you would, and share what is just one of the secrets for folks who've had some type of setback in their life in order to start the journey on the comeback trail.
Well, surround yourself with people that you have respect for, not people you have influence over, is step number one. And door number two is, where are our credible sources anymore? Seek counsel and not opinion. I did a book a few years ago called 3 Feet from Gold, taken from the Bible Personal Development, Think and Grow Rich. And I realized one simple tool. People tend to listen to opinion rather than counsel. Opinions based on ignorance, lack of knowledge and experience, where counsel is based on wisdom, knowledge, and mentorship. If you go out to write a best-selling book and tell your friends and family, they might talk you out of it if they've never done it. That's their opinion. But if you go to Jack Canfield, who wrote Chicken Soup for the Soul, he's going to say, hey, before you get started, here's what you need to know, and give you counsel based on wisdom, knowledge, and mentorship. If we would spend our activities only seeking counsel and ignoring people's opinion as we move forward through these challenging times, that's the day your life would change.
You know, you talk about the book 3 Feet from Gold, one of the books that certainly changed my life. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. When I was going through a very, very dark time back about 8 years ago. And for those folks that have not read the book yet, take a moment if you can and just frame the conversation. One, what is the premise of the book? And number two, how'd you go about being able to write the book? And then who's it for? So kind of a 3-part question.
Oh my gosh, they're all giant. Each one of those is a mini seminar. So this is the first major book I did with the Napoleon Hill Foundation. It's called 3 Feet from Gold, part of the Think and Grow Rich series. It's taken from the very first chapter of Think and Grow Rich, where an aspiring person named R.U. Darby had gold fever. And he went out west, knew nothing about gold, again, just his opinion, and he started digging, found a nugget, and he hid it and buried it, and went home and told his family and friends, said, we're going to be rich in the gold industry. So they chipped in money to buy equipment so they could pull it out by the ore cart. And when the first cart came up, sure enough, it was filled with gold. Woohoo! They're rich, right? But then the gold ran out. He kept digging, but there's no more gold. Defeated, he walks out of the mine and says, I quit. And sees a junk man walking by. He says, hey, buddy, give me $200. I'll sell you this mine, the equipment, the deed. I'm out of here. I'm out of the gold business. I'm going to go back home to Maryland. Well, the junk man, surveying the equipment, was worth thousands because all the family chipped in the money, said, absolutely, you got a deal, and gave him a few $100. Well, Darby goes home defeated, but the junk man sought counsel. He went to a local engineer and says, what happened? This cat hit gold and ran out. The engineer starts laughing. He goes, that's mining 101. Everyone knows that gold runs in a straight line. That's called a gold vein. What Darby did is he came in one side, hit the gold, and popped back into dirt. He said, go back to where they discovered treasure. Go 3 feet, 90 degrees the opposite direction. You'll tap back into the vein. Well, not only did the junk man pull millions upon millions of dollars out, but that's what fills Fort Knox today. And the moral is, how many times have we or someone we know quit one class short from a degree or sales or marketing or marriage? It's easy to quit, but it's the people that persevere and go that extra little bit. They're the ones that we tell the stories about today.
You know, where do you get this passion from that you have? Thanks for sharing that, by the way. I mean, you're someone that speaks on stages. You're someone that speaks virtually. You're someone that does workshops. You have something called Secret Knock. I mean, we'll get into all of that. But where does this passion come from, this burning desire that you have to go help other folks be successful and to share these golden nuggets with?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'll be straightforward with everyone. I'm the least qualified guy to do what I do. I'm just a regular guy. I got a D in English. I'm dyslexic. I can't spell. Play me words with friends. You'll win every time. But I understood the power of work your strengths and you hire your weaknesses. So I'm not a gifted writer. I'm a good storyteller. So I teamed up with amazing ghost writers and editors that could take my gift of gab and craft it in a way that people would want to read it in book form. And by doing that, I've been published in over 100 books, 45 languages, and recently, check this thing out, just got a star on the Walk of Fame in Las Vegas, all for being an author for a guy who can't really spell very good. The moral of that message is surround yourself again with people that you have respect for, people that can give you counsel, and your life will change accordingly. And that's what I do in every single aspect of my life that keeps me enthusiastic and not held back, because I don't look at my challenges as, they're kind of like a rope holding me back to the shore. I'm just saying, who's already accomplished what I want to do, team up with them, let them work their strengths, and I go along the ride and add my benefits along the journey.
When you talk about your ride, talk about the person's least qualified. One of the questions that we've been asking folks is if they would be comfortable sharing a time where there was a setback in their own life. Something didn't go the way they wanted it to, and they were able to use some principle to kind of turn that around. Do you mind sharing that with the audience?
Well, every single thing I do is a challenge. I'm tired of challenge. These guys that write these books like Fail Forward, Fail Fast, I just want to shake them, because that's not a good message to be teaching people. I don't want to focus on failing and focusing on setbacks. Forget that. I'm tired of that stuff. I want some success in my life. So lately I've been looking at things I've been doing well and doing good, and then doing more of that. What a concept, right? But when I was first in the book industry, what you do is you write something called a query letter. It says who you are, what's your message, why are you an expert, who's going to read your book? And you send these out to editors, to publishers, to agents, to printers. I was turned down by 268 publishers in a row when I did my first book. 268 of them said no. The 269th one said, we'll do your book, just change the title, the beginning, the middle, and the end. I told them I couldn't write good. So I went and got one of these ghostwriters who would take my words and craft them in a way people want to read it, and it went on to become a global phenomenon. Now, listen, if I would have quit after 50 rejections or 80 or 120 or 212, no one would have blamed me. But by keep going and having that stickability, I've now had the opportunity to impact the lives literally of millions of people across the globe. The question is, where could you be right now watching this if you don't give up 3 feet away from your own vein of gold?
Yeah, give up 3 feet away. Said so brilliantly. Thanks so much for sharing. Question I have for you next is, when you think about not only being a champion, what does it take to be consistent? So you talk a little about a comeback, and then once you get on track, what's the secret in order to hashtag stay the course? We've heard before, consistency is the key. Consistency is the key. Consistency is the key. And having said that, what do most people struggle with? Well, they struggle with consistency. Talk about that.
I think because people say yes too much, and what happens, they bite off more they can chew. So a few years ago, my mentor sat me down and said, look, moving forward, you're such a great yes man, but let's change that. What could you say yes to that you know you'll accomplish, and only agree to those things? And by changing that mindset, I realized I started accomplishing all my goals because I only said yes to the few that I knew. I didn't hope, I didn't wish, I didn't believe. I knew I could accomplish. And by having that type of mindset, literally transform myself from the 95% who just dream of success to the top 5% who actually achieve it by having that singular focus. Now, I'm going to be very clear. I have modular focus is something that I've been kind of coining lately. What that means is I run 6 different corporations at any given time. And I've got a secret weapon named Shannon Parsons. She is my little God's gift. So basically what happens with my ADD, I can sit down with her and say, well, by the way, we do these things called hat. Imagine wearing a hat. So I'll sit there and say, okay, Shannon, let's talk secret knock for a little bit. And for 6 minutes, we go, fast and furious. And then all of a sudden I switch hats, go, all right, let's talk about our movie, Wishman. Here's what we're going to do. And I say, all right, let's talk about publishing books. All right, let's talk about, and what happens by having that singular focus and that laser beam attention towards something for a minimal amount of time, it gives me a chance to get it all out of my brain dump, so to speak. And I give it to someone who's qualified to have the disc profile where she's really good at the structure to go out and delegate all the things that need to be done to all the different resources at hand.
Take a moment and talk about something that you do really, really well amongst a number of things. Is this whole concept around mastermind. I know it's a concept idea you got from Napoleon Hill. Take a moment, if you would, and talk about the power of mastermind. And then, more importantly, having a successful mastermind. And I happen to be a part of some groups that you've started, and they're using these principles. So I want to get that to folks that are listening to us as well.
Yeah, I own mastermindgroup.com, as a matter of fact. And I realized for myself, people are selling mastermind groups, and it's becoming such a buzzword, but they're not doing it correctly. See, basically, if I sell you $10,000 to sit in my living room and we are in a semicircle and all I do is I, teach you stuff and pitch you a new product, well, that's not a mastermind. That's just a mini seminar. And unfortunately, that's what people are doing. So myself and my partner, Bonnie and Shannon, got together and we created the Mastermind Association, where people go through an actual blueprint, Robert's Rules format, to follow and to organize, run, host, maintain their own mastermind group the way it's supposed to be done. The way it works is for the first 15 minutes, the host picks a topic, such as, I don't know, a homeless guy down the street. And for 15 minutes, everyone gets out of their own headspace and says, as a collective, a mastermind, how do we help that person? Then once everyone's got that clarity, people sit in something called an opportunity chair and say, hey, my name's Bob. I'm a pet groomer. Things are rough right now. I can't get out there right now and open my shop because of all the situations. What should I do? And then everyone goes around in a circle and asks clarifying questions. Rather than just giving diagnosis, they go, hey, have you done this? Have you tried this? They ask clarifying questions, and then they go around again and offer feedback and suggestion. But what's nice is that you get a view from people that don't have a vested interest in your success and failure. They're just seeing it from a different set of lens. And by having that attention, you can start seeing things from a completely different point of view.
You've won and received so many awards. You were showing us the Walk of Fame behind you with the star, which is really cool. You got the Entrepreneur of the Year award, the Global Award. You've done so many things, by the way. When you look back over just a short period of time of your life, what are you most proud of up until this point? What stands out most for you?
Well, it's kind of interesting. The star thing was a huge deal for me, and it has nothing to do with the star. It has nothing to do with myself. It has to do with my son. You see, I'm a late in life dad. I'm 57 years old, and I have an 8-year-old son. So the chances are, we're gonna have limited time together. And I figure, if I got buried into some graveyard, the chance of my son or his kids coming to see that grave is pretty much slim to none. Just people don't do that. But I figured by having that star, every time he's in Las Vegas and walking across from the Bellagio, with him and his buddies, they're going to always look down and say, hey, that's my dad, and pour one out for the homie, right? And I figure it's kind of a cool little legacy piece, again, just so that my son can remember me best.
Yeah. Talk about the search for a mentor today is very difficult, right? Folks say, well, how do I pick a mentor? How do I select a mentor? That's not the question I want you to answer. The question I want you to answer is, when you go approach someone to be a mentor, what are 1, 2, or 3 things that someone should do when they're trying to get someone to work with them and to mentor them along this journey?
Yeah, well, I can't agree that it's difficult because I've never had that experience. The secret is to surround yourself with people, again, you have respect for, not people you have influence over. And then door number 2, who's getting the results that you want for yourself today? And there's a big difference between a mentor and a coach. So let me be very clear. A mentor is someone that you should not pay. This is somebody who's a grand poobah, that old wise man on top of the hill. You go to them for, feedback, guidance, direction, vision, and then you hire a coach to kick you in the butt to keep you on track to make that dream come true. I think they're two different people. So for example, I've got a great tennis coach and he teaches me my backhand, but I have multiple mentors and coaches where then I'm going to sit there and go to my accountant and not ask about my tennis game. I'm going to ask them about financial literacy, but I'm not going to ask them about public speaking. And I'm not going to ask my speaking coach about my, writing skills. So I believe in multiple mentors, multiple coaches in our lives. But here's the key. Who's doing what you want? And then ask that person for guidance.
Secret knock. You created Secret Knock for a reason. Why? and number 2, what's the results that folks walk away with once they've had a Secret Knock experience?
Well, we did everything with Secret Knock, kind of like George Costanza Opposite Day. Anyone that's big fans of, I got a cool little thing over here of the Seinfeld show back in the day. Yes, remember this one?
Yeah.
The Human Fund, right? George Costanza. So if you're a fan of George Costanza, he did everything the opposite day. So I noticed years ago, people would do these flyers and put photographs of who's coming to speak and then what you're going to learn and the message. And I go, what's the opposite of that? And we said, why don't we do an event where we won't tell you where it is, who will be there, and you just have to trust us. And we built a following of the most powerful, like-minded people that come together as a collective that are literally changing history. And I said, well, instead of bringing in coaches, teachers, and mentors, so to speak, I go, why don't we just bring in the person who's doing what you want to do? So if you want to start a clothing line, you can go read about them or talk to a mentor or a coach. But I figure, what if I brought in the founder of the multi-billion-dollar brand UGG Boots, and you can go have some tacos and share a beer and talk about your business with them face-to-face, knees-to-knees. And so what if you want to start a nonprofit? You could hang out with the founder of Make-A-Wish. Or what if you had a different invention and could hang out with the guy who invented the credit card magnetic strip and changed banking? And so we created a family, society, so to speak, of the most powerful, like-minded individuals that come together as a collective, and we open up our phones and our contacts and we share them very openly and freely.
We were talking about mentors just a moment ago, and I was thinking of all the folks you've interviewed, and you've talked to so many folks along this journey of life and had so many probably mentors along this journey of life. What's one idea that you've learned from your mentors, any one of them that you could just grab that comes top of mind to you and you could share with us that we could walk away with, and why?
Well, this is it. Just recently, I finished a new book. It's called Wealth Made Easy. And by the way, again, remember, there's a difference between being an author and a writer. So an author is the guy whose name goes on a book, and a writer is the person who wrote it. Gary Krebs wrote this with me, and he was the former publisher of McGraw-Hill Publishing Corporation in New York. Now, who can write a better book? Some knucklehead that got a D in English, or this dude right here, right? And we went around for 3 years and interviewed people worth $100 million to $1 billion to find their wealth hack. And we sat down with them for hours and sometimes days, and then reduce their principle to a soundbite, just one paragraph or a page for this book. So every time you open a page, no matter where you are, you're going to learn something new. The greatest discovery, though, came from someone who wasn't a multimillionaire or a billionaire. He was a close personal friend that changed my entire perspective towards life and business. And he taught me something called CPC. And the person I learned it from is Mark Anthony Bates, by the way. And CPC stands for an acronym: clues, patterns, choices. People listening to this is huge. It's about accountability and responsibility for every single thing that happens. Stop blaming other people. It's your fault. And it works like this. CPC. I'm a single guy. So let's say I go out on a first date and the woman's 20 minutes late. Well, things happen, whatever, but that is a clue. If I go on the second, third, and fourth date with her and she's 20 minutes late every time, that forms a P, which stands for pattern. You're seeing something line up. Now it's my final C, whether my choice, I make a deal with her to show up on time, or I break up with her, yell at her, or whatever, but it's not her fault. She's just late. Stop trying to change people. And I keep seeing people with a bad reputation in business. They'll cheat your best friend. You do business thinking it'll be different this time. And then when things go awry, you're mad at that person. You saw the clue, you saw the pattern, you made the choice. Suck it up and own your mistake. It'd be like watching a rattlesnake rattle, bite your kid's sister. You go to pet it, get bit, and you're mad at the snake.
Love it, man. I just love how you share that with us. Take a moment if you can, and tell us a little about what is your secret to not time management, but time choices. You hear oftentimes folks that are on the comeback, the champions, are like, man, there's just not enough minutes in the day. There's not enough hours. How do people get everything done? And I was wondering, with all the interviews you've had and success you had in life, when it comes down to making the right choices, I always say it's never about time management, it's about time choices. The question is, what's Greg's secret to managing this whole time thing?
Yeah, I think I said it earlier before. I got a secret weapon named Shannon Parsons. So she delegates my time and puts everything together for me, so it's all structured. So I'll give you an example. Today, I've got a series of back-to-back interviews, and tomorrow's wide open. And then on Wednesday, it's back-to-back, and then Thursday's wide open. So if it was up to me, I'd probably space them out and be busy all the time, but she makes sure that everything's lined up so I can stay on focus, get dressed one time so I can wear my shorts the other 2 days and do some yard work, right? So work your strengths, hire your weaknesses, go find yourself a Shannon.
Man, I love it. For the entrepreneurs that are out there, because there are entrepreneurs that are watching this and they're thinking to themselves, man, I've got to be able to go out there and be able to offer my products and services. I hate selling. I hate to ask people to buy anything. Oh my gosh, it just cringe when it comes to that. What would you say to the entrepreneur that's watching right now, and that's their feeling, that's their mindset?
I've said it now, I don't know how many times. Work your strengths, your weaknesses. So the realities are, if you suck at sales, go find someone who plays at sales and has nothing to sell. Pretty simple stuff. And that's all I do nonstop, is I keep finding people that play at something I would work at. So for example, I've got an amazing photographer that makes these pictures that make me look way cooler than I am. And then I hire another 20-year-old kid that puts these little memes underneath there. And then I hire another guy and he puts them up on Instagram and Facebook, and then people comment and drive all this traffic and things of this nature. I work my strengths, and then I hire the people, again, that would play at something that I would have a challenge at. And if we did that in our daily lives, you'd see that you had more free time to focus on what you do best.
Yeah. What does Greg do for fun when he's not out saving the world and trying to make a difference for other folks?
Well, I'm constantly playing. You guys ever come to the house? Trust me, it's gonna go down. Around here, it's just me and my son. It's a bachelor pad to the highest degree. We got a pool table and basketball court. We got ping pong. We got bocce ball. We have indoor bocce ball. We have frisbee golf. We have skateboards, scooters, quads, you name it. We're out there playing. So each and every day out there doing some type of activity. It's so funny. I'm 57. I still skateboard every day.
All right, we're down time. I know I wish we could be here all day, but 3 quick questions. The first question is, what would you say to the person that's watching right now? They're tuning in and they just had a setback. Like it just happened. They're going through it. They're in that moment right now. They're watching this because they're trying to get going. What would your words of encouragement be to that person?
Great news! You're in good company, because every single person that's ever accomplished anything has gone through their own challenges back as well. But more importantly, understand this. You are at 100% success rate for getting through every single challenge you've ever faced. Think about it. If you're in baseball and every single time you got the bat, you hit a home run, would you not thrive and be excited about getting up the bat? Well, guess what? That's where we're at right now. You have 100% success rate of getting through every challenge you've ever gone through. This too shall pass. But more importantly, how could you stop looking at something as your greatest challenge and obstacle, but it might just be the greatest blessing and opportunity in disguise?
Great. Second, the last question, what do you say to the person out there this things are going well? They're like on this trajectory, they're feeling well. And you may have found this to be true, that sometimes the more success someone has, the more anxiety is there, the more pressure is there. It's kind of like, oh my gosh, how do I keep this thing going? What would you say to the person right now that needs to just keep going, and they got to keep that momentum going right now? They've had some huge successes. They're a champion.
Congratulations. Yeah, you're in great company. The secret is surround yourself with other people that you have respect for, not people you have influence over. Look, if you've got your first rental condo, you can have some other neighbors to talk to all in the same boat. But if you got 10 rental condos, well, then it's few and far between. But if you have 100 rental condos, stop telling your buddies that you play poker and golf with because they're not on the same wavelength. Surround yourself with people of like mind that are having the same situations and mastermind with them because they can give you feedback from counsel, not just opinion.
Well, let me say one thing, Greg. Thanks a lot for taking time to be here and support the Comeback Champions Summit. We certainly appreciate that. I want to turn over you to have your final thoughts, your final comments to empower, to inspire folks that are out there. They'll see right below where they can connect with you, but if you want to verbalize that, let them know where they can connect with you as well. They'll see it across the banner as you're speaking. So my question to you is, what are your final thoughts, your final comments? Again, thank you so much. We appreciate you and Sharon for being here and being a part of this.
Well, absolutely. And the realities for myself is that we are a reflection of the people we hang around the most. Our income, attitude, and lifestyle is the average of the group. If you hang around winners, you become one too. If you hang around people that complain, gripe, moan, then that too will be the conversation in their brain. The secret is ask yourself, who am I surrounding myself with? Are they uplifting and encouraging? And if not, find a new association, create our own mastermind group. Just like Les Brown says, you got greatness inside of you. It's time to fill our own cup first and then feed the world with what flows over. I'll see you soon.
All right, let's get ready, champions. This is going to be so good. Okay, so what is all of this about? All speakers are not created equal? That's right, I said it. Guess what? After today, this will definitely be your January 1. So I am excited to present this topic to you. It's just that plain and simple. Why are you being booked and not getting paid? Why are you being booked but below your pay scale? Why are you not making 100,000 plus speaking easily yearly and you know you are worth it? Now, have you seen some of those speakers out there lately? Why is your pipeline not filled with engagements? Okay. Final question. Why are you so popular, but your bank account does not reflect the love? Okay, so you get what you want by being it and not by chasing it. There is a reason it is so hard to have back-to-back championships. And we are going to knock this topic out super quick. So ride with me, follow along, do not leave, stay right here. You see, most can't handle the perks of their very first championship. They start to show off their trophy, they enjoy the perks of their success, then all of a sudden, they begin to back off from what got them there. You see, the perks that come with the first championship are the same hindrances that come with the next one. When a team wins their first championship, they don't get the next one for free. There is a price. You must constantly pay the price. You must put in the work. You see, a great example of this is Cal Ripken. Now, he's in the Baseball Hall of Fame. He wasn't the best hitter. He wasn't the best fielder. He wasn't the best player. But he was the most consistent. He played 2,632 consecutive games. Now, that's a wow. He showed up every day. Not everyone shows up every day, but he did. You see, motivation gets you going. Maybe even your first championship will too. But consistency keeps you going and growing and building as a successful speaker. Now, my name is Grace Holden, and I am the CEO and founder of Real Champions League. We are a speaking agency. We are officially a speakers bureau. What we do is we help you launch, build, and grow profitable, sustainable, professional speaking businesses. Now, Real Champions League have helped hundreds of speakers accelerate in their speaking business and get unstuck, just like you will today. Now, we are not about making decisions on who your target audience is today. We're not going to talk about that. Or how to prepare for the perfect talk. We're not going to talk about that. Or how to build your pipeline, what to charge, or how to create a winning media kit, which is our specialty, etc., etc., etc. We offer those things all day long at the League. Today, we are way beyond that. We are here to get to the core. In this talk, we are going to talk about how you can raise above the pack and truly understand why all speakers are not created equal. So here are just a few examples of some pack risers, and I'm pretty certain you're going to know them. So think about FloJo. She's an Olympic athlete. She was in her time. And FloJo had a regimen. She worked more than 12 hours a day to build her craft. Maybe you've heard of Kobe Bryant. I can't imagine you haven't. In his off season, he worked 2 hours running, 2 hours on basketball, 2 hours on weightlifting, 6 hours a day, 6 times a week for 6 months. Then there's Tom Brady. He has an intense training workout plan. It includes 2 to 3 hours of just daily strengthening of his arms. What? Are you serious? And then there's Serena Williams, the greatest female tennis player of all time, known for her fierce tenacity. She has a 22 career Grand Slam title record. Tiger Woods. Okay, Tiger Woods. Maybe Serena was too easy. Tiger Woods, you've heard of him, right? He runs 4 miles a day. He lifts weights, plays golf. Lift weights, plays golf. Okay. And guess what? He doesn't just stop at hitting balls. He has fun just having a short game daily. Now, in our arena, the speaking arena, that's the arena. Zig Ziglar, he's passed on back in 2012. Les Brown, John Maxwell, Jim Rohn, Simon T. Bailey, Lisa Nichols, Michelle Obama, Grace Holden, we have skills, and our business is a skill-based type of business. But that doesn't solely carry us. You see, great speakers, we have to have heart, we have to have a champion mindset, and we have to have these 3 things, or we must do these 3 things: practice, prepare, and perform at very high levels. Now, what does a high level mean? It means we do not operate just on the surface. Do you know that the top 10% of great speakers, just 10%, it's actually a little less than that, are actually certified speakers? The rest just aren't. So how serious are you? And besides the fact that we just talked about champions do 3 things at very high levels, undeniable, what is it that is your consistent regimen? So let's talk about practice. Be relentless. Every day, practice your craft. You will never slip again if you really want to be a champion speaker or have champion status after this talk. Ask yourself or answer those earlier questions that I asked you. And ask yourself, are you a champion speaker? Do you watch yourself back after you've spoken? Do you practice repeatedly watch yourself back, scratch, erase, start over, write it out, do it again, listen to yourself? Take notes and do not skimp. We prepare our mastery. We study our craft. Yes, we do. The proven formula for your routine or your lack thereof is this. You're either going to read, write, listen, play back, or you're going to do nothing. That's a routine. Doing nothing is a routine. Doing little is a routine. Doing a little more than little is a routine. So we're going to practice, we're going to prepare, and we're going to perform at high levels, right? Perform. You're always going to keep your mind and your spirit fueled with your message, being on even when you don't feel like it. Now, let me let you in on the biggest truth about speakers that maybe you didn't know. All great speakers are sales experts, AKA storytellers, AKA masters at capturing their audience, AKA we want to be heard, AKA we know our audience, yes, and we always are asked back to speak again. That's right. You're not a one and done. You're not a some and none. You are always asked back again. So you may not like the word sales. And, we can really switch that word out. But the truth is, we are selling something. Like Gandhi, he sells beliefs. Or how John Maxwell, he sells leaderships and amazing experiences. Or how Coach Carter from the movie, Coach Carter, the real Coach Carter himself, he sells results. Or like Steve Jobs, who sells ideas. How about Michelle Obama? She sells becoming. And need I say more? You see, a great speaker, without a shadow of a doubt, believes that they have something that their audience wants to hear and will get value from whatever it is you are saying. You see, a good speaker will cast out a net and hope for a fish, and a great speaker will cast out a net and will come back with whales. You see, one of the things about being a champion speaker is skill is good. Heart and confidence is golden as a speaker. And guess what? You are the dividing factor. If you believe in your message and you believe in what you are selling, you don't hold back on what it is you want to say. You don't even sound salesy, like the scummy salesy people sometimes do. Okay, I'm not calling all salespeople scum. I'm just saying there are the ones that sound kind of, salesy. So if you believe in your message, you believe in yourself, news will travel fast. Everyone you tell will tell others. And you would never stop giving 100% to your audience, and your book of business will never run dry. Now imagine if you had the cure for the world's most threatening life disease. And no, I'm not going to say COVID-19. It's one cure that you have that can save your family and so many others. Because we've had that way before COVID-19. You would not be afraid or reserved or give it a second thought to tell it and put everything you have into perfecting this cure. You have a message just like that. You have a solution that somebody needs to hear. You see, winners have very few important advantages to get the victory. You see, we only have a few because we only need a few. We cultivate and we build on what we know. You see, some speakers can't win, and I know you don't like how this sounds, and won't do well because of that one determining factor. They don't see themselves as the perfect solution and have the cure. You see, every day is my January 1st. Every day for a speaker is your January 1st. Every time you get before an audience, you want to bring the very best. You have no clue, no idea how, I don't even know how I'm staying in this seat. But for this presentation, I am. And it is so hard because I want to move, I want to go, and I want to give you my very best. You see, champions, we go through the finish line. We don't just go to the finish line. You know, there's a reason why hesitation is a killer. You see, in 1875, Eliza Gray transmitted a few notes over telegraph wire and thought, if you could send music through the telegraph, then what next? Voice? Word? The New York Times predicted the coming of talking telegraph, and the public grew eager to hear about this talking telegraph. Just 1 year later, Gray believed he had the answer. He didn't put his idea on paper for 2 months. After finally making a sketch, he waited 4 more days before he went to the patent office. 4 more days. And when he arrived, Mr. Gray was told that a mere 2 hours earlier, a school teacher named Alexander Graham Bell busted through the door with his own sketch. And of course, you know the rest of the story. You see, if you're a non-champion speaker, or you're learning, or you're just getting started, you will want to hear this topic because you want this message. And if you are a seasoned speaker, you already know, you're the top 10%er, you will continue to soar. You will continue to fill your book of business with paid speaking gigs. The rest, well, you'll remain average, and you're okay with average. For those who want to continue to answer the questions that I asked for, you will practice, you will prepare, and you will perform at a much higher level than everyone else in your field. From this day forward, your January 1st is today. The dividing factor as a speaker being above the pack is you. You are it. When Kobe Bryant was asked by an Alabama football player, is he more motivated by the will to win or just by hating to lose? He responded, by neither, he replied. I'm motivated by being the best player that I can be. You must have a champion mindset that spills over into your behavior. So if you prepare like you should, just like Real Champions League, we don't have magical solutions when speakers come to us, or potions or answers always just like that. We like you do, we have to prepare, because here at Champions League, we have to have systems in place, we have structure, we have strategies, we have experience, we have thousands of relationships with event planners in place. And that is why our agency goes above and beyond, and we have a good track record. Our agents are vigorous at what they do. And you too must have the it factor. You must go above and beyond. Now, it's going to require probably forming some new habits. It may mean that you need to get up early. You need to get up before everyone else, like champions do. Champions, we program ourselves differently. We think differently. We go above and beyond, and it looks seamless. You have a message, you want to tell it. You don't want to sound salesy. So you need your skill, your heart, and your drive to all be in sync. So when I say practice, prepare, and perform at a high level, I mean every last one of those pieces must come together. So why? Why are you so dynamic that you will soar above the rest? Or believe, like some speakers we do, that you just are that good. And sadly, some speakers just aren't that good. Well, you can rise above practice, prepare, and performing by being consistent. You see, you can be brand new and be very consistent. You see, we make champions at Real Champions League even more so than you think you are. We practice our craft. We get you booked. We manage your contract. We handle the right conversations for you. We make sure you're on the right airplane. You're in the right virtual room. You get the best out of the best out of the best out of your agreement. That you bring value. And month after month, our speakers prepare and practice and perform at a high level through our Speakers Hub. Now, we cannot do this for you. We cannot practice for you, nor can we perform for you at a high level. We can't force the event planner to ask for you back because the common denominator, the dividing factor, is you. You're the one who has to get rebooked over and over again by how you perform at a high level, which requires that practice. It requires preparation. So schedule your speaking every month, even if you are not speaking as if you were before an audience. Go and listen to it, practice and prepare. Cultivate your masterpiece. Now, did many of the champions I mentioned before take hits, have great falls, lost many times? They did, but they did not give up. They have the dividing factor right inside of them. They have a champion mindset, a comeback moment. Yes, they were relentless. They had routines and they never, ever quit. Now, boxer Gene Tooney won the World Heavyweight Championship by beating Jack Dempsey. Yeah, I know a little bit about boxing, but most people don't know that when Tooney started his boxing career, he was a power puncher. But before turning pro, he broke both of his hands. His doctor and manager both told him he would never win world champions as a result of broken hands. I mean, they weren't trying to tell him he couldn't win because of who he was, but because of these broken hands. But he didn't let that deter him. He says, if I can't become a champion as a puncher, he said that I'll become a champion as a boxer. He learned and he became one of the most skillful boxers ever to become a champion. Never, ever allow others to put obstacles in the pathway to your dreams. Nope, not even you. And I'm hoping that when you heard me say all champions are not created equal, you're like, this lady is crazy. I know I am above the pack. Now take a minute, write down this one thing before we close. Write this down, grab something, make notes, get an iPad, put it in the computer, but be sure you write the one thing down that you don't do now that you want to do out of your regimen, that you should do to be a comeback champion, or the one thing you should do more of For me, I have many. For you, I'm asking you, just do one. Make this your January 1st. Every speaker wants to get paid, but every speaker doesn't deserve to get paid. At least that is how you treat yourself. You know, you kind of sort of prepare, you kind of sort of practice, you cram the last night before, and you don't really deserve what you actually put out in a $25,000 check. Don't leave that money on the table. Perform at a high level and ask for your worth. Don't say 2,500 because you're not really ready or you're not quite practiced. You see, who recently seen Naomi Osaka? Her headline, and it said this: Naomi Osaka tops Victoria Azarenka in a comeback at the US Open. She topped Victoria Azarenka in a comeback at a US Open. If you watched the beginning of that game, you were like, she was losing. She had a third Grand Slam win in that game at 22 years old. She started off missing the shots, digging herself into a deficit. Then guess what? She came back. Her muscle memory from practicing, preparing, and performing at a high level, she came back. So we know what happens when champions get to the finish line. We don't stop there. We go through it. And our muscle memory, like with Naomi, kicks in. Our mind and our body takes over like champions do. And when your skill doesn't seem to take you where you want to go, your champion mindset will. And determination will take you through the finish line. When you are prepared and when you perform at high levels, you know how to refuel yourself and you know how to win the gold. You're not looking for the silver. You're not looking for the bronze. You are looking for the championship win. So speaker, believe your message is valuable. Naturally, it will sell. And they will want what you have. Trust me, I have speakers that are booked repeatedly. You have the cure, the solution for someone. You are not created equal because you are above and beyond the average speaker. If you want to be a champion, and if you are a champion speaker, the dividing factor is you. That's it, hands down. Conquer and get through the finish line. Speaker, today is your January 1st. This is your comeback. If you deserve to get paid high figures, then go and get it. At Real Champions League, we know you deserve it when you are asked back repeatedly. When we see your highlight speaker reel and we know you've put in the work. Go out there, practice, prepare, and perform at a high level. Study your craft, get booked, and get paid your worth so that you can answer those questions. Yes, be a part of the Champion League. Join us at realchampionsleague.com. Go there right now. Just sign up. Put your name in. We'll reach out to you later. Be a part of the league. Or if you can't remember realchampionsleague.com and you know you are ready to speak, just go to IamReadyToSpeak.com. Drop us your name. Drop us your email. Let us get to know you and talk to you. So let's win this thing together. If you are ready to speak and you don't want to be told that you are not worth your value, you either participate at high levels or you get out of the game. So we will see you at realchampionsleague.com. I am ready to speak.com is waiting for you, champion. At this Champion Comeback Summit, make this your January 1. And I really hope your speaking, your craft is important to you. Become a professional speaker today and get booked repeatedly. Make it a good one.
What's up, champions? It's Justin, founder of AutomationMaster.net, and I'm just glad to be able to be here with you. I'm glad to be able to be a part of this particular summit. I appreciate the invite, and I know there's been a lot of content today, and there's going to be more content after me. And so I just want you to just take some time, strap yourself in, get ready to take some notes, and just discover some things about your business. I mean, at the end of the day, DIY is dead, and so doing it yourself should not be a thing. So that's kind of what I'm going to get into today. As we hop into the session. So, as y'all, you can find me on social media. If you have questions, tag me, and I'll try to address and help you in the comments, in the chat, and things like that. Otherwise, just dig in and enjoy. So let's go ahead and get into this. Today, we're going to talk about how to use the SOS method to increase revenue in your coaching business without exchanging more time for money. So, what, Justin, what does that mean, really? At the end of the day, my goal for you is to make sure that, one, this session is impactful, right? Like, I don't want you to leave here without getting some good information. Two, I want you to know, like, if you take this information and you actually apply it, right, your chance of success immensely grows. Now, I know there's a lot of information that gets thrown at people, but only a certain percentage of people actually implement. And so today I want to give you some things that you can implement and help take you to the next level. Now, if you stay to the end of this, I have a free gift that will help you get results even faster. So just make sure you hang in there with us because we have something for you. Now, what makes this different? Again, when most folks go into sessions like this, they listen to trainings. A lot of times, folks just give out motivational, rah-rah stuff. And nothing against the motivational people, because I used to be a motivational person. And I still like to say that I share a good motivational tidbit here and there. At the end of the day, that is not what will push the needle. Again, it will be helpful and spur you forward for a little bit. But I want to make sure you get some tactics. I want to make sure you get some principles. Make sure you get some information you can take and use in your business today. And as with anything, if you take action with this, there is actual success that can be had, versus you just taking notes. So just make sure of that. Now, again, my name is Justin Morgan, and I help, I assist, I work with coaches and speakers to create automated systems that save time and multiply revenue. So my goal, again, if you're a coach, speaker, trainer, if you're an author, entrepreneur that needs to speak from the stage, that wants to have a course, that you want to coach people, you want to simplify your time, that's what I do. Been doing this for quite a while. Now, I've done a lot of things wrong right in that amount of time, right? So I've done a lot of things right in the time that I've been doing this. And I've done quite a few things wrong. That's actually, I call it, folks would say it's kind of the school of hard knocks. That's where I get my degree in this stuff. It's just I've been through it. Been through the ups, downs, the good, the bad, the mistakes, the colossal mistakes, and the fabulous wins. So, been through it all. Now, here's a little bit about me, right? So again, I'm back. It's me. So if you didn't know me, again, I've been at this for about 6 years. It's not new for me. Now, when I first started out this journey, as I said, I was a motivational guy, and it was okay, right? Like I had seen the Eric Thomases and the Les Browns and the Tony Robbins, and I felt like it was the thing to do. Like it was my calling. And so I remember that I was at an event, right? It was actually a live event. It was was actually the biggest opportunity in my life on the biggest stage of my life in front of the biggest crowd of my life. And I remember I'd done all the work, right? I had presentation like this done, made sure it was clean. I'd spent hours and hours making sure my website was right. And I just made sure everything flowed properly for the event. And I remember I was sitting there, or not sitting, but I was standing on stage, and the last slide fell away from the screen. And I heard all the applause, right? People were cheering. I was excited because at that point in time, I felt like I had finally hit the breakthrough I've been waiting for my entire life. Like I had finally hit that point where I was going to make it. Like I'd been working to this moment for years, right? And at that point in time, and if you don't know presenting, because again, I was excited, after you present, there's a thing that somebody said, I don't know who coined the term, the fortune is in the follow-up, right? So after I was done presenting, people had shown they were interested in talking to me. So I had to go back and forth and play this game of phone tag and getting people on appointments and all that fun stuff, right? It's all stuff that has to happen. And I remember being on the last appointment that I had scheduled from the event. I'm actually on the road. I'm in the passenger seat with my wife. She's driving and graceful enough to do that. I remember being on the phone. We're going back and forth. And I think we pulled over or had a pit stop or something like that. And I'm on the phone with the prospective client. And then we get to the end of the call. And, ultimately I'm like, hey, so what are we going to do? She's like, and she says, no. I'm like, okay. Now, that no means a lot of things for different people in different scenarios. In this particular day, in this particular scenario, that no for me meant that all the work that I put toward this event was for naught. Because at the end of the day, I came up with 0 sales. None. Like all the work I'd done in this event, 0 sales. I thought I was on the edge of my breakthrough, but I got 0 sales. And I don't know if you've ever felt this way, if you put all of your energy into something only for it to fall through. You felt like you were at the cusp of reaching your success and your break point, and you just didn't make it. Like you felt like you were on the right track and you were doing things right, only for everything to just completely fail. And that's how I felt at that moment. I felt lost. Right? Being on the road was very appropriate at that point because I felt like I didn't know what map to follow and what the next turn was. So I had to figure out like what to do from here because ultimately I did all this work and now what's next, right? Like I had nothing to show for it. And just like when you're lost, right? I had to take some time to kind of take a detour, right? And when you're taking a detour, right, there's a follow the traffic first and you see what they're doing, what turns they're making, what steps they're taking. And I had to pretty much do the same thing in my space. Had to look at the other speakers, the other coaches, the other trainers, and see what they were doing, what turns they were making, what tactics they were implementing. And so after doing all this for long enough, I realized like what the problem was. I realized where my issue was, like where I had fallen on my face, essentially. And after really observing, right, I then understood like they had a certain way of doing things, had a certain way of building out their websites, had a certain way of presenting, have a certain way of their sales process, certain ways of setting appointments. Like there was a system behind all of it. It wasn't by chance. And so what I want to stress is that like after I figured that out, things changed. After I finally realized like the power of having a system and I got on the other side of that idea and that knowledge, that's when I was able to get into this space of first working with coaches and speakers and then seeing them succeed, right? Because I was working as an understudy. I got myself a mentor. I made sure I learned from someone that knew something more than I, that had expertise than me. And so I just remember when I was working in that space, finally seeing, us as a team make income and revenue based off of these systems that they had in place. Like I just realized the power in all that. I realized the mistakes I've been making, after doing this for so long. Because again, I've been doing this for a while, right? I've been doing this for quite a while. Now, after doing it for 6 years, right, I realized, look, it doesn't depend on, getting into this coaching space, right? It wasn't about, you writing 2 books a year. It doesn't require months spent on YouTube University learning to be a tech guru. It doesn't require every possible coaching certification to add to your resume. Now, I thought these things were essentially like what I needed to do, what I needed to learn, the strategy I needed to implement. Because before this, I had written a book, right? I had written a book. Before this, I had watched all of the YouTube videos. Before this, I even considered getting a life coaching certification to think that was going to fix things. And I realized it doesn't require me to trade my time for a little bit of money. Like, you don't need to be out here in your coaching business, essentially feeling like you're a slave to somebody, stuck on these calls where you're pretty much getting paid nothing for the hour. Like, you're just replacing your job at that point in time. You're not really creating a business. Now, obviously, I discovered this the hard way, right? Today, you get to cheat and get the easy way. And so, again, the hard way was you can watch hours of videos, courses, and only to implement a fraction of the information, right? You can do all the training you can to tear down the stage like your favorite speaker. And I get it. I did that. Now, you can coach all your clients one-on-one, doing all the work yourself through the entire process. Now, have y'all ever got a client, right? You're like, hey, this is going to be fun. They're going to pay me $500 for the month. I'm going to do, 8 coaching sessions for the month. And then after you get past that, like 3rd coaching session, you realize that this is like the dish that you cooked up where there's an ingredient missing. Something's not right. Doesn't taste good. Doesn't feel good. Your belly starts to ache. Right? Something is off. Right? And you hopped into this thing thinking, hey, I got it. Like, this is going to be great. And just realize this is not what it was cut out to be. Like, it just wasn't it doesn't feel right. It feels like you're doing more than you should be for not enough. And that's a common experience, right? That's the hard way of doing it. Now, I want the easy way, right? I want the easy way. And that's what actually helps you grow your revenue while saving time, right? Want the easy way that actually grows your revenue while saving time, right? That, the old way of doing things was, hey, I go on stage right after I get my certification. I do hours and hours of training. At the end of the day, then, I get folks and I say, hey, check out my bit.ly link at my website, buy my book. And then maybe they end up in an appointment with you. Maybe you have a table at the back of the room and you have a bunch of books laid out and folks come and kind of buy your book, right? Because they pity you or they know you. And that's one way. The other one is, of course, these spammer, the folks who go on to social media and they're just putting out your opportunity, just getting crickets, right? That's the other way. You don't have to do it that way. Like that is the probably worst way to do it. And the other example was, again, you're coaching by the hour, right? And you're not getting much back from it. I call it coach's math, where folks are just, again, you're replacing your job. You think you're making good money, but at the end of the day, when you break it down by the numbers and the hours, you're not making much. And some of you are making less than you would have if you're working on your job. Now, if that's what you want to do, and that's your prerogative, you can. This is not for you. I want the folks who are ready to leverage their time and do it the new way. And the new way is about understanding the power of systems. And specifically, the system that we talk about is automation. It's the power of using technology and systems to be able to make more while doing less, to be able to coach more people with less effort, to be able to make more money in the same hour, to be able to have time, energy, and focus to just spend time in your gift, spend time in your expertise, and don't have to feel like you have to be alone in your business and being the solopreneur that you were not meant to be. Again, you have a vision and a goal that was meant to be shared with the world. And the only way you're going to get it out there is if you have other folks supporting you. Now, I want to tell you, again, we're going to get into this. And results are not typical. And that is because typical people don't take action on the information received in these trainings. Again, you've gone through a lot of trainings today. And unfortunately, some of you just are going to watch and you're not going to do anything with it. There's going to be another group of you who actually take the information but don't use it long term. And there'll be a few of you who actually take what they've cherished today, the information they've gleaned today, and actually put a plan and a consistent series of actions behind it. Most of you won't. That's a shame. But for the folks who do, again, results don't have to be not typical or atypical, right? You can get something from this. I'm going to give you some things that can change the way you operate your business today. Now, what you're going to discover is, one, how doing less will ensure you make more in your business. Number two, the concept you can implement right now to transform your business. And secret number three, a concept that will uncover revenue you swept under the rug. Now, secret number one, how doing less will ensure you make more in your business. Now, there's a couple guys that I work with, and you know, some folks who are watching this may know, some folks may not know. That's fine. We'll just call them Tim and Chris for now. Now, Tim, you know, big marketing and, you know, pretty much a very creative guy, right? He's a very creative guy. Chris, very good at sales and operations and things of that nature. Now, the problem they had was they were doing these live events. And while these events were great, they spent most of their time, unfortunately, being stuck trying to run the event itself, right? Making sure that the equipment was set up and everything was running, being a host, making sure that folks are ready and on time and ready to speak. Like, it was a lot for them to handle. And the problem was, well, they didn't have time to do what they needed to do, right? They didn't have time to actually spend with the people who are prospective clients. And they brought me on. So again, I got to get a chance to go to the events and then learn how they operated. And they brought me on to run the technology for them. And what that allowed them to do, what that allowed them to do was spend more time with clients, spend more time with folks having conversations, spend more time out there, you know, making money. It freed them up, right? So at the end of the day, they actually did less and made more. They were able to go out there and close the 5-figure deals at the event when there were other people at the event who felt like the well was dry. There was no money in the room. No, because they had the time to actually spend and cultivate and create relationships and have conversations. They were able to do that. And again, they did that while doing less. So less for them was more. So it's kind of one of the stresses. Less is more. Okay, so I just want you to imagine, right? The opportunity to be able to focus in your business on what you do. So if your specialty is speaking, if your specialty is sales, if your specialty is coaching, if your specialty is teaching, what would it mean for you to be able to sharpen and just spend all your time increasing that thing, right? Imagine you are a high-performing athlete. Imagine you're a doctor, a surgeon, and you just had the time to work on your ability to do surgery, to be able to master that new age art that no one else can, right? To be the next game changer. Imagine you're an artist, right? You're a singer, right? And you be able to just spend all of your time on your craft and getting better at it. And how much better of an artist or speaker or singer you'd be. It's the same thing as speaking and coaching, right? It's an art. And so if you're fixating your time on things that don't matter, you're not growing your art. Ultimately, you're not maximizing the value you're meant to offer. And so that's why it's important to simplify things and to kind of take a step back. Okay? Take a step back and simplify and do less in your business. Okay? So that's secret number one. Secret number two is the concept you can implement right now to transform your business. Now, I call this the SOS method, right? What does that mean? Okay? Simplify, optimize, systematize. Simplify, optimize, systematize. Now, it's fairly straightforward when you think about it. Ultimately, you know, we talked about the first step just slightly a little bit a minute ago, and that's when we talked about how they were doing less, right? Yet they were making more. Now we're simplifying it, right? They took a process where they were doing everything and they cut that stuff out, right? And they said, we're going to get someone in place to take off this part off of our hands so we're free to be able to reach and touch people, right? Y'all see that? They had to give something, right? They had to get something off of their hands, right? They had to get something off of their hands first, right? They had to let go of something in order to pick something up, in order to embrace people, in order to interact and shake hands. They had to give something off of their hands first to be able to do that. So they simplified it. So whenever I'm working with clients, right, no matter how big the vision is, I like to make sure that I can make it as simple for them as possible, for them to digest and for us to implement. And of course, for us to be able to include other people or plan it out or create a process for it. So the idea is to simplify. You do less and actually makes you do more in that regard. But then again, for you as the coach, speaker, trainer, the less you do, the more time you have to do the amazing things in your business. So that's step one. Step two is to optimize, right? It's to optimize. And what does that mean? Okay. Optimizing meaning after we take a look at your business. So what I would like you to do is, for the simplification step, is to actually map out your business, right? So like, imagine your business being a GPS. And what is the journey that your prospect takes, right? So the person that's interested in working with you, how do they find you? Where do they go? Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, and where do they end up? So map that process out. And then map your process out in terms of how you serve them. Your step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Map all those things out. Now, after you do that, it's time to optimize. Now, what you'll find is that there is missing opportunities for you to save time and increase revenue in every step of your business. And I'm finding that, folks are working harder than they really need to. And so that each and every step of your business, you should be optimizing it, right? You should be optimizing it. Now, again, similar scenario. And when we go to these events and folks are, everybody else presents from stage, and for the guys who were presenting, and, we had our process, we had a way of making sure that we were taking getting full value of the scenario, right? We're getting full value and delivering full value. And so one shift that was made was, instead of just selling from the stage at one static price, right? Again, it was, hey, we shift that into doing sales appointments. And the reason you do a sales appointment is because you get a chance to talk to the person and actually meet them where they are. So it's a two-way street in terms of value. Because at the end of the day, if I just sell you a $497 course and you need more than that, then I've just sold you short. If I sell you a $10,000 thing, but you only really need a $5,000 thing, then I've also missed the mark, because you're not going to invest because you really don't need that. But you need our help, but you don't need a $10,000 thing, right? So we've missed the mark in terms of matching up value. And so the reason they made that shift to a sales appointment, which optimized, right? It optimized the sales process, is you get a chance to converse with someone and then really figure out, where things match up. Really figure out where you all meet in terms of value. Really figure out what the person needs, and then meet them where they are, so you can give them the service or the product that best suits their needs at that time. So you get a chance to save a sale because you don't have to oversell or undersell. And at the same time, the person gets full value from what you have to offer. So it's a two-way street. Now, I give that example just to show that's one shift that was made in order to optimize a step of the business. Now, there are other places and other ways that this happens, right? It's not the only place. And so there are many steps in your business where this is a thing. You have to optimize your business. So that's that step. And the last one is to systematize. Now, we had a certain way of doing this, right? Again, our system was simple, yet it was consistent. We did it the same way every time. It was, we're going to speak from stage, offer a text number, people will text in, and then we'll get in a one-on-one appointment. And that was it. Like, we didn't deviate from that. Some folks may think we fancied it up, but at the end of the day, that was the process. Those were the nuts and bolts of it. Like, nothing more than that, nothing less than that. And we made it consistent because it allowed us to be able to, one, right, make our lives easier, two, be able to teach it to other people, and three, have other people do it and assist as a part of the process. Systems are everything. If you don't have a system, again, you don't have a business. I was listening to a Eric Thomas podcast, and if you've never watched Eric Thomas, he's like, yeah, he always had the motivational stuff. Like, he was really good with getting his message and putting craft in his speeches. He had already been speaking at school and empowering people, and he's been doing it for years. But he hadn't really been making money at it, right? Until he met this guy named CJ. Now, CJ was very much of an operator, right? And if you ever watch this stuff, CJ is along with him a lot of times now in terms of him being on the podcast or being at events and things like that. But CJ was essentially his operator. And so CJ put in systems in place that allowed him to grow his business. So and while he found some success prior to CJ, it wasn't until CJ came in with his systems and put systems into their business that he blew up into what he is now in terms of being able to do so many different things, run his brand on a whole other level, and be able to serve on a whole other level while also, serving his family. His wife has MS, he has kids, right? So he has the ability to be able to, operate powerfully with his family while also growing his business on a whole other level. So that's what systems do. And so if you aren't systematizing your business, putting procedures, putting tools, and putting people in place, then you're keeping yourself short. What I would suggest is, again, you take a look at that map that you mapped out, take a look at things that you did in the simplify step, again, optimize it, see how you can make every step better. And then lastly, how can you implement a tool, a person, or a procedure to make each part of that step possible, right? So that is the SOS method that I really wanted to get to you. So that was secret number 2. Secret number 3 is invest in a consultant and support to get results faster. Now, again, I said the guys brought me on just so they could get results faster, just so they could make more money. And so I would suggest that you invest in a consultant, right? Everyone should have a team. They bring 3 things: new ideas, productivity, and results. There are new ideas in your head right now that would not have been there if you didn't make time for this video, right? So a good team will give you great ideas and make sure they are implemented. A great team will also put together a powerful group of people all working together towards similar goals. This multiplies everyone's effectiveness exponentially. Because of us, we have clients earning an extra income and saving valuable time and frustration each month implementing our systems. Everyone wins. Okay. If you wanted to go to Cayman Islands, would you charter a plane and get behind the controls yourself with no training, no map, and no co-pilot to guide you? So then why the heck would you try and charter your own business to the 6-figure or 7-figure level without a mentor or proven system? I've spent thousands on training, wasted thousands of dollars on dumb ideas, made a ton of calls, but bought a ton of crap that I didn't need, undersold myself for years, and left thousands, if not millions, on the table, read numerous books, and burned multiple years of my life. I will never get back, right? Just trying to figure all this stuff out. Now, you basically have 2 options at this point. One, you go at this alone, right? You continue on, go at this alone. It's up to you. And you'll probably spend hundreds of thousands of hours actually trying to figure this stuff out, right? And you may end up getting frustrated and wasting another 3 to 10 years of your life, and that's up to you. Or number 2, you learn the proven system from somebody who's not just done it, right? But has actually mastered it. And I happen to think I'm kind of amazing at it, actually. I enjoy what I do, right? So here's how I can help you. My team and I have set aside some time in the next week to speak to you personally about how you can apply these ideas to your business starting today. Now, I just gave you the very broad strokes. Like, I've shown you how this is done in very broad strokes. But the truth is, everybody's business is going to be unique, and you need to know exactly how to apply these shifts to your business individually. So if that's what you want to do, we're more than happy to get you on the phone with you and explain with you what the exact next steps are for you to do that. Now, the cost of this is free. Now, here's the catch, though, because at the end of the day, this is not for anybody. So this is for folks who, all right, you must be absolutely committed to hitting your income goals with total integrity and a true concern for your client's well-being. You must have expertise and real value to deliver. If you're selling a $20 seaweed wrap from an MLM or something, this is not going to be for you. Like I just unfortunately would not be interested in working at that point, and really not. I can't help you at the maximum level if that's what you're doing. Now, this is for you if you want help launching or growing your coaching business to 6 or 7 figures. You are looking to automate your client attraction and acquisition and fulfillment. You truly love helping others. Understand you have to have some skin in the game, so you're ready and willing to invest in yourself and value results above everything else. You are looking to make more money while working less. Who this is not for, do not apply if you want to start 10 different businesses at once. You don't like to put in effort to succeed and like to blame others, make excuses, and complain. You're a skeptic. You want to snap your fingers today and be wealthy tomorrow. I've got those. I've heard those and I've spoken to those. They're not a fit. You're simply in this to become famous. Again, in this for folks who actually want to help people. So again, if you just want to be Facebook famous, then by all means go do that. This is not the place for you to be. Now, why we're doing this, okay? On the call, we'll help you get total clarity about exactly what you want your business to look like and the exact steps you should take to achieve your goals. If you want us to help you, and if we think it's a good fit, we may invite you to become one of our new clients we'll take on this month. Now, if we work together, we'll put you through the same programs we put our successful coaches and speakers through. The curriculum designed to get you to multiply your revenue, reach your income goals, and beyond with maximum leverage. And we'll be expecting you to utilize our new system, saving yourself time and bringing more revenue within 6 weeks. Now apply now, right? Just text the word BUILD to 240-696-2009. Now, again, this is for anyone who, okay? So this is for anybody. If you're a coach, speaker, and you want to save more money, save your time, and multiply your revenue, this is for you. If you're tired of writing your way to success with 1 million books, then this is for you. If you're ready to have time to grow your business, spend more time with your family, and not feel like you have to battle between the two, this is for you. If you want to help more people, make more impact, and take the cap off of your revenue, this is for you. If you have an audience right now that you're not monetizing properly, this is for you. If you have an expertise that somebody needs because, again, without it, their life is doomed, this is for you. So if this sounds like something that you want to do and you want to start, over the next 5 days, we have set aside some time to talk to you and see if we're a good fit to work together. Your call will go for roughly 45 minutes, and we'll map out an exact action plan for you to follow so that you can hit your income goals this year. Okay? 45 minutes. So excited about the 45 minutes that we left out the space, right? Now, this call will probably be the most valuable 45 minutes you invest in yourself this year. Now, again, you have 2 choices. Okay, choice number 1, you can go at this alone based off the information we went over in this video today. Choice number 2, you can apply to work with us right now and potentially have this up and running within the next 6 weeks with an automated business. Okay, during the breakthrough session, we're going to get you crystal clear on the system you should be using for your business so that it flows like a river, optimizes your skills, and generates more revenue. We're going to get you crystal clear on your ideal income generating mechanisms that fit your style, your life, and your skills. And we're going to get you clear on exactly how you can maximize your current audience and streamline your interactions with your new prospects that enter your world. We will cover all of this through the breakthrough session. Now, make a commitment to yourself. I think you deserve it. And you're here, you invested the time. I know you have something great to offer. You deserve it. Now, what do you do next? Okay? Apply now. Text BUILD to 240-696-2009. Fill out the short application. Select the time and date for a strategy call. And then make sure you hurry up because spots are limited. I really don't work with but so many people at one time because it's counterproductive, right? It takes a lot of time, energy, and effort to be able to pour into everybody. I want to make sure that you get your fair share. So, again, apply now. Text the word BUILD, 240-696-2009. Now, just I want you to meet a few folks. Meet Sandra. That's not really your name, but again, I like to protect my client's identity. Okay. Sandra is a financial success coach that had an idea to provide additional content to her existing audience. Now, within a week, we had a system in place for her to market to her existing folks and sell out her virtual event. And thankfully, she was able to generate an additional $4,000 that month in bottom line revenue. Can't make this stuff up. There goes your screenshot, right? Now, here's Kathy Jordan. Had lucky enough to speak to her about her business. We got on a long strategy call that I gave away one day. And, she got a chance to meet and just speak on what she did. And it was a great conversation. Got a chance to map everything out for her in terms of what she needed to do. And here's what she said back. She said, he has really broken down into bite-sized chunks that I consume. And now I have a plan that's doable. The value he gives is something you have to experience for yourself. First off, Kathy, if you're watching this, I appreciate it. Hopefully you're out there still doing amazing things. But at the end of the day, like my goal with that call was just to make things simple, right? To simplify it. And then make sure that she had a plan to go out and act on every step of it without feeling like you had to go back and then learn all these separate things. I wanted to make it simple and actionable. And then lastly, I had a client named is Dr. C. I won't give her full identity. Okay, but Dr. C is a religious leader, and she has quite an audience. So, religious figure and life coach. And she wanted to launch a teleconference series. Okay, so within 3 weeks, we set up a system that allowed her and her team to generate an additional $15,000 in their business. I can't make this stuff up. Okay, once you do this math, there were over 200 people that registered for this event. And there was $77 a pop. Okay, that was a pretty penny. Now, so again, do your math, but that seems like a pretty profitable day. And what was amazing was that again, it wasn't that it was overcomplicated. It was that her team was able to focus on them getting ready for the event while also having help. And by getting help in place, right? Okay, they were able to take advantage. Okay, they were able to take advantage of my help and get everything implemented faster, right? So they could get their idea into action sooner. And that saves money. Oftentimes, that's the make or break. Because again, I've been at this for a while and I understand. So this is the last thing I want to say. Right? Because I understand. I've been in this for a while, as I said, and I understand. You right now have an idea. You have a goal. You have a mission. And you're watching this. You've been at this for some time. And a lot of times what happens, and to be frank, those ideas never see the day of light. Not because you don't have the skills. Not because people don't need it. Not because there isn't a market for it. Not because your books aren't good. You can't speak from stage. Right? Not because you don't have the capacity to fill those things out. But because you don't know exactly what to do. You don't know the exact streamlined process. You spend so much time and effort of building the thing that you never actually finish it. You spend so much effort and time of planning the thing out because you actually never have the energy to go through and construct it. You spend so much energy and emotion dreaming and fighting with the dream that you don't have enough capacity to go back and then build the dream. You get defeated before you even get there. And again, it's not because you're not a good person. It's not because you're not a good speaker. It's not because you're not a good coach. Just because you don't have that thing. You don't have a team. You don't have something to allow you to step away from all the frustrations and let you get focus on the thing that you're good at. So before you allow yourself to be defeated by your own self, your own frustrations, your own challenges, your own problems, your own life, do us a favor. Text the word build, 240-696-2009. Text the word build, 240-696-2009. Okay. Again, if you have questions for me, go ahead and tag me. Otherwise, that is all I have. I appreciate you and all that you do. Again, I'm Justin Morgan, founder of AutomationMastery.net. Help you, coaches and speakers, create automated systems to save time and multiply your revenue. I'll see you in the next one. And as usual, treat each day as a building block to a better future. Peace.
You know, Kelly, I love having these behind the scenes conversations. And, you know, this whole notion that you have out there is pretty interesting, which is pivoting to affluent clients. You said during a recession, during uncertainty. How do you want to put that part? But can we talk about the beginning, just for all the entrepreneurs that are watching right now? The speakers, the authors, the coaches, the trainers, the network marketers, folks that own franchises. What's the biggest challenge that entrepreneurs have, even going after high ticket clients or affluent clients?
Sure. So the first thing I want to make sure that everyone knows is that high ticket clientele are actually different than affluent clientele. So high ticket selling actually refers to utilizing a mass marketing approach and using an ascension model to be able to ratchet people up and to build that know, like, and trust with them so that you can make higher ticket sales. When you are selling and marketing to the affluent, you're going directly to affluent clientele. And the objective is to be able to solve their problems straight out the gate at that level, whether or not they've bought from you in the past period. So, you know, one of the biggest challenges, people don't know how to do it. No, you know, aside from me, there's no one else out there teaching it. So, you know, they're trying to utilize mass marketing strategies in order to market and sell to affluent clients, and it's going to continually create a miss because that's not the way that affluent clientele buy.
Now, you can't just leave us hanging. You can't just say that's just not how affluent clients buy and just leave us hanging. But before we do that, that last part, my next question that I have for you, which I think is very relevant to the folks today, is what's one of the reasons why you decided to plant your flag, if I could say it like that, draw a line in the sand and say, this is my niche. This is what I'm going to do.
Sure. So, you know, with my background, not only have I been in marketing my entire career. I am 47 years old right now as we film this, and I started working in the marketing, the brand positioning, and public relations industries when I was 19 years old. So I was still in college. That was my first internship. I got hired on afterwards. So I have a really extensive background, not only in helping companies and small businesses position themselves to become market leaders in their field, but also, you know, I've been in this expert authority space for a very, very long time. So I know how to structure businesses. I know how to create highly profitable businesses, not only for myself, but for my clients as well. So I already have all of that background. But look, you know, business coaches are a dime a dozen. And they're all kind of teaching the same things. It's just flavored a little bit differently. Some have more experience than others. And when I was looking at the marketplace and I was looking at where the underserved potential of the market is, what I realized is that given my, aside from my corporate background, I was raised affluent. So my dad was a very successful entrepreneur. And we, as a result of that, I was raised in a highly affluent culture. And so I've been immersed there. I know what, Buffy in the locker room is saying, behind the scenes, right? And I'm willing to share that with people, because here's the thing is that there is a difference in the way that they buy. They do have different specific needs. They're looking for different solutions, and they also have different challenges than typical mass market buyers. And so I knew that in serving the world in this way, not only could I help a lot of small businesses get way more profitable, but I also was going to be able to showcase that specific expertise that I have firsthand and be able to shore up that market niche. Also, from a business perspective, one of the things I teach is strategic positioning and creating that pole position of leadership in your industry. Nobody else is teaching this. There's been people that have tried to copy me. There's been people that have, tried to reposition it into high ticket selling, but people generally don't understand how to truly market and serve affluent clientele. And so it was a really smart business decision on my end to be able to do that, because I've locked up the pole position in the industry.
Locked it up, which I love. And when you talk about positioning yourself, can you take a moment to define what positioning means? I mean, just for those folks that are out there listening, it means different things to different folks. Sure. So what I admire most about you, not only do you help folks to be in the position, but then you also help them to execute the plan to actually transition to getting clients that are part of them. But just take a moment to talk about positioning. What is it? And then moving from positioning to, like you said, being the person that's selected.
Right. So positioning is the strategy, and I call it big P positioning and little p positioning. Your big P positioning is the perception that you are creating of yourself and your business in the marketplace. Not only in the marketplace, but in the minds of your consumers. So when they say to someone, like, I'll give you an example. If you ask anybody who knows anything about training or business development, and you say, who is the foremost expert in marketing to affluent clientele, they're going to say me, right? That's what's going to be said. And the reason why is because that is the way that I have communicated my message into the marketplace for the last, since I launched this program in 2007. So positioning is really about how you are going to be known. What are you going to be known for? Right? What is the thing that you are going to be known for in the market that is better or different than everybody else in the marketplace? And what you're looking for is, again, you're looking to create that category of one. If you think about even, let's use some mass marketing examples. If you think about, if I say cola, what do you think of?
Coca-Cola.
Right. Coca-Cola, some people say Pepsi, although most people will say Coca-Cola. Yeah. If I say tissue, what do you think of?
Kleenex.
It's because they've positioned themselves as the market leader. In fact, so much so that people don't even say, can you hand me a tissue? They say, can you hand me a Kleenex? Right? Mm-hmm. So positioning is the art of being the category leader, and that's done very, very strategically. Then there's also that small p positioning, which is how you position yourself within the minds of your buyers. And that, there could be things like positioning your pricing, positioning your offerings, positioning your specific services. There's things like that we utilize in order to really stand out, become known as the first, the only, or the best in your industry.
One of the things that I admire about you is my dad always says, never argue with a winner. And you certainly have been a winner. And you have this not only you're talking about positioning, but you also come from a place of service. And talk about the importance of service. One of the pages that I borrowed out of the Kelly O'Neill playbook is this whole thing about personal concierge and having this personal touch. And I'm telling you, when I joined your group, and I've been in a lot of groups and started groups, I just felt like, these folks really care. And I went back to my team, true story, and I said, you know what? Got to ramp that up. No, we post a lot of stuff. No, there's got to have this personal contact, this touch, so people know you are trying to serve, you are trying to add value first. So I guess my question to you, Kelly, that's a compliment to you, by the way, but
Thank
also
you.
to step back and your team. I know you're doing the work. You get to hang out
We
and
have
do
the
things.
most amazing team on the planet. I'm so blessed.
But your team rocks in all seriousness. You can tell them I said it. Kelly O'Neill's team truly rocks and they truly care. And I've been on the side. Kelly didn't even know it, so it probably doesn't even matter, but it's so important. So my question to you is, talk about the importance of serving and adding value as you talked about, getting high affluent clients to work with you. Because that serving and value part, it was amazing. I want you to know that, seriously.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's very important. So part of that is a cultural decision. So there are organizations that are sales over service, meaning that they're going to do whatever it takes to consistently make the sale. Generally what happens is that in that frame of mind, in that mindset, and the way that people show up in businesses like that, they're really always looking for the next client, the next client, the next client. I know from a profitable business perspective that is a terrible strategy. I mean, absolutely, you're going to have to consistently do new customer acquisition because you're going to have turnover for a variety of reasons, especially in a service-based industry. Either you fulfill the needs of the client's needs change. Maybe they just outgrow what it is that you're doing, or like as an example, one of my companies is a brand agency, and in my brand agency, once we do their brand, like they don't need us for another several years. So there's a variety of different things that create client turnover, and if you're constantly looking to just generate new leads, your clients feel that. They feel that they'll report back like they feel like a number. They don't feel served. They don't feel like you really care. Like if you've ever been in an experience where you felt like, oh, they cared until they got my credit card and then they didn't care anymore. That's a terrible way to feel as a customer. And let me just tell you, with your affluent clientele, they will not tolerate that. Like that will not fly. So one of the things that I've done is within my company, I very intentionally create culture, which is why I have such an awesome team, right? Because we specifically choose people, and we could do a whole nother presentation on creating corporate culture because it's so important. One of our mottos is we are service over sales. Taking care of our existing customers first and our existing clients and making sure that is where our focus is all of the time. And the reason for that is not only do we want happy, successful clients, but we want happy, successful referring clients who are going to go to all of their friends and build our business for us. And I think people are really short-sighted when they're always just focused on the marketing and they're not taking care of their existing clients. So as far as organizational priorities, that's our first priority. And the reason that I'm able to create such a stellar team that has that is because we hire for cultural fits. We hire for people who really care about customer service. And also the people we hire genuinely care about not only the business, but they care about the clients. And because of the structures that I've set people up with inside my organization where they have the opportunity to make as much money as they want, right? The ball is really in their court because I do a lot of profit sharing. I do a lot of commission bonuses, that sort of thing. They're very incentivized to make sure that they're taking really good care of our clients.
So important. And if you talked about setting up a structure, talked about being able to bring on the right folks, I know we're going to get back to pivoting to an affluent clients during a recession, but I think this is very, very important because you got to have a team to service it as well. Can you just share this one golden nugget that you can look for when you're bringing someone aboard? I mean, I know that's a loaded question. People say, well, everybody that's nice and everybody that believes. But if someone said, you know what, I do need a service organization. I do need to make sure that the team is doing it. What suggestion would you recommend to that person?
I love this. Great question. So first of all, just so you know, I do want to dispel the myth. You can be a party of one and serve affluent clientele. You don't need to have a big organization. It depends on what it is that you're looking to do. But I have lots of clients that are they don't even have an assistant yet. And they are serving affluent clients extremely effectively. So I want to dispel that. But what I look for when I'm hiring someone is I look for again, I have a very clearly designed cultural framework, right? That's the core piece of this. So we are looking for our people, if that makes sense. We have a checklist. You know, think about this like if you're in the dating world, right? You've got a checklist of things that you're looking for. You know, there's things that you're like, this is a deal breaker, this is not, you know, this is something that is really important to me. And it's the same thing when you're hiring for team members. It's like we have things that are non-negotiables. And we have ways to find out what it is that their perspective is on that. And so we have a list of things that are non-negotiables. We have a list of things that are preferables, and then we have a list of things that are trainables. So we will always hire for a cultural fit over someone who has a specific skill set, because if you're hiring for performance, the people that we hire anyways are self-directed and they're go-getters. So I can go put them in a training program and I can train them up, right? I can get them the training that they need. So if you're just going down and being like, yep, they've got this skill set, yep, they've got this, yep, they've got that. Does that make sense? If you're just going down there and checking that, you're missing the boat. I want to hire people that are like, you know, like one of my questions is, why do you want to work for this organization? What about this organization makes it so that this is the one you want to show up for? And that's a really important question to ask people, because if they're after a paycheck, an organization like mine's not going to be a good fit.
Love it. Now, let me ask a question. Let me address the elephant in the room, because there's a number of folks who watch, Kelly. They're speakers or authors or coaches or trainers or experts, and they're folks who, when we pay more for what they know they can do, typically kind of follow the program, and other folks as well. We have a lot of financial advisors and health coaches and so forth. The question is, when you say go pivoting to affluent clients, some may be thinking, yeah, when I raise my rates and I try to talk to people about pricing, they always want to talk me down. So I end up giving them more than I'm getting paid for. Take a moment, if you would, and talk about the importance of knowing your value, for lack of a better term, and being comfortable, I'll say comfortable, asking for what your organization is worth when it comes to a pricing perspective.
Okay. So let me just tell you right now, your affluent clients are not going to nickel and dime you. Right? They don't want to be treated that way, and they're not going to treat other people that way. They're looking for good value. They want to make sure that they're not getting ripped off. Like, they don't want the other end of the spectrum, which is, oh, you know, I have money, so you're jacking your prices up. They want value. And so one of the things that I teach my clients to do in our programs, one of the things that I teach our clients to do is to create a no-brainer offer. So I teach people how to structure their offers in a way that's going to allow them to ensure that their affluent client says yes. But your affluent clients aren't going to nickel and dime. That's generally more of a price-conscious consumer. And I will also tell you that when I have clients who come to me and they're trying to do that, I won't even take them as clients. Like, that's a deal breaker for me. Period. Yeah. Like, that's a no. Like, you know, this isn't Walmart. You know, I'm not looking to be the number one price competitor. You know, we're a high level expert in our field, and so our fees are non-negotiable, right? So that's number one. But as far as you holding your value, again, you've got to be really clear in your value proposition. Your affluent clients are going to buy based on value. They're going to buy based on perceived or believed return on investment or return on energy. So when you've structured it really clearly, your value is going to shine through.
I like that. Now, you've taken a moment, you've broken down what is an affluent client. You've then talked a little bit about the importance of making sure that you serve. Then you talk about making sure you have infrastructure to serve, which is the HR component. And now you talk about making sure the pricing is in line. Take a moment to talk about the importance of systems. You know, one of our philosophies is that systems beat goals every single time. And one of the things I know that you are is you're a system-driven person. So there's systems in place to support what you're doing. Let's slow down for a moment, then we'll speed back up. But talk about having the right systems in business, not only to attract affluent clients, but also be able to serve affluent clients without all of your labor having to always be involved. I'll say it like that, or having technology or different systems in place. So the question, ladies and gentlemen, that are listening is systems that you have in place, the importance and why Kelly supports it.
Yes. So I teach something called the profitology process to my clientele, and it is a way to rapidly accelerate the growth of your company in a way that is also going to make sure that it is seamless, and you're not going to pull your hair out, right? So within this process, at the center of the process that I teach is how you show up as a CEO of your organization, and it is also how the systems and processes that you have in place. So I am a big believer in having systems and standard operating procedures, especially as you grow your organization, because otherwise you are going to want to pull your hair out. No one's ever going to do it the way that you want to do it. So you need to start building systems and processes the moment that you start building your, unless you're like, I will never have anyone work with me, then it's all in your head and you're good. But if you ever want to have anyone work for you, you need to start writing down the processes and procedures and systems in order to create the results that you desire. And they are by design. So as an example, we have a very specific system, and it's based on the different types of programs have different systems, but we have a welcome process, right? We have a process that we utilize in order to we have a welcome process that we utilize in order to welcome new client on. And, for some of our more affordable programs, it's a little bit different than, say, some of my private consulting programs, where maybe we're shipping out a welcome box that is full of goodies to them, that sort of thing. So you've got to be able to systemize what it is that you want. Now, here's the art and the science. You need to, when it comes to client service, you need personalized systemization. So you do not want to take the personal touch out of those systems. We actually know from market research that, especially now with your more affluent buyers, if you do not have, and think about this for a minute, have you ever tried to work with a company where you cannot get a hold of a person?
Nah, I hate that. Oh my God.
Drives me crazy. In fact, in choosing technology platforms, if we're not able to get a hold of a person directly, we're not going to choose that platform. Right. So, even being able to have like an online chat that's available, being able to give someone a phone number, having someone be able to get in touch with you, all of these things. So I want you to think about, like, as you're creating your systems, and we have systems for everything. We have systems for how people book interviews with me. We have systems for how those interviews are fulfilled. We have systems for how they end up on my calendar. There are systems for how I am then prepared for the interviews to make sure that I can show up and rock it for you guys. Right? There's systems for follow-up. There's systems for promoting those interviews to make sure that we're supporting and fulfilling our obligations whenever we are being interviewed by someone. And so there's all sorts of systems that we have, and those are the things that allow me to not have to tell people how to do things. Right? I don't want to be constantly telling someone how to do that, because otherwise I'm never going to have freedom in my business. So what I do is when we create something, we automate it. How much automation can we get out of that one particular process?
Yeah. So folks that are watching right now might be wondering, now, who does Kelly's company work with? I mean, they're listening right now saying, wow, am I the right person? Is my company the right person? Is this the right time? Take a moment, if you would, and just frame the conversation in terms of the type of clients you or your company's looking to attract. And then how can they best contact you or someone inside your organization, maybe to take the next step?
Perfect. So I work with a couple different kinds of clients, right? So number one, I have a branding agency. So if someone is looking to create a brand that either attracts affluent clients or sets them up to be a thought leader and achieve that pole position in their industry, that is something that we specialize in here at my brand agency. And we do it really innovatively. So we don't do the typical things that typical brand agencies do. We create high profit brands. So if someone is looking for that solution, that's the solution we have available to you. If you are looking to grow and scale your business, right? If you're looking to become the market leader, if you are looking to increase your revenue by multiple 6, 7 figures, I personally do consulting with organizations, with small business owners, primarily in the service-based industries. Although actually one of my biggest clients is actually a medical device. So, I do have outliers to that. I have a background in tech. So I do offer consulting in those, but primarily I am working with service-based professionals, right? So people in, any type of service-based, lawyers, accountants, doctors. I have a lot of doctors that I work with. I work with consultants, coaches, interior designers. I mean, really, it runs the gamut. It runs the gamut. But generally speaking, what they want is they want to create a very highly profitable business that scales, and they want to be known as the leader in the market and attracting affluent clients. That's kind of our sweet spot here at our organization. I also train people in the art of building these types of scalable businesses, and I train people in how to market to affluent clients. So I have several programs that do that in all of the areas that a client would need in order to create that result. So we have a very vast service offering here within our company, depending on what it is that we're looking for. But again, primarily we are working with affluent clients, or with people who want to attract affluent clientele, people who want to become thought leaders in the industry, and ultimately they want to scale their business seamlessly without pulling their hair out. And if you're looking to work with me, first of all, I mean, obviously this interview is a good start. I would also say you can, connect with us on social media. Obviously, I'm all over the place. If you go to our website, you can find all my social media. I've got a podcast called the Marketing to Millionaires Podcast. I've got a Facebook group called the Marketing to Millionaires Success Circle, which I believe is what Shay was referencing before. And here's the easiest way, guys. If you want to explore this, go to my website. There is a link that says Work with Kelly, and you can fill out an application and we will get you to the right spot. You don't even need to know what the right spot is. Look, if you want to make more money, you want to become a leader in your field, and you want to attract affluent clientele, fill out the form and we'll figure out if we're a good fit for you. And if we're not, we'll refer you to one of our partners.
I love it, man. Second to last question. This is the Comeback Champion Summit.
Yes.
And this is for individuals who have had some type of setback. And it's not about the setback, but they're on the comeback trail, or they want to be a champion in their marketing, or a champion in their business, or a champion with affluent clients. My question is, share what maybe your number one secret is for you when challenging times arise. What principles does Kelly stand on, or what philosophy does Kelly stand on in order to continue to move forward no matter what?
Great question. So let me just tell you, guys, I've been in business for 20 years, and I will tell you that I have made millions and millions and millions of dollars, and I have also lost millions of dollars. You will not have, I've never yet met an entrepreneur that did not have a setback of one level or another, some more catastrophic than others. And I've had all sorts of them. Here's what I will tell you that I would invite you, if you've had a setback in any way, shape, or form, you can't move forward driving out of the rearview mirror, right? And so, at a certain point, you just have to say, all right, it happened, whatever it is. This is where we are today. This is not where we want to be. And you need to go, all right, great. Don't judge yourself for it. Do not beat yourself up. That does nothing. Don't have guilt, shame, whatever. It is what it is, right? And look forward to what it is that you want to create and keep pushing, right? It's like, what is it that, like, great, this is where I am. This sucks. This happened. It's awful, whatever. Where do you want to go next? And then you formulate a strategy to go there. Laying in a pity party is not going to get you there. Beating yourself up is, I've never met anyone that had a amazing comeback by beating themselves up and wallowing in self-pity. Shit happens, move on.
I love it. I love it. Let me first say thank you so much for taking your time. One thing we know, Kelly, is you can always make more money. We know you can always make more money, but you can't make more time. So you're giving us the most precious gift, the most precious resource you have, which is your time. As we close up, I close up with two things. Number one, tell them once again how they can connect with you, so how they can connect with you
Sure.
and how they can find you. And then I'll turn over you to give your closing thoughts and comments to those folks that are listening that now have to go back and they have to execute the plan. They've got to take action on what you talk to. I'm going to encourage all of you, if nothing else, go out to Work with Kelly. I think that's what you said, workwithkelly.com. You can go to her website.
Go to my website, kellyoneil.com, and click on Work with Kelly.
Oh, kellyoneil.com. Okay, sorry.
Yep. KELLYONEIL. Go there. Literally, there it will tell you exactly what to do. There's a section there that says if you're new to Kelly, go here. All my socials there so you can connect with us. Go have a little afternoon perusal over a cup of coffee over my website. And if you want to work with us, then there's a button there that says Work with Kelly.
Wow, she did it. See, she answered the question for me. She's just a pro. Okay, then I turn over you to have your closing comments, and I guess your closing comments can be just sharing your big why, and then close us out. Just why does Kelly get up and do this every single day? She can relax and do something else with her time and energy. Yet you're working with entrepreneurs, you're working with small business owners, helping them not only attract affluent clients, not only serve affluent clients, but more differently make a bigger difference in their own family and a bigger difference in their own community. So over to you to share why you do it, and then we're out. We're done. Thank you again, Kelly. You're amazing. You're incredible, and your team rocks. In all seriousness.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure. So I'm a big believer in living from a place of choice. You know, I grew up in a family where, you know, just so that you guys know, I am like a phoenix. I have risen from the ashes more times than I can count. And one of the things that's really important to me is really, you know, we've got one life on this planet. And I believe that we can all have an extraordinary life, but you have to choose that for yourself. And you have to be clear in what that extraordinary life looks like for you, because maybe my extraordinary life looks different than what your extraordinary life looks like. And so getting really clear about what that looks like and then committing to have it, because here's the thing, we get to have it. You get to live from a place of choice, and then setting up the structures to move you in that direction so that you can just really have an epic life experience. That is what I would recommend for all of you.
With that being said, thank you for joining everybody. Kelly, you rock. We appreciate you. We'll see you later. God bless everyone. We're out. Peace.
Speaking virtually is very different than speaking live. Hi, I'm RV Robinson. I'm the master speaker trainer, international speaker, and author of Speak Up, Get Clients. And yes, virtual speaking is different. And today I'm going to share with you how you can speak out of the box while you're in the box. So let's get started. All right, so we are going to, for the next 20 minutes, talk about virtual presentation mastery and how you can master this virtual arena. But first, I just want to share a little bit about myself. I am RV Robinson, the master speaker trainer, and I didn't always plan on being that speaker trainer. As a matter of fact, it was by accident. My job was as a systems consultant. I went to work in the 80s for a company by the name of Deloitte, and I was in charge of setting up financial accounting systems for small to mid-sized companies on microcomputers. Yes, back then that's when we had 10 megabytes of hard disk and we thought we had died and gone to heaven. So it was a revolutionary time. And so my boss came to me one day and said, RV, I want you to get out there and start speaking and tell people that we're offering this new service. And I thought to myself, I took one speech class in college. I was good to go. I knew everything there was to know about public speaking, or so I thought. Well, after several speeches and several attempts, I hadn't landed one job, not one project. And I knew something was wrong, but I just couldn't put my finger on it. And then one day, just like that, this woman comes up to me. She looks me in the eye and she says, honey, I hate to tell you this. Now I'm thinking, well, then don't. But she said, honey, do you know that after every sentence you say okay? I just looked at her and the only thing I could think of saying back to her was okay. But I got it just like that I was the problem. That just because I could speak or flap my jaw did not make me a public speaker. So I decided in that moment that I was going to respect public speaking and get trained. And not only get trained, but I was going to master it. So I read every book I could find. I went to seminars, hired coaches, and it wasn't long before I would go out and speak and I would get clients. And the better I got, the better my clients got. And the better I got at communicating, the more upward mobility I moved in my firm, and the more visibility I got, and life was great. And I had a beautiful career in corporate America for 23 years. And then one day I realized that I was at the top of my career. As a senior manager in a CPA firm, I could not go any further. And then I also realized that I no longer was trailblazing and making a difference, that I had become a middle manager, doing staff evaluations and training, and I was not doing what I loved to do. So I decided it was time to make a change. But I didn't know what kind of change to make. This was my degree, this was my career. So I did what any smart girl would do. I prayed about it, and God said to me, teach others what I've taught you. And I knew what he meant, public speaking. And so I left corporate America 17 years ago, and I started my own business. And since that time, I have given over 3,500 speeches globally, all over the world. I've spoke on cruise ships. I've trained over 5,000 business owners, and I've hosted over 700 live events. And I have 30 years of speaking experience and 17 years training others. And again, this is my book, Speak Up, Get Clients. It has been a wonderful career. And I've been able to share the stages with some speaking giants. Maybe you know some of these people. Mark Victor Hansen, Sharon Lecter, Tommy Hopkins. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. So a little bit about my family, though. This is my husband and our 2 children. This is Zeus and Zoe. We got them when they were 8 weeks old. They are now 8 years old, and Zoe has taken over the couch. Zeus has taken over the bed, and since the pandemic, well, Zeus has a little bit of a drinking problem. All right, so what I want to share with you for the next 20 minutes is I want to share some powerful, actionable information that you can use immediately. I want to motivate you to speak out of the box when you feel like you're in the box, and I want to invite you to learn more about virtual speaking. All right, so why add speaking to your business, you're probably asking yourself? Well, because it's the key to selling. It's the key to visibility. If people don't know you exist, then they're not going to know to go to you or buy from you. So you must be visible in order to sell. Bottom line is, if you want more sales, you got to get in front of more people. And there's never been a better time than now to reach people all over the world. Number one reason, though, is because you have a message to share that only you can share to people that can only hear it from you. And that message will change somebody's life, their business, or their soul. So that's why it's important for you to share it and get it out in the world. And I used to think that if you couldn't share your message, someone else could. It might be taken away from you and given to someone else. And then one day I'm in church and the deacon said this. He said, God has given you, each and every one of us, unique gifts. And if we don't use those gifts, they will be unused for all eternity. And in that moment, I thought, that's it. That's it. That's the same as our message. If we don't get our message out there, it will be undelivered for all eternity. And that means the people's lives that you were supposed to save, or the businesses that you were supposed to save, the souls that you're supposed to save will go on suffering for all eternity. So that's why it is so important. All right, so how do you become that powerful speaker on the virtual stage? Well, number one, you control the stage. Know that. It's very different from a live event. When you have a live event, you're not responsible for the stage. You're not responsible for the lighting or the sound, and everybody knows that. But when you're in this environment, this is your stage. Your background is your stage. So what is your background saying about you? Right? Are you doing your meetings in the bedroom, or is people seeing a bed? Do you have a messy background, unorganized? Or are you using a virtual background? Now, even with a virtual background, you're saying volumes about who you are and what you are, because people may be wondering what's behind that virtual. Why can't we see your real office? So my recommendation is to create a space that you are proud of. Create a space that resonates you. My brand is red, and you can see that. You can see I have some sayings up there. I have a dog. I have a cross. So it says a lot about me and the books, the knowledge that I master. It says a lot. So create an environment that says what you want it to say. So set that stage and take the center of that stage. Be right in the center of your screen, leaning forward, being interested, and sharing your knowledge. So always be center stage, never be off to the side. If you are using a laptop, make sure you prop it up so that you're looking directly straight on into the camera and not down, because you might be showing somebody another chin that you didn't know you had. So I want you to look your best. So take the center stage and always find your light. Always find your light. You want lighting to be in front of you. You want natural light, and you want soft photography type of light. You never want to be backlit like this example over here. Always front lit, side lit. Let people see you. You want them to see every bit of you. Remember, everything in this environment too is magnified. Everything is magnified. So we have to look our best. And again, if we have bright lights, well, they can help to kind of take out some of our wrinkles, if you will. So always get good lighting. Also, we can't hear you. You've heard that time and time again on these meetings. We can't hear you. You're muted or whatever. You want to make sure if you're speaking that you want to sound your best. Don't use and depend on the webcam. Instead, get a good microphone. The better the microphone, the better you will sound as a speaker. And there's plenty out there. You can get both lighting and microphones on YouTube, on Amazon, and you can also get them on eBay. So there's plenty of places. Now, if you do decide on a ring light, be careful if you wear glasses. Sometimes I've seen it where the rings are in each of the eyes, and that can be a distraction. You always want to minimize distractions as a speaker. Next is video. Use video in this environment. When I teach my clients how to do their signature talk, when it's live, I teach them not to use a PowerPoint because they can't control the environment. And who wants to schlep all that equipment? I've seen speakers sweat bullets before their presentation. So don't do that. But in this environment, it is an addition. It is an asset. So I recommend, no matter how long your speech is, use a PowerPoint. It will keep the attention of your audience. So I want to demonstrate how powerful video can be.
What I have learned from this $1 Million Speaker Summit is really the reason why I should be speaking, that your message matters, that your voice matters, and that what you have is unique to offer to the world. And I love Arvi's heart. I love her desire to leave a legacy and to raise up people who are going to make a difference in the world with their message.
Sell from the platform. It doesn't do you any good to have a big ticket item if you don't know how to sell it. So you must learn, you must get mentors and learn how to sell that big ticket item.
She delivers so much concise information. She has systems that she's sharing with us that allow us to use our speaking business to expand coaching and whatever else we're doing. It gives me a new perspective on speaking because now it's a vehicle to advertise other things. As a coach, as an author, I've needed something that'll allow me to move to the next step in my life as a business owner.
All right, so powerful. Think of video, think of your promos, think of testimonials.
What I have learned
I
from
want to
this.
share with you a testimonial that is very powerful. Now, for you to get testimonials, you would have to have someone come to your event. You would need to, or you'd need to type it out and just put it on your PowerPoint. But look at what happens when you can get a video testimonial.
Hi, my name is Gail Gajardo, and I took RV's class, and oh my gosh, my life has been transformed. Using the simple math equation that she shows us on how many presentations to do per week and translate it to how many clients and leads that it generates and how much each client is worth, I am now making $60,000 a month. And I'm going to continue to be her student, and I'm so excited, and I just want to let you guys know this really works. Thank you.
All right, so use video in your presentations in the virtual world. Number 3, step into the spotlight. If you don't have a PowerPoint and you do just want to talk, make sure that you set yourself up for success by asking the host to tell everybody to mute themselves and put you in speaker view. Now, this is, again, if you're on Zoom. But that's not my favorite because it's still up to the individual, and if they don't mute themselves, then if they make a noise, they show up big on the screen instead of you. But what I really love is the spotlight video. Then you can be spotlighted, the host can spotlight you, and you will be big to everyone. Now, individuals can change it back to gallery if they want to, but you're going to be big to everybody. So I really love that if you're not going to use a PowerPoint, because otherwise you just get lost in a sea of squares, right? Sea of faces. Number 4, involve your audience. Now, in the live world, it's a little easier to involve your audience because we can see them. We can do high fives. We can throw candy. We can have them stand up and do their hero pose, all kinds of things. But in this world, it's a little different. But don't think for a minute you're limited. Just be creative. So how are we going to involve our audience? The chat box, that's very, very popular. So encourage people to use the chat box. They're getting used to it now, but what I like to do is ask people to tell me where they're zooming in from, what state, what city, what country, because now, again, we can reach people in other countries, and it's a safe thing for them to chat about. So always encourage to use the chat box and use reactions. If you're not using PowerPoint and you have a gallery of people, then you can always use reactions. Those are the little thumbs up and the clapping hands, but now they have fun stuff like hearts and laughing faces and some other celebration reactions. So use those. Also, ask them to raise their hand physically. You can see this, right? Raise your hand, raise your hand. What I like to do is sometimes do high fives to the side of the screen, right? Do a high five to the person next to you on the screen so you can do some fun things like that as well. Nonverbals are those tiny little icons that are attached to your name. I don't like them very much because they're very hard to see. They're really small. But one advantage is that you raise your hand, they will stay up until you lower the hand, where of course the reactions come and go really quickly. Verbal involvement, a lot of times I will unmute everybody and I'll say, how cool is that? And they will say, how cool. Now in my $1 Million Speaker Summit, the event that you just saw, which was last year, I'm going to do again. But last year, when people would say millions, when they got a good idea, when they heard a great idea that would make them millions, I would have them say millions, millions. Well, this year they can't do that because I need everyone muted. So I'm going to have them hold up a paddle, millions, millions. And when I say, how cool is that? they go, how cool. So you want to think of ways, creative ways that are different in this environment to involve your audience. Another thing that I do is I found these old glasses, right? I don't know how many of you remember Hobo Kelly, but you could say, I see Mary, I see Bobby, I see Johnny. So think of things that you could do and bring to your presentation that'll make it more fun and exciting. And of course, there's breakout rooms. Breakout rooms are great, only though if they are well managed and well explained. I mean, there's nothing worse going into a breakout room and not knowing what you're going to do. But I say with breakout rooms, be creative also. So what I do is I do scavenger hunts. Let's all find something in our office and then we talk about it. So I give them specific instructions on what to find. Then I break them up and they talk about it. It's a lot more fun. People get to know a different side of each other and it's just creative. So think of creative things that you can do in your breakout room, except for just introducing yourself and getting to know people. That is getting a little old. All right, and then there's the whiteboard. No one ever really masters that whiteboard. You know, it's really hard to write on and all of that, but I know kids are having a good time with it. And then I like to add quizzes to my PowerPoint. So for example, you should always write out your speech, true, false, or true only for online presentations. And then I'll encourage everyone to write their answer in the chat box. So the answer is false, by the way. Never, ever write out your speech or you become a prisoner of your own words. And as a business owner, you don't need that. All you need is to outline what you're going to say, and you're going to practice and practice and practice. Of course, you're going to practice out loud 1 hour for every 2 minutes of your presentation, and then you'll never have to worry about forgetting what you're going to say. All right, number 5, bring twice your A game. Twice your A game. Why? Because we only have the waist up now. We only have the waist up. We don't have the luxury of people being able to see us moving around or getting closer to them or whatever, or even during our storytelling. We don't have that kind of advantage in here. So you need to bring twice your A game on. How do you do that? High energy. Whatever, however energetic you are, you need to just pump it up. If you have to go and work out and get all excited beforehand, or just do a mantra to yourself, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, whatever you have to do it, because you need to bring your A game on. It is not time to kick back jack time, right? It's time to full energy. Your goal as a speaker is to keep your audience's attention. Well, you know, you're competing against all kinds of things in this environment. You're competing with someone going to email. You're competing with someone doing something else on their desk. You're competing with so many things. You want to make sure that you show them that they need to be there every second with you. What I talk about in my $1 Million Speaker Summit is that $1 Million P, right? People leaving the room during that time when they should have been present to hear that $1 Million idea. It's the same in the virtual world. Don't leave it. Don't let your audience leave it, because there could be that message that they needed to hear, or that story that would have moved or changed their life. Hand gestures, you want to use hand gestures, but when you do, right, because they attract attention, right? Here's the new applause. Do not put them toward the camera. That does not look good. Keep them outside here. Excellent. Stand and deliver. I am standing and delivering. I have a stand-up desk that I put on top of my desk that I pull up when I want to speak. Mine happens to be called Stand Steady. It's more of a wooden one, but they have all kinds of different variety on Amazon. If you are going to speak and you want to be the best speaker in the virtual world, then stand and deliver. Look directly into the camera at all times. You can look down at your PowerPoint on occasion, but just like you would in the real life. But remember, every time you do, it's a disconnect from your audience. So do it as little as possible, and always look directly in the camera, not at your gallery view when you are speaking if you're not using PowerPoint. And find new tools to use. I've got a little document camera that I use, and it's taken the place of my whiteboard that I would write on. It sits on my desk. I turn it on, and all of a sudden you'll be able to see what I'm writing on my desk. Real nice little tool. You can get those on Amazon also for under $100. So find new tools. Some of those new tools for you might be that new microphone and the new lights too. So find new tools and know what the latest trends are. And they're changing every day. Let me tell you, they are rapidly changing. This environment is moving very, very fast. So not only the changes with the technology and with Zoom, but the changes in speaking. We are getting less time. We have to be more concise. That means we have to rehearse more. We have to practice more. And we have to deliver a lot more in a lot less time. So you always want to over-deliver without overwhelming your audience. So keep up with the latest trends in virtual speaking. So let me ask you one more question. Are you ready to step on that virtual spotlight? If you are ready, I want to give you some tools at which to do that. So grab your free public speaking tips and techniques. I have video tips on my website. You just opt in at rvrobinson.com. That's www.rvrobinson.com. And if you would like a closing script on how you can close in the virtual world, then go to rvrobinson.com/free closing script. Free closing script. So grab those two items and we will see you on the virtual stage.
Thank you so much for that. I'm so excited to be here. First of all, I'm excited that you're watching because this has been an amazing summit, hasn't it? If you agree, just say yes in the comments. It's been an absolutely amazing summit. And I'm here to teach you how to take the passions and the skills that you currently have and turn those into a profitable online business. So if you're ready to learn how to make money online, just say money, money in the comments below. And I promise you that the next 45 minutes will be worth it. You're going to learn how to take the passions and skills you currently have, and I'm going to teach you some new skills that are in high demand right now and how you can take those online and make money on the internet. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to share my screen so you can see my presentation. Let's do that. Now, you should be able to see me and my screen, which now says World's #1 Virtual 5-Day Summit. If you can see that first slide, just say yes in the chat box so I know, or in the comments, so that I know that you can see it and we can get started. Yes, yes. All right, you guys can see this. Great. First of all, again, I said what an honor it is to be part of this 5-day summit. I love the theme of this summit, don't you guys? It's learn the secrets to success to come back stronger after a setback. And so many of us have setbacks in our life, and we don't realize that, you know, a setback is just a setup for a comeback. But I know that this summit has really opened your eyes, so many really great speakers, and it's just going to keep getting better. So again, I'm excited to be here. Let's talk about a comeback. Now, there's no better time than today to start your online business. I've been doing this for 20 years. I've been my own boss, working for myself. Wherever my laptop is, I'm in business. I've traveled the world teaching other people how to do this as well. And I will say that in the past 20 years, as I look back, there has never been a better time to start an online business than right now. Never in history. So that's a great opportunity for you, and I hope that you do take advantage of it. So this is me, Alicia Little. That's my sister Lorette and her 2 kids, Ava and Elena. And we are business partners and work together as freelancers. We own our own business. And today I'm going to talk about freelance work because it's more in demand now because of the pandemic, everything that we've gone through and we're going through. You know, 400 million full-time jobs have been lost globally, but for freelancers, the work is rising and rising exponentially. Now, let me ask you a question. Get ready to type in that comments box there. I want to ask you, why are you here? And this will help me to understand you as I continue to present. So why are you here? type C19 if you're here because of COVID-19 and you've been unemployed, or type SI for side income if you just want to make some side income, or type boss if you're like, I want to be my own boss. This is my thing. I'm going to do it full time, right? Money. I'm going to be my own boss. So I see a few 19 side income, a lot of bosses here. Yes, we're going to talk about that money. Do you see my earrings today? These are $100 bills. Yes. All right, great. Well, I've got some good news for you. And all of this, there is some good news. The pandemic has boosted freelance work, and hiring for these jobs is booming. And that's what I'm going to teach you today. And you probably tried to make money online before. Maybe you've listened to some trainings or watched some YouTube videos. But today you are ready to take action. You're ready to do this. You're like, let's make that money. You're ready to do this because you don't want to live paycheck to paycheck. And, you know, you probably heard that 90% or more of people who try to build an online business never even make a single dollar. And it's not because it's a scam. It's definitely not because it's impossible. And of course, it's not because they're incapable, but it's because they can't figure out how it all works together. And that's why I'm here today, to show you how it all works together. Let's not get distracted by shiny objects either. One of the biggest paths to failure is when you're on the path to learning how to start your online business, you get distracted by something over here and you're like, oh, what's that thing over there? Focus, and stay focused. Because although we're talking about making that money, right? Money is not the goal. It's not what you really want. Money helps you get what you want, but what is it that you really want? What is it that you really want in your life? What is the goal? To control what? Right? Money is not the goal. Yes, I see some of you saying it in the comments. The goal is time. The goal is to control your own time, because those who work a 9-to-5 job, they live their lives for the weekend. How many of you guys know this is true? Type TRU in the comments. Maybe this is true for you or somebody that you know, but most people live their lives for the weekend. What? We're not going to live our lives for the weekend, because we freelancers, we control our time. And when we control our time, that's what equals true freedom, right? This is your goal right here. Control your time. And that is when you truly get freedom. Got it? If you've got it, say got it in the chat. Come on, I'm going to wait for you. Say got it in the chat. Got it. Okay, great. So, I want to give you a good book recommendation. The picture on my screen is actually the old version of this book. I just got the new version, but it's called The Top 5 Regrets of the Dying. Do you see that? And it's by an author. Her name is Bronnie Ware. And good book, good read. And some of the regrets will sound so familiar to you, but in the book, Bronnie, whose job is to talk to people as they're coming to the end of their life and ask them about their regrets, she said that people that she interviewed who are dying share their top regrets, and it included, I wish I had the courage to live a life true to myself. Not the life others expected of me. I wish I didn't work so hard. I wish I had let myself be happier. And she goes on to share that the vast majority of her patients had never accomplished at least half of their dreams. Why do you think? It was often because of their choice to keep working on someone else's dreams instead of following their own. And when I read this, one of the things that really stood out to me was the word courage. And if you don't get anything out of today's presentation, I hope that you just get that after today, you will have the courage to live a life that's true to yourself. That word is so important in our lives, courage. Courage. Write it down in the chat box. Courage. COURAGE. Come on, everybody, write it. Courage, right? You need to have the courage to live a life that's true to yourself so that you can follow your dreams. And I know that you have a calling that's in your heart. Listen, you would not be here on this summit listening to all these amazing presenters if you didn't have a calling that was in your heart. Agree? You have a calling that is in your heart. Yes? Give me a 5 in the comments. This is my high five. Since we can't high five, if you know that you have a calling and it's in your heart, you know it. You're like, I have a calling and it's in my heart. right? And if you want to live a life that at the end does not have regrets, then you need to find the courage to start living your dreams. See why that word was so important? Let me say that again. If you want to live a life that at the end does not have regrets, then you need to find the courage to start living your dreams. And as I interviewed my students and they post in Facebook, I see their courage shine through as they go from being unemployed or underemployed, as I like to call it, to working for themselves. Tosh says that she felt the fear and had to do it anyway. She said the only way to get rid of the fear of doing something is to go out and do it. My student Empress, she had the courage, but she said it took time and patience. You have to understand that it is a process. She said, I did it and you can do it too. My student Marcia says, this is a major improvement for me. When you find that courage to say, yes, I'm going to start my own business. Yes, I'm going to live the life that I've always dreamed of. Yes, I'm going to turn my passion into profits. Your life will see major improvement. Shane said orders are coming in daily, right? Audrey says, I didn't know I could get an order so fast, right? She said, be consistent. Consistent, very important word. Zorhan said, I was about to give up, but then the order started streaming in. Don't give up. Don't give up. Ava had the courage. Ava said, I got my first ongoing job, right? Through my tutoring. She's saying, Alicia, through your tutoring, I got my first ongoing job. Thanks for the training and the guidance. McLean said, I got my first sale today. I'm super excited. I'm happy I made the decision to be a freelancer. You have to have courage to make those decisions and go after your dreams. Yes? Do you agree? Are you like, all right, all these other people had courage to go after their dreams. I'm going to do it too. Yes? Type yes in the chat box if you're on board now. You're on board. You're on board. Let me tell you a little bit about myself and my business partner, Lorette, my sister. We've traveled the world teaching people just like you how to make money on the internet. We've been keynote speakers. We host our own mastermind events. We've been featured in the newspaper, on TV shows, all sorts of things. We've received awards. Now, I'm not saying this to show off or to brag, but I'm saying that there are a lot of people out there, but you need to find someone who's teaching the stuff, who's walking the walk. You know what I mean? So I just want to give you a little bit of a background that we do teach this and teach this all over the world. But you're probably saying, how did we get into the online hustle? Well, back in the year 2000, I started dating a man who said, you know, I want to sell my products online. Do you think you can help me figure it out? I said, absolutely. It was so interesting to me. And we started figuring it out together. At the same time, I was in the University of Michigan. I was working on my PhD and building an online business. Now, in that first year, we made $500,000 online. And that's when I knew the internet was going to change my life forever, forever. In the year 2007, I had to make a decision to finish off my PhD or to pursue internet marketing full time because I was going to go speak at an event, teach some other places. So I thought professors were rich, but I asked my professor how much money he made. And when he told me, I said, but I made that much money I made your yearly salary in 1 month. Needless to say, I dropped out of the PhD program, even though I love teaching. Now I'm just teaching you instead of teaching students at a university. But a turning point for me, you know how we all have those turning points in life? One of the turning points in my life was when my accountant sat me down to sign my tax statement. And it said $2.767 million. I was like, $2.7 million? Now I knew I had made money that year, but I didn't even know how much. So as I signed that tax statement, and you can see my name on it, I was like, yes. This is it. I love the internet and I am an internet marketer full time. Now, fast forward to the year 2010, I left my ex. So I eventually married that man that we started a business together. I married him. And in 2010, I left him. He was on vacation with another woman. I found out about it. And before he got home, guess who packed her bags and was out of there? I was gone. When he came home, he found out I was gone. I thought everything would work out. We've been running a business together for 10 years. You know what? I don't want to be with him personally anymore, but professionally, we'll figure everything out, right? There was my ignorance right there, because what happened was so after I left him, I was going to my sister's house and I went to buy something and I handed the cashier my card. And when she swiped my bank card, and just keep in mind, this year, 2010, was our best year ever on the internet. In fact, we made $6 million online that year. So what do you think happened when she went to swipe my bank card? So she swiped it, and what do you think happened? Declined. Yes, it was declined. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what just happened? How in the world was my card declined? That year we had so much money in the bank. I'm like, lady, scan it again. And she scanned it again. And what do you think happened? Someone tell me in the chat box, what do you think happened? It was declined. And at this point, I had gone from being a millionaire. I mean, that year I lived in a 10,000 square foot mansion. It was amazing. We had everything I could have ever wanted in life, but I had worked hard for it, right? I worked so hard for it in business, and it was gone. In one split second, I felt like it was all gone. And I ended up sleeping on my sister's sofa with less than $0 in my bank account. Have you ever looked at your bank account and, you know, the balance was low and then it went to zero and then it's like negative $20 and negative $50? And I was like, why me? I had put 10 years into this business and now I'm here with nothing, right? He logged into the bank accounts. He changed the passwords. I didn't have access to the bank accounts, the credit cards, my personal email address. He changed my password on my personal and my business email address, all of our courses, my client database. I was logged out of everything. I couldn't access a thing. And it was at this point when I realized that I was in trouble. But my good friend Les Brown called me. He knew what I was going through and he called me and he said, Alicia, you might have fallen on your back. But if you can look up, you can get up. How many of you know that quote from Les Brown? Say me, right? And I was like, yes, Les, you are right. And then he says, get up, get up. And in his deep Les Brown voice, he says, get up. I flew off of that sofa. I ran to my sister and I'm like, Lorette, you know what? He might have taken all of the money, the email account. He might have the whole client database. He might have all of the products, but you know what? He can't take away from us, because she worked with me in the business. He couldn't take away our knowledge. We knew how to start online businesses. She'd been working with me for 7 years, but for the past 10 years, I had been building internet-based businesses. I said, let's get up. Let's do it again. Let's go. Let's go. You know why? Because this is just a setup for a comeback. And we started to make our comeback, and we started online businesses, traveling the world again, teaching people what we knew how to do, and building courses and helping local businesses and really crushing it online, right? We called ourselves the Comeback Champions. I'm just taking that from the event. And that's why this event is so close to my heart, because, you know, we've all had setbacks in our life, but we sometimes don't realize that the setback is just a setup for a better comeback. Because the way that we've come back, we have made millions on our own terms. We have offices in Jamaica. We've got a staff of 32 people, right? 32 people. And so our business is doing better than ever before. So just remember that no matter what you're going through right now, it's just a setup for a comeback. Now, why is it a great opportunity today to start your own business? I'm going to teach you something. You ready? There's a very good chance that you have specific knowledge and insights that someone else would be willing to pay you for. Isn't that true? Yes? Just say true. You know it's true, right? And I'm talking about the freelance economy. That's the economy that we are getting into right now. And there's 3 models that we're going to talk about. So I'm going to talk about when someone hires you to do work for them, you either do the work yourself, you outsource it, that's the agency model, or you do a combination where you say, the work that comes in, I'm going to do some, and I'm going to outsource some to her over there or to him over there. So these are the three models that we're going to talk about. Eventually, I love for all of my students to really have an agency, and it's where an order comes in, you outsource the work, you deliver it, you get paid, and you pocket the profits. It's about working smarter and not harder. And when you talk about the agency model gives you more time. So because you're outsourcing the work, you have more time, you do less work, and you focus on building your business. Now, my student Winnie, originally from Puerto Rico, but lives in Arkansas, she does the combination model. She does some of the work herself and outsources some. Some of my students from Jamaica, Chevelle, Ava, and Sonia, they also do the combination model. Some work themselves, outsource some. My sister Loretto, she outsources everything. She doesn't do any of the work herself, 100% outsourced. I don't know what model you'll pick, but you'll start off doing the work yourself, the combination model, and then maybe even to the agency model. But it is a progression over time, so accept that and understand that. And I don't care where in the world that you live. I know we have people here from all over. We have students from all over, but the point is you're going global, you're earning in US dollars. And now we're going to talk about the skills that you currently have. So when I talk about making money online with your knowledge and with your skills, you can either learn new skills or use the skills that you already have. So let's talk about your career skills. In the chat box, I want you to type the career skills that you have. These are skills from, working in a job. Like, what are some of the skills that you have that an employer has paid you for those skills? It could be accounting or bookkeeping. It could be administrative tasks. It could be finances, payroll, doing HR. I don't know, but type them in the chat box and let's look at what you guys have. So a lot of career skills here, So do you think that if someone has paid you for those skills in a physical work environment, that you could take those skills online and offer them to companies virtually? It's a trick question. The answer to the question is of course, right? So now let's talk about some learned skills. Maybe these are skills that you've learned through another summit or through watching YouTube videos or taking a class. What are your learned skills? Tell me in the chat, what are some of the skills that you have learned? So website design, graphic design, right? Those are popular learned skills. Transcription, writing. So a lot of learned skills as well. Coding, programming, okay, got it. So great. Now, when you look at your career skills and your learned skills, these are things that you can get paid for. This is your own knowledge, your own passions, what you already have. But I'm going to take a break and say, you know what, let's put those aside because you've just proven that you have skills that people will pay you for. And let's look towards some of the hottest skills online right now that you could start today and get paid for. I'm going to teach you about 4 skills. And now I'm looking at the clock, so I got to talk really quickly. But transcription, phone calls, design, and being a virtual assistant. The first one is doing transcription. What is transcription? It's basically taking an audio or a video file and turning it into text. So this presentation I'm doing right now, it could maybe, well, let me ask you this question. Would you love to have a typed up copy of this presentation? Say yes in the chat box if you're like, type it up and give it to me. I want a typed up copy. Anybody want to? Yeah, all right. So proof of concept, right? Look at, everybody wants a transcription of this. They want it typed up, and I don't blame you. But because this is where the world is going right now. We have so many people doing podcasts, lives, and summits, YouTube, that transcriptions are needed. People like to learn in different ways. So offer your students a transcript of what your audio or video is. And this is why so many people are looking for transcribers. This lady right here, she's one of my students. She's a transcriber. The photo on the left is the job she used to have. the photo, or the photo in the pink shirt is the job that she has, is what she's doing now, but she's standing in front of the place that she used to work at. So in the place that she used to work at before taking my course and learning transcription, she was making $400 a month, right? So I actually took this picture, took her to her old workplace, and she said, Alicia, this month I have made what it would take me a year to make in this place back here. She made in a month what it would have taken her a year to make. I'm like, wow, isn't that amazing? And she follows the agency model. All the work that comes in, she outsources all of it. Here's some of her income screenshots she posted in Facebook. $500, $150, $130, $900, $320, $80. These are just from one client, right? Each one is from one client hiring her to do transcription. Anybody, would you like $900 from one client? Write 900 in the comments. I'm going to take a sip of water while you write that. One client paying you to do transcription. And more of my students, like, woo, people are looking for transcribers everywhere. More screenshots from Facebook. We could do this all day long. 540, 260, 120, 80. One of my students posted on Facebook, she bought a car from the money she made doing transcription. 130, 170, 95, 250. The girl that I told you about before, she was featured in a newspaper. It says, from working in a wholesale to building a mansion. She took the money she made from transcription, bought land, built a house. You go, girl. I'm proud of her. 120, 96, 250, 205, 170, 220, 75, $1,080 from doing transcription, right? Layton's making between $5,000 and $6,000 a month doing transcription, and she's just one of many of our students who are doing it. Now, I do have some tricks on how to do transcription that I'd be willing to show you, but I want you to promise that if I show you these tricks, you're not going to go out there and tell people who want to get transcription done, Alicia's tricks. You're going to be like, oh, you don't have to pay anyone to do that. Let me show you Alicia's tricks. No. Say, I promise in the comments if you promise not to tell anyone my tricks. Yes? All right? All right. The first trick, YouTube. Did you know that YouTube transcribes videos for you? Let me play this video real quick. All right, hang on 1 second. It's giving me a little bit of trouble, which sometimes happens when I try to play a video. Let's see. So I'm going to YouTube. It's one of my videos. Underneath it, there's 3 dots. Press on those 3 dots. Click open transcript. Look at the transcript that ends up on the right-hand side. Direct message us, they can get a welcome message back right away. So I'm going to go ahead and write this welcome message real quick. All right, so I wrote the welcome message. Thanks for DMing us. We'll see this message soon. In the meantime, you can call us or visit us. So what you see right there is that YouTube, I'm going to play it one more time. YouTube actually will transcribe videos for you. So bottom 3 dots, click open transcript. Now watch as this YouTube video plays. Listen to me and watch how it transcribes it. Welcome message back right away. So I'm going to go ahead and write this welcome message real quick. All right, so I wrote the welcome message. Thanks for DMing us. We'll see this message soon. In the meantime, you can call us or visit us. Did you see how amazing that was? Did you guys know that YouTube transcribed videos? Well, YouTubers always want their videos transcribed. They just don't know that the transcript is already there. So what you do is you take that transcript, clean it up a little bit, and hand it to the client. So they pay you to transcribe a video, you do it that way, or you can upload the video unlisted to your YouTube channel, let YouTube transcribe it, take that transcript, clean it up, woo, and give it to the client. How many of you could do transcription now that I shared with you? Yes? Well, I've got another trick. Are you ready for one more trick? Now, in this video, I've uploaded a file to a website called Temi. The file is called Ask the Right Questions. And now Temi says, give me your email address. So I add my email address, I push send, and then now it's going to send the file to my email address. I'm excited. This is machine transcription. So it says final step, check your email. So I'm going to go check my email for the file, and then I'm going to edit the file, add some punctuations. So now let's go look at the file. And while you see the file, here we go one more time. While you listen to my video that it's transcribing, I want you to watch how good of a job it did and tell me what you think. All right, so I went into my email. It said, you know, we're gonna go to the site to get your transcript. It wants me to create a password. Just create any password and click save. Boom. Click save. All right, so I'm gonna put the mic next to the speaker on my computer. Tell me how you think it did now. Here we go. Watch the video.
Hey, it's Alicia Little, and in this video, I want to cover one thing that will help you to land clients. Now, I'm a digital agency owner, and if you're looking to start your own social media or digital marketing agency, or you already have.
All right, what did you think? Did you think that it did a good job transcribing? I know, pretty amazing, right? Yes, yes, yes. Now, if this is what a transcription agency is all about, that's not too bad, right? That's not too bad. So, could you do that? Everybody's like, yes, 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 I could do it. All right, let me get you through to another skill. It's called phone calls. So what happens is a client gives you a list of people to call: mystery calls, customer service, appointment setting, courtesy calls, sales calls if you want to do that. You make the call, you take notes, you return the file with notes to the client, and you get paid. So one of our students, for example, is making calls for Disney, and she calls people and tells them to rebook their reservation, or, you know, whatever script Disney gives her. And then she gives Disney a list back of the people that she reached out to, right? So a few of our students also do mystery calls for companies. A company gives you a script. You call the phone number, follow the script, report on how the receptionist did. And this is how a company see if their staff is answering appropriately. You return the checklist with the comments. And you're doing this as a prospective client. So it doesn't matter if you have a baby crying in the background, like all of that doesn't matter. Who could do mystery calls? You guys, could you do that? Of course you could, mystery calls, right? And some of our students posted their screenshots from these are all from single clients paying them to do phone calls: $250, $300, $200, $130, $250. People are always like, can anyone make calls for me? I'll hire you. $140, $500. You don't even have to use your own personal phone number. Where's my phone? So there are apps out there that you can put on your phone. One is called Text Now, TextNow, and you can use that to make calls through the app and nobody gets your phone call. So for example, when someone joins one of my programs, I have welcome calls go out, and I just hire someone to do the welcome calls for me. They report back on who they talked to, done, bingo. All right. I taught you 2 skills so far: transcription, phone calls. Now we're going to talk about being a virtual assistant, and then flip over to design. Being a virtual assistant. A lot of you said that you have admin skills. So you can take those admin skills and turn them into services online as an online assistant. A client requests your services, data entry, phone calls, research, different admin type duties. You complete the work and you get paid. This is my student Amanda. She posted on Facebook when she had made over $12,000 doing this. And here's the thing: anyone on this session right now on this webinar can be a virtual assistant. Can you cut and paste? Can you research in Google? Can you answer emails? Can you help a business owner that doesn't have the time to do this themselves? The answer to that question should be, of course, absolutely. Here's my student Amanda, all the services that she does, a whole bunch of different services, all under that admin umbrella. And some of her screenshots: 120, 96, 250, 205, all orders from individual clients. My student Winnie, and she came to visit me in Jamaica. I live in Jamaica as well as in Atlanta, by the way. But anyway, you know, you can see here for Winnie, funds pending clearance, like she's a virtual assistant constantly getting work. She said after she got work from one client that equaled $5,000, she knew this was legit. She really decided that she wanted us to focus on being a VA, and she sent me a screenshot of making $590 in one order. Good job, Winnie. So transcription, phone calls, design, and being a virtual assistant. Now, doing design. Woo, I'm talking fast. I'm like, woo, talking so fast, but time is running out. I'm watching the clock. All right. So I love this one, and so does my sister Lorette, because design is in such high demand, and it's something anyone can do. You can do it yourself. You can outsource it. You can find a kid, maybe you have kids, and make them do it. But it's really in high demand right now because of social media and all that good stuff. So a client requests images, social media, banners, flyers, logos. You create the image in a free tool. You submit the work to the client, and you get paid. This is my beautiful younger sister, Lorette, and her family. And this is what Lorette does. She does design and does really well with it. I just put this screenshot in here so you could see, you know, it's recent. This is August 19th, 17th, 14th, right? Orders coming in to do design for clients. $200. One of my students posted that on Facebook. And look at this lady right here. This person says, I will design an eye-catching ebook or Kindle cover with bonuses. And this is just an ebook cover that this person is designing. So what happens here is that they're using, well, I don't know what tool they're using, but you can use a tool called Canva, C-A-N-V-A, write that down, canva.com, to design ebook covers. But all right, look at how many reviews that she has. Do you see it on the top? It says 32,717. And look at how many orders she has in queue, 55. Let's do some math. Now, about 1 in every 3 to 5 clients will leave you a review about your work. You do the work, you get paid, they leave you a review. Not everybody does it. I'm guilty. When I hire people, I don't always do it either. So to get an average of how many orders that she's gotten, we need to multiply 32,717 by 3. When we do that, we get 98,151. All right, great. Now, 98,151 times $20 is how much money? 1.9 million US dollars. Now, why are we multiplying it by 20? Because her average order right there, a standard order, you see it? It's $20. So now I know approximately how much money she's made doing graphic design ebook covers. 1.9 million, almost $2 million, right? Are you interested now? And she has 55 orders in queue. 55 times 20 is 1,100 orders in queue. Do you want to see me design an ebook cover? I'm going to go live to the internet and do it. If you want it, say, do it, go, tell me to go. Otherwise, I'll just move on to the next slide. Anybody want to see how to create an ebook? All right, that's what I thought. So we're going to head to canva.com, and I'm going to create an ebook cover for you really quickly. So here we go. In Canva, I'm going to type in the word ebook cover, and you'll see it come up. And then I don't have a lot of time to teach this to you now, so I can, you know, hopefully I'll give you a free report at the end, which will show you more of this. Would you like that? Yes? Would you like to learn more? I'll give you a free report. So here on Canva, it allows you to have, it has these great templates. It allows you to create amazing book covers for your clients. So anybody here want to be an author? Tell me so I can use your name. I can use your name as the, yeah, anyway. All right. So I can use your name as the author. So here's the thing. I just picked a book cover template, and now I'm going to change this book cover, and I want you to time me. So somebody get your timer ready, and then tell me how long it took for me to create this book cover. I'm going to create it and teach you how to create it all at the same time. On your marks, get set, go. All right, everybody. So we've got a book cover here. Let's change it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the photos section, and I'm going to do a book on romance. So let me type in romance, and now I want to find a great picture to go on this book cover. Now, what is this book cover going to be called, or what is this ebook called? Well, the client said they wanted the title to be, I'm making this up, Love Me or Leave Me. All right, so that's what they want the title to be. You know what? I'm not a really big fan of this font. It's kind of hard for me to read. So I'm going to change the font right here. Do you guys see how I'm doing this? So easy to do. I like that font actually. And I think the author will too. Let's say the author is going to be Amanda Ray. And then now Amanda wants a different image. So I deleted that image and I want something that says love me or leave me. So what I did was in photos, I typed in romance, and now I'm just looking for a book cover that kind of says love me or leave me. Kind of has that feel. I don't know, maybe we'll put this one in. So I'm going to drag this image in. I'm going to move up the title really quickly, Love Me or Leave Me by Amanda Ray. If I don't like that image, I can delete it and I can look for another image, right? Love Me or Leave Me by Amanda Ray. So simple to do these ebook covers. How much time did it take? Who was timing me? Tell me how much time it took. All right, under 2 minutes. Do you think that's something that you could do? Did you like that? Give me a high five if you like that and you think that's something you can do. Just be like, high five. So I taught you today how to identify the skills you currently have, your career and learn skills. I taught you 4 new skills that are in high demand. So now I want to say, look, we love having an online business. There's no inventory, no Facebook ad spend. Like you don't have to advertise it because you get on a platform that already has traffic. There's no overhead cost, no startup cost, no fancy degree, no expensive tools. In fact, my student Dana, she's texting over on the right-hand side with my sister Lorette. She said, I resigned and my last day was yesterday. And yes, I have already replaced my income. I hope you send me the same text message if you're working right now. Then you say you've resigned and you've replaced your income with your online job. And in addition to getting some knowledge, I've given you some knowledge here today. I'll give you some more in a free report. There are 2 things that you need to make this happen for you. If you've got these 2 things after I mention them, say got it in the comments box. There's 2 things. The first thing is a laptop. You need a computer, a laptop, a desktop, a tablet, something to work on. And the second thing is an internet connection. Do you have it? Type got it if you've got it in the comments. So a computer or some device to get online and an internet connection so you can connect to the internet. And it's a trick question because you wouldn't be watching this presentation here today if you did not have these 2 things. So congratulations, you have what you need to be a freelancer. Wasn't that easy? Here's some steps to get started. Identify what you want to sell online. Identify your passion. Ask yourself, what problem does it solve for others? Or learn a new skill, like one of the skills I taught you today, and make sure that your services are relevant to the times that we're in now. Set up your online presence. Use platforms that already have traffic. And then if you don't want to do the work yourself, set up your team to outsource it to. And then deliver the work, right? Deliver to your clients and build a business. And the key to success is this declaration. I am a business owner. And I want you to write that in the comments box. I am a business owner, because I find that when my clients, my students admit and say, you know what, I'm embracing this, this is my business and I'm going to do it, I'm going to be my own boss, that they see success faster than anyone else. You have to understand that this is a business and you are a business owner. And I don't have time to go through more testimonials from a lot of our students, but I just want to say, make sure that you have the courage to start living your dreams, right? By taking the chance and say, you know what, I'm ready to start my online business. A question I get a lot is, won't the market get saturated with all these freelancers coming on? And the thing is, every student that we put on that takes this on, they're seeing their first sales faster than I've ever seen come through in history. Don't ask questions. Don't overthink it. Just get on. Employers looking to hire will have to hire freelancers online. Can you see the possibilities? So what you need to do to get started is evaluate your skills, set up your online profile, deliver amazing service, and continue to grow. As you continue to grow, learn new skills, build a team to outsource to if you don't want to do the work yourself, right? Yes? Yes? You agree this is something that you could do? I know that you can do it. So if you want to get started right away, I encourage you, you can get a free report, alicialittle.com/comeback. So look how I'm spelling my name, alicialittle.com/comeback. Hurry, write it down or take a picture of this screen. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Here's my Facebook, facebook.com/AliciaLittleJamaica, my Instagram, my LinkedIn. Reach out to me, ask me any questions. Sorry, follow me. I'm talking so fast. My time is about to run out. They're going to kick me off, but follow me on social media and I would be more than happy to help you get started as a freelancer, starting your own online business. Never has there been a better time to do it than today. And I'm going to say, do it. Do it today. Thank you so much, guys, for inviting me to be here. Thank you for watching. And I love the theme of this event because as we talk about comebacks, the times that we're in today, a comeback is necessary, not just maybe for you, but also for your family and your neighbors. Like, we need a comeback, and we need so many of us to say, you know what, I'm going to take it upon myself. I'm going to have the courage myself to build a life that I deserve. And all that takes is saying yes to my dreams. All that takes is saying, you know what? I want to live a life that at the end has no regrets. So today I'm going to step up. I'm going to have the courage. I'm going to start my online business because I already possess the knowledge. I already have the skills that I need. I have everything I need to make this work. And guess what? If I want to add more skills to it, I can, because you can learn new skills. Right? So I want you to say that you're ready, you're worthy, you are a business owner. From today on, you are an online entrepreneur. From today on, you make money on the internet, right? Say money, money in the chat box. You make money on the internet. You control your time, and in controlling your time, it gives you the freedom and flexibility that you need to have a life that you live on your own terms. All right, thank you so much for joining me here today. Thank you so much to Che and your whole team who put together such an amazing event. What a great lineup of speakers. I'm so honored to be part of this amazing lineup, and I'm going to turn it back over to you guys. Thanks, everybody, so much. I hope you enjoyed it. I look forward to connecting with you on social media, and I hope that you do grab that free report. Bye. Bye.
Hi, this is Tony Moore. Just wanted to come in, have a conversation with you to show you how you can bulletproof your brands with intellectual property protection and with contracts. All right. So I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to be off of the screen for a little bit so that we can go into detail how you can bulletproof your brands. If you have any questions, you can always find me at TonyMooreESQ.com. That's TonyMooreESQ.com. Gonna just share my screen so that you can come in the room with me. With regards to just bulletproofing your brands, I just want you to know my name is Tony Moore. I'm an author, I'm a speaker, I'm a business coach. I'm also a legal strategist. I've been an attorney for over 22 years. I wanted to be an attorney since the 10th grade, and thank God for genes, but I'm getting closer and closer to 50. I got a few more years and I'll be 50 years old. So since the 10th grade, I wanted to be a lawyer. I got a chance to also be a legal strategist because sometimes I cannot help people on the legal side, but I can also help them on the compliance side. I love intellectual property. I'm a creative by nature, a CEO, lawyer by trade. And so I'm a mom, wife. In the midst of COVID-19, I'm also a COVID homeschooler. My kids will soon be back in school and I'll get a chance to be a mom. So like I said before, I wanted to help you bulletproof your brands. And when I talk about your brands, I'm talking about your business. I'm talking about the resources. I'm talking about your abilities, your assets. I'm also talking about the novelties that you could create, you know, with your novelties was lipstick or makeup, or with regards to the novelties with regards to your planners and with regards to your curriculum, all of those things that you can create from your brilliance. I'm also talking about the designs. Hey, if you're a fashionpreneur, hey, if you're a designer, if you're an artist, the designs that you create with regards to those things, those are all protected because it comes from you. It's your intellectual property. And I'm also talking about the solutions that you make in business, because, you know, when you're bulletproofing your brands, you understand that the solution that you create, the coaching programs you can create, the consulting you can create, the licensing agreement, all of that stuff, GDPR, is something that is going to govern your relationship with them. So you definitely want to be in compliance with every aspect of the law, even if you don't know about it, right? And there's also so much more. Someone had once said, Tone, I'm good. You know, I went to LegalZoom. You know, I started my own business. No shade to me, of course. And then they say, and I'm good. And I'm like, yeah, but there's so many different contracts. You know, as you level up, you need to lawyer up, because there's so many different things with regards to agreements, interns, with regards to independent contractors. If you want to start hiring people, the rules and the regulators, what the rules, even in COVID-19, what type of disclosures, disclaimers can you put upon the people who have to come into your facility to make sure that you bulletproof your business and resources and assets and novelties and designs, right? So that's one of the things that we want to make sure. And in so doing, you always got to think of the strategies. One is create a business, right? I want you to box your brilliance into a business, a limited liability company. If you do not have a board, to make sure that you are at least protected, so that your personal assets do not get mixed in with your business assets, right? Also operate from a business account. You know, operate your business from a business account, ideally. And then operating your business from a business account, then you are knowing that any money's in and money's out. If it's going to come to you, it's going to come through a paycheck, or it's going to come through a deposit, because it's either paying you, or on a regular basis, it's a draw from your business account to you, right? Also, with regards to it, I want you to have a virtual office. I want you to have a virtual office. You may not have one, but and a lot of my clients don't have a virtual office, but I want you to be able to separate yourself from your business, because when you don't separate yourself from the business and there's a problem, that limited liability that we pretty much are worshiping, you're not going to get the limited liability. They're going to say your business is an alter ego. And if your business is deemed as an alter ego, if there's ever a problem, not only will they get the assets from your business, but then they'll take the assets from you, your personal wallet. And that's one of the things that you don't want to do. Also, I want you to consistently use your business name. Like, I'm always like, hey, this is Tony Moore of Tony Moore ESQ, or hey, this is Tony Moore of Legally Chic 360. When I'm sending out emails, it will say my More Legal firm, or it will also say the More Success Solutions. You know, that's another business that I operate, because I don't ever want anyone to say that I did not keep my personal and my business separate. And I don't want you to be that person to make that mistake of not keeping your personal and your business separate. I also want you to create your own contracts, right? If you can't, you know, create it, or you're like, oh my God, attorneys are so expensive, then you know what? Go to Tony Moore ESQ, follow me on Instagram, and you'll see that there's so many sources and solutions that are out there to help you to bulletproof your brand, okay? Also, W-2 yourself. What? Yes, W-2 yourself. What? I want you to W-2 yourself. Once you start making between $50,000 and $75,000, I want you to then contact the IRS and say, hey, I want to be taxed as an S Corp or a C Corp. That's a decision that you and your accountant will make based on the numbers, based on whether or not you want to retain income. You know, you can only do that if you're being taxed as a C Corp. You also want to consider that based on if you're going to give yourself employee benefits. What does that look like? What are you going to write off? You know, a lot of people don't like the double taxation, but here's the thing. When you're a C Corp, yes, you'll get hit with the double taxation, but you'll also be able to retain your money. So you don't always get hit on a personal basis, right? But I do want you to definitely consider W-2ing yourself, because when you want to level up, you know, with regards to getting either a MBE or WBE certification, or start going into supplier diversity, before you get onto that programming, before you can start working with your business, have your business working with your state, your locality, they want to make sure that you're certified. And oftentimes you're going to be judged by your numbers and your statement of work, and the numbers is going to be based on your 1120s, ideally. You know, now some people, they get confused and they're like, oh no, I don't have 1120s, I have a 1040. Well, you don't always want to be operating, one, with self-employment taxes, and you don't always want to be operating under your social security number. So that's why I would tell you ultimately when you start making between $50,000 and $75,000 that you're going to have to see pretty much corporatize your business in W-2 yourself. Okay. Also, respect the IRS. Oh my God, please respect the IRS, because when you don't respect the IRS will come and they will steal, they will kill, they will destroy you, they will put a lien, they will pretty much take all of your money, and then they will make sure that your life is a living hell. And not only that, but they give you interest and penalties. And not only that, they're always sending you notices. I know, and not only am I a tax attorney, but you know, I've been in that situation so much so that now I have a big, huge bucky file, a red well of information, because they kept sending us information even though they have our money. It's messy, but we're going to come out on top. And I need you to understand that whenever you get a notice, you have to respect them by responding, because you may miss out on your deadlines. Okay, so here's the thing. I want you to also understand that your business brand is also Business 101. Business 101 is all about understanding and appreciate that you have to comply with the rules. Remember this, business is a game. In every game, there's a rule, there's a regulator, there's an umpire. You can get ejected from the game. You can get penalized from the game. You know, so I don't want you to do that. I want you to know that if you're selling products, you're selling coaching programs, you're selling online courses, you know, and you're using advertisement, then you really have to respect the rules and the regulators of paying your taxes and the rules and the regulators with regards to how you advertise on the web is also governed by the FTC. The FTC is the Federal Trade Commission, and they want to make sure that you're not a liar and deceiver in business. So they're always going to make sure that there's no misrepresentation, no omission. They're going to make sure that people are not misled. They're going to make sure that if you're saying that you can help people become six-figure successes in 6 minutes, that you have the information, that you're not lying by adding other people's names to something or having testimonials for something you did like 20 years ago and perpetrating that it's something that you do now. Okay, so I want you to just level up in your business, and I want you to understand that if you don't know it, or if legalities is just too much for you, then you're definitely going to have to outsource it. Okay, because here's the thing: if FTC determines that your business is a liar and deceiver, then it will order an affirmative disclosure where you have to tell the whole world that you're a liar or deceiver. It will require you to make corrective advertising. You know, so not only do you have to tell the whole world, but then you then have to turn around and make corrective advertising, and it will seek fines and other civil remedies. And if they think that you're really that harsh of a person, that you were either your malfeasance was that you were trying to deceive others into thinking that you were, or maybe, I don't know, a miracle money worker, or help people walk on water so they can get out of debt in like 2 minutes. And guess what? You might even find yourself on the other side of a grand jury subpoena, and you really don't want that. You know what I mean? You really don't want the attorneys generals to be knocking on your door, or the U.S. Attorney's Office to knock on your door because there was an allegation of misrepresentation based on your sales and marketing agreement. Nope, you're not going to do that. So even when you're entering into contracts, I need you to understand that both parties have to have the ability to enter in. And also, you also have to consider with regards to, is there an acceptance? So there was an offer, and then there's an acceptance. And when there is an acceptance, how is it going to be done? Is it going to be done by a checking of the box? Is it going to be done by an affirmative, like, I hereby agree with you? Is it going to be done with regards to a click that says, I agree, this is what I accepted? And by the way, I understand that it's non-refundable, but those are definitely things that you have to know. Now, this is one of my favorite parts in the business, in protecting your brand, bulletproofing your brand, that you have to understand that there's so many different things that you can do in protecting your intellectual property. Are you okay? So when I'm thinking about the intellectual property, let's go into it with regards to people understand that you can have real estate and you can also have personal property. But that intellectual property, Sometimes we forget about that intellect, because it's invisible. But I want you to not make it invisible. Even I tell my clients, don't make it invisible. Package your brilliance into something that you can create one time and monetize for a lifetime. But the property that is the invisible property or intellectual capital, or what I call I call infinite profit. So IP, intellectual property, or infinite profits, because you can create something one time and you can monetize it for a lifetime service, not just because we talk. If I said, oh, we should do the Melanin Queen project, I'm like, oh yeah, I like that. Somebody can grab it, because we didn't have an NDA and I just put it out into the atmosphere. But if it's an intellectual property, I've already put it in place. I've already grabbed the domain. I've already created the ebook. I have already put out the framework of what that looks like. And then I went to copyright.gov. You feel the difference? Because if it's not protected, if it's not a recordation of it, it's merely an idea. And we're influenced. People always want to defend. There's nothing new under the sun. We already know that. But we also know that inspired profits coming from a person who is creative, that is something that it's theirs. So if you value what's yours, if you create your creativity, then you will protect it. Think about it. I'm a brown woman. You can see me. I'm a brown woman. And, you know, with regards to that intellectual property, that's something that you need to understand and appreciate, right? So I need you to understand and appreciate the opportunities that you have of monetizing your intellectual property. So there's no broke chicks in business, not when you bossed up woman of God who has intellectual property. So with regards to platform protection, because, you know, I need you to understand that your platform is your brand. I don't care how you want to look at it, but it's your business, it's your resources, you know what I mean? It's your agreements in place, your artwork in place, your novelties, you know, whether it's a t-shirt, your lipstick, you know, all of that stuff is in place, right? Even your designs, if you're a fashionpreneur, all of that, that's your brand. You need to protect your fashion brand. You need to protect your intellectual property. You need to protect your digital summits and everything else like that. So when we're talking about the intellectual property, your intellectual capital, your infinite profits, you know, when you protect it, you can do it through a patent, you can do it through a trademark, you can do it through a copyright, and you can do it through contracts, okay? So what's patent protection? Okay, we'll talk about that. I'm not a patent attorney. Patent attorneys are usually like very, they usually have a background in science background, because if you ever go to the uspto.gov, write that down, uspto.gov, write that down, uspto.gov, and look on the patent side, and you look at the description of the patents, that's an engineer who writes that, right? If you don't know any engineer, you can always go to upwork.com, you know, and see if they can have someone. But of course, when you're working with someone and you have an idea in your head that is not a product that you have put in your hand with regards to it, then guess what? You're having a non-disclosure agreement, because you never want someone to take your prototype and profit from it. Okay, so with a patent, it has a right, it's granted to an inventor. It helps the inventor prevent other people from using, making, selling, or using their intellectual property for about 20 years, right? There's so many different ways. You can have a provisional patent or you can have a real patent. The provisional patent means that you're putting something in place right now that you really don't want other people to use, and you haven't branded it out, you haven't bossed it out, you know, you don't have the prototype in place per se, but you have all of that information, right? I help people understand the design patents, because a lot of my fashionpreneurs, they're not understanding how, wait, I don't have a trademark. Wait, what about a copyright? I'm like, look, if you can have something like a design patent where you can design it and it can be distinctive, like them or love them, but Kanye West would make sure that it was a design patent, the Yeezys, and also, yeah, it was Kanye West Yeezys. Look it up. He got the design patent. He made sure that it was distinctive and that it was a novelty and it was useful. And he then turned around and got a copyright off of it as well, because he said, no, it's not just like something that you wear on your feet. This is also a design that is distinctive, right? with regards to a utility is usually new machines, chemicals, and processes. New machines, chemicals, and processes. New machines. Big drug pharma right now is trying to come out with a utility patent for a COVID cure, right? That's what everybody is looking for. They're probably sleeping, dreaming, all of that stuff, coming out with something, because the first person who has a patent on that, oh my God, they will be so mega rich. Design patents, as I said before, it's more ornamental of their overall design of the object, right? Ornamental with regards to it. It has to be distinctive, and it has to be more than just something that you wear. It has to be unique in everything. Because don't forget, in our world, you know, the United States of America, when you're dealing with intellectual property, they really value the creatives, okay? They really do value the creatives. Unfortunately, some creative have been so creative that they did not know how to CEO their business, their life, to protect their assets. But that's not going to be us, because this is the day that we are not going to get played in business, right? So let's segue over into the trademark world, because I'm, as an attorney and also as a business coach, I get a chance to hang out with my coaching community, and in the coaching community with regards to trademarking, because, you know, if you're not known for anything, you got to get known for something, and that something is your brand. So when you're bulletproofing your brand, not only are you formalizing your business and you're then you turn around and corporatize your business and your life, but you're also protecting your intellectual property, right? You're protecting your intellectual property with contracts, you're protecting it with patent, you're protecting it with a trademark. Now, so that you're not going to be one of those people who be like, Tone, I need to trademark my products, or Tone, I need to copyright my tagline. Let's talk about what is a trademark. A trademark is any word, any name, any symbol, any device or combination, any sound, any smell that identifies a good or a service, identifies a product, identifies a coaching program, identify a God Girl retreat, identifies wine, liquor, medicine, identifies dietary supplements, identify bags, right? And that's at uspto.gov as well. uspto.gov. It's a lot of great information that you can find out with regards to uspto.gov. Let me just tell you, if you're just starting your business, I want you to go to uspto.gov. Let me just tell you something. If you're thinking anything like me with like thousands of brands in my head, you know, I need you, before you start showcasing, before you start advertising, I want you to go to uspto.gov as well, right? And you go to uspto.gov to make sure that you are not violating someone else's brand, because it's hard out here in these internet streets. First to get known for something, then to get known for something, only to get a freaking cease and desist, and you got to start all over. Awful. But that's not going to be you, because you're going to go to uspto.gov. And then when you fall in love with the brand, that it would sicken your stomach if someone else used it, monetized it, or got money gasms from it, then that's when you have to secure it. You have to bulletproof that brand with a trademark. And you either go to like an attorney such as myself, or you try to do it yourself. If someone said, girl, you don't need to go to an attorney, I'm gonna tell you right now, LegalZoom will help you register it. They will fill out the paperwork, and then they will leave you all by yourself, okay? So, yes, so an attorney costs more money, just like you as a coach, you as a writer, you as a consultant, you as a corporate trainer. You already know that it's not just about filling out the forms, it's also about the legwork. It's also about having to represent other people, and it's also about having a 10-month retainer with someone, because at the uspto.gov on the trademark side, it takes about 10 months to 12 months. Some of my clients, we still sitting there because somebody else bumped us because there's priority claims, or they bumped us because now we're fighting because they filed like an objection. I know this is the beginning. I'm just letting you know that it's more to this, okay? Just letting you know, after you created your book, after you started your program, after you started your business, there's a whole nother level to this thing, okay? So I just need you to know that, right? So I need you to also know that it's illegal to use the registered mark until you go to uspto.gov, you go through the trademark process, you get that yes, you get that certification, and then you can say, we's married now. Just seeing if you're awake. uspto.gov. That's the place that issues the patents, and that's also the place that they issues the trademarks. And the beauty of having a trademark is that you can cease and desist on other people from using your brand. And the beauty of a trademark is that if someone is using it and they want to ignore you, you can take them to court because you have a registration, a number that says, hey, this is registered with the uspto.gov. Everybody was put on notice. Now I'm gonna have to pretty much cease and desist you and confiscate your assets, and I'm gonna pretty much have to let everybody know, including Facebook, social media, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, you know, once you got that certification, you can cease and desist on other people. And if they still keep wanting to do it, then guess what? You can go to court, find out what they got, and literally confiscate on their assets, okay, at uspto.gov. And with regard to the trademarks, I like it because, you know, it always helps people. Remember, the person who registered first, they get the respect. The person who registers first. So if there's anything that looks similar, a USPTO attorney will pretty much eject any subsequent registrants. You know, if someone is using the same kind of name in business and doing the same thing, then they will get rejected as well. So it's not only like you have to defend for yourself, you know, because you don't have to do no struggle when you have some seed, right? Because once you do the thing by corporatizing your business, formalizing your business, creating your creating your contracts, having your trademarks in place, then guess what? You are already protected, right? And once you already have an approved trademark, it lasts for about 5 or 6 years, give or take, depending on what cycle you're on. And then once you establish that you're continually using it, then you only have to go to the uspto.gov every 10 years with proof of use, right? Now, I'm gonna let you know right now, this trademark game is fierce, okay? Because everybody knows that the name, it's not just your pretty face, it's not just what you can do, it's not the results, but the name recognition. The name recognition manifests much. So when you have something that you don't want anybody else to use, and it's not generic, and it's a standalone, and it's distinctive, and people will fully appreciate that it's you behind it, then that's when you definitely have to register your brand. Also, with regards to it, if you have a registration, if someone registered using another person's name or company domain in bad faith so that they can earn profit, like they saw your name blow up, so now they're trying to be, you know, monetize your glow up, guess what? With the uspto.gov, you can cease and desist on them. You can also go to ICANN.com, find out who owns it, find out what website is hosting it, and you could tell them, hey, you need to stop this, you know? So you can win a lawsuit against cyber squatting. Some people even get so bad, and they'll also not just cyber squat, but they'll also do like, I'll just call it like, where they change the name, like you could be like, I don't know, Boston Bankable, and I spell bankable with a Kable, and they'll spell it with something off so that they can redirect people, you know, with kind of like name change squatting, you know, and you don't want that, and you don't have to, because once you have a registration, you're protected, especially if it's distinctive, right? So if there's somebody doing something identical or close to you, then you can cease and desist on them once you have a certification from uspto.gov. Copyright protection is something that I love. I love helping my clients in regards to the literary agencies and dealing with other people. Once you're awesome and amazing, everybody wants a piece of you, whether it's music, whether it's dance, whether it's anything else with regards to publication. Always try to figure out some kind of way to take a derivative of you, right? And they will try to make the money from the derivative of you. But in order to bulletproof your brand, you have to always understand that that brand is yours, and defending yourself. And the best way to defend is to file at copyright.gov, file at copyright.gov, your song, your music, you know, your sound recording, you know, copyright.gov. Always keep the publishing in place. I learned a long time ago in music, that every time music get played, someone is getting paid. Well, guess what? Your book, you know, if you're not having something in place with regards to copyright.gov, somebody may hear you and it's not recording. So then they'd be like, oh, that's an idea, and they will snatch, okay? But if you have a recordation and you're always talking about the book that you have already copyright, and then somebody try to control, alt, and delete on you, then guess what? You can bulletproof your brand by ceasing and desisting because you did a copyright.gov registration. Okay, with regards to it, it's always going to protect your originality and your creativity, right? And it also always has to be a recordation. It has to be in a tangible form. Why? Because ideas are not protected. All right, ideas are not protected. So when you also appreciate with the copyright.gov, you understand that, guess what? Creative work, dance, sound recording, music, blog posts, you know, all of that stuff, you may not appreciate it, but maybe your children or your children's children would. You may not appreciate it, but you may touch somebody's life and they want to buy your brand, your information. You may not appreciate it, but you may end up going to a publishing house. Now, let me just tell you, you're working with a publishing house, they're going to want that full expression. They're going to want your copyright information for the full extent of the life. Not your life, but your life plus 70 years. So I need you to understand when people be like, oh my God, I went to the publishing house and they picked me up. And I'd be like, oh, child, you don't get a chance to own anything. They get the derivatives and they get the publishing. And the publishers, those are the ones can monetize from the derivatives, okay? The derivatives, if you pull out a name or something that is associated, you know, those 360 deals in the music world, well, guess what? Publishing house did the same thing. So I need you to understand, respect that. Our ancestors may not have known because nobody was really letting them know that that intellectual property is infinite profits that they can create one time and monetize for a lifetime. You hear those commercials, these songs that was a long time ago. You know, most of our ancestors did not understand fully that they should be owners, not just the creators, but the owners. Nick Cannon just realized the difference between the creator and the owner. Come on, somebody. Don't let that be you, okay? Don't let that be you. Whatever God let come out of you, then guess what? You better have an invoice for it, or you better have a licensing agreement for it. Do not devalue what is meant to be valuable to you, okay? Now, I get calls every once in a while from people. They're like, oh my God, I saw somebody, they put a post and they put my information. Well, guess what? If they're doing it for research or education or parody, even if they're criticizing you, which this guy was, you know, that's not illegal. You know, that's called fair use. Now, when people be like, got music in the background, and they say, I don't own the rights to it. No, yeah, you don't. But guess what? Someone can cease and desist on you. They can tell you to take down your video. It could have been an awesome, amazing video, but because of the fact that you put somebody else's copywritten information on your stuff, perpetrating. See, people to this recording, I don't own the rights to this poetry. I don't own the rights to this preaching gig. I don't own the rights. Could you imagine if somebody used Woman Thou Art Loose just when it was coming out and they was taking derivatives of it, saying, I don't own the rights, but I'm going to teach this as though it's my own. I don't own the rights. Come on, somebody. I don't own the rights. Do not protect you. It's not a prophylactic. It will force somebody to say, oh, wait a minute, I'm not getting my money. See, remember what I said, one thing about intellectual property, you can create it one time and you can monetize it for a lifetime. So that fair use, if it's not criticizing, it's not news reporting, if it's not doing research, education, or parody, or if you're not a radio broadcast with a full license, then who cares if you don't own the rights? If you didn't create it, it's not yours. Now, the thing about it is, we understand in the world that we live in, and author coach speaking, that we need some level of information. So you either find a beat maker, you either help someone else, bless them by hiring their creativity so that you can use it for your professional or for your business, or you appreciate that there's royalty music that you pay for, and then you have the rights for it for certain things, because they got a license and agreement too, where they say you can use it for this, but not that, okay? So here's the thing, copycat cure. If you're the owner of a copyright, you can provide notice to a web hosting company that houses the infringing material. So if you are a singer, somebody's infringing, then you can go to who is, and find out who it is and send them a notice that says, hey, this is a violation of my copyright. I want you to cease and desist. I want you to take it down. They have a certain time period. They won't get in trouble if they take it down. If they tell you to go forget yourself and all that other stuff, then guess what? They can get in trouble and the violators can get in trouble. All right. So to protect your platform, to protect your brand, to protect your assets, I need you to understand that you do this. You formalize your business. You organize your business. I even like organizational charts. You organize your business as we talked about. Then you cover your assets with contracts, right? You cover your assets. There's so many different contracts, right? Even with our legal box, we have like over 15 contracts. And then I was like, wow, we don't have 15 contracts, but there's so much more. Then you develop terms of use of your intellectual property and privacy notices for your website, right? With regards to if you're amazing and you are like pretty much like a Canva queen, honey, then you go and you copyright your images, right? Now, with regards to Canva, you're copyrighting your images. I need you to understand there's a license. So you got to look at Canva's license. If you're not purchasing it, sometimes they allow people to purchase certain images, but for the most part, they just let you use it on social media. If you want to purchase something, then you go and see what the an extended license look like, right? If you're creating something, because I talk to a lot to creators and sometimes they're photographers, you know, you can protect, I want to say over 600, 300, 600 photographs. But when you do that, you literally have to fill in an Excel spreadsheet that says who took it, what day you took it, all that stuff. So if you are a photographer on there, hey, I need you to understand that you're going to have to CEO yourself with regards to it, knowing that it's not just about creative and taking pictures, because people are like, oh, I want to protect all my pictures and photos. Okay, here's the spreadsheet, figured out. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, and with regards to copyright, they also want to make sure that they have your name, address, and they have your social security number and also your date of birth, because so many people have so many similar names. So you got to protect yourself. Trademark your brand, trademark your brand, trademark your brand, and bulletproof your profits, right? And of course, you got to respect the rules in all thine ways. Respect the rules. Lastly, nobody wants to talk about estate planning and succession planning, but I need you to understand that that matters. It matters. It's not just about, like, if you don't put it in place, if you don't document, if you don't identify who gets what with all of your creativity, it can end up being a mess, or it can be ignored. You know, you can have books all over the world, but if nobody knows that they exist because it's in your brain or somewhere scattered around, then guess what? Your family will miss out on the benefit of being able to live off of your creativity. Thank you so much for joining me as I helped you understand the various steps that you need to take so that you can protect your platform. You know, this is your platform. It's your empire. It's your brand. You know, it's the very thing that you can use to defy your financial status quo, so that you can make more dreams possible. And because it has the power to transcend from you to your children and your children's children, then I do believe that you need to take the time out to fully appreciate that you have what it takes to not only to formalize and to optimize and to legalize, but also to bulletproof your platforms by any legal means necessary. So if you need any help or you have any questions, feel free to contact me, Tony Moore of TonyMooreESQ.com. Bye for now.
Hi, my name is Farhana Cannon, and I'm a global social media and brand expert and the founder of iMedia Exposure. I want to thank you so much for logging in. I help brands attract and convert their perfect clients online and on Instagram. Today, we're going to go over my 5 steps on how to attract and convert your perfect customer online. I am going to share with you some examples and some tips so that you can start getting more leads and more sales. I started iMedia Exposure 10 years ago. I was working with several brands doing event marketing and experiential marketing. And what I realized is that these brands weren't taking full advantage of social media to really connect with their customers and their potential customers beforehand or afterwards, or really spreading the word about their events or their new product launches. I've spoken all over the world at events for the Federal Reserve Bank, for Power Team International, the Small Business Expo, and I've been on several podcasts as well as virtual events. I started speaking not because I loved being in the public eye, but because I really wanted to support businesses in growing their brands online. And I found that social media was the perfect way to do it. It was less costly than traditional marketing, and it gives you the ability to really connect with your perfect customer. I've worked with brands that are large companies and large organizations, such as the Board of Tourism for Barbados, National Petroleum, as well as some smaller brands. I work with fashion brands, and I've worked with food and beverage, and a lot of my clients are coaches, business coaches, and authors and speakers. In this presentation, I'm going to talk to you a lot about brand and what that means. It can be a personal brand or a business brand. It can be an individual, or it can be large teams. A brand is, but saying by Seth Godin, a set of expectations, memories, stories, and relationships that taken together account for a consumer's decision to choose one product or service over another. So just think of some of the brands that you do business with or that you buy from. Now think about Apple or Nike, two huge brands. You know exactly what to expect from those companies and what to expect from their products. You understand their slogans and kind of their overall vibe. And you can see a congruent message throughout all of their ad campaigns, throughout all of their social media, and throughout all of their marketing and branding. So why do you believe that people fail at social media marketing? Everyone's out there on the internet. When I first started my business 10 years ago, it was me convincing people that they needed to utilize social media to grow their business. Now, I don't actually have to, convince anyone. We all know that you need to be on social media to actually have a greater impact online. So some of the reasons that I've found is that, one, people don't have an effective marketing plan. They don't really necessarily have a content calendar or a strategy on how they're going to post and what they're going to post. Two, people aren't consistently posting quality content. So they're kind of just haphazardly posting. They don't really take into account the community they're trying to connect with or the brand messaging that they want to have come across. And three, they are just really not creating a sales and marketing funnel to capture the leads. So some of the challenges for social media marketers is that measuring return on investment. And so this can be a variety of different things. Maybe it's follower growth, maybe it's sales on your site, maybe it's signups for your ebook or your freebie, maybe it is appointments to speak to one of your sales reps or to book an appointment with yourself. Two, people don't understand the cross-channel social success. So that means that all of the different social media platforms have different target demographics as well as different strategies that you can employ to get the best effects from them. Also, you want to develop a strategy to support your business goals. So are you looking to just get more followers? Are you looking to get people into your pipeline, your sales and marketing funnel, getting more emails, more text numbers? You really want to have clearly defined goals for each week and each month, and then put together the steps that you're going to do to get each one of these goals accomplished. You also want to determine what you're going to post beforehand. So what hashtags you're going to use, what places you're going to tag, all of that kind of stuff. And you also want to secure a budget. So social media marketing is definitely a full-time job. And so if you have the time to do it, great. If you're great at it, awesome. But if you're not, you're going to want to hire maybe somebody on your team or an outside company like mine at iMedia Exposure. You also want to consider doing ad campaigns, influencer marketing, and things like that so that you get a greater reach. I love to help businesses grow, and I want to offer you all a free strategy session. It's bit.ly/yourstrategy20, and you can set up a call directly with me. And we're going to go over all of the things that you should be doing on your social media, what you're doing right, and some tips on like strategies that you wouldn't necessarily think of. I share these photos of me running marathons. So I've completed 3 marathons so far. And I share this not because I feel like I'm some stellar athlete, but because it takes a plan and a strategy to cross that finish line of a marathon. It also takes a mindset and perseverance to get across that finish line. There's a couple of things that are kind of translatable to a business. You know, you're not going to have instant success overnight. You're going to need to create your plan, create goals, and work that plan. You're going to need to hire coaches and get the information you need so that you can cross that finish line feeling good. And I make sure that my clients cross that finish line and we accomplish their goals and we do not ever give up. Because finishing a marathon is hard, and feeling good finishing a marathon is harder. So we want to make sure that you're working your business plan and you're really growing your business and accomplishing all those goals, feeling great and not overwhelmed and stressed out. So my number 1 tip is that you want to have a digital marketing plan. Just like in the marathon, you want to make sure that you have a plan, you have your goals set out, and you're working your plan. Some of the top goals for social marketers is increasing brand awareness. So it may not just be getting more likes or more follows or more sales leads. It may just be staying top of mind for your customers. And it takes 7 to 12 touch points for a customer to or a person to decide to do business with a brand. Can you imagine? Think about any brands that you have worked with or that you've bought from. You have had to have seen them, done research on them, been referred to them for you to make the decision to do business with them. Think of the bigger brands. You know, we have had so many touch points with all these bigger brands, Tesla, Disney, all of these companies. We keep seeing them and they've built their reputation. We know what we're going to get from those brands, and then we can do tons of research to make a decision if we want to purchase from them. We also want to make sure we're getting sales and lead generation. So how do you take people off of social media and onto your website, onto your sales pages, things like that, so that you're capturing data? Maybe it's inviting them to an event and getting them to go there. You also want to increase community engagement. So social media should be social, and you want to build relationships with people. You don't want it just to be, you know, a constant sales machine. You want to use the 80-20 rule. So 80% really great expert information to position your brand, sharing all of its benefits and all of the problems it solves, as well as the community and attributes that you want people to resonate with. And then build those relationships and communicate with your customers and your potential customers, going in and finding them as well. I really like using Instagram because you have the greatest opportunity to find and understand that exact perfect customer and engage with them. You also want to grow your brand's audience because obviously social media has an algorithm, and the more people see your pages, the more people like and comment and interact, the more people see it. You also want to increase your web traffic. So web traffic, of course, you have to give people a reason to go off of the social media platform that they're scrolling through for something. So I like to offer a really great value, a freebie, something great that they're going to want to sign up for so that they are leaving social media to go to your websites. Number 2, it's all about the narrative. And so this is my slogan here at iMedia Exposure, and I really love this because this means it's the brand story that you're creating. What is the vibe, the personas that you're trying to connect with, you know, the whole essence of your brand story. And it's not a fake narrative, it's a narrative that's showcasing the different elements of your brands. You want to think about what your brand vision is, your brand mission, your brand values, and the relationship that you want to have with your customer. Your brand values is something that isn't necessarily tangible, but it's something that people can count on you for. You know, at iMedia Exposure, we really love to showcase creativity, forward thinking, sophistication, fashion, trendy. There's so many different adjectives. So think about the adjectives and the core values that you really want to showcase. We help brands really achieve their dreams by growing their businesses and thinking of creative strategies to connect with their perfect client. So what are the brand values that you really want to showcase? You know, we really believe in integrity and authenticity and like really showing that core messaging and really connecting with people in a real way. So that's like the relationships that we're creating online. You also want to think about the aesthetics. So I create brand boards for all my clients, and this might just look like a pretty photo, but what we do is we really think about the target demographics and what colors are appropriate for that target demographic, for the essence that we want to create. We want to think about the style and the aesthetic. So you can use different colors on your social media. And of course, I'm sure some of you have seen, different brands on social media using the same filters or the same colors. And you definitely don't have to do that. If you take a look at iMedia Exposure on Instagram, you see that we fade through different colors. We showcase, different styles, but it's all kind of the same vibe and aesthetic, but we use different colors to showcase that. Right here is our iMedia Exposure brand board. And so when I say words like sophistication, fashion forward, creativity, you kind of get that vibe. Here's another brand board, and this is a company that helps buy and sell companies. And so they really wanted to showcase professionalism, sophistication, classic. And so we create these. So you have your colors that you're going to use for any of your branding, your marketing materials, things like that, your logos. And then there's a style and an aesthetic. So as you see, this is a very different aesthetic than the one I showed you before. And so we probably would not use the same kinds of things. Obviously, one's more masculine, one's more feminine. And so when we're creating things on social media or finding imagery or doing photo shoots with our clients, we have a very different setup. Here's another brand board, and this is, elevation and femininity and creativity and calmness and things like that. And so you really want to think about what your brand board is, what colors you're using, and having a very clear and consistent message. You can see certain companies and certain brands that have these in place, these brand aesthetics, and their strategies and their imagery that they're choosing really has a flow to it. Whereas some other brands that may not have a strategy or an aesthetic, they're kind of all over the place. And especially on Instagram, you want to be visually appealing and not all over the place. Because people will follow a brand because they have heard of you before, but if they haven't, they'll follow you because you're sharing great tips, expert advice, but also because of the brand aesthetic. And like I said before, you don't have to use the same colors all the time. This is some of the 9 blocks. So I create 9 blocks of color stories, and we fade into other stories. And we share different kinds of things. So there's pictures of our clients. So if you look on the top left, in the middle, there's a testimonial from a client. There's a couple of photos of me on the computer, some imagery, but it all kind of has a beautiful feel to it. Then you look at the middle, and the very middle, it has 5 tips to attract and convert your perfect clients on social media. And so that's what we talk about. We have a testimonial, we have a travel photo, because we know our customer likes aesthetics, creativity, traveling, they're fashionable. And the bottom, we have Reina Valentina, my fashion brand. On the middle, the left is one of our clients, and it's a 9 block that we created for them. On the right, we have some different imagery. We have some team members, things like that. So think about how you can showcase your brand and your style, and it doesn't have to be the same colors. But you can tell that even though this isn't the same colors, it's still kind of the same vibe and the same kind of fashion trends. This is one of our clients, and as you can see, it's kind of all over the place. There's lots of words and things are cut off. Pictures are pixelated, fonts are all different, and it kind of looks like a mess. You don't necessarily really know what it is, you kind of know what it is, but if you saw this, you probably wouldn't follow it because it's not visually appealing. Now, this is what we changed this company to look like. Now you get it. There's brunch, there's craft beers, there's people having food. You really kind of understand the vibe, and you probably might want to eat some things on this page now, and you might want to follow it because it looks aesthetically pleasing. And like with this process, when we started working with them, they increased their monthly income by 3 times. So just because we stayed on top of mind and people were seeing things that they wanted, and so that they were actually showing up because they're like, oh, hey, that looks really delicious. I want that. Here's another one of our clients, and you know, it's not terrible. It's not really messy like the first one I showed you, but it's kind of, you know, we don't necessarily know exactly what it is. Here, like I said, we do these color stories. So we did color stories, and this brand is a fashion stylist in LA, and she helps people pick their brand colors as well as their personal colors to really showcase their personal style and their essence, and things in colors that actually look good on them. And so here you really see that we focus on color. We focus on colors of fashion and pinks and bedding and menswear. So we really, in cars and handbags, so we showcase all of these different things about color, and you really see the strong essence. We took the fall trends of the time, and we really worked different examples to showcase different types of things that you could do with these different colors. Here's another brand, and I like this. We started off brand new, and on the bottom left, we kind of did this unraveling of this restaurant. And in this unraveling, you know, when you're first starting off your page, you might not have a ton of imagery, and you may want to do an unraveling. So if you look at the 9 block on the bottom, we showcased the unfolding of the restaurant. You know, generally restaurants will block up their windows, and so when they're doing the construction inside, you can't really see in. And so that's the case with this place. And we unraveled on social media the sneak peek of this. And then of course, when they were growing and actually having their food, we took beautiful food photography and incorporated some imagery that kind of just went with the style. Number 3, you want to connect with your people. So you want to make sure clearly who your target demographic is. I like to say there's 5 kinds of core people. You know, I work with so many different people, and they're like, oh yeah, anybody can be my client. And that's completely true. Anybody can be your client. But we have specific people that would be more prone to do business with you. And so you want to be really clear about that. I look at 5 personas, or your 5 target demographics. Number 1 being that perfect person. If you could have 1 million of these exact same people, that would be great. Then number 2 would be, you know, the second person that may not have all of the exact criteria. And then, you know, your 3rd, 4th, and 5th can be a different variation. So your 3rd could be somebody that's very niche. Your 4th could be partnerships or affiliates. Your 5th could be influencers that you work with. It's really who you want to target. So when you're being very specific about these, you want to talk about, you know, standard statistics, like standard demographics. Are they female? Are they male? What their age group is, where they live, income level, job positions. But also on Instagram, you want to think about what other pages do they like? What hashtags do they follow? Where do you find them? On Facebook, what groups do they hang out with? Where are you going to really connect with them? What other things do they like? So you don't always need to just post everything just about your business or your products. You can post things about what they might like. So like I showed you our couple of 9 blocks for iMedia Exposure, where we showcase travel and books and different things, because we know that that's what kinds of things our clients are interested in. So this is kind of like a little breakdown. So who are they? What's their buying potential? You know, what is their value? Where are they location-wise? How do they interact? Do they prefer text messaging, DMs, you know, emails? You know, what do they say How do they respond? You know, you want to really figure out all of this in a broad sense and then get really detailed with it. And then you want to target these specific different market segments. Are you going to be doing ad campaigns? Are you going to be interacting with them by finding locations or different brands or hashtags that they're using? You want to design products and services that are going to meet the needs for these particular clients. And maybe you want to figure out what freebies are going to be of interest of each one of these target demographics. And maybe all of them will want the same offer. But you can also create different sales and marketing funnels and different freebie offers for your different market segments. 4, you want to create quality, consistent content. So like I said before, social media has an algorithm, and if you don't post daily, you kind of fall off and people don't necessarily see you as much. You want to stay consistent and create your content in advance. You want to create a content calendar. You can use various different tools. I really like using Planoly. If you see at the bottom right, there is a link there for a referral code where you'll get a discount if you want to try Planoly. It's free to try, and then there's different paid versions as well. So with Planoly, you can set up your content calendar on there. You can drop in your photos. You can schedule out your stories and move around the photos so that they look visually appealing. You can use other tools too. So in my team, we use Asana because we have a couple of different people on our team and our clients, and so we use that for our tasks as well as for our social media posts. And so we'll put on our content calendar, we will put what kinds of posts we're going to use, what products we're going to be promoting, what events we're going to be promoting, if we're going to be doing live casts, email blasts, newsletters, blog posts. We add that all on there if there's any quirky holidays. So you'd be surprised. There's so many crazy quirky holidays like National Hamburger Day, National Milkshake Day, National Tequila Day. There's so many different quirky holidays that you can incorporate, because if you know that maybe it's National Hunger Day, End World Hunger Day, or National Yoga Day. And if you know that your target demographic likes any of these different topics, you might want to create a post and utilize that hashtag, because generally people that are interested in those hashtags may be searching them and may come across your brand by chance. You'd be surprised and you can also check on Instagram. On a post, you can look to see how many people have found that post by the hashtag right inside of the Instagram app in the analytics portion of it. And it's really cool to see. I suggest using 30 hashtags, and generally I'll do, maybe 20 that are the same, because you know that those are standard for your target demographic, and maybe 10 that are different depending upon what the content is in that particular image, or the quote that you're posting, or the information or any copy that you're posting on there. Here's another kind of thing that you can do. If you don't have a ton of content, you can create these photo grids. So if you see on the left, this is kind of a main photo grid that we created, and you can cut it up into 9 blocks, so it will show up on the screen as this kind of poster, but it's going to be 9 images, 9 days of content. And on the right, you see that there's the 2 blocks that we can cut up, and that's kind of how it looks individually. So individually, they look great, but then when you put them all together, it kind of creates this poster, and you kind of get this whole vibe. Number 5, you want to have a sales and marketing funnel. So what this means is that you're getting people to go from social media to somewhere, so you're gathering more data from them. Maybe it's their phone number, and maybe it's their email. Maybe you're having them take a quiz, download a freebie, set up an appointment with you. Think about what that is that you want that person to do. And remember, it can be different for each one of your target demographics. You can have multiple opt-ins. So if you go to imediaexposure.com, you can get our free social media style guide. You can get that also from following us on Instagram and going to the link there. And you can also set up a complimentary consult call with us. And those are some of our opt-ins. and they provide really great value to our customers and to our potential customers, or just to people that want a little bit more information. So we know that those are two different freebies that people really like and find great value from. So when you think about your digital marketing funnel, there's multiple ways to think about this. So you want people to view your page, you want to get them to become a fan and follower. And so how to do this is maybe online ads, you want to create storytelling posts, maybe it's short videos. Videos have really great engagement because you know what? They actually just start playing once somebody scrolls, and if something's moving in somebody's hand on their phone, they'll probably stop for a second. And the more seconds that somebody watches that video, the higher like ping or algorithm of somebody watching that video and staying on your page. And it's all just because something's moving. And generally, people will have the sound off on Instagram, and when they see something moving, they'll probably stop scrolling, watch the video, and then watch it again because they want to hear what's going on. You also then want to get people to go to your website, maybe read your content, get your download, get your ebook, maybe sign up for a free consult so that they actually become a lead. Maybe they're signing up for an event, and then you want to, once they're in your pipeline, you want to then provide them with a sales offer. So they followed you on social media, they've gone the further step to get more information, maybe they've gotten a download or signed up for an event or signed up for a consult with you, then you provide them with a sales offer. From the sales offer, and they've become a client and all of that, you can offer them loyalty offers. You want to offer customer FAQs. Social media is a great way to utilize it as customer service too. You know, nobody wants to really necessarily call and ask questions these days, but they will ask questions on social media. So we have a client that does private yacht charters in Miami, and they get tons of leads on Instagram. People are always making inquiries just on DM or commenting on different photos and things like that. So think about it. It's a great way to showcase your brand story and have people ask questions, and you respond to those questions as well. You also build your email list, and then you can continue to send people newsletters and provide them with great content and information, as well as offers to your products, services, and events. You can also do contests and work with influencers too. So they don't have to be like the Kim Kardashians where, you know, it's millions of dollars to work with them. They can be micro influencers that are really popular in your niche or very specific to your niche. So you want to think about what your budget is for influencer marketing, if you have an affiliate partnership program, things like that. And you want to make sure that your customers are brand advocates. So making sure that they are giving you testimonials and sharing your brand with their friends and family. Social media strategy is super important. So like we said before, you really want to know who your customer is, you know, all of the target demographics about who they are. Then you want to figure out where they are. So are they online? Where do they shop? What associations do they belong to? What publications do they read? That you want to think about all these little things. Maybe what restaurants they go to, what kind of gyms they like, you know, whatever your customer might be interested in, you want to go and find them in those places. And on Instagram, it's really easy to do so. You also want to position yourself as an expert in the space and really showcase what differentiates you. What are the benefits? What are the problems you solve? And what is your story? Why are people going to want to do business with you over the other person? You want to make sure that you have very clear and specific goals, and then you share your brand story and you increase your visibility. So always be thinking about what you can do to partner and get in front of your target demographic. How are you going to grow your sales and revenue, and what are you going to do to get there? So, you know, say you want to increase your revenue by $10,000 a month. So you break that down, you know, that's $2,500 a week. How are you going to achieve those goals? Maybe it's a certain amount of followers a week. You know, you really want to think about what the goals are for each week and how you're going to break those down and what you're going to do to execute that. You want to consistently be learning and doing competitive research and seeing what your competitors are doing. And it could be people that are been around in business for a long time that are like number one in the space. Take a look to see what they're doing and try to figure out how you can emulate that and showcase your brand. You know, look to see what they're doing that actually works and that's actually growing their brand. Then you want to think about when you'll communicate, how you'll communicate, what time of day you're going to communicate, how often you're going to post. Will you blog? I suggest blogging. You can take your blog posts and cut them up into social media content. So, you know, you create a 5-paragraph blog post and then you take pieces of that and you have, you know, say a week's worth of content. So it's really great. You also want to plan your photo shoots. With all of our clients, we plan out our photo shoot a month in advance. We look at our content calendar, figure out what we want to promote, how we're going to promote it, and then we break it down and plan out our photo shoots, staging what people are going to be wearing, what kinds of scenery we're going to do, and really kind of get all of the content. If there's holidays, we want to plan for all of that too. So like I said, I love helping businesses grow, and I want all of you to have the opportunity to get a one-on-one complimentary strategy session with me. So you can go to bit.ly/yourstrategy20 to book this with me, and we'll go through, we do a Zoom meeting, and then we're going to go through your social media, your goals, and I'll give you tips and strategies on how to specifically connect to your ideal client. I want to thank you all so much for listening in. Be sure to connect with me on Instagram or your social media platform of choice at iMedia Exposure. And another little tip, it's really great to try to get your same handle across all of the platforms. So we're at iMedia Exposure across every single social media platform. So when you're picking your handle, make sure that it's available across all of the platforms and that you're utilizing that. Again, my name is Farhana Cannon, and I am a global social media and brand expert and the founder of iMedia Exposure, and I want to thank you so much for listening in. Bye.
Hey guys, what is up? I'm so excited to be here with you, and I'm really looking forward to this class. This is brand new just for this event, and it's about how to build 210 customers and make $7,683 in 21 days. Now that is a pretty bold promise, and I will tell you right now, you are going to get the 3 secrets that you have to know to exponentially grow your list, your business, your customer base, your sales, all of that good stuff. And we're going to go through that today because look, the world just got a little bit different. It is not the same as it used to be. It's just not the same. And really, we're not going to totally go back to normal. We're actually not even just resetting. We are in a reboot. That's right. Literally, we've unplugged the machine from the wall, and now we're plugging it back in, and everything is starting from scratch, really. In terms of business opportunity, this is a different world, and things have definitely changed. But here's the cool part, is that many of our biggest companies and our best companies in America have grown out of troubled economic times like we're in and what we're going through right now. Just look at some of these names: Procter & Gamble, IBM, FedEx, IHOP, you know, even MTV was during troubled economic times. And just in the last recession, we're talking about the last great recession in the early 2010s, 2008-ish, look at these companies that grew to massive, massive multi-million, multi-billion-dollar companies, places like Groupon, Instagram, Uber, Slack, Square. All of those were during the last recession. So what are you going to do? Because here's the deal. Change is the only thing that is permanent. Everything changes consistently and constantly there is change all around us. Change happens. So what are you going to do to manage and navigate that change? Look, money doesn't move. Money doesn't dry up. It doesn't suddenly disappear in a bad economic time. The money is still there. It just moves from one place to another. That's the opportunity. Taxis for Uber move money from the old way to the new way. Move money from hotels and lodges to Airbnb. That was an opportunity of moved money. Sears moved money from brick and mortar retail to Amazon type retail and e-commerce. Money moves, and you've just got to take advantage of it. Let me back up just a little bit and just tell you about me a little bit. I was never the employee of the month. I kind of sucked at being an employee. It was not my thing, you know? I really hated it. And constantly at my job, I would get done what I needed to get done. I was that guy that would do just enough not to get fired, right? And the other parts of the time at my job, I was always thinking of a master plan because I was the guy that wanted to get off the plantation. And one day I had a great idea. A friend of mine came to me and said, hey, we could flip a house. This is back when everybody was flipping houses, and house flipping is going to be so easy. So I bought a house and we were going to flip it. Matter of fact, I used to watch this show and I ended up getting to meet Armando one day. We were on the same presentation stage in Dallas, Texas, and I got to meet him and I told him, I was like, man, your show inspired me so much, you know, that I almost went bankrupt. But that's part of the story. So at any rate, we bought the house and we were going to do the rehab, right? And so it was dilapidated and really in need of repair. And we bought this house on the corner of two iconic black leaders, Joseph E. Lowry, who was a leader here locally in Atlanta, and Martin Luther King, a national icon. But for those of us in the know, just between you and me, you know, if you got a house on the corner of Joseph Lowry Boulevard and Martin Luther King Boulevard, two civil rights leaders, it's probably not the best neighborhood. And it wasn't the best neighborhood. But we got the house fixed up. It looked good. We've done the rehab. I go to do the walkthrough in the house, and it's a 3-bedroom, 1 bath was turned into a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. And we couldn't rent it because we couldn't get the money for a 2-bedroom that we could for a 3-bedroom from, housing authority. So I was not able to make the mortgage payments. And this picture that you see, that is not the before. That is after. That is after we let it sit empty and the thieves came in and ruined it. They stole all the piping, all the HVAC units, all the money that I put in, they stole and took out. And I was devastated. I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I have no idea how I'm going to get out of this mess. And I was on a good job. I had a decent job. It was early 2000s. I was making like 50 grand a year, which was decent money. I mean, it was, I was single and it was doable, but I was not prepared to have 2 mortgages. I was doing fine with my current mortgage, but the house money that I bought, we bought with hard money, and it was ready to be called due. I had a huge balloon loan, and the pressure on me was tremendous. I just was feeling like this guy, like you're just about to drown with the weight on your shoulders and the water right here, And that's the way I was feeling until a friend of mine told me about eBay. Now, I had heard about eBay, right? I mean, I thought that's where you could sell used socks or something. I don't know. But I never thought about it as a business opportunity. And he told me you could sell almost anything on eBay. And I got into it. I got interested in it. I started selling used books. That was the first thing I started selling because I had plenty of those around my house. I'm an avid reader and I'm a techie guy. So I had a lot of tech books, and those were, they held their value. So I started selling stuff on eBay, and literally it planted a seed. And this is around 2001 when I got started. And by 2004, I had left my job and I was in business for myself, no longer in the shadow of a bankruptcy. I was doing well. And that is kind of how I got to be able to travel around the world. Did an American Express commercial. All kind of great things happened. And in the last 10 years, I've been teaching and training people on online commerce and digital marketing. And I have spoken around the world, dealt with some of the largest organizations, and really have had a very successful career. And one memory I will never forget is being asked to speak at the White House for the Small Business Administration a couple of years ago. Yep, that's me. That's the White House courtroom auditorium, and it was an amazing experience. But out of all of that, one thing I've learned over the years from the eBay times till now is that e-commerce is the vehicle which all selling online runs through. And the cool thing is I'm an e-commerce expert. And so when I take what I've known from selling over $30 million worth of stuff online and put it into the format of digital product, it really doesn't change. E-commerce is e-commerce, whether you're selling something on Amazon or you're selling a product to your customers using electronic commerce. All right. And so today I'm going to go over 3 secrets with you. And these 3 secrets are from 15 strategies that I have in my 5-figure launch pad. But, we have a limited amount of time today. So I'm only going to go through the 3 most important ones for you to understand for this success. And one of the things that I want you to recognize before we even get started is that getting traffic to your site is easy. It really is. That's probably the easiest portion of the whole thing. One of the hardest parts is getting good traffic. That's the tricky part. You want good traffic that's going to purchase from you, people that are going to follow you and buy when you say, hey, I got something, grab it. They're going to go out and grab it. That's what you want. That's the tricky part, and that's the part I'm going to help you with. So, secret number 1. Never let a visitor that goes to your site for your free offer walk away with something for free without offering to sell them something. Never let them walk away with a free offer without at least selling them something or trying to sell them something. And there's a good reason for this. One of the reasons is that people don't really value free stuff. Now, you see all over the internet, here's my free book, here's my free checklist, here's my free workbook, here's my free course, here's my free everything, free, 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 free. And people will take that free thing, but since they got it for free, a lot of times they won't use it, or they won't open it, or they won't read it, because they really don't value something that they didn't have to spend any money to get, right? So that's one of the secrets to why we want to offer them something. So let's look at this. And I want to show you, this is a diagram of a flow chart walking through a regular free offer. So the upper right part where I have 1, that's 200 people. So 200 people come to your opt-in page. And let's say out of that 200 people, about 35% actually take the offer, right? So 200 go in, 35% say yes to the offer. You end up with 70 people on your list that took your free offer. Fantastic. Those are good numbers. But What if we tweak that just a little? So let's say if you follow through again, we have 70 people on the left, go to the offer, then we go to the right and we're going to add one more page to your offer. We're going to offer them your core product. So they've taken the free, they filled out the information. On the thank you page, you're making an offer to your core product at $997. And let's say you get a 2%, just a 2% return on that. Only 2% of people that ever go to the page actually take. So out of the 200, we had 2%, which equals out on the right side that one person actually ordered your $997 product. So that yielded you now $997. You follow along, 200 go in, 35% of that 200, which is 70, go to your core page. They see your offer on that core page for the $997. Out of that 70, one person buys. That's a 2% conversion rate. Okay? Follow along with me. And you end up with $997. So suddenly, even though everybody came in for the free offer, you still walked away with $1,000 because you just made an offer. All of the other ones, 69 of them, did not buy the offer, but they're still on your list, right? So it says 68. I don't know why it came out 68, but it's 69 because 71 in, one buys, the other 69 go to your list. Make sense? Fantastic. All right, now follow along with me because here's the results. We have one core buyer at $997, 69 people on your list. That's what you get when you have that 200 people go to your website with 35% conversion on the free offer, 2% conversion on the upsell. Feel me? Fantastic. Now, let's go deeper into the rabbit hole. How much further can we go in to see what actually could happen and what should happen? All right? So we're going to take this and we're going to tweak it one more time. Just one more time and watch what happens. Now what we're going to do is we follow from the left. We have the tripwire offer 35%. Yes? What I'm doing is adding two little boxes here in the middle. And those two little boxes are a mini course. So instead of going, because see, if I don't know you, if I don't necessarily trust you, trying to get me to spend $1,000 with you just off of a Facebook ad or because I happen to meet you at a conference or something like that is asking a lot for people to really, really trust you with $1,000 out of their pocket, right? But what if you took and made a mini course and sold the mini course for just $27? All right? Now they go to your tripwire. Instead of seeing your $1,000 product, they see a nice little $27 mini course. Where's the mini course coming from? It comes from your major course. You just take like one little segment of, your big $1,000 course and you teach it as a mini course. And then you sell the mini course to the people. Now look at our numbers. We've got, let me see if the numbers are on here. Yes, they are. We've got 30% that take your mini course. Remember before, we only had 2% that were taking your $1,000 course. But since this is an easy kind of commitment, $27, and you're going to teach me something from end to end, okay, I'll take the risk, right? Now, 30% buy the course. That's 20 out of the 70. That's 21 people. You got that? So 30% of 70 is 21. 21 people pay you $27. That equals out to $567. I get it. It's not the same numbers as before. Because before we were getting one person to buy our $1,000 course. Now we got 21 people buying our $27 course. So how does that make sense, John? I can hear you talking to me in my head. Right? Well, let's go on and then look at the rest of this funnel for a better word. It's a funnel. All right. And so now, after they purchase your $27 course, you give them, the people that paid you $27, you sell them an offer on the higher end course. They've already spent money with you. You've made a good case for why this product is valuable. Now, just before they get to the end, you make them an upsell offer to the full course at $997. Now we're looking at a 10% conversion rate. And these are averages that I've seen over the course of putting the 5-figure Launchpad consumers and customers and clients and partners together, you know. And we've seen that we moved from a 2% conversion to a 10% conversion. And the main reason why that conversion rate went up is because these people have already entrusted you with some of their money. So you're showing it to a much smaller audience, right? We're only showing it to the people that purchased the $27 course or the mini course. So the mini course people, we try to upsell to our core offer. We're getting about a 10% conversion rate. So now 2 people instead of 1 are buying our $1,000 course. So put it all together, we're getting 21 people over, right? 21 people are coming over. Out of that 21, 10%, 2 people are converting. What is that funnel now yielding us? We're getting 2 core offer sales of $997 for like $1,994. And then we're getting all of the people, the 21 people that bought the mini course. So now we got 567 on top. Suddenly the funnel is worth $2,561. For every 200 people that we bring in, we're getting out on the other side 2,500. And we didn't change anything really in terms of traffic. All we did was change the funnel and the offer strategy. And that is what we can do with secret number 1, really is not letting people come out, walk away with free without at least offering them something. So here's the results, right? 21 mini course buyers at $567, 2 core offer buyers. We've doubled the core offer buyers from the first new funnel to $1,994. And then all in told, we've got now 72 people on our list. Just think about that, guys. Before, we were giving away this free offer, right? And we get some people on the list, maybe the same 70, but nobody, we weren't even making them an offer. And now they've got something free they're probably not even going to read or do or execute on. And then you spend all this time trying to get them an email to just open the email, and the email rates suck, right? Your email open rates suck. So at least while you got their attention, get their credit card. That's secret number 1. And here's the cool part. If you do this for 3 weeks, if you're getting 200, if you got it down where you can get 200 people to that site and get those conversions, you do that for just 3 weeks. That's a total of $7,683 with a small mini course up front and a $1,000 offer in the back end. Does that make sense? You following along? Excellent. All right. So let's get into the psychology of this. Why do people buy? What influences people to purchase from you online? All right. I'm going to take that same chart and just flip it on the side. So this is the chart that we were looking at here. All I did is isolate the first 4 and just flip it on its side. So it's not a different chart. I just want it to be used for what we want to use it for. And we're going to look at the 4 top reasons why people buy. Why do they buy? Number 1 reason people say is product quality. All right? That's the number 1 reason people buy a product, is because of the product quality. Number 2, free shipping. 3, easy returns. 4 customer reviews. So that's great for the e-commerce person that is, doing hard goods. But what about soft goods? What is the difference? The only difference with soft goods is the free shipping part is not part of it. Soft goods, talking about services, education, courses, things like that. It's still, number one, the product quality. Number 2 is easy returns, right? So if you're talking about buying from Amazon, I want to be able to have free returns. If you're talking about buying soft goods online, people want a guarantee. The better your guarantee, the more they are likely to buy, right? So if you got a high quality product and an easy return satisfaction guarantee, along with good customer reviews, you're really hitting all the bullet points that people are wanting. So if the number one thing, over 56% of the people polled say quality is the most important part, then that's what you and I want to focus in on. We want to focus on the product quality. So let me tell you the story about this quality product called Febreze. Febreze was created, and it's I don't want to go into the deep details of it, but basically it's a chemical reaction. You spray Febreze in the air, and it actually grabs the odor and brings it down with the aerosol. That's what Febreze actually does. It's clinically proven, right? When Procter & Gamble got the product, they were like, wow, this is great. This is so awesome. This will remove odor from clothes. And they said, this is what we need for smokers. So your house wouldn't smell like smokers, or cat owners, so their house wouldn't smell like cat. Here's the deal. They released it, and they released it as a cleansing product. So when you're cleaning your house, right, you use this to remove the odors. And that's what they launched it at. So they launched it in the grocery stores on the cleaning aisle. All right, because it helps your clothes smell cleaner, helps your house smell cleaner. That's what they did. And literally their launch of the product was horrible. And the follow-up weeks were even worse. It was literally the worst launch product that Procter & Gamble ever had. They were losing millions of dollars on this product, right? And the deal was, what they ended up doing is they were like, because they knew the product worked. I mean, it's a chemical product, and it really, really works. So it's like, wow, why are the people not buying it? You have something, and many of you and I have been there. We have a great training. We have a great course. We have a great thing that will help people, and then people don't buy. And so what they figured out is they wanted to find out how people were using the product. So they went to the people that already had purchased their product and got customer feedback, right? What did they do? They used their list of customers to do a survey. And so that's kind of where you are, right? You've got a list. If you've got a list, then what's next? What do you do with your list, right? Well, long story short, they went out, Procter & Gamble, talked to their customers, and basically asked simple questions. And they followed them around and said, okay, show me how you use the product. And one specific person, they went in her house, and her house smelled horribly like cats. She had like 8 cats. And the deal was, what they realized was, as they went from place to place, many of the places still had odors, but you had this spray that could remove the odor. What they realized is that people became blind to their own odors, right? So the lady with the cats, she didn't even know that she had a cat problem with the odor because she got used to it. That's just the way our oral, whatever you call that, or whatever. I'm not going to use the wrong word. It's the way our nose works. There, that's the best word. All right. So, but that made them understand that there was a disconnect between the odor and the thing that could remove the odor. So while they were doing these, basic customer reviews and walkthroughs, one lady would actually take Febreze and spray it in the air after she was done cleaning. And they say, why are you doing that? And she's like, well, that's like my last part. It's all clean, and now I just use that to freshen the air. And it was an aha moment for them. So they moved the product from being a cleansing product to an air freshening product. So no longer was it just about removing it from the couch and your odor from your clothes, the smoke. It became removing it from the air and giving it a free and fresh scent. So before it was non-scented, they added a scent to it and put it in the scent aisle. And today, it is their biggest product. It's a multi-billion-dollar product. So the key from this is never assume, right? Don't assume. What you want to do is ask. If you ask, you will find out so many things that are going to help you make a higher quality product. See, the product, Febreze, was already a quality product, but it wasn't positioned properly because they assumed that the customer would use it this way without taking in the understanding that nose blindness was actually a thing. So no longer do you want to assume. What you want to do is ask. So you're asking me, I've got a list, John. What's next? We just built a list, John, with 72 people, and we just made, all that money on the list, but what's next? The next thing you do is ask your list. All right? It's like a focus group. I remember back in the day, I used to make money. I would go through the newspaper want ads, yes, newspapers. And they would talk about focus groups in your area. And I would get paid like $30 and a free meal to go to a focus group and sit in a room, try a new product, and then there would be a lady that would ask us questions, or a man that would ask us questions, and there would be a glass wall there, and people would be watching us. And they would pay us to be in a focus group and ask questions. The cool thing is today, you don't even need to do that. You can do that with 3 simple steps. You don't need to get a bunch of people in the room and pay big money or any of that. You can do that now with 3 simple steps. Email, a survey, and then how you analyze or how you take that and really process the data, all right, to make the data that you get actionable. We're going to go through that real quick because the first part is writing the email. You have to write an email to your list and simply ask them to fill out your survey. So if you got those 72 people we did for those 3 weeks, what we're going to do is we're going to write an email to that list and ask them to fill out our survey. On the survey, we're going to set it up in tools like Google Forms or Jot Forms or any of SurveyMonkey. Any of the survey forms will work, right? So you're going to set up a survey in one of those tools. For this here, I'm going to show you in Google Forms. And then once you do that, you want to analyze it to determine who the audience is, what they want, and what they want to buy from you. Not just what they want, but what they want to buy from you. All right? And we're going to determine that through this survey. So here's the questions. When you're asking, I keep it to between 3 and 5 questions. This one has 6, but the last one is really not a question. I'll go through that, okay? So here you go. The first question, what is your biggest challenge with blank right now? You want to leave that wide open. I have consulted with people, and they want to put multiple choice here. No. Not multiple choice. You want to leave it open. You want people to use the words that they use and explain as much as they want to. So give them plenty of room to put their answer and don't try to use bullet points or give them options here. Let them go with their own flow. Question number 2. Which one best describes you? All right. Now, you don't have to use yours just like this. This is mine. But what you're trying to do is start narrowing people down so you can put them on different lists, right? So what best describes you? Mine, are you a full-time income or do you have a day job, right? There's differences between people that are actually full-time in what they're doing and those that are day jobbers. So there's going to be different language that I could use. So that's what I'm trying to figure out with this bucket, right? The next question, which of the following best describes you? So for what we sell and who we service, I want to know, are you a speaker? Are you a teacher? Are you an author? Or are you a coach, right? Or are you just a newbie getting started and don't know exactly where you are or what you're going to do? And then I even put an other. That's an optional thing. If somebody's other, then I let that be there. If you don't want that, you don't have to have that. That's cool. All right. Now this one is very important. What's the overall size of your business? Why is that? Because if I start at, if you're doing under 10,000 a year versus somebody that's doing $1 million plus a year, the conversation is going to be completely different. The needs are going to be completely different. So this is me segmenting out my list based on how big your business is and how successful your business might be at that moment and point in time. That's very important. All right. Next. What is your primary niche? I just want to know from you what you think your niche is, what your customers are that you're trying to service, and who you're trying to reach, right? Who is your target market? So that's my 5th question. And then, like I said, I have a sixth question, but it's not really a question. But I say here, last question. Last question. Make sure on your last question, whatever your last question is, tell people it's your last question. Just do it. Trust me. There's a conversion reason for that. Just do it. Okay? So last question, and I tell them I'm giving away a $25 Amazon gift card in the drawing. And if you want to be a part of that, give me your name and email. So that's my 6-question survey. All right? Once they take your survey, the next thing you want to do is analyze it. All right? So you want to use some analysis to get the information you need so you can segment your audiences. You can find out their needs. Right? And once you do that, you have done what we talked about in the beginning. You will take that information and make your product better. Do you see how you can do that? If I know what your target markets are, then I understand, look, if I got all of these people, just like Febreze did, they got all of these people that were using it the wrong way, then they had to change their messaging. They changed their commercial. They changed their packaging, and they added a fragrance to it. How did they get to that? Because they analyzed the data. The data you get, you need to analyze. I've actually had a product that I was selling, and I thought we were selling it to one segment of the population. I thought we were selling bandanas, and I thought, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute. We were selling the bandanas, and I thought it was just for, hip hoppers and rappers and black people. Really, that's what I thought. And when I analyzed the data and did an ask, I found all kinds of people all around the world that were ordering from us for a completely different reason, or they were from a completely different demographic. And so that made me understand how to position my product. All right. Now we're into secret number 3, and this is where the money's at. All right. Secret number 3 is all traffic is not the same. All traffic is not the same. There's 3 types of traffic. There's paid traffic, earned traffic, owned traffic. Let's break it down for you. Paid traffic, very, very easy. I need some water. Hold on. All right. You still with me? We're going, right? All right. So paid traffic, Facebook, Google ads, things like that. Very stupid, simple. You understand what paid traffic is. I don't have to explain that to you. Earned traffic. This goes back to what I was just talking about. This was the bandanas that I was selling. I earned traffic because people kept asking me how to fold a bandana to look like Tupac. Yes, believe it or not. The dumbest thing to me in the world, because I'm African American and we know how to fold that. We know the look. We just know it. I don't know why we know it, but we know it because that's how Mama does the hair and keeps your hair. I mean, we just know it, right? So the deal was, I was getting all these people asking me how to fold a bandana like Tupac. Of course, this was early 2000s when I was starting up my business, and I got so tired of answering that question, I made this video, how to fold a bandana, and I showed them in the video how to fold a bandana, posted it on YouTube. I used to just, when people asked me the question, I would give them the URL to the YouTube video. Long story short, man, that video went ballistic, and we had over 300,000 views of that video, and I sold tens of thousands of bandanas from a free video I put up on YouTube. That is the definition of earned traffic. You create something, you put it out into the world, people go, watch it, ingest it, download it, whatever. You've earned that traffic. All right? And then own traffic. Own traffic are the people that are on your list, right? That's that page that has a headline, an offer, and a call to action form, right? That is the owned traffic. So those are the three different types of traffic: paid, earned, and owned. The owned traffic are the people that are on your list, right? Those people, those 72 people that we got from the 3 weeks, those are the money people. Those are the people that are on our list. And I'm going to go through this money tree on the right-hand side just to give you an understanding of how to use your list and optimize it for better results. Because see, the deal is, everybody, when you first talk to people, they just like, I need more traffic. I need to be on more stages. I need to speak more. No, you probably, look, you want to make more money. The money's in the list. The money is not in going on stage or doing, podcast. And that is getting the people on the list, yes. But once you get them on the list, how do you make that list really pay? Well, the more leads you get, times conversions equals customers. Leads time conversion rate equals customers, right? So more leads can equal more customers, or better conversion rates can equal more customers. So you don't always need more leads. Sometimes you need to be going back to figure out your conversion rate and how you can optimize that. That's why we take and the stuff we learn in our analysis from our survey to get better conversion rates, so that we get more customers from the current traffic we're already driving. That's how you can make more money without having to have any more traffic. Work on the conversions, right? Let's go to the next part of our value prop ladder, right? Making more money with this list. If you have customers, now these are people that have already bought from you, times the number of transactions, times the average dollar sale, equals the revenue that you put in your pocket. So let's break it down. Again, if we have more customers, we get more revenue, right? Stupid simple. More customers, more revenue. More transactions also equals more revenue. That's meaning the same customers that have purchased from you, if they come back and purchase one more thing from you, you literally double your top and bottom line. Do you get that? If I have 10 customers and they spend $100 with me, that's $1,000. If I get those 10 customers to spend another $50 with me, that's $15,000. Does it make sense? Did I say that right? 1,500? You get it, right? It's either 15 or 1,500. I don't remember what numbers I used the first time. All right, but do you get that? So if I can get the current customers I already have without having to add any more leads, any more traffic, even any more customers, if I just get the current customers that I have to spend more money with me, that automatically gives me more revenue. And of course, increasing the dollar value of your item. So yes, there is a case where people will sell a course or an item and they will sell it at like 97, 197, 49, 67, whatever number there. And then I come in and we look and I'm like, wow, this is a very valuable course and you have a very valuable audience, but your price is saying something to that audience and the price is too low. Yes, there's often times where, look, if I have a women will tell you, if I have a trunk load of name brand purses and my price is 1/3 of the price at the store, immediately, what do you think? They're fakes. Now, that doesn't mean you're not going to buy, but immediately you're like, those are fake, right? Exactly, because the price speaks to you. So oftentimes there are things that might be underpriced, or there's things that are overpriced. But if you can raise your dollar value of a sale, you get more revenue. That's basically what McDonald's does when they say you want to supersize that, or would you like to make that large, or would you like a drink with that, would you like fries? What they're doing is increasing the average dollar spend, and that was the whole thing that we did with secret number 1, was increase the average dollar. All right, making more money with the list. We're at the bottom part of the value ladder here. Revenue times margins equals profits. And I'm not going to go too deep into this right here because we're almost out of time. But streamlining your operations, meaning that being able to deliver your product more efficiently, can add to your profits. So if it doesn't cost, or if it costs less to actually deliver your products, then that reduction in operations becomes profits for you. All right, elevating your brand could equal more profit. You don't change anything, you just elevate your brand. You go from a no-name purse to a Michael Kors. Literally the same purse, but one's got a brand on it. That can be more profitable by elevating your brand. And vendor relationships, relationships are just important all the way around. If you have somebody that's actually providing you service or providing you part of the physical goods and they're a vendor for you, if you can get your vendors to give you price breaks based on volume, that again becomes more profits for you. So that's the value ladder. More leads, more customers. Better conversions, more customers. More customers, more revenue. More transactions, more revenue. Increase dollar size, more revenue. Streamline the operation, more profits. Elevate the brand, more profits. Vendor relationships, more profits. Are you guys getting this? It's all about the money, man. It's all about making more money, streamlining your operations, getting people on your list, offering them something that they want to buy, right? And pricing it right. Are you getting this? Yes or yes? Yes. I remember when I met Ice-T, what was that, last year? It was last year in New York, right? Ice-T and Coco. And he told a story, man. And I'll never forget the story. He said, look, when you see those people on the yachts with the video and they're popping bottles and walking around looking like a champagne and bikini party, he's like, trust me, they don't own the yacht. Matter of fact, the yacht owner is downstairs on the phone making deals. I'll never forget that. That was just such a vision for me, because you don't get yacht sized, right, by popping bottles of champagne all day. It's about what you do in the office downstairs, right? So some days I'm upstairs, like right now. I'm downstairs with you, me and you. We are downstairs on the yacht making business calls, right? So let's recap. Secret number 1, never let them walk away with a free offer. Try to sell them something. And people always, or why is because people don't always value that free thing. All right. Secret number 2, you have a list. Ask your list. All right. And then secret number 3, all traffic is not the same. You got it? Those are the 3 secrets. So let me ask you a question. I know that was a whole lot, and we spent a good amount of time covering a lot of stuff. But who wants to have a tool that will help them take their sales to the next level by doing and showing the things we just talked about in terms of profitability? Who wants a tool that will take their sales to that next level? Fantastic. Here's what you do. All you got to do is text CALC, C-A-L-C, to the number 513-866-3571. It's a free launch calculator. It's a funnel launch calculator. It's going to actually show you how your steps in your funnel can be optimized to make more money. So to get this free offer, simply text CALC to 513-866-3571. CALC 513-866-3571. Go ahead, do that right now. I will send the funnel launch calculator over to you. And at the bottom of the funnel launch calculator, there's also an automated 10% funnel calculator, which once you put your numbers in, it will automatically show you what 10% increase in the steps inside of your funnel will bring you, what that will yield if you just tweak it. Just by 10%, you'll be amazed at how much better your funnels will perform. So grab this free offer, the funnel launch calculator. Text CALC right now to 513-866-3571. My name is John Lawson. I had a great time with you. I appreciate you hanging out with me, and I'll see you again on the other side when we're working together. All right? I'm out of here for now. Peace.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Justin Burns here, and I am the founder of the company Maestro, which is a revolutionary software for allowing experts, coaches, speakers, trainers, you name it, anybody really, a business, can actually be able to create an online training program, but also be able to share their knowledge and expertise to the world, okay? Now, I'm excited for this series on the Comeback Champion, and more importantly, to reveal something to you that's happening at this exact moment and this exact time that we're living in. You know, so many people, for example, are looking at the times that we are in at this exact moment, not realizing that, you know, if you could look back on the other, you know, economies that happen, all those different things, you'll see one intricate piece, one powerful concept. And you know what that is? That is that in all of those times, you know, champions were created. Businesses were born out of pandemics, all those different things, right? And so why am I telling you this? Because what I'm going to share with you in this training is a concept, a principle, technique, whatever you like to call it, that's going to skyrocket your business so that you are better equipped and prepared. You know, 10 years ago, I started my journey as a full-time entrepreneur, and I decided that I wanted to start my business on the internet. And it wasn't easy because there wasn't a lot of companies or a lot of people actually really thriving on the internet. There were tech companies, different things of that nature. But I didn't see a lot of people selling things like their knowledge or their services through an actual website. And so throughout the years, through trial and error, I started to realize there was this ability, there was this concept of creating an actual online business. And so we always look at this, right? You know, like this, for example, this thing right here, this phone. Now, whether, you know, if you're an Android user, it's totally okay. But this phone right here, we use it for so many things. But I want to share something like that we didn't really realize unconsciously. A lot of us use this as our computers and so many different things. And so, like, for example, one of the things I do every single month and a couple times a week is I check my bank balance, right? I want to know how much money I have in my account or what's coming out or what's coming in. Now, when you do this on your phone and you scroll and you scroll and you scroll, right? What you're going to really come to understand and realize that there are things coming out of your account that you pay for every single month. Take, for example, Netflix, right? Most of us have Netflix, or if you don't have Netflix, you have some rendition of Netflix, like, you know, Hulu or whatever it is. Here's the thing, that comes out every single month. So here's the first question I want you to ask yourself before we get into some concepts. Number one, do you have that recurring base model where your customers are looking into their accounts and they're looking at it and they're saying, man, this is coming out, but I love that this is coming out, right? If you don't have that effect, if you don't have things hitting your customer's account where you have those recurring base portals and you have those recurring base income sites, as I like to call them, then this video is really going to be helpful for you, because I like to share with you a really interesting concept, which is the new digital age economy. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Because of what's happening, the pandemic, business as we know it is changing. And so if you put off putting your business online, if you put off, and I'm not just talking about having a website. It's easy to have a website. Okay. I'm not talking about a website. I'm talking about a business that sells products and services every single day. Your customers are hungry for what you have to offer. So the question becomes, are you setting up your business in a concise way to be able to do that? Because I always like to say this, a lot of us want to be entrepreneurs, but there's a difference between a wantrepreneur and a entrepreneur. You see, a wantrepreneur looks at things and says, that's a great idea. Those are some great concepts. Those look awesome. But you see, an entrepreneur, a lot of people kind of have the two confused. An entrepreneur sees an idea and says, I need to put this into action in my business. I need to be able to capitalize on this immediately and be able to grow my business. Okay. And so one of the biggest concepts of how I've been able to do this, I just want to tell you guys this really, really kind of short story how I got into it. Again, I'm Justin Burns. And I got into this like 10 years ago when I was working for a job that I absolutely hated, right? And you may not hate your job. You may just want to get side income. But if you do not like your job, or if you're watching this and you want to grow a business, I've been in all those positions, in all those different places, going through and struggling and really not being able to thrive and being able to really be able to grow my business. So I didn't have any technical skills. But I just really realized, I was like, wow, like the concept of marketing my business on the internet was just interesting, because I'm like, there's billions and billions of people online, right? There's hundreds of millions of people guaranteed to be online. So what is going to be the difference? What's going to be the shift, and how that's going to happen for me? Okay. And so how this concept really, really came up is, I was at an event. I go to this digital marketing event every single year. Okay. And at the time, I was really struggling as an entrepreneur, trying to grow my business, all these different concepts, different things. And one of the guys I really respected, he was being interviewed on stage, and I was sitting in the back of the room taking a lot of copious notes, right? So I'm taking all these notes. And the guy said, if you had to grow a business, what would you do all over? And this guy, I think, sold his company for like $50-60 million. And he said, what would you do all over? And he said, without hesitation, I would build a recurring based business, because recurring based businesses, membership based businesses are valued at more, okay, at more value than someone who sells kind of a one-off product. Now, there's nothing wrong with selling one-off products. It's just, it's always better to have a business where you charge people every single month. And so if you're an author, speaker, trainer, you could charge people based on the coaching. If you are a speaker, for example, you can have a membership program where people get your tips or your strategies, all those, like so many different concepts. We're going to go over a few models today, but that's what he said, right? And it just had this, I had this light bulb moment. And so question for you, if you notice, what do Amazon Prime, Netflix, okay, and Peloton all have in common? Okay, and you probably guessed it. They all have recurring base business models. That's what they all have. Now, a lot of people think Peloton makes a lot of their money from their bicycle, right? The bike with the screen that sits in the living room. You know, I don't have one, but a lot of people think they make their money off of that, and they make a significant amount of money off of that, but they actually profit from their monthly subscription, where they have over 500,000 people paying every single month between $20 and $40 a month. Okay. So the question becomes, this is how powerful a recurring based site is. But the question becomes, do you currently have something like that in your arsenal? Do you currently have a model similar to those things? Okay. Now, why would people pay for information every month? I usually get this question all the time. You know, Justin, I have a course, or I don't have a course, I have a book, all these different things. Why do people pay for information? Well, think about like a Rubik's Cube, for example, right? When you think about a Rubik's Cube, that is kind of how your customer is, right? Kind of whatever niche you're in, let's say you're in the weight loss niche, whatever it is, you have a problem, or your customers have a problem. And so every time you turn it, you're trying to get to those perfect lines, right? Like those perfect lines are what you're trying to get to. And the interesting concept is your customer has a problem and they need an ultimate solution, and they rather work with someone just like you to be able to solve that. Here's a stat. The education space online is already a $325 billion industry and growing. Why? Because people are sitting at home and they want to purchase programs. They want to go through programs. That's where people are. They're looking for help. They're looking for people just like us to be able to help them. But what do we get caught up on unconsciously? We get caught up on the tech. We get caught up on the overwhelm of what to say in the video. What do you say exactly? How do you say it? We get caught up on all the wrong things, okay? All the wrong things. Hope you guys are with me so far. We get caught up on the wrong things. So you want to make sure that you are consistently growing your business and not being afraid of tech, and bringing your business online to make it super, super easy. And there's so many tools. You have a tool like mine, Maestro, which allows for, you know, experts to be able to build landing pages and send emails and all those different things. And that's what we've been able to do, okay? So what I want to do is teach you 3 concepts of how you can do this right now in this exact moment, okay? I want to give you guys a couple concepts. So number 1, we're going to talk about the sales part. Okay, I call it the sales. Number 2 is the commitment. Okay, number 3 is the growth. Okay, so the sales, the commitment, and the growth. So let's get right into strategy number 1. Okay, now there's different types of models when it comes to having a membership based on an online program. Okay, so number 1, you have the online course. Okay, and that's what you sell one time and you get paid. So that could be priced at $50, $97, you know, whatever it is. Okay. My favorite model is what I've been talking about, is creating a membership-based program where you charge anywhere from $10 a month all the way up to, you can charge a couple $1,000s a month if you package it the proper way, okay? Now there's different types of models. So let's say you're an expert. Of course, the content, everything you're going to be providing every single month is going to be your IP, okay? Now, there's other models though. If you think about how do I create content, like you don't have to be the actual expert, okay? The one thing that you can do consistently is you can tap into other people's actual knowledge and their IP. Like yesterday, for example, I we're launching this academy called the Maestro Academy, but we're going to actually give that away for free because we want people to use our tool and pay for our tool Maestro, right? And so we're going to provide a lot of value up front. And so yesterday I called up a friend of mine. I said, hey, can you train my people, okay, my tribe, on how to do Facebook ads? And he was like, okay, cool. And he talked for 30 minutes. I didn't pay him for that. He wanted to get the exposure. I needed the content. So you can actually, we call that syndicated content, okay? It's where I can interview other experts, and yes, I can charge for that every single month, okay? I could charge for that. There's someone who's actually on Maestro right now. I'm not gonna say her name, but she has a $20 a month membership program, $20 a month, okay? And for $20 a month, she teaches a variety of things, but all around the financial sector. She teaches how to build your credit. She teaches you how to grow your business. She teaches you all these different concepts. And she charges $20 a month. She has 500 members. She's making roughly around $10,000 a month, simply sharing a few concepts around finances every single month. Okay, so there's different types of, and some of her content is her, some of her content is other experts teaching master classes. There's all these different variety of things. And so you want to think about the concept, okay? So that is the sales. Number 2 is the commitment. And that is what content are you going to use? Now, here's an interesting concept. to get, when you think about like when you went to the mall, right? When you go to the mall or whatever it is, you know, those people who say, hey, here's a free sample, right? Now, a lot of people don't take that, but I did a study one time to show that passing out samples actually increases a business because of the fact that, you know, if it's a business that already everybody is familiar with, you don't need to have the samples. Now, of course, if someone has a really good sample, right, and the product is good, then that's only going to make the product be desired more. Now, you know, you can have, sometimes you'll give away a free sample, but if the product is not good, then the free sample is not going to make people want to buy buy the program. So there was a statistic that showed that sales increased by 20% by giving away things for free. Okay. So here's what we do. Okay. What you want to do is you want to create a couple different pieces of content that solves your customer's most pressing problem. Then what you're going to do is give it away for free. Now, well, here's what's going to happen. If you are solving a deep problem that is deep enough, okay, deep, it's got to be a deep problem. But if you are solving a problem that is deep enough, here's what's going to happen. Number one, you're going to get people who want to desire what you have to offer. And so the next logical step is to say, well, I have a membership program where you can learn every single month. It's $97 a month or $200 a month, and you can learn from me as well. Okay, absolutely game changing and could completely transform your business. So that's the commitment. Let's talk about the growth. How do you actually get traffic to your offer? There's a couple different ways, but one of my favorite ones, the most like basic thing I could do is I love to tap into influencer traffic. Okay, influencer traffic. So you can either do one or two things. You can either get an influencer to promote your program, or number two, you can pay to tap into their audience with something like Facebook ads. Okay. Now, some people have spent money on Facebook ads. You have to be able to have a process to take someone who absolutely don't know who you are to getting them to a point to say, I want to do business with you. And the best way to do that is to solve their problem for absolutely free. This could be in the form of a webinar. This could be in the form of a video, just like what I'm showing you guys and helping you guys understand as well. Okay. So that is the basic concepts, understanding what is it going to take to get someone who's absolutely cold. You know, if you came across an ad, like, have you ever purchased something off Facebook, right? I have, and I wasn't even trying to buy stuff off Facebook. Facebook ads work if you know how to work them and if you know how to strategically indoctrinate the person that is on the other side of the computer to get them to understand where you are and that you care about them and that you can help them solve this problem, and then they wouldn't mind paying you for the solution. Okay. So just to recap a little bit, we went over a couple of different concepts. So we went over the concept of creating an actual membership program. Like right now, guys, like there has never been a better time for you to tap into this. And if you wait, let me just give you the warning. If you wait years and years and years from now and you keep doing that, then you're going to be swallowed up by your competition, or worse, you're not going to be prepared for what's coming. Okay. Business as we know it has changed in this year and next year. Business has completely evolved and shifted and changed. And so I want you to understand that right now, if you take advantage of it right now, you are going to be able to thrive and be able to grow your actual business. Okay. So with that being said, my name is Justin Burns. I just want to say thank you so much for, coming here, watching this training. And if you want to learn more, okay, what I've done is I've actually created a book, an actual physical book for you. Now, here's the thing. I don't want you to buy the book. I'm going to give it to you for absolutely free. Yes, free. All you got to do is cover the shipping for it. I'll cover, the cost of the book. You don't have to buy the book. Now, this book is called The Expert Code, okay? And it goes over some of the concepts in much more detail that I just talked about, where we go in depth. I talk about how to take your story and turn it into an actual training, the different concepts, how to scale your online business, all those different things I show you in this book. It took me literally almost over 6 months to write this book. And we have so many testimonials from people who loved the book and went through this book. And so I want to absolutely bless your life and give this to you for absolutely free. Again, you just got to cover the shipping. It'll be right out to you. So in order to take advantage of that, here's what I want you to do. Here's where I want you to go. I want you to head over to theexpertcode.com. Okay, expert code. So EXPERTCODE.com. Okay, and that's going to take you to the page where you can start just ordering, order the book. Okay, we'll just pay for the shipping and handling, and the book will be shipped directly to your door so you can start getting this amazing concepts as well. If you want to go ahead and follow me on social media because you love what you heard, then absolutely follow me on Instagram, which is instagram.com/the Justin Burns. See, I like using the. So THE Justin Burns. You can follow me on Instagram on facebook.com/Justin Burns. But what I want you to do, I want you to win in this economy. I don't want you to wait any longer. So go ahead, get your free copy of the Expert Code book by going to expertcode.com, theexpertcode.com, get access to your book. This has been an amazing conference. This has been an amazing training, and I hope you guys get the most value out of being able to create your own economy as entrepreneurs and experts. All right. So if you need anything, reach out. Shay, you can take it away. And I really, really appreciate you guys for watching this training. Go to theexpertcode.com. Talk to you soon.
Hey guys, Tina Torres here. Thank you guys all for having me. I am excited to be here with you all. So let me ask you guys a couple of questions. Who here has a database of clients already? Put a number 1 in those comments there if that relates to you. Who here is starting from scratch? Put a number 2. Let's see who those people are. And who here is looking for ways to create more cash flow into your business? Put a number 3 into those comments. Awesome. I love to get to know where my audience is coming from. I hope you guys are having a fabulous day. I'm Tina Torres, your client retention expert, otherwise known as the Gratitude Specialist, and I teach you how to create loyal clients for a lifetime. Turn those clients into raving fans and increase your cash flow without adding a single new client. How do you do that, you may ask? I'm going to tell you, but first, I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. A few years ago, I had a huge life shift. I had to get a real job in corporate America after I filed for divorce after 20 years of being in a toxic marriage. I quickly made my way to the top of this company, being number 1 in sales in the region 8 years in a row. I worked fewer hours than anyone else did and made more money. Everyone would always ask me, Tina, what is your secret? What are you doing to get them to buy? And not only buy, but they kept coming back year after year after year. And they were referring me to everyone they knew as well. I was at the top of my game, making 6 figures a year, enjoying what I did and helping others in the process. And then about 2 years ago, my life kind of took a turn for the worse. My divorce got finalized. But I also became an empty nester when my youngest son decided to join the Army at 19 years old. Yeah, I have 3 boys, 19, 21, and 26. I lost that 6-figure corporate job. And on top of it all, I moved to a town where I knew no one. I knew I had to do something. So I decided, after about 90 days of being in a dark pit, I decided I needed to relaunch my company. I wanted to write a book and put together a course where I could teach other entrepreneurs what I did so easily. See, being top in sales in my region, I knew I had to create something to help others do the same. I knew there was a need in the market to show entrepreneurs like you the power of a referral, how to build those relationships that truly matter. I think I started using the Connection to Client Blueprint before it was even a blueprint. I used this proven method to create over $8 million in sales for the company that I worked for. So today I'm going to show you guys a few easy things that you can implement into your business to create loyal customers, to turn those clients into raving fans, and then something we all need to increase your cash flow all at the same time. So grab a piece of paper and let's get started. So the first thing I want to teach you guys is how to create a loyal client for life. It is not that hard to do. There's several ways to do this, but I'm going to show you guys, I'm going to focus on 3 things today. So the first thing you want to do is always go the extra mile. Under promise and over deliver is a proven technique that shows your clients that you care and makes them feel important and extra special. The results that you're going to get out of this will 10x the amount of energy you are putting into it. So number 2, let me get a couple of little props here. Guess I should have been a little bit more prepared. So you want to send cards. Yes, actual physical cards, like physical greeting cards, These amazing cards that you can send in the mail. With today's technology, people have moved away from that old school method of keeping in touch. Today, it's all about text messaging. We have our phone with us at all times, right? Facebook Messenger, Snapchat, and even TikTok. How many of you guys are using TikTok for your business? We have become so detached from that personal touch. Your clients are craving that true connection with you. By sending physical cards in the mail, you go from an 11% open rate in an email to a 100% open rate through your mailbox. It's all about the mailbox and not the inbox these days. I recommend you doing this about 7 times a year, and you can set up automated cards with a tool that I've actually been using for years now, and you will actually get access to this if you text the word connection to 26786. That is the word connection to 26786. I will give you access to that tool that I have been using, or you can simply create your own. Go to Target, go to the dollar store, create your own, but send your cards every other month or so. Either way, you want to schedule it. Schedule them every other month. Send them birthday cards. Create a system. Okay, this year I'm going to send Valentine cards. I'm going to send happy spring cards. I'm going to send happy birthday cards. Whatever it is that you think your business needs. And you're going to send these to those VIP clients. Those clients who constantly buy from you, constantly refer you, or who are big influencers in your industry. Now, how would it make you feel if you received a card like this in the mail from someone you are doing business with? Or perhaps a birthday card on your birthday. I send about 200 birthday cards a month to all of my clients and friends and family, and I probably get about 250 birthday cards a year, right? I think that is amazing, especially somebody like me who their love language is gifts. So number 3, of course, what we were just talking about, send gifts. On top of sending 7 cards out a year, you want to send about 2 gifts out to them as well. What a great way to wow your clients by sending them gifts to show your appreciation. You maybe will spend about $20 per year per client for doing this, which is a small investment to create a client for a lifetime, right? So here's an example for what I use. So we have these morning coffee mugs, right? And I don't even have them. So those of you guys who watch the Angel and Tina morning show know we have these morning coffee mugs. You can send a mug like that with your logo on it. Every single morning when they grab their mug to drink their coffee that they drink every single morning, your name, your business, and you will go through their mind, right? So you can also do something that I like to do. I like to go on Facebook and Facebook stalk people. Yeah. So like say a friend of mine is having a baby or they just got a new puppy. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to put their photo on Facebook. So I grab it off of Facebook, send them, put it on a card and send it to them. Sometimes their card is their first physical picture that they get. They love me for life. They will never forget who sent that card to them. And they'll even frame it, but they will keep it forever. Plus, your brand is in front of them every single day. So now to turn those clients into raving fans. So you guys all have heard that it takes 10 positive things to overcome that one negative. The same goes for your business. If someone leaves you a negative review or has something negative to say, it'll take you 10 positive customer experiences that you over-deliver for to compensate for that one negative. In fact, clients are more inclined to leave a negative review than a positive one, which is kind of sad. So here are a few things that you can do to turn those clients into raving fans. Now, the first thing that you're going to want to do is to create a customer experience that they're going to never forget. Listen to your clients. Listen. Respond to them promptly. Be friendly and be reliable. If you are going to do something and you say you're going to do something, make sure that you do it. The best way to kill your business is to never follow through with your commitment or something that you promised. Okay, so number 2, get to know your clients. Get to know their family, what they like, what they do for fun. You will always have a good conversation if you talk about something they like or they love. In fact, this will probably help you send that ideal gift or card to them those 2 times a year. You'll know if they like those chocolate brownies or if their favorite thing is Starbucks, right? You can send them a Starbucks gift card. In fact, I had a client who did this for 2 years to her top 100 VIP clients, and one of those clients yielded her a $1.5 million, yes, I said million, dollar real estate deal as a result, and then gave her 5 additional referrals. Needless to say, she has not stopped using this system yet. Okay, and then the last one, solve their problems. You have heard the customer is always right. Well, in most cases that is true, but sometimes all it takes is a simple apology or a credit to make things right. Problems tend to stick around in somebody's head more than the things that went right. What a great opportunity to collect those rave reviews, right? You guys getting some good value out of this? Alrighty, so now for the juicy good stuff. Now it's the best part, how to increase your cash flow. So the first thing that you want to do is always have your brand on top of their mind. So by following up, creating engagement via email, newsletters, blogs, social media, show them that you care. Respond to their post, comment on their post, share their post to your tribe. If they're having an event like this one, share the event. It takes you 2 seconds. Always, always, always wish them a happy birthday. And please don't just put HBTU or whatever, happy birthday to you, whatever. You know, put, hey, happy birthday, beautiful. Hope you have a great day. That's all it takes. It takes you 2 seconds, right? This is their day. Make them feel special. All right. Some more time. Okay. Create more products that your customers want and need. You've already won them over with the previous product or service. It'll be that much easier to get them to buy from you again. Ask them, hey, what are you struggling with right now? What do you need in your business? You can create products that are going to help your clients become even more successful by creating those products that they need and want. All right, creating top of mind awareness is the main key to increasing your cash flow. They will always know what you are doing and the things that you're launching, and they will want to be a part of it. The fact that you have created the best relationship with them, they will want to refer you to everyone they know. So ask them for their referrals and offer referrals to them. Send out what you want back, because we all know what you send out, you get back tenfold. So give a referral, you'll get one back. Share a post, you're gonna get one back. Be excited. for them because they will be excited for you. All right. So now this isn't about any of this isn't about making money for me. This is about me helping entrepreneurs find new ways to nurture the clients that they already have and to stop struggling so hard to find new ones. I see so many businesses who are struggling to keep the customers that they already have, to build those relationships. I get a follow-up email, and the first email that I get is, hey, I have this product and it is fabulous and you should try it and I should send you a sample and let me know if this will work for you. How many of you guys have gotten that? Does that work? No. Build those relationships. Create that KOT factor, that know, like, and trust factor. And then, and only then, ask for the sale. My mission is to help millions of business owners realize the value of a referral and to learn how to build relationships that matter. And because you guys are all here today, the first 15 people to text the word connection to 26786, so grab your phones and text the word connection to 26786. You will also receive a 15-minute strategy card where we will go over a few things that you can implement into your business today to be a follow-up rock star. So you're going to get a 15-minute strategy call, and you're going to get my free guide that's going to help you create authentic relationships. And it's a easy 7-step that you guys can implement at any time. So I hope you guys got a lot of value today. Let me know what you think. What did you take away? Was it the creating a client for a lifetime part? Putting those into referrals and lifetime referral partners? Or was it something that you're going to do to increase your cash flow? Let me know what you learned. What was your takeaway? What was your aha? Thank you guys so much for having me. I appreciate and I look forward to hearing from each and every one of you so we can help you turn those connections into cash flow. Make sure you guys hop on over to Facebook or Instagram. Follow me on there for some more tips and tricks on how to create those authentic relationships that matter the most. Have a great day, guys. Bye-bye.
Hi, everybody. I'm excited to share with you some ideas today that are literally going to help you grow your business. My goal is to help you be more successful, have more free time when you want to, and make more money, which is what we're all in this for, isn't it? I'm going to share some of those ideas with you. My name is Darren Adams, and I'm with a company called Keep, and we are designed simply to help small businesses succeed. I have spoken in almost all the continents around the world, spoken with thousands of entrepreneurs and small business owners to find out from them what their struggles are and how they're successful and how they make more money and grow their business. So I want to share that with you today in what I call the top 10 ways to win more business. So the top 10, it's based on the top 10 struggles that most people have and then how they overcome that to grow their business. So we're going to walk through some of that. As I mentioned, I'm with a company called Keep. Keep used to be called Infusionsoft. So for many years, about 20 years, and maybe many of you have heard of Infusionsoft, it was the premier tool that people use to help grow their business, to help do automation and follow-up and autoresponders and drip on people and all that nurture marketing. That we invented all that technology. And it was a very robust tool as Infusionsoft. But a couple of years ago, they said, we want to make something that's easier and simpler, that has better tools that more people can use. Not everybody needs affiliate tracking and all these e-commerce tools and stuff, but they just really need some tools to help them be organized and do the follow-up and do the automation. And so Keep was born. In fact, Keep was so successful, the entire company was renamed Keep, because this is really the future of where we're going. So I'm going to share with you some ideas about Keep, how Keep might be able to help you, but also some of the things that we have learned as a company through Keep on how people can be more successful. So ready for the top 10? Top 10 ways to win more money. It's going to start with the struggle. Here's the struggle. First of all, every business in the entire world struggles to get new leads. Every business, constantly. Every day is a new day. Every day you got to get more leads. If you don't have new leads coming in, you don't have new business coming in. Every business, whether you're General Mills, General Motors, General Foods, General whatever else there is, whether you're Apple or IBM, every single one of those businesses has got to constantly be getting new leads. So you're no different. You're like every other business out there. So what are you doing to get those new leads? Because of that, lesson number 1 is leads have a half-life of 3 days. As much as we like to think we get someone like, oh, here's a lead. This is someone that we can follow up with, and I'll reach out to them in a couple of weeks or a couple of days. A half-life is a certain period of time, and in this case, about 3 days, where that lead is worth half of what it was, like a radioactive isotope. Instead of radioactive, I like to think of it as a tossed salad. Maybe it's because I'm a foodie instead. So this salad is worth something today. Today, that salad would be great. Everybody would say, yeah, I love that salad. That salad would be great, and I want to eat that salad. 3 days from now, what's that salad looking like? It's not looking that good in 3 days. The lettuce is starting to get wilty. The tomatoes starting to get mushy. Not as many people want that salad in 3 days. That's the exact same thing that happens with your lead. You get someone today, and they're saying, "Oh, I'd love to do business with you. Let's follow up and do that. I got a course that I can offer, and we can partner on this." Or, "Oh, I'd love to be able to talk to you about your coaching program," whatever it might be. But in 3 days, they've forgotten about you. They've forgotten what you can do. You've forgotten about them and what they can do. And so that salad and that lead is not worth as much in 3 days as it is today. So the secret that you have to have, you've got to be able to automate your lead capture. You've got to be able to have some tools in place to automatically capture those people. That lead doesn't do you much good in 3 days. So you got to jump on it while you can before it starts wilting and deteriorating. So this is literally the top of my desk. These are literally business cards. People hand me a business card. They say, "Oh, we should do business." And it's a great lead. Every single one of you have leads like this. I literally met a woman who, she said, "Jim, my dining room table has stacks all over it with little stacks of business cards." That's not what dining room tables are built for. Dining room tables are built for having dining experiences and gathering together and playing games and eating food and having a good time. They're not for taking over for your stacks of business cards. Every single one of you, I would be willing to bet, has a stack of business cards somewhere that someone's giving you some cards and they said, "Hey, let's do something." And you sort of put it in the back burner and you don't get to it. So you've got to be able to move on that quickly. You're going to love this. You're absolutely going to love this. This is a game changer right here. This is one way you can do this inside of Keep. But you've got to, whatever you're doing, you got to have some way to automate that lead capture quickly. The top button, this is something you just pull up on your phone. The top button, you can easily import contacts from your phone. You got hundreds of people on your phone, just click on the ones, import them in. The bottom one, manually enter, you just hand someone your phone, they can enter their contact information. They think they're entering it in your phone. They're really entering it into your database. The best one is the one in the middle. That's the snap a photo of a business card to add a contact. This is how simple this is. You know that stack of business cards you got, whether it's on your dining room table or on your desktop or wherever it might be, and all the pockets of all the clothes you've ever worn to events? You literally take out a business card, you hold up the phone, and you take a picture of it. Just like this. And within seconds, the software goes in, the app goes in, and it reads all the information. And amazingly and accurately, it fills in all the information, the name, the email, the phone number, all that stuff. Instantly creates a contact record. So you just take a picture, you push a button. It's literally as easy as pushing a button. You just click the button, it reads the information, and creates a contact record. And it even says, okay, what kind of category is this person? Is this person a lead or a client? How do we categorize them so that we're going to be able to follow up with them in the right way? And boom, boom, presto change. There you go. You got a contact record created. Even at the top, it tells you it's a client. Bobby, this is Bobby's contact information. This is me reading it on my phone. If I want to pull it up on my laptop, there it is right there. So I have a contact record created instantly in a matter of seconds. So every time you get a business card, you've got to have some way to automate that lead capture so that you can capture it easily and instantly and put it in your database. So it doesn't start deteriorating after 3 days. Okay, next problem. Your free time should be called burning money time. You're like, I like free time. You said we're trying to get free time. I am trying to get you free time. But the problem is if you have 9 to 5, you say, I'm working from 9 to 5. That's my working time. Whatever this is, it's some time you've allocated to be working. And you come along and there's a 2-hour block in there that's free. That's not a good thing. That's time you were hoping to build your business. That's time you were hoping to have some income producing activities, generating some kind of revenue so that you have money. And all of a sudden you have this block where you're not doing anything. That is burning money time. You don't want that. If you've allocated time to be working and you have free time, that is a bad thing. So lesson number 2, the faster you schedule something, the sooner something will happen. You've got to have some kind of tool to get things on your calendar as fast as you can. So the second way to win more business, the first way was to automate your follow-up. The second way is to have some kind of scheduling tool, a calendaring tool. Maybe you've heard of a tool like Calendly or Schedule Once, tools like that where you can automatically schedule people. That's built into Keep as well. Let me show you how this might work. You have a calendar, blank calendar, and we sync up with Google and Outlook. So if you have items over here on your Google calendar, guess what? Those are going to auto-populate on your calendar. So you say, I'm going to work from 9 to 5 today. First of all, move over my Google things or my Outlook appointments. And now you've got, okay, I've got these Outlooks, these portions here, and I can work in this area right here. Now you want to get people on your calendar. You want to fill that time, because once you can schedule something, that's when something starts to happen. The sooner you schedule something, the sooner something's going to happen. So down there in the bottom left corner, this is my favorite thing. I'm going to say that a lot. There are a lot of things about this that are my favorite things. There's a free 30-minute marketing button. You can create whatever you want. 15-minute intro call, an hour consultation, whatever. You can create a bunch of those little links. They're just simple links, buttons that you're going to push to send your calendar to someone. Because up until this point, you're like, okay, when are you free? I'm free Thursday. What about you? No, I'm kind of free Thursday. I'm not free Thursday. How about Thursday afternoon? Oh, no, you spend 20 minutes trying to figure out when you can hop on the call with 10 minutes. So all you do is you push that button that sends someone your calendar. And now they see when you're free. You've booked out certain portions of time on different days. And I know I've got a dentist appointment for the kids here. And I know I'm going to doing some coaching here, whatever. And so here's what's left. They can see when you're free, and they just pick 2:30. How about 2:30? That works for me. They click on that, fill out a form, puts them in your database, so you've got them you've got them captured that way, and then sends them an email saying, thanks so much. It's all confirmed. Thanks for scheduling. That's how simple it was. It was simply pushing a button, and the calendar went out. That's how easy it was. And then we want to make sure that they show up. So a reminder goes out, hey, you got an appointment coming. Saves you time on the front end because now you're going to get them on your calendar faster. And it saves you time because they actually show up for the appointment and you're like, I can't do anything because I'm supposed to be having a call here. The person isn't picking up. Saving you time on both ends there, trying to make things as easy and efficient for you as we can. And you can take that calendar, you can embed it on your website, you can embed it on a landing page, you can put it wherever you need to. So you don't even have to go to the work of pushing a button on the phone or on your laptop. Not like that's a lot of work, but you can just let people access it from your website or a landing page so they can schedule themselves without you even being involved at all. Okay, here's the third struggle I found. If you're running a sloppy business, you're not profitable. And you know as well as I do that there are always areas of our business where we're a little bit sloppy. Some of you are more sloppy in more areas than others, but you know there's some areas you can like tune things up and get a little more organized, be a little more streamlined. And the more organized and streamlined you get, the more profitable you're going to get. There's a direct correlation. And when you're sloppy, you're not making money. So lesson number 3, you got to become the Marie Kondo of your business. I don't know if you know who Marie Kondo is. She's like an organizational guru. She has a TV show. She's got a bunch of books out. She shows everybody how to get everything in the right place. My wife is a huge fan of Marie Kondo. We had to change our dish towels in the kitchen. So when you open the dish towel drawer, you can see the dish towels differently. It doesn't change the dish towels. It just changes how they're organized and how you can have access to them. My wife got all excited. And she gets excited about some things. One thing she really gets excited about, ribbon. We literally have buckets of ribbon. We have bags of ribbon. We have boxes of ribbon. Ribbon was taken over the place. And so I said, honey, for your birthday, I'm going to build you a ribbon shelf. 4 feet across, 5 shelves, 20 feet of linear ribbon space. Who could need more than that? Plenty of, she got all excited. She's like, our son just moved out of the house. I'm taking over his room, his bedroom. I'm going to turn it into a wrapping room. Because we all have a wrapping room, right? I'll let you know, we've had the wrapping room for about a year now. I think 4 presents have been wrapped in there in the whole course of that time. It's not so much a wrapping room as it is this. It's an organizational room. When my wife walks in there in the morning, Everything is in its right spot. She feels organized when she goes in. She starts every day just walking in and sitting in her desk. And like there's the wrapping paper, there's the greeting cards, there's the baker's twine and the scissors. Everything's in its right spot. So she feels organized. She knows she can accomplish more during the day. This is exactly what your business needs to be like. Everything needs to be organized. My wife doesn't have a business doing any of this. She just does this to feel organized for the day. So if you don't feel organized at the beginning of the day, you need to be doing something differently. And as she sits there in the desk, guess what she stares at? The ribbon shelf. You need a black and white polka dot ribbon? You know exactly where to find it. So on the black and white shelf, there's the polka dots right there. Every person that you know, any contact you have, you need to be able to know immediately how you can get to them, how you can serve them. Are they a lead? Are they a client? If someone mentions a name to you, you need to be able to go and be able to find that person and find all the information. So the third way to win more business is you have to have a CRM, which is a client relationship management tool, a customer relationship management tool. That's what a CRM is. And you need to have one. That will help you stay organized so you're running a tight business. You're running things that are not sloppy, and you're going to become more profitable that way. If you don't have a CRM, let me show you what one should look like. You can see the colored dots over on the side. This is the Keep CRM, so it looks a little bit better than most CRMs. You can see almost like different shelves of ribbon. There are my leads and my clients and my invoice, my paid, everything's in the right spot. If I want to see who are my ribbons on my lead shelf, I just click on the lead button and it shows me all of the people who are my leads instantly. And you can find those. You get a new roll of ribbon? Oh, I got a new roll of ribbon here. Let me manually add a roll of ribbon, manually add a contact. I fill out the information. This person, I'm going to stick them on the invoiced shelf. Click the little button there. And then that roll of ribbon automatically goes to the invoiced shelf and gets placed there. You want to be able to know how to move people forward. These are what we call nudges. The little blue buttons are software going in and saying, hey, if you want to know how to move this person, move them along, get them to progress, how about book an initial consultation, send them an email, do whatever. Those are some brilliant nudges. Let me show you. This is the contact record. Inside your CRM, every single person, everyone, whether they're a client or just a lead or whatever they might be, everybody has a contact record. And all of the information they need to know about that person is right there in one spot. Let's click on this is for Jack. This is the contact record for Jack. And you can see the activity button there that's highlighted. This will just show you the latest activity. Have you sent an email? Have you made a call? It'll track all your activity. The next button over is details. When you click on that, it pulls up all the information about Jack, his name, his email, his address, phone number, whatever you need to know is all going to be there at a glance. Right? How many times do you say, oh, I got that phone number somewhere. Is it in my phone? Is it on a list over here? Is it on a post-it note back here? You're trying to find. You don't have to worry about that. Everything is all going to be in one spot, easy to get, contact record for each person. You want to see the email for that person? You click on the email button. So maybe you were in Keep and you sent a one-off email to Jack. That's going to be there. Maybe there was an automation campaign that kicked in. A series of emails went out to Jack. That'll be in there. Maybe you were in Gmail or Outlook and you sent an email. Remember, we sync with Gmail, with Google and Outlook. So guess what? Sorry, I got ahead of myself. That will be in there as well. All of your email, your details, your activity, you track all of that. Track your money, your invoices. This is all the information. This tracks your history, your relationship with that person. If you know the relationship, if you know the history, then you know how you can serve them. You know how you can make more money. So this is your money-making tool. Every single one of you has to have a CRM. The next challenge that I discovered, there's nothing worse than talking to someone who doesn't know you, but they have all the answers. You know, one of those people, they come up to you, they know a little bit about you, and they say, you know what your problem is? I'm like I know my problem. Why do you think you know what my problem is? They don't know anything, but do you know what your problem is? Let me tell you what your problem is. And they don't know much about that. Guess what? You're sometimes that person. You're the person who says, do you know what your problem is? As if you know it. And you do that when you send emails out to people or communicate to people, but you treat everybody like they're the same. So lesson number 4, it's good to know your people, all the people in your list and your database, but it's better to know what they want. And you can do that through being able to tag them and segment. Who are my repeat customers? My repeat customers, I'm going to say, thank you so much for your support. Thank you much for your business. I have a 20% discount for you for that. Or the people, You don't know me. We've never done business together, but I have a special offer for you so you can get to know how great we are. I got a 20% discount for you. It's the same thing you're offering both people, but you're phrasing it differently because you're not coming in and saying, you know what's your problem? No, instead you're saying, I know you, and I'm just talking to my repeat customers, and here's what I can do for you. I know you. I'm talking to people I've never met before, and I'm giving them a message. Who are my people who know about marketing opportunities? Maybe they have affiliate tracking, or they can sell my products or service. Or who are my people who know about speaking opportunities so I can get on stages or whatever that might be? Those are different groups. And so you've got to be able to do list segmentation. You've got to be able to break down that list. You have 1,000 people on your list, or however many, whether it's 10 or 10,000, however many people you are, they are not all the same list. They are different segments. They're repeat customers or new people. They're marketing people or speaking up or whatever they might be. They're men or they're women. They're old, they're young, they live here, they live there, they come to an event, I don't know what it is, but you've got to be able to break your list down. The more you can segment your list, the more you can really personally communicate with people. I've got emails from people where I'm thinking like, they sent this email to everybody on their list. And I'm pretty sure they did. And then I've gotten emails that feel like, wow, is this one just for me? Is this person sending this email specifically to me because they know what I've done, they know what I want, they know what I need, they know me. And the more you can segment your list, the more you can personally communicate with people and be one of those emails or communications that people like to get and welcome and read and keep. You have to be able to do list segmentation. We talked inside of Keep. This is the database. The bottom of the screen there says you need custom fields. We've got you covered. You can have up to 100 custom fields. Where do they live? How old are they? Have they been to an event or bought a book or whatever it might be? So you now are able to segment your list inside of your CRM. Okay, the next struggle that people have, you can't make money if you can't ask for the business. This happens when we don't communicate with people and we don't let them know what we're doing and what we need and how we can serve them. And we just sort of assume sometimes that people know what we're doing and how we can serve them and how we can help them. But if you can't let people know that, you're not making money. So lesson number 5 is invisible businesses get robbed every single day. Invisible businesses get robbed every day. And you're like, wait, what's an invisible business? I don't get what an invisible. If you're not staying top of mind with people, if you're not reaching out to people, if you're not letting them know who you are and how you can help them, you are becoming an invisible business. And do you know who's robbing you? Your competition, who is staying visible. If you're not sending out emails and staying in touch with people, your competition is. And so then when someone says, oh, I need a new life coach. Oh, I need to buy a program that helped me lose weight. Oh, I need to have help raising my kids. Oh, I need to buy a book, whatever it might be. Oh, I got an email from, and they think of the most visible business they can and sometimes forget you because you have become invisible. So one of the ways to win more business is simply sending email updates, staying in touch with people. I was on a panel discussion a couple months ago over in the UK, and everyone else on the panel, they were asking them, how often should you email? And they all said, email every day. Like, email every day? I'm even the email guy. I don't even know if I would tell people to email every day. And I'm not telling you have to email every day. But these guys said, you post on social media every day. You're trying to stay top of mind. How's that any different? You watch TV on Hulu, you see the same exact commercials every single day. Those people understand you've got to stay top of mind. That's the same equivalent of sending an email update. The beautiful thing is emails are completely free, so you don't have to worry about that. You can send emails, you don't have to buy a commercial on Hulu, but you've got to stay in touch and let people know what's going on. You've got to stay visible so that you aren't getting robbed every single day. Okay, the next struggle and challenge, work-life balance shouldn't cheat you out of opportunities. I understand the pain here because I know, as you do, the statistics for small businesses. Most don't make it. And we want so desperately to make it. We want to succeed, and we're willing to do whatever we can, including blurring that work-life balance. And so we like take our phone with us when we're going out to eat with our spouse in case there's some business that might come through, or we bring our laptop with us to a soccer game in case we can get some work done and we're working away and miss someone scoring a goal. We want to be able to take that with us, but we blur the lines. And we sometimes cheat ourselves out of opportunity because we either can't bring it with us or we lose out on the life part. So lesson 6 is you got to be able to take your business with you, but you've also got to be able to have the boundaries. So there are 2 aspects of this. First of all, know where the boundaries. And then second of all, you've got to be able to have the power to take everything with you so that you can do business on the go, so that you can increase your chances of being successful. So another way to win more business, you've got to have a dedicated business phone line. A dedicated business phone line is a new phone number that you're going to get that will ring through to your cell phone, but it's going to be a different phone number. So you don't ever give people your personal cell phone anymore for your business. You're going to get a dedicated business phone line. You're going to give that to them. It's going to ring through to your cell phone. So it's almost like you gave them your cell phone, but instead you have a little work-life balance. So you can separate. You can have a different voicemail on one as you do on the other. You can snooze one and you can knock the other. But you've got to be able to get a dedicated business phone line that you can give out. I met someone once, 2 people recently, who did not put their phone number on their business card. I'm like, why? And one was a woman. She said, I don't want to give men my phone number. Have them call me. Like, I'm sorry you have to struggle with that, but you have got to give people your phone number. So you solve that with getting a dedicated business line. This is how super easy this is. You log into the Keep app. There's a little green K there on your phone. You just click on the green K. That pulls up an option for you to enter your area code. In this case, we entered 480, whatever area code you want. You type in 480. It gives you a whole bunch of phone numbers to choose from. You just pick one. It says, great, that's your new number. That's your number. You can put it on your website, on your business cards, on the side of your minivan, do whatever you want with it. That's your new dedicated business line. So when someone says, what's your number? You give out this number and not your cell phone. It'll still ring through your cell. This looks way more professional as well. This looks like you're a legitimate business and you're giving out a business phone number, which is what it is. Somebody calls into that, or maybe you're texting out. This is how simple this is. Okay, you're gonna love this part. So it says, hey, let's meet. Underneath where it says, hey, let's meet, you can see there's a camera there. There's a little picture that looks like a little mountaintop, and there's looks like an old-fashioned, like a desktop calendar, one of those old calendar kind of things. You just click that button of the calendar. Do you remember when we set up the calendar link a little while ago? We were talking about how easy it is to set up a calendar link. It sends your calendar link out to someone. So now they have access to your calendar. They can go through and pick time. So I'm trying to meet with Michael. I take the picture of the business card. I click the button for the calendar. Michael gets my calendar link. He books time and I get a notification on my phone saying, hey, Michael just booked some time with you. That's how simple that is. I even can then get into my CRM, pull up Michael's contact record. I want to make a little note in there saying, hey, Michael booked time with me. Great. So I can put a little note in there. It's all there. Okay, that was how simple that was to book time through your phone, getting a phone number, a dedicated business line, and then putting it to use. How long did that take to book time with someone or let someone book time on your calendar? Literally like 30 seconds. Take a picture of the card, push the button, boom, boom, boom. You get a notification. Great. Okay, I'm going to show you how the whole mobile app works, because the mobile app is so powerful. And now you're going to be able to take this with you so you have the power in your hand or in your pocket or in your purse or wherever you're going to keep your phone. You have that power. You can do all these things we talked about. You log in. Here's your CRM, access to seeing whatever that is. Then you can pull up the contact record. This is the contact record for Bobby. A little while ago, we took the picture of Bobby's business card. Remember, we took the picture, we snapped the picture, it created Bobby's contact record. So inside the phone now, I pull up Bobby. Inside of my CRM tool, I pull up, and now I can see all the texts I sent back and forth with Bobby, because it tracks all that. It syncs it all together, it integrates it. Maybe I call Bobby, says no answer, left voicemail. So I'm making a note. So now I think, oh, I thought I called Bobby. What was the latest on that? I can now look up, I pull up Bobby's contact record and I say, oh, look, right there, Bobby, no answer, left voicemail. Oh, that's right, I'm supposed to call Bobby. So then I can even get in, I can create a task. So the task is call Bobby back. So not only does it keep track of the things that have happened, like missed calls or information, but now it keeps track of what I need to do, calling Bobby back. So I pull up my tasks, it reminds me, call Bobby back. Maybe you get a new number. The software can recognize it. Hey, it's a new number. You want to add them to your contacts? Yes, of course I want to add them to my contacts. Okay, let's push the button. Yes, we're going to do that. Which shelf are you going to put them on? Are they a lead? Are they a client? Oh, they're going to be a lead. So we'll categorize them as a lead. Click the lead button, and instantly a contact record has been created. Now I want to send them my information so they can follow up with me. So look at the bottom of the screen. You can see there's the camera. There's a little picture of the mountain. There's the calendar. Remember, we just used the calendar. We would push that to send the calendar link out. The next one that's appeared now is a little business card icon. All you do is push the business card icon and it creates your contact information to send to them. So you just push that and says, hey, it's down. Here's my contact information. So now they've got your information. So this will be how the conversation would go. I push the business card icon first, sends them my contact information. Right after that, underneath that is the calendar link. I push the calendar button, I send them the calendar link. Then I can send them a photo or a file or documents, whatever I want is all there that I can send out to someone. Merely by pushing this. Send the calendar, send contact information, send photo, whatever it might be. That's how simple it is to win more business. And you now have it in your hand. You can do it when you need to. Have someone drive and you're on the phone on the way to the restaurant, boom, 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 boom. By the time you arrive, you've already lined up some information and people have booked time with you. Maybe somebody calls you. This one, another one of my favorites. These are missed calls. And so at the bottom, you can see Brad called and I wasn't able to get to Brad's call. I said, hey, let's get lunch next week. That's a voicemail. Keep transcribes the voicemail and attaches it to the contact record. So if I pull up Brad, I can see everything that's happened with Brad, including missed voicemail that's on there. You can send this from your laptop. You can send it from your phone. You can send texts. You can send emails. You can do all of that. Now you literally can take your business with you, but you can still have that work-life balance. Okay, next struggle that people have. People want to buy, but your website is a distraction. I can hear you right now. You're saying, my website is not a distraction. I got a great website. I got a bunch of great stuff on my website. I got cool videos and I got people talking about how great I am. I have my books and my course and my coaching and my history and about me. I got great stuff on my website. I don't know if you're seeing what I'm saying. You got a lot of stuff on your website. And that's kind of a distraction. There's more stuff on there that needs to be for someone to buy. If someone wants to buy, you don't want to distract them. It's like going to a mall, a big fancy mall, and they got all these window displays and mannequins and someone playing the piano and someone offering you a Hickory Farm smoked cheddar on a toothpick, and you walk through and you look at it all and you get your little cheddar sample and you walk out and you drive home. That's what your website can be. So much cool stuff, but there's no place to buy. You've got to drive people to the cash register. The website's great to capture them. The website's great to give you credibility. Everybody needs a website, but you need a cash register. Don't let them wander through the mall and get distracted. Get them to a cash register. So lesson number 7 is that websites are pretty. The mall is pretty, but landing pages are profitable. Landing pages are where it is at. So the new way to win more business, the next one, you gotta have landing pages. Landing pages are the new website. There are people I know who don't have websites and merely build their business on landing pages. Landing pages are an action-taking page. There is one thing to do, one singular call to action, and people do whatever the action is when they go to a landing page. Websites are good, but let them go to the cash register. I don't know if any of you have built landing pages. Let me quickly, briefly, a landing page is a single page. One single thing to do. Maybe there's even like a buy now or a sign up now or something, a button like that. So your tips for you. By the way, a landing page is not where they land on your website. That's your home page. A landing page is separate from that. It's an action-taking page. So they come to your website, drive them to the landing page. Your landing pages need to make sure that they are mobile friendly because most people will be viewing them on a phone and not on a laptop. You need to make sure that your landing pages are clear and concise. Don't try to be cute or clever. One thing to do, drive them to that. You're going to have that buy now button or take action now, whatever that might be. Put that on as many places as you need. A little bit of text, take action now button. A little more text, take action now button. A little more text, take action now. Have that on there as many times as you need. You can have that, some people call it a squeeze page or a sales page or a landing page or an action page. You can have it be as long as you want. People can keep scrolling through there all day long, but keep having those action buttons where they can push to take action, to buy, to sign, to sell, to not sell, but whatever, to do something where they're going to take action. That's the beauty of a landing page. For example, the Omara Strategy Group, they let people sign up for their mailing list through an action page, through a landing page. Chris teaches people about real estate investing. This is his website. People come to the website. He teaches them about this webinar. It's like his evergreen lead magnet kind of thing. If you want information on the webinar, he drives you to a landing page, to an action page. So get people off the website to the landing page as quickly as you can. Brian and Greg, a couple of friends of mine, they started a video course teaching people how to use Keep software. So they have a website where people can learn about it. We got 30 videos. We walk you through stuff. It's great. It's a great resource, by the way. So they've got 30 videos there. Then you go, are you ready? Here's the landing page where someone can go to. They just take you off of the website to the landing page where you find out specific things about the course. You want to buy it? Here you go. Check out. Give us the payment information. Pay for it. Hey, email goes right out. Check your inbox. There's an email coming out to you. You get the email that says, thanks for buying. Here's your course. Click on the button. You click on the button and you jump in and start to take the course. All of that action was triggered by a landing page. From the website to the landing page where people can buy and move forward. People buying this course all day long. And it all starts from a landing page. So landing pages are another way to win more business. A friend of mine I met him at an event and he said, oh, I love building landing pages. He makes these bobblehead business cards. And so that was the website. He has a landing page where you can find out information if you need a mascot for your business. And then you sign up for the mascot marketing development checklist through a landing page. He's like, this landing page took me about 30 minutes to build. And this one took me about 20 minutes to build. I love building landing pages. You can build as many landing pages as you want. Landing pages are free when you use the Keep Landing Page Builder tool. There are a bunch of templates. You drag and drop, pick a template, drag and drop icons and photos and whatever, and you just create a landing page. So customize, another tip for you, customize your landing page. Even if you're offering the same thing, you can have a different landing page for this group of people, because you're segmenting your list. Remember from earlier, this group of people can be directed to this landing page. Even something as simple as like people over the age of 50 or under the age of 50, or men versus women, or different places where they might live. They can get this landing page, they can get this landing page, because you can build them all day long. Boom, 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 just bang those things out. Landing pages are the new key to help you grow. Okay, another struggle I found from people, taking money shouldn't be hard. Sometimes we make it hard. Sometimes it's hard for us. Before I started working for Infusionsoft and Keep, I did a lot of coaching and consulting and speaking. I hated it when somebody said, okay, can you send me an invoice? I didn't have any systems set up. And I would literally sometimes go months before I would send them an invoice so they could send me money. They were happy to send me money. I just hated trying to get them an invoice. So lesson number 8, this is something we have found from studies. The sooner you invoice, the faster you're going to get paid. When someone owes you money, the reason they don't pay you sooner is the single biggest reason is you haven't gotten them an invoice. It doesn't matter what the amount is. It doesn't matter the payment terms. The single biggest factor is getting them an invoice as fast as possible. The sooner you do that, the sooner they will pay. The sooner you pay, they pay you, the sooner you get some money in your account to go do something fun with. So you've got to be able to, this is another way to win more business. You've got to have an easy, simple way to build quotes and invoices. It shouldn't be a problem and a struggle for you. Oh, I got to go online. I got to find some resource to be able to build a quote or an invoice, which it was for me. I totally get that and I hated it. But this is how easy it could be inside of Keep. You create a quote just with a couple of clicks, fill in some blanks. It creates a quote. To work with me costs 19 bucks, whatever it might be. Then you click a button, that turns it into an email. You email somebody the quote. And then you have a little timeline. You can see all the things on the timeline. Here's the money that's coming into me. Here's the money I've sent quotes out for. If all these people accept this, look at all the money that I could be having coming in. So it's a little motivational tool. So then someone says, okay, let's do some business together. You want to create an invoice. So once again, simple like creating the quote. You create the invoice, upload your logo so it looks like it's totally personalized. Push the button so it turns it into an email. So you now email someone the invoice. This is what I used to struggle with, and now you can do it in a matter of seconds. Just create the invoice, send it to someone, and then once again, there's your timeline. So you can see here's like my pipeline of money that's coming in. Here are my outstanding invoices. Here are the ones that have been paid. So I can track all that and see the money that I could be getting. This is how easy and simple this should be. This is a way to win more business simply by having a simple, easy tool that's going to allow you to send out quotes and invoices quickly and easily. If you don't have it, you're wasting your time and you're not making as much money. By the way, we integrate seamlessly with QuickBooks. QuickBooks Online. We integrate with like hundreds of different programs. QuickBooks is the one there on the left of your screen. Some of this is done with Zapier to hook different programs together, but some of these, like the QuickBooks integration, is a native integration. For example, if you were in Keep and you took a payment from Harold, then you would then, if you logged out and logged into QuickBooks, the payment from Harold is there. So it eliminates the problems for manual double entry. They're going to work together to save you time. Okay, I think this is the 9th struggle. Most of us give up before we get the deal. That's painful to hear, because you never know. You've seen that analogy where someone's like digging for gold in the backyard, and not in the backyard, wherever they're digging, and they stop just short of where the gold is. That's how we are. That's it. We work as hard as we can, and then we just figure, let me move on. I spent too much time there. Let me go try to find something else. I don't know how many touches it takes to get a deal. It used to be like 7, then someone said it was like 11, and like 20 some odd. Now we're bombarded so much, I don't know how many touches it takes before someone might say yes. And the challenge is most of us give up before we get to that point, because it just seems like it's futile, and we get tired of doing that. So lesson number 9, repetition makes champions. You got to keep asking. You got to keep at it. I don't care how many times it takes to ask. You've got to keep repeating. That's how Olympic champions become Olympic champions, or piano virtuosos become. My son just started a little band over the last little quarantine time. They get together and practice all the time because they want to get good. They want to get successful. You've got to do things over and over again. The beautiful thing is if you automate, it makes it easier. Automated repetition makes for rich champions. So your 9th way to win is have automated campaigns, have automated sequences, funnels, campaigns, whatever you want to call it. Have automation do the work for you. That repetition makes champions is true, but you can automate the repetition so you don't have to do it every day. You're not calling people and asking for the deal and doing that stuff. Your automation does that for you, so you don't have to worry about that. Now, I know I mentioned the word funnel and automation and sequence. Some people will start getting a little bit nervous. They think, the funnels make me nervous. A lot of people will make you scared of funnels. Those are often the kind of people who want you to pay them money to build funnels. Those people are normally amazing and do amazing work, but you can build funnels on your own. You can build sequences on your own. Let me demystify what a funnel is. In my mind, let me break down a funnel. I think it is simply a set of directions to get from one place to another. I got a big jug of vinegar here. I want to pour it in a fancy bottle. I'm going to use a funnel to get it there. I want to get something from here to here. A funnel helps it get there. Anytime you might use GPS directions, guess what? That's sort of like a funnel. It's helping you get from this point to this point. I'm following the directions. I'm just going to take a turn. My daughter was getting off of work at night, a bunch of freeways in a new part of town, and she got lost. And she called me. I'm like, that's okay. Where are you now? She said, oh, there's a Target, there's a Walmart. I'm like, okay, I know where you are. Just take the next exit, take a right, go 4 blocks, take a left, whatever it might be. And she got home safely. That's what you want to do with your funnels and your sequence and your automation. You want to get people to where they need to get safely. You can help them. You can solve some of their problems. And you want to help them safely. So you say, well, what happens if they don't read the email? What happens if they don't do what I'm telling you to do? That's why you automate it, because then the automation can see, oh, they didn't read that email. Let's remind them, hey, there's this email you didn't get to read. Or you didn't take a right turn here, so come on back and take the right turn. That's what the automation does. You don't get scared from following GPS directions. You won't get scared from building funnels and doing what you're supposed to do. Let me show you how it might work. This is Joe. Joe is a retired rocket scientist. And in this case, Joe decided he wanted to make money through automation because he has a contraption. This is actually a physical product. It's a back stretching thing that helps you stretch out your back and alleviate back pain. So regardless of what you have, if you have a physical product or a digital product or a coaching or whatever it is that you're selling or you're doing business for, I want you to insert that in place of what Joe's back stretching machine is. So we're going to show you how he sets this up. So, and then you just insert whatever you're doing there instead. So for Joe, he says, okay, I got this back stretching contraption thing. I'm going to sell it through Facebook. He takes out an ad on Facebook. hey, I've got a book telling you how to alleviate your back pain. So someone clicks on that because they have back pain. They want to alleviate the back pain. And so now this kicks off the funnel. All starts when someone pushes that. This is the campaign. This is the funnel. The most important things here after the tag that says back pain be gone, ebook delivery. Delivering the ebook to someone, skip over the area, nurture to purchase the back stretcher. So we're going to deliver the ebook, and then we're going to nurture them to buy the back stretcher. Let me jump into that delivering the ebook. This is what that looks like. It starts. Someone fills out a form saying, I want the ebook, puts a tag on them, a little post-it note saying they requested that, and the first email goes out saying, hey, thanks for requesting the book. Let's help alleviate your back pain. Then timer goes. Next day, another email. Hey, have you downloaded that book yet? There's some great information on there to help you so you don't have any back pain anymore. Timer goes by. Next email. Chapter 4 has some great information about what causes back pain and how you can wake up pain-free, whatever it might be. Timer, email, timer, email, timer. Whatever it is, whether it's every day, every week, whatever you set that up as, you create that. And that's the automation that just goes out. Repetition makes champions, remember? And so he's just repeating that so that someone finally says, oh, I'm going to download that book finally. They download the book. He says, hey, thanks. It sends them an email. Thanks for downloading the book. Here's some information. And then you can always buy the back stretcher. Then it jumps to the next part of the automation, which was nurturing them to buy the back stretcher. And guess what that is? Email timer, email timer, email timer. Just reminding people, buy the back stretcher, buy the back stretcher, buy the back stretcher. Repetition makes champions. Automation in your repetition makes rich champions. Pretty soon someone buys the back stretcher. They get an email saying, thanks for buying the back stretcher. Join our Facebook group. Let's do amazing stuff. That's what a funnel looks like. That's what automation looks like. Simply Joe putting his arm around someone and saying, I want to help you get out of pain. Let me help you. Okay, the last struggle. The last struggle that I see people struggling the most with is you're doing too many things with too many things. How many different programs do you have? How many different tools do you have? How many things are you trying to do manually on your own with your sticky notes and your spreadsheets and you're logging into this program? You have what I call login-itis. You're logging in and out of programs all day long trying to get programs to communicate with each other. It doesn't work. Lesson number 10 is that all in one place beats all over the place. Instead of being all over the place, I got this and that, I'm struggling doing all these things, get it all in one place instead. This is a Radio Shack ad from, I think, like 1991. All sorts of great stuff on that. There's like a computer and a phone and a video camera and a telephone and a recorder and a calculator and a bunch of stuff. And guess what? Everything on there is now on your phone. All of the tools there are on your phone. All in one place, your phone. Radio Shack struggles, and everybody has a phone in their pocket. Because all in one place beats all over the place. This is your business, though. This is you trying to build a birdhouse with a bunch of mismatched tools. It doesn't work. So instead, imagine having all the tools you need, like 32 blades in a Swiss Army knife in the hands of a robot, because it's automated and it's sitting on a pile of cash. This is what we want to help you do. All the tools that I have talked about, all in one place that you can automate so the robot does the work for you. So you don't have to worry about that. That's what Keep is all about. That's what we want to help you do. People like Damon John know that. From Shark Tank, first question he asks people is he says, do you have Keep or are you going to get it? Because that's how I know you're serious. Dave Ramsey, Tony Robbins, Jack Canfield, all use Keep products. I love this entire event with all these other speakers because she runs this whole thing. This whole event is run with so much with automation from Keep. And many of the speakers that you're going to be seeing and listening to, guess what they use? They use Keep products to be able to be successful on their own. I was just looking at some of my favorite people. Della Toro, I love Della Toro. He's one of our partners. Zenobia, she does nothing but teach people how to use the automation to run their business. Eric Swanson, we've been to his events. Arvie Robinson, she teaches people how to be more successful on stages and use Keep to do that. Cheryl Wood, one of my favorites. I've been to her event several times and she does amazing things with Keep. Kern Sherry, and of course, Shay himself. All use Keep. And many of the other people, I don't even know all the people that do. These are just some of my best friends that I like. They all use this to be successful in their business. You are joining the elite by using the tools that they use. Instead of doing this, you have Grasshopper for your phone, Schedule Once for your calendar and Constant Contact, Zoho CRM, you got to ClickFunnels and Lead Pages to build your landing pages and automation. And none of those programs talk to each other. Instead, get them all together in one place and automate this thing. Okay, there are 3 different levels of Infusionsoft or Keep. So let me walk you through that. Infusionsoft still exists. I don't think Infusionsoft is the right tool for any of you. So I really think a better tool for all of you is Keep Pro. That includes everything I've talked about today, including the automation, the landing pages, and the automated campaigns. If you don't need the automation, Keep Grow could be a good resource for you. But I really think Keep Pro is the better tool for most of you. That's really where you start to see the benefit from this and start to let the automation kick in. So there's different price points depending on which level you are. Keep Pro, if you go on our website, you can see Keep Pro is $149 a month. Keep Grow is $79 a month. But that's where now the good news, now the really good news starts. Every time I'm showing you a picture now, from now on, it's going to be good news, and it's going to get better and better. You're going to be hooping and hollering wherever you are. First of all, none of you have to pay retail. None of you do. Because Shay is one of our partners, because we value him and we want to get the best deal we can for his people. So now, guess what? You don't have to pay 99 bucks for Keep Pro. Under 100 bucks for all the things that I talked about. If you're getting those things individually, I guarantee you they're costing you more than 99 bucks. You're getting them all together in one place, in one tool, for $99. And don't worry, this isn't like someone's going to come and say, okay, we're going to raise the price on you. You get grandfathered in for the discount pricing. This would be the order form we would have, and we would show you it comes with 1 user and 500 contacts, and you get some onboarding coaching to get you going. But remember, I told you, everything's good from here on out. So you ready? Let me walk you through this. You're getting grandfathered in for discounted pricing. 99 bucks a month. Will not go up from that. You're getting under 100 bucks for all the tools that I talked about. We're going to 5 times your account size for you for free. So your database goes from 500 to 2,500. I don't care if you need that right now. You'll need it at some point, and then you'll be glad I'm saving you the money, because that would normally cost you like an extra 50 bucks every month. I'm going to get you an additional user. Do you have a virtual assistant? Do you have a partner? And maybe you don't right now, but you want to at some point. You're now going to have an additional user license. That would normally cost you 30 bucks every month. I don't care if you need it now. You'll need it at some point, and then you'll be glad you have it now. We'll help you migrate your campaigns. If you have something built somewhere, we'll help you with that migration. And the first 3 months are 50% off. So you're really only paying 49 bucks a month for the first 3 months before it goes to the grandfather discount of 99. 49 bucks. You're paying less than 50 bucks to be able to get all the tools I've talked to you about, to hyper speed your business and get you more time and get you more results. We also want to make sure that you know how to use it. So we've got the best coaching resources ever. I'm going to buy you the video course that Brian and Greg put together. You'll have access to those videos for 6 months. We also hired an outside company called Success Engine to coach you through stuff, teach you how to build stuff, and to build stuff for you. They are literally going to sit down with you for 1-hour personalized coaching sessions, you and your coach, on one-on-one. They're going to basically say, what do you struggle with of those 10 different things we talked about? And let's solve that. Let's have better tools to help you capture more leads. Let's build your list. Let's follow up with those people. Let's build your calendar links. Let's set up your dedicated business line. Let's build some landing pages. Let's build some automated campaigns. Let's get this stuff going. You get 4 hours with them. And then they're going to follow up with you. You'll be partnered with someone who will check in with you from time to time, making sure you're set. We have just started this. This is the best part. They've just started a new webinar. They're going to do a kickoff webinar this coming Tuesday at 2 o'clock. So you want to jump on this. This is not an evergreen offer. I'm not sure exactly how long everything I'm going to be talking to you is available, but you want to jump on it so that you can take advantage of this webinar on Tuesday at 2 o'clock Eastern. You're going to jump on that. It's like a booster call. It's an extra session. They're going to make sure you know how to log in, enter your contacts, do all that kind of stuff. Okay, the webinar, the 4 personalized coaching hours, all that, all the coaching and training, guess what the cost of that is? You ready? It's free. It is stinking free. I'm not charging you a penny for any of that. Keep is still paying them to coach you. So we're out a lot of money. We're buying you the video course. We're paying them to do coaching for 4 individual hours, and you don't have to pay anything. You literally are getting all that for free. I promise you, all those people that I told you about that use Keep, all the other speakers, they paid hundreds or thousands of dollars for their coaching and training. And you are getting it for absolute free. And we don't even ask you to sign a contract. There's no long-term contract involved here. There is nothing you need to worry about. We're asking for a commitment from you. We want you to commit to use this, to get in your business and to do this and make this a tool that's going to build your business and make it work. But you don't have to worry about the risk of any money because you got the lowest cost ever. $49 for your first 3 months and then grandfathered price. You don't have to worry about the time involved to learn it because we got the best coaches for you with the video course and the personalized coaching. And you don't have to worry about the risk of some kind of long-term commitment. There is nothing. There is no contract that is required. All you have to do is go to keepnow.com/Shay Brown. That's how you can take advantage of this. Keep is spelled differently. It's sort of spelled like keep everything all in one place. KEAP. Keepnow.com/Shay Brown. Screen grab that, take a picture of it, write it down, grab your phone, take a picture of that. I'll show it to you in a second again. Let me walk you through the whole deal so you can understand what a screaming phenomenal deal. Literally, we have never done everything that we're offering for you. Okay, you're getting 2,000 extra bonus contacts, 2,500 total in your database. You're getting an extra user, you get 2 users. You're gonna get free onboarding and coaching. You're 4, by the way, it says 3 one-on-one sessions. I'm giving you an extra 4th call that you're gonna get. 4 hours with them for free. No contract required at all. And your first 3 months are 50% off. $49, that's all you're signing up for. When you go to keepnow.com/Shay Brown, you click on that link, guess what? It takes you to this page right here. This is what you will see. You enter in your information, and guess where you sign? You don't, because you don't have to sign anything, remember? There's no contract required. It outlines you're gonna get 2,000 extra contacts, you're gonna get an extra user, you're getting 50% off for your first 3 months. This is the most magical page you will ever see on the internet all day long, maybe all month long. This is the page, this is the gateway for you to get to success. You just click on that. This is how simple it is. That's the page, your new best friend right there. Keepnow.com/Shay Brown. When you go there, you'll just click to sign up. You'll get an email from us. It'll give you your login information. It'll tell you how you can sign up for your first coaching call. It'll tell you how you can sign up for your kickoff webinar on Tuesday. It'll tell you how you can access the video course. You'll get all the information and you will be off and running. All those struggles that I went through, all those 10 challenges, I don't know how many of them you struggle with, say goodbye to them because this is the start of something amazing. This is the start of your success. This is the start of you growing your business and making more money. If you have any questions that you need to reach out to me, there's my phone number, there's my email address. You can reach out to me. But the most important thing on that screen right there is that link at the top, keepnow.com/Shay Brown. I hope you know how to spell Shay Brown. It's easy. C-H-E, Brown. Click on that. That is how you get to a better place. That is how you get successful. That's how you start making more money. That's how you start doing the things that you were passionate about doing all along and not struggling with all the things that I talked about, growing your list and collecting money and staying in touch with people and nurturing people and trying to figure out what people are doing. Do that. And you do the things that only you can do in being successful. If you have any questions, reach out to me. But remember, keepnow.com/Shay Brown. This is not an evergreen offer. This is not going to be available forever. I don't know exactly how long it will be up, but I would encourage you to go as soon as possible so you can take advantage of the webinar on Tuesday and make sure you can get all the bonuses that we've talked about. We have never offered all of these things all in one place, all in one offer. And I want to make sure that you can take advantage of all those things. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help you. Otherwise, we welcome you to the Keep family and looking forward to seeing all the success that you'll have.